Chapter 1 The Empress, Fengqingwu. On the Qianlong continent, in Lingxiao City. Tap, tap. The carriage advanced, and the breathtaking, the beautiful Empress Fengqingwu ventured to toft hepelessane disguise. Thoth merely in her 20s, she had already attained the rank of Fa'ilevel Marshal King. 2 years prior, she ascended the throne, becoming the enlif Malium Emperor in the history of Tianquan dynasty. Her beauty was sun-pearled, her talent extraordinary, and her power boundless. Fengqing was seemed like the favored child of heaven and earth. Miss, we have arrived. The carriage halted beside an unassuming shop, the elderly driver respectfully announced. Fengqingwu stepped to toft the carriage. Her hands were as delicate as tender shoots, her skin as smooth as congealed fat, with a graceful countenance and slender waist. Even with the veil obscuring her features, chic suited in astonishing galore. Tianyuench. Fengqingwu glanced up at the shop sign. The 3 bold characters were masterfully inscribed, undoubted lithe were fa calligraphy master. Guest number 6, 37, and a tie 3 have a drawn lucalat salother smaleave. Agent Levoy emerged from within the shop. Thought his shop was not particularly large, it was currently occupied by dozen soft patrons. A few men in black medacid, allowing Fengqingwu to enter the shop with Theus. Ladies and gentlemen, our lady wishes to consult Xiao Fan for divination. She has purchased all 3 laquilets today, each 4 were Dauphin 100 taels off silver. The leading man in black stated solemnly. Ash spoke, having to retrieve a silver notice from his pocket. The proprietor of shop, Xiao Fan, was merely in his 20s, having traversed into this world as an infant. 2 years ago, his system awakened. Halfayer prior, Xiao Fan relocated to Lingxiao City and Rentethup. His system was the supreme divination system. It was reputed to foreseal past and present. Be offering divination services, he called the Arn points. With sufficient points, he could entirely negate all forms of fatigue, including poison. He could also exchange various items in the system store, for instance, spending 10,000 points could grant him the power of a martial emperor for 10 minutes. In the Qianlong continent, the most formidable beings were merely martial emperors. One could conquer Rakatier alone. If he could possess the strength of a martial emperor, even for just a minute, he could achieve remarkable feats. Currently, Xiao Fan had accumulated 10,000 points. Wait. Xiao Fan interjected. Everyone, Misho Facere rely on perform 3 divinations per day, and in light Hosu Hydraulicalets may consult. Furthermore, Thelets cannot be transferred to others. The limitation of 3 consultations per day was it with the system. If that a certain flare, bootit significantly hinder disability to earn money, and accumulate te points darn system. What did he say? The leading man in black glared at Xiao Fan. Hiskas was piercing, and in an instant, Xiao Fan felt an immense pressure. Withstanding through a toft hat gaze, Xiao Fan spoke firmly. I said, if I owe your lady wishes to consult, Shimedo so tomorrow. Myra les scannet broken. Thegru Hoffman in black erupted in anger. Fengqingwu furrowed her delicate brows. Do not berud. Yes, Mississippi. The previous lie-threatening black-clad man immediate lit transformed into figure so utmost respect. Fengqingwu turned her gato Xiao Fan, shopkeeper, ishall offer 1,000-fold divination fee mighty. You consider making an exception? The fee for raising gold divination was in a tael off silver. Equivalent to 500 yuan in her previous life. 1,000-fold fewest notre flinksome. Yet these systems rules were unyielding. Xiao Fan shukashed, apologies, even 14,000-fold, Myra less remain changed. Fengqingwu nodded slightly, then I shall observe first. The man who drew the 6th lit key cleasate before Xiao Fan, having visited several times before. Master Xiao, it seems he have finally drawn a luck-a-lot. Master Xiao, my business has not been flourishing gladdily. I humble ask for our guidance. Xiao Fan gazed intently at the middle Gedman before him. Instantly, various details about Themon spast ear flooded into his mind. This was, of course, the effect of the system. You were Ezra named Lu, called Ludafu. You bet Kamifithar in Middle League, and Dori Unj's child disinlatoyer sold. Your business has not declined, beauty our monthly profit shave significantly diminished. This month, you have suffered considerable losses. Xiao Fan spoke slowly. Ludafuno ded repeatedly, yes, Yes, Master Xiao, ihad mawai feshek the counts. Shai squaited eptanthizaria, yet she cooed noting coverny issues. Xiao Fan's expression turned slight lipculiera share plied, aco her child grows, heist beginning to remember perhaps Yuri ung wife uishus for him tok, no hoish true fatheress, seeking to abscond with Zemimini. Ludif appeared as though struck by lightning. He gazed at Xiao Fan in disbelief. Master Xiao, area suggesting. Luda stammered, trembling at Thethatof's beloved son. Could it be thought the chilled wasnothies? Xiao Fan shukashed, your sandoes not you deep down, you must have a harbored sme. His biologica father is the but a guard you high red 3 years ago, surnamed Lu. Luda face contorted. Upon hearing Xiao Fan's words, Heinstein Lai recognized theme in question. Thank you, Master Xiao. Lude Fu hastily dropped a tail off veranda parteds weefly. Master Xiao, it is me turno, isn't it? An elderly Minerva Sly sate before Xiao Fan. 3 days prior, his grandson Hajona missing, and disfamilihad frantically zir ched for 3 days, even reporting to authorities. Yet, who was Stallone accounted for? Thruffer Farrell, Hesso tout Xiao Fan. Information flooded into Xiao Fan's mind, and eyes brightened. Luda Fu was cheated such matter yielded minimal points in divination. However, a lo's child would yield significant more points perhaps stirred to 5 typoants. Do not fret, old Siri our grandsonus not dead has merely been abducted. I shall provide you with an addressify you, along with the officials, you should find some leads. Xiao Fan Picadoo Pab Russian writ down an address. His scholography way is exceptionally beautiful, off master level quality. Originally, Xiao Fan's brushwork bled Thatofadhogspa, but the Hodrelictant Lyspin 1000 points to exchange for master level calligraphy. Thank you, Master Xiao. The old man expressed his gratitude and prepared to depart. Xiao Fan quickly added, Old sir, a tail off silver, please. I fi out not pay, I twould not be good for ye out the consequence so revealing heaven lies secrets must be borne by you. Those who husup divination and did not pay might suffer financial loss at best, or sever injury at worst. Master Xiao, I apologize I had forgotten. The elderly man, note intentionally neglecting to pay, hastily drop a day tail off silver and left an airy. The third customer soon finished their consultation. The leading man in black surveyed the room, and Thosu Howeremerly spectating forwarded. Fonking wu took a seat before Xiao Fan. Share move at Herval. Xiao Fan was momentarily taken aback. He had suspected that this woman was a stunning beauty. Yet upon unveiling her face, he found that mere words scould no tin encapsulate her beauty. National beauty and heavenly fragrance, such phrases were insufficient to describe her allure. Lingxiao City is indeed the foremost city in Xianlong continent, housing Starganoff beauty. The Empress of Tianchuan dynasty, Fengqingwu, may no Tavin compare. Xiao Fan mused excellently. Fengqingwu, asked the Empress of Tianchuan dynasty, wa shall das the most beautiful woman in theorem. However, Fuad truly laid isu upon her. And even if she possessed Damari typoants and lukes, those who had seen hair would like Clyrit Harahendrid. Shopkeeper, mighty consider making an exception? Idis notius formative injury out. Fonking was mold. Hiss. Xiao Fan inhaled sharply. With Feng King was beauty, the power over Smiley was simply off the charts. Guest, unless you are the reigning empress, I cannot make ye an exception. Imafride this little shop esclosed forto day. Xiao Fan shukashed. His divination relied on the system how kudek no that Feng King will was Thempersherself? Chapter 2 A Deserito bring the Empress home. Fonking wagazadat Xiao Fan in exasperation. Since Xiao Fan upon the door, no more than 15 minuta shad post. The fierce quarter hour had been spent Berwinian grind and jink. In Alaflingxiao City, it seemed noon conducted business as lazy as Xiao Fan. Shopkeeper, died not secret lit of item of fortune? Fonking inquired. With Xiao Fan's manner of speaking, she wondered whether Hiradin and Ati had been exposed. After all, Xiao Fan was a master of divination. Xiao Fan methergazi directly, guessed, divining heaven lies secret sis no justified nadrawalakilit. I cannot consult for you. You're like Latour turn again in the future, why shoot to sucklings? Fonking Waros, shopkeeper, your rather intriguing or statement tis not incorrectishal in the edredern. However, I cannot say when that might be. With that, Feng Qinghua turned and departed. Asked the empress, she could never reveal Hiradinata voluntarily. If Xiaofeng could not divine herent the future, it would suggest his abilities were insufficient. Watching her leave, Xiaofan felt a stirring in his heart. These women was undeniably beautiful. Haraluri and Gracie Unmacheta wondered which Nulfamli she hailed from. Whoever managed to marry her must have a accrued dimense fortune over 8 life at times. Wait, wishul die really in summy anils? If I become outstand in gent the future, perhaps I could also win her heart. With this thought hautenment, Xiaofan rose and approached the doorway. With the system at his disposal, his standard swearer relatively high, it was the fierce me felt such a stir and forewoman upon their first meeting. Action is worth more than mere intention. Fuman Hadel Reedy boarded her carriage and was preparing to depart. Miss, wait a moment, Terry will Reedy betrothed? Xiaofan called out loudly. In this world, women tend to marry engage a be their 20s, the likelihood of being if she already engaged, it would be wise to relinquish her notions. He had no deseritos netchanathers fiance. Theman in black glared fire Celia Xiaofan, as though his words were a gravy affront. Feng King will lift te thicker tain of tea courage, having denned herval anew. Xiaofan smiled ather. Not yet. Feng King were a plead coolly. Let us depart. The courage soon pull it away, and Xiaofan smiled deep in the beautiful madin was the lun merry daylight full prospect indeed. Clip clop. As the courage receded in the distance. Your Majesty, Xiaofan has insulted. Shall I find Simianato eliminate him discreetly? Theli drove Teeman in black whispered beside the carriage. Fonking where plead softly, ignorance knows in his rare exception alternate. Over a year ago, before Xiaofan had entered Lingxiao City, the Geniewi Hadel Ria de take Kinatava Mandra Portetto Fengqingwu, point struck Tetham to keep a close watch on him. She had perused numerous files concerning Xiaofan. From the information she gathered, Xiaofan's predictions swear remarkably accurate, having assisted many common folk. Feng King were vasquitecurious about them today, having some leisure time. She had concealed her identity and ventured to toft hepalassitube servium, only to find the Thea declined her request for divination. If find those suuho ad here to decarunquitek amendable. Mere likey panny and him denotak trecklessly. Feng King what a danather instruction. Understood, Your Majesty. Within the carriage, Feng King Wu's mind kunju read Hamaji of Xiaofan. A slight smile graced her lips. Ever since her ascension to the throne, every onad treat her with utmost reverence. Xiaofan's demeanor toward her struck her as rather intriguing. This Falau inquired whether I merit harboring ulterior motives. Feng King Wu mused herself. Shed hot of feministers, Thedo Ting retired emperor, and the empress dowager, her brows knitting slightly. Their tired emperor, the empress dowager, and the minister Solergid herdo determinatid initio temperor consortsen. Once the emperor consort was established, sheckled have children. For a nation, it is an exceeding, lysarius matter if Thesoviran hasna hears. Should anything happen to Thesoviran, that dynasty would be thrown in turmoil. Feng King you found Thisquitevexing. At present, she had no intention of selecting an emperor consort. She had never been fond of political marriages. Even as a princess, Feng King would testeth an oceanophili ancestral marriage. No that she had become empress, did she not possess the ability to govern her own fate? Closing the ship door, Xiaofan meandered to an Urbidia house. Within the Tia house, someone who was recounting tale. He ordered a potia, listening toast to reteller, and spent a leisure learning. In this world, there were in a mobilephone SR computers, on entertainment options swear author limited. There were brothels, where performers is poke beautifully, but Xiaofan had no inclination to visit. What if you were Rito Actonum Pulsean Falil? Master Xiao. Greetings, Master Xiao. Many within the tea house recognized Xiaofan and promptly offered his respects upon his arrival. With a population of 3 million in Lingxiao City, Xiaofan was not particularly famous, yet in this vicinity, he had gained quite a reputation as a fortune-telling master. Thuf still young, initially faced skepticism, but thys accurate predictions won him in over. Greetings, everyone. Xiaofan Cupitishan San smiled warmly in return. He took his usual seat by the window. Gentlemen, Today I shall recount the tale of our esteemed emperor Keled the northern frontier. At the time, the emperor had just ascended the throne, and the retired emperor Waskrivliel, creating Semikidhort. The Asen Empire seized the opportunity to invade, prompting the emperor to lead the charge personally. Xiaofan listened with Asmal. The storyteller's narrative was soon doubtedly embellished, yet included gleatertain truths from the tali. For instance, it was indeed true at Emperor Feng Kingwa had persona lilled the expedition. Shimmer Lai concealed her appearance with a magical artifact, rendering her unrecognizable to others. Old he, the emperor canon live between thrice year, right? Does he true possess the strength though for martial king? Sumion called out. Old Hastrocatus Beardan chuckled. Indeed, esteemed sir, the emperor is a prodigious martial talented unparalleled genius, possessing the strength of martial king, and may no wave becomi a high-ranking martial king. In the realm of Qianlong continent, martial cultivation was prevalent. The ranks of practitioners, from lowest to highest, are martial disciple, martial artist, martial master, martial sovereign, great martial sovereign, martial king, martial emperor, and martial venerable. Each rank is further divided in tonina stars. To achieve martial artist Bethiazoff 20 is quite remarkable to becomi martial master mark, Sonia Sain extraordinary talent. Alas! Xiaofan said inwardly. Having traversed into such a world of martial prowess, he naturally aspired to become a top-tier expert, yet lacked the apta to for cultivation. He was no Tavina martial disciple, merely an ordinary person. Fortunately, he possessed a system. As long as she accumulated points, it would not be beyond his reach to unleash the legendary strength of a martial venerable. In the Qianlong continent, the rank of martial venerable line existed a millennium ago. Now, martial venerable swear about allegiance. Exiting Thedia house, Xiaofan returned to his rented abode. He had modest saving San Levid comfortably, yet he could not afford a decent thousand in Lingxiao city. Thadiun Gladamas or lip the daughtero Fayal the family, her background likely extends beyond mere affluence. Winning her hand in marriage would like have been no easy feat. Xiaofan mused quietly. He paused, pondering how he'd have begun to think about marrying, hereafter just own encounter. Could it Bethany have truly developed head feelings for her? Pouring himself a cupoftia, he sat down as serious like contemplate this notion. Perhaps it was the after effect of his transmigration, Heffeltaz thought you were emerly transient. He had never considered establishing a family fully integrating into this world. These was the first time such thought shad crossed his mind. Buying Gauhaus should be prioritized. Topperch's Sea House, in must earn more money it seems a will need to spend points to exchange for abilitying host chunting, dispelling malice, and feng shui. After my contemplation, Xiaofan murmured himself. His fortune-telling merely provided basic services, without delving deeper. Maria extensive services required considerable effort. Moreover, points were of utmost importance previously, Xiaofan de meditan cessera to exchange precious points for wealth. When you no longer feel per, itis often because you veeto encounter a man was o your heart. Indeed, those words ring true. Xiaofan shook his head inwardly, realizing his own financial limitations. Thadiun gladu was undoubted lie the daughtero fa prominent familiarordinary house would surely be unworthy for. House so affluent familias typically featured multiple courtyards. While not necessarily requiring such grandeur, these worlds certainly valued social standing. Tamarida daughtero Fayal the family, once residency of to have at least 3 courtyards. Such a house would need to be at least 1,000 square meters. Real estate per season Lingxiao city weary exorbit. A 3-courtyard house a less desirable location would like a stare around for to 50,000 taels soft silver, while a prime location could exceed 100,000 taels. Over the years, Xiaofan had only managed to save a 3,000 taels soft silver. Let alone a purchasing a house, he could scarcely afford to rent Tony. Chapter 3. Master level feng shui. Even if the system were to loosen its restrictions on the number of slots available, amassing such a substantial fortune would be nearly impossible. It seems that I truly need to expand my business. Xiaofan muttered to himself. Once, he could be likened to a salted fish, but now, spurred on by the enchanting young lady, he felt compelled to strive for improvement. System, points, Xiaofan called out in his mind. Before long, a screen materialized before him, visible only to his eyes. Point 10, 963. The points from today's second customer had yet to be credited. However, it should be arriving shortly, he mused. Points are not credited in real time. As for today's second customer, if he successfully rescued his grandson, he could expect to earn around 40 to 50 points. If not, he would only receive a meager T and AT that moment. A fluctuation occurred in Xiao Fan's points. Instantly, his points increased by 45, bringing his total to 11,008. It appears a rescue was indeed successful. Splendid. A smile spread across Xiao Fan's face. Not only was he gaining points for himself, but he was also helping others, filling him with delight. With over 11,000 points, spending 1,000 would still leave him with a solid 10,000. Ensuring a reserve of 10,000 points would guarantee his safety, he thought to himself. In the realm of Qianlong continent, the strongest were merely martial emperors, and such formidable beings were scarce. In most cases, spending 1,000 points would suffice to resolve his issues. For 1,000 points, he could wield martial emperor-level power for 10 minutes. As for spending fewer points to attain the strength of martial ancestors, grand martial ancestors, or martial kings, no such options were available. Whenever he spent points within the system, the minimum expenditure was always 1,000. This was something Xiao Fan had criticized the system about many times, yet it remained unaltered. Where to spend? Xiao Fan summoned the system shop for a browse. The selection was vast. There were offerings in music, chess, calligraphy, painting, horseback riding, archery, and even culinary arts. Furthermore, the abilities related to his profession, feng shui, divination, fortune-telling, dispelling evils, and ghost-catching, were all available in abundance. However, there were no sword techniques or blade arts. To acquire formidable strength, he would have to directly exchange his points. System, are there ghosts in this world? Xiao Fan inquired in his mind. There are, but they are rare, the system replied succinctly. Xiao Fan was taken aback. It was astonishing that such entities truly existed in this world. Fortunately, he had ample points. Should he encounter any, it should not pose too much of a problem. Ghosts were infrequent, and ill omens were similarly uncommon. With the system's divination capabilities, there was no need for him to attempt it himself, as a misstep could tarnish his reputation. Xiao Fan's gaze ultimately fell upon the words feng shui. This was a field where earning money could be relatively easy. System, I would like to exchange for master-level feng shui, Xiao Fan declared in his mind. In an instant, a wealth of information flooded into Xiao Fan's consciousness, and within a brief span, he had acquired a profound understanding of feng shui. He had undeniably reached a masterful level in this domain. With his newfound abilities at his disposal, Xiao Fan quickly surveyed his living quarters. What in the world? Xiao Fan's expression darkened. The layout of the house he was residing in was ominous. Prolonged habitation could certainly lead to calamity. He surmised that someone must have died in this house, and not from natural causes like old age or illness. No wonder the rent was slightly lower than other places. He had thought the landlord was simply benevolent. Xiao Fan rolled his eyes internally. Having only rented for 6 months, he had initially intended to renew his lease. However, it seemed wiser to seek a different location. With his capabilities, Xiao Fan could alter the house's layout, transforming misfortune into fortune. Nonetheless, living in a house with a history of death was still unsettling. Xiao. At that moment, the landlord's voice reached Xiao Fan's ears, accompanied by a rapid knocking at the door. Xiao Fan opened the door to find the landlord's plump face staring back at him. The landlord, Chao Hao, was a long-time resident of Lingxiao City. When the market expanded, it had demolished his old house, turning him into a displaced person, yet he had been allocated several new properties, earning substantial rental income each year. Xiao, it's almost been 6 months. If you wish to renew your lease, you'll need to pay the rent. As a young newcomer to Lingxiao City, it's not easy for you. So I kept the rent low for the first half year. But the rent will need to increase in the coming months, Chao Hao said with a beaming smile, his gaze fixed on Xiao Fan as if he were eyeing a plump sheep. Landlord, that's quite unscrupulous of you. Renting me a house with a history of death, and now you want to raise the rent despite the small discount. Xiao Fan replied with a cold smirk. Chao Hao's expression shifted, and he inwardly cursed, wondering who had informed Xiao Fan. Xiao, you're a young man. How can you be so superstitious? If you don't want to increase the rent, I'll keep it at the original price for you. Chow Hao responded in a lowered voice. Xiao Fan shook his head. Landlord, I will not be renting this house any longer. I will be moving out in the next few days. This house has issues. Staying here too long would lead to either death or injury. If you wish to resolve this, prepare some money and come find me at Tianyuan Pavilion in the West City Market. I can help you, but my services do not come cheap, so be mentally prepared. Chow Hao glared fiercely at Xiao Fan. You little brat, don't speak carelessly. There's nothing wrong with my house. If you're not renting anymore, just move out quickly and get lost. Any damage to the house means I want to refund your deposit. Xiao Fan chuckled coldly to himself. Seeing Chow Hao's demeanor, it was highly likely he would find an excuse to withhold his deposit. Landlord, I do take care of the house. You'd better return my deposit in full when the time comes. Xiao Fan stated firmly. His advantages were not so easily taken for granted, especially now that he possessed master-level feng shui abilities, which could easily bring misfortune upon Chow Hao. Chow Hao sneered, you little brat. Go and ask around. Do you have any idea what kind of status Chow has in this area? You really think you can threaten me? You'll be moving out today, and I want to be returning your deposit. If you dare to say another word, I'll break your legs. With that, Chow Hao clenched his fists. Though he was merely a 3-star martial disciple with rather mediocre strength, he was still far more powerful than an ordinary person like Xiao Fan. By spending 1,000 points, Xiao Fan could easily attain martial emperor-level strength to crush him, but he deemed it unnecessary. Fine, I will move out today. I can forfeit the deposit. You will come looking for me again? And when you do, ensure you bring enough money, Xiao Fan said with an indifferent expression. If he didn't ensure Chow Hao suffered a heavy loss, he would not be satisfied. Chow Hao left, satisfied with himself. Xiao Fan soon arranged for another house through a rental agency, which was much better. It was near water and had a spacious yard of several dozen square meters. The feng shui layout was excellent. The rent was significantly higher. While Chow Hao's house cost 20 taels per month, this one was 50. If that young lady were to come over, this house wouldn't seem too shabby. Xiao Fan mused to himself. Even before securing any prospects. Chapter 4. The consequences of provoking a diviner. After securing the new residence, Xiao Fan summoned a horse-drawn cart to retrieve his belongings from the original house. To his surprise, the door was wide open. The landlord, Chow Hao, had already tossed many of his belongings outside. Bang! Chow Hao emerged from the house, angrily throwing another item to the ground. You little brat, you've damaged my house. Get your things and get the hell out of here. If you dawdle, I'll break your legs. Chow Hao growled, his expression menacing as he spoke. His fierce gaze swept across the surroundings. Anyone who speaks out will face my wrath. Xiao Fan entered the house with a cold demeanor, swiftly collecting his remaining belongings. At the same time, he subtly altered the house's layout. Originally ominous, it was transformed into a great misfortune. However, this would not affect future tenants. It was solely aimed at Chow Hao, the owner. Even if he no longer lived there, as long as the house belonged to him, it would significantly impact him. Landlord, be cautious in the coming days. Xiao Fan said indifferently as he loaded his belongings onto the cart. Get lost. Chow Hao spat, nearly hitting Xiao Fan with his phlegm. Clop, clop. The cart driver, not wishing to stir up trouble, hurriedly urged the horses away. Chow Hao returned inside the house, chuckling to himself. Heh heh heh. You think you can compete with Chow? You're still too green. Chow Hao's plump face was filled with satisfaction. The 20-tael deposit was a substantial sum. Enough for him to indulge in a few visits to the brothel. Xiao Fan had indeed taken good care of the house. It was clean and well-maintained, and with a little tidying, he could easily rent it out for profit. After half an hour of hard work, Chow Hao had cleaned the house inside and out. Tomorrow, he would find a new tenant. Locking the door, he left contentedly, planning to treat himself to a nice meal and perhaps some fun at a brothel that evening. Suddenly, he stepped on a piece of watermelon rind and fell heavily to the ground. Chow Hao let out a blood-curdling scream as his entire face collided with the ground. His nose flattened, and pain surged, nearly bringing him to tears. His mouth opened and closed in disbelief. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss. His lips had bitten into an unpleasant object, releasing a foul stench that assaulted his senses. In disgust, he expelled the substance from his mouth, only to be met with the sight that nearly drove him to madness. It was a pile of dog feces. He retched violently, doubling over as the remnants of yesterday's meal threatened to emerge. Curse that wild dog. Tonight, I shall feast on dog meat. Chow Hao seethed through gritted teeth, his bare feet pressing forward after one of his shoes had been torn apart during the fall. Fearing recognition, he hurried along. Alas! Not far into his journey, another scream escaped his lips as he collapsed, clutching his leg. A rusty nail had pierced through the sole of his right foot. This time, the pain brought genuine tears to his eyes. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The ominous fate that loomed was no trivial matter. Chow Hao had only sustained minor injuries. The dark destiny that awaited him could very well lead to his family's ruin. Within the halls of the Heavenly Emperor's Palace, a palace maid approached Feng Qingwu. That moment, Feng Qingwu was engrossed in her painting, the subject being none other than Xiao Fan, who appeared quite handsome in her artwork. Your Majesty, Lord Yin has sent news that young Master Xiao has changed his residence to the Xinyue Lane. Feng Qingwu paused, her gaze shifting to her maid, Xiaolon. If this were merely a mundane occurrence, Yin Quan would not have deemed it necessary to relay such information, for he was the commander of the Jinyue. Your Majesty, Lord Yin also mentioned that young Master Xiao was evicted by his former landlord, and a series of unfortunate events have befallen his previous landlord, Chow Hao. Feng Qingwu pondered deeply. When coincidences accumulate, they often cease to be mere coincidences. Xiao Fan, who exactly are you? She mused silently. The following day, Xiao Fan nonchalantly made his way to his shop, having chosen a residence closer by. However, upon arrival, he found the sun already high in the sky, and a throng of people gathered outside, just as before. Upon seeing him approach, they hurriedly bowed in respect. Master Xiao, we are eternally grateful for your immense kindness. The elderly man from yesterday also appeared, quickly kneeling with 3 others beside him. Good sir, please rise. Xiao Fan promptly assisted the elder. The young couple with their child did not receive the same courtesy, as they knelt in earnest. If it weren't for you, Master Xiao, my grandson would surely have perished. How could we possibly survive? The elder was overcome with gratitude. They had summoned officials yesterday, successfully locating the abducted child. Elder, I have already received payment, and with that, I am duty-bound to fulfill my obligations. Kindly urge them to rise. Xiao Fan smiled warmly. The elder nodded, and after bowing 3 times, the son, daughter-in-law, and child stood up. Master Xiao, you are our family's benefactor. Please accept this small token of our appreciation. The elder's son presented a pouch of silver, which Xiao Fan estimated to contain around 15 to 20 taels. Enough for a modest family to sustain themselves for half a year. I must decline. My good sir, I have already accepted payment for my services, and it is my principle to charge for the work I do. Please do not disrupt my principles. Master Xiao, you have saved our family. Just 1 tael of silver for your fortune-telling is far too little. The man replied, visibly troubled. Tio thinks such a considerable favor would be compensated with merely 1 tael of silver. We believe you are undervaluing your worth. Someone scoffed from the crowd. Many onlookers were not there to seek Xiao Fan's counsel but merely to witness the spectacle. Why learn such things at a young age? It's better to avoid deceit. Another remarked, furrowing his brow. Xiao Fan maintained a calm demeanor. It was common for street fortune-tellers to have long beards and an air of mystery, so it was natural that a young man like him would be met with skepticism. He had grown accustomed to such encounters. You must not slander others. Master Xiao is indeed a true master, the elder exclaimed in indignation, with many others in the vicinity echoing their support. Given Xiao Fan's current reputation, he need not step in to defend himself. Friends, there is no need for further words. Those who believe will believe, and those who do not, I shall not force, he continued. By the way, we are introducing a new service at this establishment, feng shui adjustments. This requires an on-site visit and is priced accordingly, starting at 100 taels of silver, with the final price determined upon arrival. Only 1 appointment is available each day, prioritized for the first to draw lots. As soon as he finished, one of the 2 youths who had been mocking him spoke up loudly, Look, everyone! The fox's tail has been exposed. At such an exorbitant price, who would seek your services? Upon hearing this, many looked at him as if he were a fool. Master Xiao, could you please make an exception and come to my house for a feng shui adjustment? Master Xiao, come to my residence first. We can negotiate the price. Several voices rose in unison. The starting price of 100 taels was steep, yet they knew it would be worth every coin. After all, Xiao Fan was a true master with genuine abilities. The two youths were left speechless. What is this? Are these people truly so brainwashed by Xiao Fan? Or are they all actors? Please, do not be deceived. These people are surely his accomplices. You might not earn back even 100 taels in a year. The youths insisted. Xiao Fan shook his head inwardly, recognizing that the youths were not inherently bad. They were simply overly impulsive. Everyone, I must prepare inside. Please draw your lots if you wish to have your fortunes told. He opened the shop door and stepped inside. After brewing tea and preparing ink, a quarter of an hour had passed. The patrons outside had also drawn their lots. System, which 3 numbers do we have? Xiao Fan inquired mentally. The numbers predetermined by the system often came with stories or incidents attached soon. The system provided him with 3 numbers. The numbers are 1, 17, and 85. Xiao Fan announced, and shortly after, 3 individuals entered the shop, one of whom was unexpectedly one of the youths. He was number 1. Welcome, please take a seat. Xiao Fan greeted him with a smile, recognizing that this youth was now his client. Everyone, watch as I expose him, the youth declared confidently. What do you wish to inquire about? Speak freely. I understand the tricks of fortune tellers. They ask you questions and then provide vague responses to deceive others. The onlookers watched intently, many shaking their heads. Other fortune tellers may be like that, but Xiao Fan is different, they murmured. Xiao Fan chuckled lightly. My good sir, some matters may involve personal privacy, but here, we have a rule. Speak freely about anything. Privacy? What could you possibly know about me? The youth scoffed. Xiao Fan nodded slightly. Very well. Your name is Zhang Qingyun. You are 25 years old. Your mother died during childbirth, and your father passed away when you were 2. The youth let out a cold laugh, ready to retort. His parents were alive and well, but before he could speak, Xiao Fan pressed on. Your father's sworn brother adopted you. His surname is Zhang, while your adoptive mother's surname is Li. Recently, there has been significant strife between you and them, as your adoptive father has declared your younger brother as the heir. The youth's expression darkened, for Xiao Fan's words were uncannily accurate, to be raised without bearing. A lifetime of debt. Your adoptive parents have treated you well. You should be grateful. Absurd. Nonsense. The youth fumed angrily. With your abilities, you still dare to earn a living. This shop should close its doors. The youth rose in fury. Storming towards the exit, my good sir, Xiao Fan said calmly, the fee for a reading is 1 tael of silver. Please settle your account. You still want money? Believe me, I will smash your shop, you fraud. The youth spat. Xiao Fan remained unruffled. Sir, the fee owed to a fortune teller will bring retribution. I shall see what form that retribution takes. The youth sneered, hastening away with his companion. Xiao Fan shook his head. He had offered his counsel, but if they chose not to heed it, he would not pursue them. Without payment for the reading, the burden of the fate laid upon him would now rest upon the youth. The consequences could range from financial loss to debilitating misfortune, though death was unlikely. Master Xiao, it is finally my turn. I've come several times already. A man in his 40s took a seat opposite Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan smiled and said, Your name is Guocheng. You possess 1,000 acres of fertile land and live without worries. You have a fierce wife, but no concubines, and your 3 daughters long for a son. Your wife, Madame Du, is currently 2 months pregnant. Indeed, Master Xiao, you are astonishingly perceptive, the man exclaimed repeatedly. Xiao Fan continued, You wish to know whether this child will be a son, for if not, you might consider terminating the pregnancy. Yes, the man sighed, my wife is not young anymore. If this child is not a son, raising it to health and then trying for another will be too late. Xiao Fan nodded slightly, understanding the importance of male heirs in their society, especially for someone of Guocheng's standing. If there are no male heirs in the family, the demise of a male member could very likely lead to a dire situation of destitution. The family's assets might be seized by other relatives. The wife and daughters would endure great suffering. Congratulations, your wife is expecting a male child. Point 2. In fact, Xiao Fan remarked with a smile. Guocheng gazed at Xiao Fan with immense surprise. Master Xiao, are both of them boys? Xiao Fan nodded. Others who recognized Guocheng quickly offered their congratulations. Boss Guo, congratulations. Since Master Xiao has said so, it must be true. Don't forget to invite me to the wedding feast. Guocheng's face radiated with joy. He had been quite worried, but hearing Xiao Fan's words completely eased his mind. Certainly, certainly. Master Xiao, may I have the honor of inviting you to share a drink at the celebration? Guocheng politely extended the invitation. Xiao Fan chuckled softly. If time permits, I would be delighted to attend the wedding feast. Thank you, thank you. By the way, Master Xiao, I would also like to invite you to my home to assess the feng shui. Xiao Fan nodded. That is fine. Your home does require some adjustments. Your wife has been rather irritable lately. Addressing this matter could alleviate much of the issue. Guocheng respectfully responded. Master Xiao? I shall prepare a carriage to await your arrival before long. After finishing at location 85, Xiao Fan boarded the carriage that Guocheng had arranged. The carriage arrived at the outskirts of Lingxiao City. Housing prices in the outskirts were somewhat lower, yet even the Guo family's four-entry courtyard was not inexpensive. The monthly expenses for the household servants were considerable. Master Xiao, please, Guocheng said courteously. Under his guidance, Xiao Fan thoroughly inspected the entire estate. Boss Guo, your residence is quite spacious. I would estimate it at 500 taels of silver. If you find this agreeable, we can proceed. If not, there is no pressure. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Fan stated, charging 1 tael of silver per fortune-telling is quite reasonable, but there are points to be earned. However, adjustments made outside for feng shui do not accrue points. The price cannot be low, Master Xiao. 500 taels is not enough. Let us round it to 1,000, Guocheng declared generously, believing that spending a few extra 100 taels to befriend a master like Xiao Fan was entirely worthwhile. Very well, Xiao Fan nodded slightly, accepting without reluctance. He felt no remorse in receiving such payment. The Guo family possessed vast farmlands and additional assets. After making adjustments, they would likely earn at least 10,000 taels more in a year. 2 hours later, Xiao Fan took his leave. Guocheng courteously escorted him to the carriage. Just like that, 1,000 taels of silver had been earned. I have only managed to save 3,000 taels over such a long time. Xiao Fan mused in the carriage, realizing that to truly earn money, one must broaden their business endeavors. Yet, he had no regrets. Even knowing that this approach could yield greater profits, Xiao Fan would still prioritize accumulating points first. Lacking strength, mere wealth could be a source of calamity. Such income was not something to expect regularly. However, if he could average 200 taels daily, within a year he could purchase a rather decent 3-entry courtyard. A smile graced Xiao Fan's face. The prospect of buying a grand house to marry a wealthy and beautiful woman was indeed hopeful. Chapter 6. Substantial compensation, damn it. I'm done playing. Zhang Qingyun cursed as he forcefully knocked over the cards in his hand. After leaving Xiao Fan's shop, he felt disgruntled and decided to gamble a few rounds with friends. Coming from a decent background, Zhang Qingyun often indulged in gambling. His skills were quite commendable, usually winning more than he lost. Yet today was a different story. It wasn't that his cards were particularly poor. Rather, whenever he held a strong hand, others seemed to have even stronger ones. In a mere 2 to 3 hours, he lost all the money he had won over the past few months. Yun Xiao, could it be that your failure to offer a fee for the fortune-telling is the cause? Zhang Qingyun's friend, Feng Changliang, suggested, having managed to win a little himself. How could that be? That fellow is nothing but a swindler. Not paying him a fee can't possibly affect my luck. Let us go roll some dice. That surely won't be an issue. Initially reluctant to continue, Zhang Qingyun was incensed by Feng Changliang's words. Half an hour later, Zhang Qingyun's face turned pale. He borrowed a considerable sum from the gambling house, only to lose it all within half an hour. In total, he had lost 2,000 to 3,000 taels. Yun Xiao, we really can't play anymore. Today is just too cursed, Feng Changliang urged him. Zhang Qingyun, despondent, exited the gambling den. We'll come back another day. Let us head home, Zhang Qingyun stated, realizing he needed to ask his father for money to quickly repay his gambling debts. Otherwise, the interest would compound, and the 2,000 taels he borrowed would soon double. Father. Upon returning home, Zhang Qingyun quickly sought out his father. Qingyun, there is something I have contemplated for a long time and feel it necessary to discuss with you. Zhang Qingyun's father spoke solemnly. Zhang Qingyun's expression shifted. Qingyun, in truth, You are not my biological son. Years ago, Zhang Qingyun's father recounted the events from the past in detail. It turned out to be true. A storm of emotions surged within Zhang Qingyun. Xiao Fan was indeed a true master. He was unaware of these matters, and Xiao Fan certainly could not have heard them from others. Father, you will always be my father. I will never forget your kindness in raising me. Zhang Qingyun knelt, revealing his fundamentally good nature. Rise, quickly. Zhang Qingyun's father gently helped him up, pleased that his usual teachings had not been in vain. Father, I encountered something strange today. Zhang Qingyun recounted the day's events, including his losses at the gambling den. Such a remarkable person exists. Tomorrow, take some gifts to apologize. First, pay off your debts. Zhang Qingyun's father instructed. Thank you, father. Zhang Qingyun expressed his gratitude. The next day, as usual, when the sun was high in the sky, Xiao Fan lazily arrived at his shop. Xiao Fan, no, Master Xiao, please show mercy and spare me, I beg you. Xiao Hao cried out as he was carried before Xiao Fan. After yesterday's events, he had encountered numerous troubles, leaving him sleepless until midnight. A half-burnt cigarette he tossed out ignited his residence, and he was unable to escape in time, suffering severe burns from the raging fire. Ultimately, the fire was extinguished, but his home was left in ruins. The thousands of taels and silver notes he had hidden within were reduced to ashes. With his house burned and thousands of taels destroyed, Xiao Hao was filled with regret. Early in the morning, he sent people to Tianyuan Pavilion to seek out Xiao Fan for retribution. He believed it was Xiao Fan's ill-omened words that led to his misfortune. Upon arrival, the crowd gathered, and he learned that Xiao Fan was, in fact, a fortune-teller of masterful skill. Returning to inform Xiao Hao, he realized he had offended a high-ranking individual. Oh, isn't this the former landlord? Yesterday, when you kicked me out of my house and tossed my belongings out, you did so with such flair. Now look at you lying on the ground. Xiao Fan chuckled, completely unfazed by Xiao Hao's predicament. The consequences of grave misdeeds are no jest. Moreover, the more wicked one is, the harsher the retribution that follows. The onlookers, who initially felt some sympathy for Xiao Hao, now recoiled at his words. What audacity to drive out Master Xiao! How dare he look down on such a figure? It was an honor for Master Xiao to reside in your place. I know him. His surname is Qiao, and he is Qiao Hao, a bully and no good person. The crowd voiced their opinions in unison. Qiao Hao's already ghastly complexion darkened further. He was seething with rage, but dared not express it. The nobility surrounding him were not individuals he could afford to provoke. And neither could he afford to provoke Xiao Fan. Master Xiao, every fault lies with me. Could you possibly grant me mercy? I will return the full amount of rent for the room you previously leased. Qiao Hao pleaded, his face contorted with despair. His residence was the best one. Losing half of his assets in one night was a devastating blow. Xiao Fan replied coolly. That house has seen death. There is a feng shui issue with it. I can adjust the feng shui for you, but it will cost 3,000 taels. A single tael less, and you'll need to find someone else. The house's location was decent, with a total value reaching 6,000 taels, and Xiao Fan was demanding half. He would not show Qiao Hao any courtesy. Master Xiao, this is too harsh, I inquired. And you typically charge only 1 tael per individual for fortune-telling, earning merely 3 taels a day. Qiao Hao exclaimed, wide-eyed. He could not accept the 3,000 taels price. Xiao Fan replied indifferently, if you're unwilling, you may leave. There's no compulsion. Qiao Hao's temper flared. He wanted nothing more than to have himself carried away. Yet, if this matter could not be resolved today, he might find himself carried to the mountains tomorrow. Would 1,000 taels suffice? Qiao Hao asked, lowering his tone. Master, do not allow him to adjust the feng shui. Come to my house. I will offer 3,000 taels in full. Zhang Qingyun and Feng Changliang rushed over. With Zhang Qingyun flattering, 3,000 taels is not a trivial amount for the Zhang family, but we can certainly afford it, and I know this money will be well spent. 3,000 taels. I will cover it, Qiao Hao exclaimed vehemently. If this money does not materialize, I genuinely fear I may not survive until tomorrow. The surrounding crowd was taken aback, and certain towns encircling Lingxiao City. Such a sum could indeed purchase a house. Some individuals who previously deemed the fee for divination at 1 or 2 taels of silver somewhat exorbitant now perceived it as remarkably reasonable. Prepare the funds, Xiao Fan stated in a calm voice. Qiao Hao, though guilty, was not deserving of death. Moreover, Xiao Fan had no desire to incite a fatal incident. It was acceptable to resolve Qiao Hao's predicament with 3,000 taels of silver. Zhang Qingyun, did you find it comfortable not paying yesterday's divination fee? Xiao Fan turned to Zhang Qingyun with a light smile. Zhang Qingyun, with a pained expression, replied, Master Xiao, I lost over 2,000 taels at the gambling house yesterday. Master Xiao, you are indeed a true master. I am entirely convinced. At this juncture, Zhang Qingyun opened a gift box he had been holding. Master Xiao, this is my humble token of appreciation. Within the box lay a stunning tea set, far superior to Xiao Fan's own, valued at 1,000 taels of silver. Chapter 7. The Empress Returns. Xiao Fan shook his head, saying, Zhang Qingyun, take the item back. Simply settle yesterday's divination fee. Remember, it is unwise to default on a diviner's fee. Otherwise, you may suffer financial ruin or worse. Zhang Qingyun promptly produced a tael of silver, respectfully handing it to Xiao Fan. Thank you for your guidance, Master Xiao. Please accept this tea set. It is merely a small token of my esteem. Nearby, a vendor specializing in tea sets chimed in with a smile. Master Xiao, this tea set is quite impressive, valued at over 1,000 taels of silver. Xiao Fan replied nonchalantly, I will only accept what is rightfully mine. I do not accept additional gifts. Ladies and gentlemen, we have already delayed for quite some time. I shall open the door now. A quarter of an hour later, Xiao Fan was ready. Numbers 9, 35, and 98 entered the establishment, while many others lingered outside. Passers-by also halted to observe. Master Xiao, a man named Chen Ping'an, in his 30s with hair turned gray from the anguish of losing his child 5 years prior, implored, I wish to know the identity of my child's murderer. Xiao Fan recognized him. He had visited half a month ago, likely accumulating the fee for divination. For an ordinary person, a fee of 1 or 2 taels was not exorbitant. But for someone like him, earning even a single tael was no easy feat. The question he posed was grave. Will Master Xiao dare to reveal such a matter? This concerns a life. Those who commit murder are often ruthless characters or come from powerful families. Outside the shop, many murmured anxiously, their hearts heavy for Xiao Fan. Among the crowd, a man's eyes gleamed with a cold light. Master Xiao, I realize this is a considerable burden, and I am willing to kneel before you. The man made to kneel. No, if you kneel, I shan't speak. As a guest, you offer the payment, and I shall share what is necessary. Xiao Fan quickly interjected, unable to assist the man from across the table. The man ceased his kneeling at Xiao Fan's words. Sit. Xiao Fan smiled, and the man, visibly anxious, complied. You, Chen Ping'an, once possessed a happy family. Though not wealthy, your wife was virtuous, and your son was bright, leading a flourishing life. Tears welled in Chen Ping'an's eyes as memories of past happiness flooded his mind. Master Xiao, you are truly remarkable. I am not from Lingxiao City, yet you discern my situation. Xiao Fan continued, 6 years ago, your wife died. You believed it to be an accident, but in truth, she was pushed from a height to her demise. Chen Ping'an's eyes blazed with fury. After his son's murder, he had indeed harbored such suspicions. 5 years ago, your son was pushed into a well and drowned. At that time, he was merely 4 years old. The crowd outside seethed with indignation upon hearing Xiao Fan's words. Such an act against a 4-year-old child was utterly inhumane. Wu. Chen Ping'an burst into tears, unable to bear the weight of his grief any longer. Master, who is the murderer? Master, if the killer seeks retribution against you, we will assist. Some in the crowd exclaimed with righteous fury. Xiao Fan waited a moment until Chen Ping'an's emotions settled somewhat. Your wife and son were both killed by the same person. The perpetrator is Wei Tai, the eldest son of a prominent family in your area. The Wei family. The motive for the murder stemmed from a grievance you expressed toward him. Chen Ping'an responded with confusion. Master, I do not know this man. Xiao Fan sighed lightly. It was just a trivial matter. Wei Tai harassed a woman in the street, and you spoke a few just words in defense, which he took to heart. Chen Ping'an's heart was filled with rage. The remainder of the crowd was equally incensed. To kill for such a trivial grievance was utterly outrageous. You were also close to death. Aware of your arrival in Lingxiao City, He sent men to ensure your demise under the cover of night. Am I correct in my assertion? Xiao Fan turned to a man at the shop's entrance, a robust figure, a genuine warrior. Chun Ping'an was just an ordinary man. A warrior could easily dispatch someone like him. Preposterous, the man retorted, his expression darkening. Seize him and bind him for the authorities to investigate the truth. A familiar voice reached Xiao Fan's ears. His eyes brightened. The lady he had noticed earlier had returned. The speaker was Feng Qingwu. The next morning, she had other matters to attend to but could not resist coming to see. To her astonishment, upon arriving, she overheard such grave discussions. Yes, miss, two men in black swiftly approached the robust man, effortlessly subduing him. Feng Qingwu was the empress. Though her entourage was small, they were all formidable figures, comparable to martial sovereigns. A mere warrior was nothing but an insect before them. Master Xiao, it is good to see you again. Rest assured, as long as your words hold truth, the authorities will undoubtedly conduct a thorough investigation, Feng Qingwu stated as she approached the shop's entrance, her presence commanding the attention of those nearby. Thank you, my lady. If it is convenient, I would be honored to treat you to a meal. Xiao Fan smiled, appreciating her kindness. Matters of life and death were delicate. Even those with considerable power often refrained from getting involved. Thank you, Master Xiao. Thank you, my lady. Chun Ping'an expressed his profound gratitude. Xiao Fan had accurately relayed his circumstances. The murderer was Wei Tai, and he believed there was no deception involved. If his enemies were to receive their due punishment, he would die without regrets. Chun Ping'an, Xiao Fan said, I am in need of someone to assist in the shop, tidying up and opening early. Would you be willing? The influx of patrons each morning was growing, causing congestion in the streets. Xiao Fan planned to rent the adjacent space as well. Opening earlier would allow visitors to wait inside the shop. Xiao Fan had no desire to rise early or clean. I would be honored, Chun Ping'an eagerly replied, feeling gratitude welling within him. Having lost his home and offended the Wei family, he knew that if he were killed, no one would be the wiser. As a man and a father, your perseverance in seeking vengeance for your son over 5 years is commendable, Xiao Fan remarked. Your compensation shall be tentatively set at 10 taels of silver per month, with meals and lodging provided. Chun Ping'an quickly added, Master Xiao, I do not require payment. Just meals and lodging will suffice. Xiao Fan waved his hand dismissively. No need for such words. I am not short of silver. Soon, the second and third customers were dealt with, and the majority departed swiftly. Though Feng Qingwu stood quietly, the pressure she exuded was palpable. Master Xiao, you are not a practitioner. Do you not fear the Wei family seeking revenge against you for what you have revealed? Feng Qingwu entered the shop, stating that even if Wei Tai faced consequences, many from the Wei family would remain unscathed. Furthermore, given Wei Tai's audacity to commit murder, there were likely allies within the political realm. Chapter 8. Miss Mengyue, do you have someone you hold dear? Xiao Fan poured a cup of tea for Feng Qingwu. Please, take a seat. Since you have come to inquire and I do not violate my conscience, I shall certainly share what I can. As for offending the Wei family, I have given it little thought and see no necessity to dwell on it. Though I am not a practitioner, any attempts to harm me will come at a significant cost. Feng Qingwu nodded slightly, concluding that Xiao Fan was not merely posturing. Miss, Chun Ping'an is now a part of my establishment. I appreciate your assistance. Feng Qingwu replied, Master Xiao, my family possesses certain influence. If what you say is true, the Wei family will face severe repercussions and will not trouble you. Thank you, my lady. May I inquire your esteemed name? Xiao Fan gazed at Feng Qingwu, who had now removed her veil, revealing her extraordinary beauty in his past life. He had encountered countless stunning women in the entertainment industry, yet none could compare to her. Their looks and charisma paled significantly. Throughout this life, Xiao Fan had met many beautiful women seeking his fortune-telling services, but none matched this young lady's allure. He marveled inwardly, perceiving her as a divine masterpiece. Flawless in his eyes, I am surnamed Qin Mengyue. Feng Qingwu introduced herself with the pseudonym. Although few dared to call her by this name, many were aware of it, a splendid name, Xiao Fan remarked with a cheerful smile. Feng Qingwu met his gaze, and while Xiao Fan scrutinized her, his eyes remained clear and devoid of lewdness, merely reflecting admiration. This aspect delighted Feng Qingwu, who was quite aware of the impact her beauty held. Master Xiao, Today's 3 slots are filled. It seems I shall not have my fortune told, she stated. Xiao Fan responded apologetically, Lady Mingyue, I must express my regrets. Fortune tellers abide by certain rules. To read fortunes is to steal from the heavens. And we must not act recklessly. Feng Qingwu waved off his concerns. I understand, Master Xiao, she replied lightly. Master Xiao, my father is an official. If he were to come for a reading, would it reveal his future? Could it help him avoid misfortune? As the Empress, Feng Qingwu knew that if the high-ranking officials could be predicted accurately, many secrets could be unveiled, which might not bode well for the Tianqian Empire. Xiao Fan shook his head. Lady Mingyue, you overestimate my abilities. I can read the fortunes of ordinary officials, but for those of higher rank, I am powerless. This was no mere deception on Xiao Fan's part. While the system claimed to comprehend all of time, it had informed him that it required upgrades to enhance its capabilities. Is it impossible to divine my father's fortune? I wish for him to come in due time. Feng Qingwu expressed. She genuinely hoped the retired emperor would seek a reading, as his health had been deteriorating, and the palace physicians could not discern the root cause. Xiao Fan's eyes brightened. Should Qin Mingyue become his wife? Her father would be his father-in-law. If he could win over the old man, his chances of success would certainly increase. Lady Mingyue, it is indeed possible for your father to come for a reading. Matters concerning the court and the populace are complicated and difficult to predict, yet other aspects may still be discerned, he smiled. Feng Qingwu's eyes sparkled with hope, and my father has a chronic ailment. Perhaps the cause can be uncovered. Xiao Fan considered for a moment. Lady Mingyue, that should be feasible. Feng Qingwu continued. My father does not believe in fortune-telling. I will do my utmost to persuade him to come. Master Xiao, if my father were to visit, would he need to draw lots early? Xiao Fan looked apologetically at Feng Qingwu. Indeed, that is the case. Feng Qingwu felt a headache coming on. The retired emperor was already skeptical of such matters. If compelled to queue early, he might become irate and threaten Xiao Fan's life. Then we shall have to deliberate on this matter further, she sighed. Master Xiao, I must return home. There are still matters to attend to. You owe me a meal, and I hope you remember that. With that, she stood to leave. Xiao Fan hastily rose. Lady Mingyue, may I inquire if you have someone special in your heart? The surrounding men in black shot him furious glances. How audacious of him! Feng Qingwu cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Fan and chuckled. Master Xiao, are you implying that you harbor feelings for me? If so, you must put in the effort. Xiao Fan offered a subtle smile. Feng Qingwu's words suggested she was unattached and held a favorable impression of him. However, their social standings were worlds apart. He was merely a humble fortune-teller, gaining some recognition within a limited circle, while she was undoubtedly a daughter of a powerful family with a high status. Lady Mingyue, I shall do my utmost. Xiao Fan nodded earnestly. Such a beautiful lady deserved to be pursued, and at her age. It was time to settle down. With a suitable residence and elevated status, particularly with the enhancement of his points, Xiao Fan felt hopeful about his prospects. Though Feng Qingwu came from an esteemed lineage, he possessed the advantage of a system. Even if it was only at level 1, it was still formidable. Master Xiao, farewell, Feng Qingwu said as she departed, and Xiao Fan escorted her to the shop's entrance. He only withdrew his gaze once her carriage vanished from sight. Zheng Lao, how fares business lately? Xiao Fan approached a nearby establishment, which was significantly larger than his own. A boxing gym. Master Xiao, with your skills? You must have a clear understanding of the old man's business. Zheng Lao responded with a hint of resignation. The gym was his venture, but business had recently dwindled in the realm of martial arts. Even warriors needed to make a living in Lingxiao City. There are numerous boxing gyms, and while Zheng Lao's business was once viable, a recent defeat during a sparring match had tarnished his reputation, leading to a sharp decline in clientele. Many of his former students had been poached. Xiao Fan chuckled. Zheng Lao, I don't typically offer readings casually, but it's evident that your business is struggling. Your establishment is quite spacious. The rent must be considerable. Are you planning to maintain this gym, or do you intend to sublet it? Zheng Lao's eyes lit up. Master Xiao, would you like to rent it? He truly wished to transfer the gym, as he was losing money daily, and continuing would deplete his savings. Xiao Fan nodded. My current place is a bit cramped. If possible, I would like to rent this space as well. This way, those who come by 1T congest the roads, and they will have a place to sit. Zhang Lao quickly replied, if you wish to rent, I can offer it to you at the original price. The rent has risen somewhat, thank you, Zhang Lao. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Fan and Zhang Lao signed a sublease agreement. Both establishments belonged to the same landlord, who readily consented to Xiao Fan's request to connect the two spaces. Master Xiao, I will handle the merging of the properties. I will ensure it is done today. The landlord spoke with utmost respect. Having witnessed Xiao Fan's fortune-telling skills multiple times, he was in awe of his abilities and would have gladly waived the rent if not for Xiao Fan's desire to avoid such a debt. By afternoon, Xiao Fan arrived at his former residence. Master Xiao, you have finally come, woo-woo. Qiao Hao exclaimed, tears streaming down his face as he saw Xiao Fan, as if a long-lost relative had returned. In Chapter 9. Mother, you should meet Xiao Fa and as afternoon arrived. Xiao Fan had finally made his way back to his previous dwelling. Master Xiao, you have finally come, woo-woo. Qiao Hao, now in a more dire state than before, wept upon seeing Xiao Fan, as if he had encountered family. After leaving Xiao Fan's shop, he had arranged to be carried to Xiao Fan's old residence. Unfortunately, he had faced several mishaps along the way. The most severe incident involved a roof beam collapsing, nearly claiming his life. His previously healthy right hand was now fractured. Qiao Hao, given the 3,000 taels of silver, I will attend to your situation. You must learn to treat others kindly, otherwise you might find yourself in dire straits, Xiao Fan remarked coolly. Earlier that morning, Qiao Hao had already delivered 3,000 taels in banknotes to Xiao Fan. Yes, Qiao Hao replied eagerly. The house was not large, and Xiao Fan was well acquainted with the place. He resolved the issue within minutes. The ominous aura was transformed into neutrality. The fortune levels were categorized as disastrous, ominous, unfavorable, neutral, favorable, highly favorable, and exceptionally favorable. For Xiao Fan, converting the atmosphere to neutral was relatively simple, and achieving a favorable reading was not overly challenging. However, attaining an exceptionally favorable reading was considerably more difficult. The house had originally carried a negative aura. Qiao Hao, I have resolved the issues with the property. Residing here should pose no problems. However, given that it was once the site of a death, it would be prudent to inform others before renting it out. Xiao Fan stated calmly. Qiao Hao nodded repeatedly, and Xiao Fan soon took his leave. Damn! Qiao Hao's expression darkened as he inwardly cursed. Xiao Fan had spent no more than 5 minutes on his case, yet had earned 3,000 taels from him. He had suffered losses exceeding 10,000 taels, along with the property. Contemplating these matters left Qiao Hao in anguish. If I prevent Xiao Fan from entering the house, he should not be able to meddle. Should I plot against him? Qiao Hao seethed, emboldened by the resolution of his issue. Having suffered significant losses and endured a miserable few days, Qiao Hao harbored resentment. Xiao Fan, you wretched brat, once I recover, I shall find a way to eliminate you, he vowed, his voice filled with malice. Xiao Fan was oblivious to Qiao Hao's thoughts and would not have cared even if he had known. With the Wei family in his sights, he had no fear of a mere like Qiao Hao. Should Qiao Hao dare to confront him, it would only serve to enrich him. Originally, there was a deposit of 3,000 taels, and Gua had 1,000 taels. With this additional 3,000 taels, the total savings reached 7,000 taels, quite commendable. Xiao Fan felt a surge of joy within. Unlike in his previous life, purchasing a house in Lingxiao City could not be done with a down payment. But with such a rate of saving, acquiring a 3-entry courtyard should not take too long. In the Tianqian Emperor's palace, a report was made. Your Majesty, the captured criminal has confessed. He indeed came to commit murder on the orders of Wei Tai. Chen Pinggan's wife and child were both targets specified by Wei Tai. Yin Quan personally presented this report to Feng Qingwu. Although he was the commander of the Jinui and a formidable warrior at the 9-star level, he felt a sense of trepidation in the presence of Feng Qingwu. The previous commander of the Jinui had underestimated Feng Qingwu due to her youth and gender, speaking rather impertinently. Now, however, his grave had already accumulated 3 feet of grass. Investigate the Wei family thoroughly. Given such matters, there may be others. Feng Qingwu's voice was icy. Yes, Your Majesty. Yin Quan accepted the command and departed. Once outside the imperial study, he let out a sigh of relief. The emperor was fully supporting Xiao Fan and seemed quite amicable in his presence. Could it be that the emperor truly harbored feelings for Xiao Fan? Yin Quan mused internally, shaking his head. Even so, he doubted that Feng Qingwu would allow Xiao Fan to ascend to the position of emperor. Xiao Fan was merely a humble calculator, and to a powerful being like Yin Quan, such an ordinary individual was akin to an ant. Even if Feng Qingwu were an empress, she could not whimsically choose an emperor. Xiao Fan had the audacity to inquire whether she had someone special in mind. A boldness indeed. A faint smile graced Feng Qingwu's face. Her beauty captivating. Previously, Xiao Fan had asked her about marriage, and now he inquired about her affections, making his intentions quite clear. Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager requests your presence. At that moment, a maid from the Empress Dowager's palace approached Feng Qingwu and bowed respectfully. Feng Qingwu frowned inwardly. Her parents had always treated her well. The Empress Dowager was her biological mother, and naturally, Feng Qingwu was close to her. Yet recently, she wished to avoid seeing her mother. Has the Empress Dowager summoned someone again? Feng Qingwu inquired. The maid, unable to conceal the truth, replied with her head lowered, Yes, Your Majesty. The Crown Prince of Nanling has been invited to the palace by the Empress Dowager. Feng Qingwu felt helpless. Her parents were quite invested in her marriage, especially her mother. While the Empress Dowager favored her, she would not force her to choose a partner, yet she persistently arranged meetings with young talents. Leaving Feng Qingwu quite frustrated, as an empress, having an heir was crucial. As a female sovereign, it was even more imperative. Feng Qingwu understood her parents' intentions, but comprehension did not quell her disdain for political marriages. She had no intention of submitting to their wishes. Return to the Empress Dowager and inform her that I have suddenly gained insight into my cultivation and require time to meditate. So I cannot visit the Yin Yin Palace, Feng Qingwu declared. The Empress Dowager resided in the Yin Yin Palace, while the Grand Emperor dwelled in the Wanshou Palace. Both were located to the west of the Tianqian Emperor's palace. Whereas Feng Qingwu's quarters, along with those of the Empress and concubines, lay to the east. Currently, the quarters of the Empress and concubines were desolate, devoid of anyone. Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager stated that if this is the case, for the next year, you may focus on your cultivation without visiting the Yin Yin Palace, as she dares not hinder your practice. Feng Qingwu replied, If the Empress Dowager says so, what can she do? I must go to the Yin Yin Palace. Your humble daughter pays respects to the Empress Dowager. Feng Qingwu performed the customary bow. The Empress Dowager smiled. Qingwu, it is said you have left the palace twice. Both times to the same place, to meet a mere calculator? Feng Qingwu furrowed her brow. Mother, whose tongue is so long that I shall have it severed. The Empress Dowager shot her a disapproving glare. Qingwu, you wish to avoid a political marriage, yet you should understand that throughout history, emperors and empresses hail from noble families. Disregarding this custom will invite resistance from many prominent clans. The Empress Dowager's voice turned grave. Feng Qingwu's frown deepened. The position of empress was a coveted prize, fiercely sought after by the major families. Should the title slip away, they viewed it as a loss of their own flesh. Qingwu, even as the emperor, you must not act too rashly. As long as you adhere to certain rules, your throne will remain secure. Disrupting these customs may incite others to do the same. The Empress Dowager spoke sternly. What you must do now is to promptly designate an emperor and establish a prince, thereby solidifying your position. The Grand Emperor had only married the Empress Dowager, and they had birthed but 2 children. Feng Qingwu had once had an elder brother who met his demise on the eve of being named Crown Prince. Who was responsible for his death remained a mystery even now. The Grand Emperor had numerous brothers. The death of Feng Qingwu's brother was likely linked to them, yet pinpointing the culprit was challenging. Qingwu, you should know that your father bore great pressure in allowing you to ascend. The Tianqian dynasty has never had a female emperor. Your rise has naturally been met with substantial opposition, which your father has valiantly suppressed. If you were to have no heir and something were to happen, the throne would undoubtedly be compromised. With a new emperor ascending, the survival of your father and mother would be in jeopardy. Mother, I may meet with the Crown Prince of Nanling, but I have a request. Feng Qingwu stated. Speak. The Empress Dowager replied, curious about what request Feng Qingwu could have. Mother, how about you accompany me when I meet Xiao Fan? Feng Qingwu suggested. He might be able to deduce the truth behind my brother's death. The Empress Dowager frowned. Qingwu, You wish for me to leave the palace to meet a mere calculator. Your brother's death remains unresolved despite your father's best efforts to investigate. How could he possibly uncover it? Chapter 10. You are merely a concubine. Pain flickered in Feng Qingwu's eyes. Her brother had been exceptionally kind to her in the past, always prioritizing her needs. Mother, even if father could not uncover the truth, I will continue my investigation. I believe there will come a day when the truth will be revealed. The perpetrator must pay a bloody price. Feng Qingwu gritted her teeth. After ascending to the throne, she had indeed launched a thorough investigation, but the culprit was too cunning, and she had found no leads. The Empress Dowager sighed. Qingwu, while you should pursue the truth behind your brother's death, do not place your hopes on a mere calculator. That is not the conduct befitting an emperor. How would the common people perceive it if word were to spread? Mother, but Master Zhao's skills in this regard are truly commendable. Mother, I implore you. After a long silence, the Empress Dowager finally spoke. Qingwu, observe him for a while longer. If you still feel the same after some time, then invite him to the palace. I can meet with him. Feng Qingwu nodded gently. The tea present, she held a modicum of affection for Xiao Fan, but it was merely a flicker of sentiment. If Xiao Fan were to decline the invitation and shy away from pursuing her, she would see no loss in that. If that were the case, how would Xiao Fan differ from the other youths who meekly obeyed her? Qingwu, consider the Crown Prince of Nanling. While his cultivation talent may not be exceptional, he is cultured and courteous, a commendable young man, the Empress Dowager remarked. Feng Qingwu shook her head, having no intentions of marrying at present. Your Majesty has arrived. Soon, Feng Qingwu entered the side hall of the Yin Yin Palace, where the Crown Prince of Nanling, Zhao Muqing, had already been waiting for quite some time. Zhao Muqing reminded himself to appear composed and dignified when meeting Feng Qingwu. He must not appear anxious. According to his father, the Prince of Nanling's assessment was that Feng Qingwu might not want her emperor to be intimidated by her. Greetings to your Majesty. Zhao Muqing bowed, demonstrating impeccable etiquette, embodying the demeanor of a refined gentleman. Dismiss the formalities. Feng Qingwu replied coolly. Zhao Muqing straightened up, summoning the courage to glance at Feng Qingwu. Instantly, he was struck by her beauty. Although he was the Crown Prince of Nanling and had encountered many beauties, he had never seen anyone as stunning as Feng Qingwu. Humph! Feng Qingwu let out a soft huff, immediately unleashing an imposing imperial aura. Zhao Muqing quickly lowered his head, unable to suppress the fear that surged within him. Cold sweat broke out on his back. Feng Qingwu inwardly shook her head, unimpressed with Zhao Muqing's performance. Zhao Muqing could only smile bitterly to himself, regardless of how many times he had reminded himself. Facing Feng Qingwu was a fear that stemmed from the depths of his soul. She was the emperor. With a mere word, she could command his death. How is your esteemed father, the Prince of Nanling? Feng Qingwu inquired as she sat down. Zhao Muqing wished to appear relaxed, to project an air of confidence, but he dared not. Your Majesty, my father is in good health. Zhao Muqing replied respectfully, internally sighing in resignation. He had likely lost all hope, so be it. While Feng Qingwu was breathtakingly beautiful, accompanying an emperor was akin to walking with a tiger. If one must tread cautiously every day, it is perhaps more comfortable to embrace the role of a young master in the present. After exchanging a few casual remarks, Zhao Muqing, with a sense of propriety, took his leave. Qingwu, you have scared off another one, the Empress Dowager remarked with a hint of resignation. Mother, I still have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Feng Qingwu hurriedly exited. A mother who urges marriage is not someone to be trifled with. Have you heard? The Wei family in Huangyan City has come under investigation, and many, including Wei Tai, have been arrested. I have heard of this as well. Even Lord Wei has been implicated, and his official cap may be at risk. That young lady's family background seems quite impressive. She and Master Xiao appear to be a match made in heaven. It would be splendid if they could be together. The next day, Xiao Fan arrived at his shop. The two establishments had been connected, allowing for more space and seating, gathering a larger crowd within. Before he could even step inside, the sounds of various discussions reached his ears. Master Xiao has arrived. Greetings, Master Xiao. Master Xiao, I have come for 10 consecutive days. Might there be a spot for me today? Upon Xiao Fan's entrance, The 100 or 200 individuals waiting inside greeted him warmly. "Boss," Chen Pingon said respectfully. Xiao Fan nodded in satisfaction, with Chen Pingon handling the chores. The shop was much cleaner than usual, and the ink was already ground while the tea was brewing. "Ladies and gentlemen, those with numbers 17, 73, and 145, after consulting the system, Xiao Fan called out. Number 17 quickly took a seat before him. She was a woman in her 30s. "Master Xiao, I beseech you to divine for me. My husband met with an unfortunate drowning, and I do not know where he concealed our property deed." The woman spoke, dressed elegantly, with a certain allure despite her age. Xiao Fan smiled gently. "Let us first examine the past. 13 years ago, you followed your husband. He was a businessman, returning home only a few days each month. Yet, he provided you with ample funds, and you did not mind his absence." The woman's brow furrowed. "Master Xiao, there is no need to elaborate. Simply tell me where the property deed is, and I shall offer you tenfold the fee." Xiao Fan replied nonchalantly, "The fee is but one tale. I will speak only what needs to be said. You have been together for 13 years without children. Recently, you wished to sell the house and elope with your lover, only to discover the deed was missing." The woman's complexion shifted slightly. She retorted sharply, "That scoundrel was hardly ever home, so naturally, I sought comfort elsewhere. Now that he is dead, remarrying poses no issue." Xiao Fan chuckled lightly, "But he is not dead. His drowning and the absence of a body are but a ruse. He merely sought to escape you. He has a family, and the deed is undoubtedly in his possession." The audience gasped. Indeed, this pair of individuals were equally matched. The woman believed herself to be the legitimate wife, only to find she was merely a mistress. "You lie. He is absolutely dead, and the house is mine. Are you coveting the property deed for yourself? Dream on," she exclaimed in exasperation. Xiao Fan sipped his tea and replied, "He will soon seek you out, at which point you shall learn everything. The fee is but one tael of silver." "Thank you." Though furious, the woman paid the fee, having heard that failing to do so here would have severe consequences. Number 73 took a seat before Xiao Fan next. He was an elderly gentleman in his 80s or 90s. Assisted by his grandson as he settled into the chair. "Master Xiao, my grandfather is aware of your abilities and insisted on coming to consult you. Please assist him." The grandson spoke politely, dressed simply, yet a jade pendant at his waist spoke of considerable worth. The old man trembled as he retrieved a neatly folded, yellowed piece of paper from his pocket. "Master Xiao, this is a letter my comrade wrote before he passed. He saved my life and entrusted me with delivering this letter to his family. Yet, I have failed in that duty, unable to find them." Tears welled in the old man's eyes. Beside him, the grandson added, "Master Xiao, this has been my grandfather's lifelong regret. I implore you to assist us, and we shall reward you handsomely." Chapter 11. An exceedingly precious gift. The system relayed the old man's information to Xiao Fan, who felt a profound respect. The man had once been a soldier, sacrificing much for his country. Later, he had prospered in business, donating over 100,000 taels of silver to the families of fallen comrades. "Old Master Jiang, your comrade was named Fang Ping. You were 22 at the time, while he was 3 years your senior. When he enlisted, he had a 2-year-old child. You were friends, and he cared for you greatly." The old man's eyes widened in astonishment at Xiao Fan's knowledge of events so many decades past. Although his grandson had mentioned Xiao Fan's remarkable abilities, he had not dared to harbor great expectations, given the passage of time. Yes, Master Xiao, you speak the truth. Do you know where Fang's family resides? I cannot locate them. I feel deeply ashamed." Tears streamed down the old man's face, his voice trembling. "Not be too agitated, good sir," Xiao Fan reassured him. "Fang Ping's wife and child are still alive. After he enlisted, his father passed away, and Fang's family mourned in the countryside. Upon learning of his death, they remained there. I will write down their address, and you shall be able to find them." Taking up the brush, Xiao Fan meticulously inscribed Fang Ping's family's address. Thank you, Master Xiao." The old man rose to bow, but Xiao Fan stepped aside. "No need for that, good sir. Such an act would shorten my life." The old man, seeing Xiao Fan's refusal, did not insist on bowing. He turned to his grandson. "Xiao Feng, bring forth what you have prepared." His grandson, named Zhang Feng, quickly replied, "Grandfather, I have it with me." With that, he produced a property deed. "Master Xiao, if you accompany me to the government office, we can officially transfer ownership of this house to you. It is a 3-courtyard residence not far from here." Zhang Feng's words left the 100 or 200 onlookers in utter disbelief. A 3-courtyard residence nearby would surely be valued at no less than 50,000 taels of silver. Xiao Fan was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, this was a wealthy family. Should he accept, the residence he wished to save for could be his without delay. The system posed no objection to this. However, such an action would contravene the principles Xiao Fan had set for himself. With the system at his disposal, which possessed formidable capabilities, he could easily amass wealth by tapping into the memories of others. At first, it might not pose significant issues, but once one's principles were compromised, the erosion of boundaries would follow, leading to a life devoid of integrity. Xiao Fan was determined not to become that kind of person. "Guests, please keep your gifts. The fee must be paid, but I shall not accept any additional offerings. I only accept what is due to me, and I ask for your understanding." Xiao Fan firmly declined. The crowd stared at him in disbelief. Though he had previously refused lesser gifts, their values were not particularly high. The tea set given by Zhang Qingyun was the most valuable, worth merely 1,000 taels. A 3-courtyard residence, however, was worth tens of thousands of taels, an unattainable dream for an ordinary person in a lifetime. "Master Xiao," Zhang Feng implored, "while the transfer is not yet certain, I believe your address will prove reliable. You have done my grandfather a tremendous service. This house is a sincere gift from our Zhang family." Old Master Zhang added, "Master Xiao, please accept this house. It is merely a small gesture." Xiao Fan resolutely shook his head. "Gentlemen, you need only provide 1 tael of silver for the fee." Seeing Xiao Fan's steadfastness, Zhang Feng and the others had no choice but to pay the fee and take their leave. The final guest sat before Xiao Fan. 2 hours later, Old Master Zhang stood before a modest grave, alongside Feng Ping's family. "Brother Feng, I have finally delivered the letter to your family, fulfilling your request." He burned paper money as he spoke. In the palace, Feng Qingwu received word of the events. She had taken measures to ensure Xiao Fan's safety, estimating his wealth to be merely a few thousand taels. Yet he had turned down a house worth tens of thousands. How remarkable, she mused quietly. Admiration gleamed in her eyes, yet a hint of concern lingered. Xiao Fan's principles were unwavering. Consultations were limited to 3 times a day in the shop, a rule he had established. What if the Empress Dowager summoned Xiao Fan to the palace for a reading and he refused? It seemed prudent to refrain from allowing him entry into the palace for the time being. She thought to herself. Days passed swiftly, and Xiao Fan was in high spirits, having accumulated 800 or 900 points recently, the majority of which were thanks to Old Master Zhang. His esteemed status and decades of dedication had earned him a generous 500 points from the system. The income from silver was quite decent as well. On average, he earned around 200 taels daily, amassing over 1,000 taels in just a few days. "Master Xiao," when Xiao Fan arrived at the shop, everyone bowed respectfully, and there stood Zhang Feng amidst the crowd. Accompanying him were several others, all exuding an air of significance. Xiao Fan's eyes gleamed with interest. To him, Zhang Feng appeared to be a plump target, and even if he couldn't extract several hundred points from him, acquiring a couple of hundred seemed entirely plausible. Although Zhang Feng offered him a house, Xiao Fan, adhering to his principles, declined. Yet, should the opportunity to seize points present itself, he would not hesitate. It was not shameful to reap rewards through one's own abilities system. If any of Zhang Feng's group draw a number, grant them the chance. Xiao Fan mused internally. Indeed, the system responded to him. Ordinarily, the system would directly determine the candidates, but if Xiao Fan had specific requests, it could accommodate him to a degree, showcasing a certain degree of humanity. "Master Xiao, I took my grandfather to the location you mentioned." Indeed, Grandpa Feng's family was there. "We have been there for the past few days and just returned today." Grandpa initially intended to express his gratitude in person, but after a tiring journey, I persuaded him to rest at home. "He asked me to convey his heartfelt thanks to you," Zhang Feng said respectfully, recalling events from decades past. He was convinced that Xiao Fan was a true master. Xiao Fan nodded slightly. "Old Master Zhang is a person worthy of respect. And besides, you have already offered the divination fee, so no further thanks are necessary." Master Xiao, while it may be a trivial matter for you, for my grandfather, it represents a lifelong regret. Gratitude is indeed warranted. Jiang Feng stated earnestly, Master Xiao, I would like to invite you to my home to assist in adjusting the feng shui. Xiao Fan replied, if the three who draw the lucky numbers do not have such a request, then it is no issue. A little adjustment could indeed improve the old gentleman's health. Those wishing to have their fortunes told should swiftly procure a number. Jiang Feng and his companions all obtained their numbers. And soon the system announced the results. I won, exclaimed one of Jiang Feng's friends, a woman who was quite attractive, exuding an aura of elegance. Chapter 12. Redemption of New Abilities. The system assigned numbers 2, 68, and 168. Jiang Feng's friend's number was the last. Greetings, Master. Number 2 turned out to be a little girl of 6 or 7 years old, led in by her father. The girl appeared shy. The father and daughter were dressed quite ordinarily, typical of common folk. Greetings. As guests, you need not feel constrained here. Whether affluent or humble, all are treated equally in my establishment. Xiao Fan smiled warmly. The expressions of the father and daughter softened slightly. Master Xiao, my daughter has drawn a number, the father said, gently stroking the girl's head. Xiao Fan inquired, dear guest, the more one is calculated, the more tenuous their fate becomes. She is still young. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Moreover, a tale or two may be a considerable sum for you. The man replied with a wry smile. My daughter has been struggling with sleep lately, and I worry she may be unwell. I would greatly appreciate it if Master Xiao could take a look. We consulted a doctor, who claimed there was no issue. Xiao Fan nodded slightly. Since the guests were insistent, it posed no problem. It's merely a single calculation, nothing too burdensome. Little sister, please have a seat and do not be afraid, Xiao Fan said gently to the little girl. She sat before him, clutching the hem of her clothing and casting her gaze downward. Big brother, that day our home had an extra coffin, many more relatives, an abundance of flowers, an array of white garments, and numerous unfamiliar faces. Yet that day, my mother was missing. The little girl murmured softly. Xiao Fan could not see her eyes, only the tears that fell. The onlookers fell silent, 200 people gazing at the little girl with profound sympathy. Beside her, her father looked up at the ceiling, tears welling in his eyes. Big brother, I wish to see my mother just once. That would be enough. I was at school when she passed, and I could not be by her side. The little girl mustered her courage to look at Xiao Fan. His heart trembled. From the information provided by the system, he understood that the girl's mother had died merely days prior, now resting in the earth, permanently separated from her. Big brother, can you help me? I've heard people say you are a living immortal. Surely, you can allow me to see my mother again, can't you? The little girl implored earnestly. Gazing into her eyes, Xiao Fan found it difficult to utter a refusal. System, since you have chosen her, how should I proceed in this situation? Xiao Fan pondered internally. The system responded. Host, you can exchange for master-level yin-yang arts, enabling communication between realms, as long as the spirit has not reincarnated. You can facilitate a dream visitation. The cost is 1,000 points. Master-level yin-yang arts allow one to summon spirits directly at night, priced at 10,000 points. Xiao Fan promptly dismissed the latter option. Summoning spirits directly was something that frightened even him. Currently, with just over 11,000 points, spending 1,000 points would not prevent him from regaining his total within 2 days. The inability to redeem for martial emperor-level power was not a major issue. Xiao Fan thought to himself, System, I will exchange for master-level yin-yang arts. In the next moment, a torrent of information flooded into Xiao Fan's mind. With the system's protection, the influx of information posed no burden to him. He grasped the master-level yin-yang arts as if he had been studying it for decades. The little girl was utterly pitiable. To lose her mother at such a tender age was heart-wrenching. However, Xiao Fan feared he could not fulfill her wish. It was too much to ask. Indeed, her mother had passed, separated by the realms of life and death. A few meters away, the onlookers murmured softly. Xiao Fan remained silent, and the little girl's hopeful gaze gradually dimmed. Father, let us go. Big brother, I'm sorry for my selfishness. Goodbye. The little girl stood up. Xiao Fan quickly interjected. Little sister, please wait. Although I cannot allow you to truly see your mother, I can help you dream of her. The little girl, tears brimming in her eyes, replied, "Big brother, I've dreamt of my mother several times, but I cannot speak to her, and upon waking, I remember nothing." Xiao Fan reassured her gently, "Little sister, I will arrange for your mother to visit you in your dreams. This will be different from your usual dreams. You will remember it upon waking." "Master Xiao, is that truly possible?" the father asked, incredulous. Dream visitation sounds simple, yet communicating between realms is no easy feat indeed. Xiao Fan nodded slightly. "I require a strand of her hair." The little girl swiftly plucked several strands. Xiao Fan took up a brush, the tip shimmering with an enigmatic glow. Before long, he completed a yin-yang note. He folded the note into a triangular shape, enclosing the girl's hair within. "Burn this before she sleeps at night." Given that her mother's passing was recent, she had likely not yet reincarnated. Xiao Fan handed the folded triangular note to the little girl's father. "Thank you, Master Xiao," the father said, somewhat skeptical. "Divination and spirit communication are worlds apart." "Thank you, big brother," the little girl exclaimed joyfully, fully believing in Xiao Fan's words. After paying the divination fee, the father and daughter departed swiftly. "Master Xiao, do you possess the ability to communicate with spirits?" "Master Xiao, I wish to see my father in my dreams. Might that be possible?" "Master Xiao, this is not divination. Can we not pay directly for this service?" Many voices chimed in this world, transportation is not as advanced as in previous lives. And many harbor regrets about not seeing their loved ones one last time before they passed. Xiao Fan shook his head. Since they have crossed to the other side, it is best not to disturb them. Unless under very special circumstances. Otherwise, this establishment does not offer such services. One of the youths accompanying Jiang Feng spoke solemnly. "Master Xiao, I offer 10,000 taels of silver. Could I trouble you to allow my father to visit me in a dream?" Gasps of shock rippled through the crowd. 10,000 taels is no trivial sum. Xiao Fan regarded the youth with a frown. "My friend, you must first draw a number. Only if you win and I find your situation special will this service be available. If you do not win, then it is not meant to be." The young man's eyes sparkled with determination. "Master Xiao, I believe there is nothing in this world that money cannot accomplish. If not, it simply means I do not have enough. 50,000 taels. Many gasped in astonishment. A typical person might not earn even 5,000 taels in a lifetime. "Brother Cui, do not be so reckless." "This is an affront to Master Xiao," Jiang Feng hastily interjected. Xiao Fan chuckled. "Jiang Feng, throwing money around isn't necessarily an offense. Many might appreciate it, however. I am not one to disrupt the rules I have established. So, whether it be 50,000 or 500,000 taels, it remains a firm no." Chapter 13. The doubts of the Jiang family. The young man, who had been lavishly spending money, furrowed his brow in silence. 50,000 taels was an amount he could manage to gather with gritted teeth, but anything beyond that was beyond his means. While his family could easily produce 500,000 taels, he personally did not possess such wealth. "Brother Cui, Master Xiao is indeed a person of great stature. You should not rely solely on money. That is rather commonplace," Jiang Feng interjected diplomatically. The powerful figure surnamed Cui clasped his hands in apology, saying, "Master Xiao, I sincerely wish to see my father just once. If I draw a favorable lot in the future, I hope you might assist me." With a gentle smile, Xiao Fan replied, "I understand. However, whether I can assist you in that regard will depend on your circumstances at that time." What of the guest numbered 68? The situation of the guest numbered 68 was rather straightforward, and soon Xiao Fan resolved his issues. "Greetings, Master Xiao. I believe it is my turn now." A girl, around 17 or 18 years old, who had accompanied Jiang Feng, took her seat before Xiao Fan. "Master Xiao, I wish to inquire about my romantic prospects," she said, her cheeks tinted with a faint blush. Xiao Fan smiled subtly. Not many came to him seeking matters of love. In this world, the dictates of parental choice and matchmaking were paramount. Even when consulting him about romantic fate, many lacked the agency to alter their destinies. "Your name is Lu Ying, the fifth child in your family, with 4 elder brothers. You once suffered a severe illness in your childhood, nearly leading to your untimely demise." Lu Ying nodded vigorously. "Master Xiao, I believe in your insight. Please, tell me about my marriage prospects." "Very well." After reviewing the information provided by his system, Xiao Fan's brow knitted slightly. You secretly have an engagement. Your betrothed comes from a notable background, yet they are not your true romantic partner. Lu Ying's expression shifted. Master Xiao, what do you mean by true romantic partner? You must be familiar with the concept of romantic fortune. A true romantic partner signifies a relationship that can endure until the end, an everlasting bond. A partial romantic partner suggests a temporary connection that will ultimately dissolve. Then there exists the rotten romantic partner, which involves infidelity or fleeting encounters, such as a night spent in a brothel. Over 200 spectators listened intently to Xiao Fan. Master Xiao, are you saying that the engagement I currently have is merely a partial romantic partner? Lu Ying inquired softly. Xiao Fan nodded slightly. Indeed, if no changes occur, based on the current trajectory, you will marry within 6 months. But you will part ways within a year, leaving you with painful memories of that union. Eventually, you will encounter your true romantic partner, and your life will be filled with peace and happiness. Lu Ying whispered, Master Xiao, who is my true romantic partner? Can you tell me? Xiao Fan gazed at Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng's heart raced. As Lu Ying turned to meet Zhang Feng's gaze, her cheeks flushed. Is it necessary for me to elaborate? Xiao Fan chuckled. Lu Ying hastily shook her head. No need. Master Xiao, thank you. After giving a fee for the divination, Lu Ying quickly departed, not even waiting for Zhang Feng and the others. The remaining spectators soon followed suit, leaving only Zhang Feng behind. Master Xiao, can Lu Ying's romantic fate be altered? Zhang Feng bowed respectfully. Xiao Fan sipped his tea and replied, Destiny, fortune, and feng shui. These are the 3 pillars. Destiny is the hardest to change. For instance, being born into a wealthy family or possessing an innate talent for cultivation. That is your fate. Altering one's fate is challenging, hence the notion of defying destiny exists. Speaking of this, Xiao Fan sighed inwardly. He himself lacked the fate for cultivation. Fortune, however, is contingent on circumstances. For example, if one is engaged in business during a downturn, their personal fortune is intertwined with the nation's fortune, making change quite difficult. As for romantic fortune, it is less entangled, thus easier to alter. It is largely within one's control. Zhang Feng nodded. I believe I understand. Master Xiao, as long as we put in the effort, there is significant hope, correct? Indeed, Xiao Fan affirmed. Zhang Feng exhaled in relief. Master Xiao, I would like to invite you to our home to assess the feng shui. A carriage is waiting outside. Is it convenient for you now? Let us go, Xiao Fan replied as he and Zhang Feng climbed into the carriage, which then made its way towards the Zhang residence. Master Xiao, please enlighten me about feng shui as we travel. Zhang Feng inquired curiously. Xiao Fan chuckled lightly. This topic is rather complex. You may find it difficult to grasp the professional nuances. Let me illustrate with an analogy. In a vegetable garden, if someone waters and fertilizes the plants, do they not thrive better? This process of nurturing can be likened to the adjustment of feng shui. Zhang Feng began to comprehend, stating, where the seeds are sown determines the type of cabbage. Whether wild boars cause destruction or natural disasters affect the growth corresponds to fortune, and watering and fertilizing pertains to feng shui. Haha. Xiao Fan laughed heartily. Zhang Feng, your understanding is quite commendable. That is essentially the concept. Zhang Feng cleared his throat. Master Xiao, your explanation is most enlightening. Some diviners speak in vague and cryptic terms. Master Xiao, our estate is quite large, so please feel free to charge more. Previously, a diviner charged us 6,000 taels for feng shui adjustments. With your expertise, 600,000 taels would be entirely justified for our family. Xiao Fan thought to himself, Zhang Feng is intentionally being extravagant. After about half an hour, the carriage arrived at the Zhang estate, which sprawled over 20 acres, in Lingxiao City. Where land is precious, such a residence would likely fetch over 2 million taels. Moreover, even with wealth, one might struggle to acquire it without certain social standing. Master Xiao, welcome! The elder of the Zhang family had already been informed of their arrival and was waiting at the entrance. The main gate of the Zhang residence rarely opened, but now it swung wide. Greetings, Master Xiao. Many others from the Zhang family had also gathered at the elder's behest, and as Xiao Fan descended from the carriage, dozens of them bowed in unison. However, Xiao Fan could discern that some among them were skeptical. Thinking him merely a minor diviner, he is just a young soothsayer, they might have thought. The Zhang family, after all, was a prominent clan. There is no need for such formalities, everyone, the elder of the Jiang family said. To think you awaited me at the gate, elder, you flatter me, Xiao Fan replied with a respectful gesture. It is only right, Master Xiao. You are a true master, a celestial being among men. Though I am advanced in years, I am but a common mortal, the elder chuckled. The woman remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Elder, what abilities can a young man like him possibly possess? Perhaps he merely knows where that family resides. He is likely just setting up a scheme to swindle a large sum from us. Another chimed in, Father, our family's feng shui has already been assessed by Master Liang. Seeking out others may displease him, for he is the true master. Zhang Feng frowned. Uncle, aunt, one must not speak carelessly. Master Xiao is indeed a genuine master. Zhang Feng's father had passed away, and his uncle was named Zhang De. Zhang De spoke sternly. Xiao Feng, are you suggesting that Master Liang is not a true master? Master Liang is highly esteemed, whereas Xiao Fan is merely a fledgling. Father, you have summoned Xiao Fan to alter Master Liang's previous arrangements. That seems unwise. Many others from the Jiang family echoed similar sentiments. Chapter 14. The issues of the Jiang residence. Xiao Fan surveyed the layout of the Jiang estate, having already gleaned some insights from the exterior. Elder Jiang, 3 years ago you invited Master Liang to improve your family's feng shui. During these 3 years, your family's business has flourished and wealth has poured in, Xiao Fan remarked with a subtle smile. The elder nodded slightly. That is indeed the case. Master Liang is quite capable, yet I believe Master Xiao is even more remarkable. Zhang De scoffed. Xiao Fan, do these matters truly require your divination? With a bit of inquiry. One could easily ascertain such information. Your trickery is hardly sophisticated. Master Liang is the true master. If you have any sense, you will leave at once. Zhang Feng, with a scowl on his face, countered, Uncle, Master Xiao was invited by my grandfather. He is a genuine master and certainly not the charlatan you imply. Zhang De frowned. Xiao Feng, you are still young and inexperienced in many matters. In these times, there are numerous frauds, and it is even possible that other families have sent him to deceive us, intending to disrupt our Jiang family's prosperity. If that were to happen, our family's business could plummet. Hearing Zhang De's words, many more within the Jiang family voiced their support for him. After all, with the flourishing business, they all stood to benefit. Silence. The elder of the Jiang family bellowed, I am still alive, and my vision remains intact. Whether Master Xiao is a true master, I can discern for myself. Instantly, the Jiang family fell into a profound silence. The elder was the head of the family and had been the architect of their current success. Master Xiao, I apologize. I have been too lenient with them, the elder said, casting an apologetic glance at Xiao Fan. Not at all. Xiao Fan shook his head. As a diviner, he was accustomed to skepticism. Besides, with the elder being in his 70s or 80s, what grievance could he possibly hold? Master Xiao, please, the elder commanded, you all may disperse. Xiao Fan nodded slightly. Without having seen the interior, it was premature to comment further. After more than half an hour, Zhang Feng led Xiao Fan on a tour of the entire estate, particularly focusing on the areas where Master Liang had made adjustments. Master Xiao, what do you think? Xiao Fan and his companions eventually arrived at the residence of the esteemed Elder Jiang. The elder promptly rose to greet them. Xiao Fan surveyed the surrounding maidservants. And Elder Jiang, understanding the unspoken cue, led Xiao Fan and Zhang Feng into a private chamber. The walls of this chamber were adorned with intricate array patterns, ensuring that even those of considerable cultivation could not eavesdrop on their conversation. Elder Jiang, somewhat presumptuously, inquired, if you were to pass away, who would assume the role of the next head of the Jiang family? Xiao Fan replied, Elder Jiang, I see Zhang Feng will be the future head. Elder Jiang looked towards Zhang Feng and affirmed, this has already been decided. Xiao Feng will lead the Jiang family into the future. Xiao Fan spoke calmly, but if Zhang Feng has yet to grasp power at the time of your passing, will the other members of the Jiang family still support him as the leader? At this, Elder Jiang's expression shifted slightly. Zhang Feng furrowed his brow and retorted, Master Xiao, although my grandfather's health has declined in recent years, I believe he still has many years ahead of him. Xiao Fan shook his head. Elder Jiang, your life expectancy should have been 93. Yet, there are those who wish for you to live less long, which is why they summoned Master Liang. This Master Liang practices dubious arts, extending wealth while shortening lifespans. While your longevity may not appear diminished, your fortune has evidently improved. Elder Jiang and Jiang Feng's faces paled at this revelation. Master Liang had been brought back by Jiangda. Elder Jiang trembled as he asked, Master Xiao, are you suggesting that Jiangda has done this intentionally? Xiao Fan sighed softly. Cough, cough. Elder Jiang began to cough violently, covering his mouth with a handkerchief that soon bore traces of blood. Jiang Feng hastily patted his grandfather's back to help him breathe easier. After a while, Elder Jiang calmed down somewhat. Master Xiao, after all, Jiangda is my son, and I cannot suspect him without any evidence. Though you have proof? Elder Jiang's trust in Xiao Fan was quite high, or he might have expelled him without hesitation. Xiao Fan replied, Elder Jiang, your health 3 years ago was considerably better than now. Such a significant decline in just 3 years is unusual. Elder Jiang began to reminisce. Indeed, his health had deteriorated rapidly since 3 years prior. Elder Jiang, I can assist the Jiang family in recalibrating the feng shui. Your original lifespan can gradually be restored, and the family's fortune will remain unaffected. As for whether Jiangda harbors ill intentions towards you, you will eventually discover the truth. Xiao Fan smiled reassuringly. Elder Jiang sighed, Master Xiao, I appreciate your assistance in this matter. Upon exiting the private chamber, Xiao Fan busied himself, working diligently from morning until dusk. Ah, he exhaled deeply, Jiang Feng, it's all settled. Let us go see how Elder Jiang is feeling. They soon arrived at Elder Jiang's courtyard. Master Xiao, I feel revitalized, as if I have regained several years of youth. Upon seeing Xiao Fan and his companion, Elder Jiang exclaimed with newfound vigor, striding towards them. Xiao Fan smiled and replied, Elder Jiang, as long as you feel well, that is what matters. However, given your age, it is essential to remain cautious. Of course, I shall heed your advice, Elder Jiang laughed. Master Xiao, I have arranged a banquet at the estate. Xiao Feng, be sure to entertain Master Xiao with a few drinks later, understand? Yes, grandfather, Jiang Feng promptly responded. Xiao Fan shook his head, Elder Jiang, now that my work is complete, I shall take my leave. Jiang Feng, please arrange a carriage to take me home. Xiao Fan was not fond of unnecessary socializing. Some within the Jiang family were not particularly fond of him, and he feared that drinking might prove to be rather tedious. Master Xiao, it is rather late. You should have a meal before departing. Jiang Feng advised. Xiao Fan resolutely shook his head. Very well, I shall defer to your wishes, Master Xiao. Xiao Feng, where are the silver notes I asked you to retrieve? Jiang Feng quickly handed an envelope to Elder Jiang. Elder Jiang personally presented the envelope to Xiao Fan, saying, Master Xiao, this is a small token of our appreciation from the Jiang family. Please do not refuse it. Xiao Fan opened the envelope in front of Elder Jiang and the others. Elder Jiang frowned discreetly. It seemed somewhat inappropriate for Xiao Fan to do so. Did he believe the Jiang family would shortchange him? A staggering sum of 100,000 taels. Xiao Fan's heart raced with astonishment. Inside the envelope were indeed 10 notes, each worth 10,000 taels. A tremendous fortune. Elder Jiang, Jiang Feng, you have given far too much, Xiao Fan said, extracting one note and returning the envelope to Elder Jiang. Elder Jiang felt a tremor of realization. He had misjudged Xiao Fan. It was not that Xiao Fan feared being undercompensated, but rather that he was wary of being overcompensated. Master Xiao, your assistance to our Jiang family is worth far more than a mere 100,000 taels. Elder Jiang insisted earnestly. Xiao Fan shook his head. I am well aware that my contributions to the Jiang family far exceed 100,000 taels, but I cannot accept such an exorbitant amount. Greed is not a virtue. I bid you farewell. Chapter 15. Smash the store. Elder Jiang and Jiang Feng accompanied Xiao Fan to the entrance of the Jiang residence. The carriage whisked Xiao Fan away. Xiao Feng, you must cultivate a good relationship with Master Xiao. The future advancement of our Jiang family may very well depend on him, Elder Jiang remarked thoughtfully. Jiang Feng gazed at his grandfather in surprise. He had not anticipated such high praise for Xiao Fan. Although Xiao Fan possessed remarkable skills in divination and feng shui, the Jiang family was already a prominent clan. Could Xiao Fan truly elevate them further? While many noble families existed within the Tianqian dynasty, it took decades for any to ascend to the status of a lineage. Xiao Feng, if someone were to offer you 100,000 taels, would you refuse? Elder Jiang inquired. Grandfather, if it were earned honestly, I doubt I would decline, Jiang Feng responded. Elder Jiang sighed. Thus, Master Xiao's refusal is a testament to his higher principles. Money is a good thing, but it can also be the root of all evil. If one cannot resist the allure of wealth, it may lead to an endless abyss. Jiang Feng frowned. Grandfather, but this money was offered voluntarily. It should not pose a problem if he accepts it. Elder Jiang replied, in the short term, perhaps not, but what of the long term? One must maintain their own moral boundaries. Jiang Feng pondered this thoughtfully. Father, Master Xiao is still quite young. His words may lack the wisdom of experience. If you let him make indiscriminate changes, it could adversely affect our Jiang family in various aspects. Jiang De interjected as he approached Elder Jiang. While Xiao Fan was present, Elder Jiang had ordered him to remain in his quarters. Elder Jiang gazed at Jiang De, feeling a pang of sorrow. He was acutely aware of his own improved health, feeling considerably more comfortable thanks to Xiao Fan's assistance, having only accepted 1,000 taels. Elder Jiang's trust in Xiao Fan deepened. Jiang De, the next head of the Jiang family, has been decided as Xiao Feng. Do not entertain any improper thoughts, Elder Jiang declared sternly. Jiang De's expression shifted slightly. Father, what do you mean? I harbor no such intentions. The family business is now entrusted to Xiao Feng, but he is still young and requires experience. It would be unwise to rush things, Jiang De replied, his eyes glinting with cunning. It seemed he intended to summon Master Liang once more. The plan needed to be expedited. Xiao Fan, you have thwarted my plans. I shall see to it that you pay the price. Jiang De seethed internally. Upon returning to his rented lodgings, Xiao Fan felt exhilarated. His savings had surged from 8,000 taels to 18,000 taels. What a delightful turn of fortune! Had he accepted the Jiang family's 100,000 taels, he could have purchased a home outright. Yet, Xiao Fan had no regrets. 100,000 taels equated to 50 million in his past life. Charging 5 million for feng shui services was hardly outrageous. At this rate, he could acquire a 3-compound residence within 6 months, at which point he would seek a bride. Xiao Fan mused. He held no lofty ambitions. He simply wished to assist others through his abilities, marry a beautiful wife, and eventually raise a few children. Then his life would be complete. Having traversed this world alone after the untimely death of his parents, he often felt like an outsider. Yet, marrying and starting a family would truly allow him to integrate into this new life. In the Empress's palace, Feng Qingwu received news about Xiao Fan. Could it be true that he could enable the deceased to deliver messages through dreams? The maid had not finished speaking when Feng Qingwu was already taken aback. If her brother could send dreams, she might directly uncover the identity of his murderer. However, reflecting on the years that had passed since her brother's demise, she sighed inwardly. Surely he had long since been reincarnated. Your Majesty, I have yet to finish. Captain Yin mentioned that young Master Xiao has assisted the Jiang family in recalibrating their feng shui, and they offered him 100,000 taels, of which he only accepted 1,000. The maid concluded. Feng Qingwu's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Her impression of Xiao Fan improved. Despite having less than 10,000 taels in savings, he had rejected such a substantial sum. How intriguing! Feng Qingwu quietly contemplated in her heart. It had been several days since she last left the palace, and she yearned to step outside once more. Outside Lingxiao City, in a modest little house, Huang Xiaoqiao anxiously gazed at her father. Huang Xiaoqiao was the little girl whom Xiao Fan had seen before. Father, if I burn this, will I really be able to dream of Mother? When I wake up, will I still remember her? Huang Xiaoqiao trembled as she spoke, longing desperately for just one more glimpse of her mother. Yes, it is certainly possible. Master Xiao is a living deity, her father replied with a reassuring smile, his hand trembling slightly as he reached for the burning candle. The carefully folded yin-yang letter by Xiao Fan was ignited. Wisps of blue smoke rose, but to her astonishment, they vanished before reaching even half a meter. When the entire letter was consumed, not a single ash remained. Huang Xiaoqiao's father was utterly shocked. It is common knowledge that burning paper produces ash, yet the current situation defied this understanding. Xiaoqiao, hurry and sleep, he urged, his voice trembling, realizing that Master Xiao might not be deceiving them after all. Huang Xiaoqiao quickly lay down, but her mind was too consumed by the thought, and it took her 2 hours to finally drift off. Huang Xiaoqiao's mother had yet to be reincarnated. The yin-yang letter had bridged the realms, granting her mother the opportunity to visit her in a dream. Xiaoqiao, my dear Xiaoqiao, Mother. In her dream, Huang Qiaoqiao clearly saw her mother, who spoke to her at length. The following morning, upon awakening, Huang Qiaoqiao burst into tears. Overwhelmed with joy, "Father, I saw Mother. I truly saw her, and she even embraced me." Her father held her tightly, relieved that his daughter's emotional burden seemed to have lifted, allowing her to grow up healthy and strong. "Qiao, quickly wash up. We must go thank Master Xiao properly. Big brother is so amazing." Huang Qiaoqiao nodded eagerly. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, Xiao Fan strolled leisurely towards his shop. The number of people gathered there was noticeably larger than usual, 300 to 400 of them. They were all eager to ascertain whether Xiao Fan could indeed facilitate a dream visit from Huang Qiaoqiao's mother. "Humph, they've finally arrived. You there? Smash this shabby shop for me." Chilling voice rang out, belonging to a young man clad in white, flanked by several bodyguards. Xiao Fan furrowed his brow as he regarded the young man. "Why, friend, have I somehow offended you?" The white-clad youth replied coldly. "Do you not know what you said to my fiancée?" Xiao Fan realized that this young man was the one betrothed to Lu Ying. After performing a divination for Lu Ying the previous day, he had learned her name, but her appearance had eluded him. The system was only at level 1 for now. If it were to upgrade to level 2, it would undoubtedly be significantly more powerful. But accumulating 100,000 points felt like an insurmountable task. "What are you dawdling for? Smash it for me. Turn this place into ruins," the white-clad youth ordered fiercely, and his entourage of 10 or so bodyguards prepared to take action. Chapter 16. The Dominance of Feng Qingwu. Go ahead and smash it. "Encountering you, a noble person, on my way out today is quite fortuitous," Xiao Fan replied with a cheerful smile, showing no signs of anxiety. It would be easy to demolish his shop, but he would ensure that they faced compensation that was dozens or even hundreds of times the damage inflicted. This was non-negotiable. The Jiang family had politely invited him to adjust their feng shui. And even if they offered him 100,000 taels, he would only charge them 10,000, adhering to his principles. If others sought to bully him, he would not let them off lightly either. This too was a matter of principle. Chao Hao had acted recklessly and had paid a hefty price for it. "Do not smash my big brother's shop. He is a good person. He is not a fraud. He truly made it possible for me to see my mother." Huang Qiaoqiao emerged from the crowd, arms outstretched to block the entrance. Her legs trembled, and fear gripped her heart. Many in the crowd recognized Huang Qiaoqiao and were astonished. Could it be true that Xiao Fan possessed the ability to communicate with the afterlife? "Everyone, Master Xiao is indeed a true master. How can we allow anyone to destroy his shop? Indeed, if this little girl dares to stand up, what do we have to fear? If anyone dares to smash Master Xiao's shop, they must first get through us." Others stepped forward, their numbers far exceeding those of the bodyguards. The white-clad youth sneered, "A bunch of ignorant fools. Do you really think numbers matter? Charge in and smash the shop. Anyone who dares to stop you will be dealt with harshly." His bodyguards were all genuine martial artists. One of them could easily handle dozens of ordinary people. "Everyone, thank you for your kindness. But please do not obstruct them. Let them smash it. The more they destroy, the happier I will be," Xiao Fan said as he approached Huang Qiaoqiao and led her aside. Her father had urgent matters to attend to and was not present. Upon hearing Xiao Fan's words, the crowd parted, allowing the 10 or so bodyguards to rush into the shop. Crack! Ah! In an instant, simultaneous screams erupted as they were sent flying several meters. Some, unfortunate in their landing, broke their hands or feet. A figure clad in black appeared at the entrance of Xiao Fan's shop. The 10 or so bodyguards had all been dispatched by him, and the hundreds of onlookers failed to catch a glimpse of his movements. The sound of hoofbeats approached, and Xiao Fan's eyes lit up as a familiar carriage rolled into view. It was none other than Feng Qingwu. With no particularly pressing matters at hand, she had left the palace as soon as the morning court concluded. "Who are you, and what forces do you hail from, that you dare meddle in the affairs of the Jiang family?" the white-clad youth demanded. His name was Jiang Hui, the eldest son of the Jiang family. The Jiang family, along with the Jiang family and the Lu family backing Lu Ying, were all influential clans, but the Jiang family had been established longer and possessed deeper roots. "Miss Qin, it has been a while," Xiao Fan exclaimed with delight, having not seen Qin Mengyue for several days, causing him some worry. He had developed feelings for her, and the thought of her being taken by someone else was quite distressing. Master Xiao, it has only been a few days. Not long at all, Feng Qingwu replied with a gentle smile, her beauty radiant. However, she wore a veil, preventing Xiao Fan from seeing her smile. This was for the best. He truly did not wish for others to behold Feng Qingwu's appearance. After all, Qin Mingyue was stunning, and he feared that others might covet her. Miss Qin, your absence of 6 or 7 days made it feel like an eternity. That is why I perceive it as quite a long time, Xiao Fan chuckled. The black-clad figures surrounding Feng Qingwu shot Xiao Fan a fierce glare. How dare he flirt with her highness? Master Xiao certainly has a way with words, Feng Qingwu smiled, having silently repeated the phrase in her mind. One day apart feels like 3 autumns. It truly sounds lovely. Zhang Hui's face darkened. Miss, it would be wise for you not to interfere in my matters with Xiao Fan. Otherwise, our Zhang family is not to be trifled with. The bodyguards surrounding Feng Qingwu bore significant strength, and without knowing her true capabilities, Zhang Hui dared not act too brazenly. As for Master Zhao's affairs, I shall take charge. What will you do about it? Feng Qingwu replied coolly. Zhang Hui's fury ignited. You seem unfamiliar. I gather you are not from Lingxiao City. Allow me to inform you that the waters here run deep. Be cautious not to drown. Zhang Hui spoke coldly. Feng Qingwu narrowed her eyes. Break his legs. I wish to see just how deep the waters of Lingxiao City truly are. As her words fell, 2 of her black-clad guards struck simultaneously. Crack, crack. Both of Zhang Hui's legs were shattered. Zhang Hui let out a horrifying scream, collapsing into unconsciousness from the pain. However, the intense agony quickly roused him. Xiao Fan was taken aback. It seemed that Qin Mingyue's background was even more formidable than he had previously surmised. The Zhang family's strength was not to be underestimated, with assets likely exceeding 100 million taels. Zhang Hui was also the heir to the 3rd generation of the Zhang family, a future successor. You dare strike without warning. Even your grandfather would not dare to act so recklessly before me. Feng Qingwu declared coldly, henceforth, no disturbances shall be tolerated at Master Zhao's establishment. Otherwise, do not blame me for being unmerciful. The onlookers were utterly astonished. Who exactly was Feng Qingwu to disregard even the Zhang family? Miss Qin, you are delaying my opportunity to earn. If they smash my shop, I shall not rest until they compensate me 100 to 80 times over. I was counting on that money to buy a house and marry. Now, with the house no longer an option, what am I to do? Xiao Fan smiled cheerfully at Feng Qingwu. Feng Qingwu rolled her eyes at him. He had quite the audacity. Knowing her family background was surely extraordinary. He still dared to speak so boldly. Did he expect her to compensate him? The black-clad guards surrounding Feng Qingwu were utterly shocked. They were her personal guards and were well aware of her temperament. The fact that Feng Qingwu remained calm despite Xiao Fan's remarks was astounding. I heard that the Zhang family was going to offer you 100,000 taels. If you wish to buy a house and marry, why did you refuse their generous offer? Feng Qingwu inquired with a hint of curiosity, eager to understand Xiao Fan's motivations behind his actions. The onlookers gazed at Xiao Fan in disbelief. He had actually declined the Zhang family's generous offer of 100,000 taels of silver. I merely took what was due to me. Greed could lead to my future wife looking down upon me, Xiao Fan remarked with a cheerful smile directed at Feng Qingwu at that moment. Huang Qiaoqiao blinked and chimed in, pretty sister, big brother is quite impressive. Will you become big brother's wife? Feng Qingwu's fair complexion flushed slightly, thankful for the veil that concealed her face. Little sister, matters concerning adults are not for children to meddle in, she replied. Master Xiao, are you not open for business today? Feng Qingwu sought to divert the conversation, as Xiao Fan's audacity was quite overwhelming. Xiao Fan cast a wistful glance at Zhang Hui, who lay on the ground. What a pity, he mused. If Zhang Hui and his companions had truly destroyed the shop, they could forget about receiving his forgiveness without offering at least 50,000 taels. Isn't that how money comes about? However, since Qin Mingyue had sent people to beat him, what could he say? This was a significant loss, a painful heartache. Chapter 17. A date with the Empress Xiao Fan stepped into the shop, where Chen Pingyan had already prepared the ink and brewed tea, allowing Xiao Fan to begin without delay. Feng Qingwu also drew a number, 268. Today, 300 to 400 individuals had arrived. Though many were merely there to witness the spectacle and had no intention of seeking Xiao Fan's fortune-telling services. System, can I designate Miss Qin? Xiao Fan pondered in his mind, knowing Feng Qingwu's past. Pursuing her with divine assistance would surely be advantageous. The system replied nonchalantly, Host, your current level does not permit fortune-telling for her. Xiao Fan was taken aback. Miss Qin Mingyue must come from a highly influential family. How surprising that the system cannot deduce her fate. Although the system was only at level 1, Xiao Fan had never encountered a situation it could not unravel. The Zhang family was affluent, and even the patriarch Zhang Laozi could be read. Yet it seemed Miss Qin Mingyue's father was likely a high-ranking official. A twinge of sadness enveloped Xiao Fan in an era that prized social standing. The greater the Qin family's influence, the more formidable the challenge he would face in courting her. 17. 103, 179, Xiao Fan called out. His melancholy was short-lived. After all, he was a man endowed with a system. With such an extraordinary advantage, could he not win the heart of a fair maiden? To his astonishment, he had not drawn a fortune. Feng Qingwu sighed inwardly, unaware that her own hopes were virtually non-existent. With the system's level insufficient, how could one expect to succeed? Greetings, Master Xiao. The individual drawn as number 17 was a robust middle-aged man. Please, have a seat. Xiao Fan smiled warmly. Your name is Zhao Hai. A bodyguard. Not long ago, you lost a shipment during transit and the opposing party demanded a compensation of 10,000 taels for the lost goods. Zhao Hai nodded repeatedly. Indeed, indeed. Master Xiao, you are astonishing. Xiao Fan continued. You dispatched a larger team than usual, yet still lost the shipment midway. They are now demanding a compensation of 10,000 taels from you. Zhao Hai grimaced. Precisely so, if it were a normal loss. We would have nothing to say, but this particular shipment felt suspicious. Upon accepting the job, we set off immediately. There was no opportunity for information to leak, and the items we were transporting should not have been particularly valuable. Xiao Fan chuckled softly. Thus, you suspect they intentionally set a trap for you. Your suspicion is not unfounded. They are indeed scheming against you. This is a gang that roams the land, deceiving many throughout the country. Zhao Hai gritted his teeth. I sensed something was amiss. Xiao Fan declared. I will document the locations where they have committed their crimes. You may report this to the authorities. Although it will be somewhat troublesome, it is certainly traceable. Thank you, Master Xiao. Zhao Hai paid his dues and took his leave. The inquiries for number 103 were relatively straightforward, and Xiao Fan quickly dispatched him. Number 179 was a seemingly honest middle-aged man, accompanied by his wife, both clad in tattered garments. Master Xiao, here is 1 tael of silver for the fortune-telling. Though it is somewhat fragmented, the man said nervously, fearful that Xiao Fan would disdain him. Instead of silver, he presented a collection of copper coins. Initially, he intended to exchange it for a tael of silver, but no one was willing to accommodate him. His wife chimed in, equally anxious, Master Xiao. We've counted several times. There are definitely no discrepancies. Xiao Fan sighed inwardly. The couple's combined attire likely did not amount to even 1/10 of a tael of silver. Presenting this tael was no small feat. There is no need for you to pay. Please take your money and go. He gestured dismissively. Master Xiao, please. Our money is not filthy. The couple's faces paled as the husband bent his knee, prepared to prostrate himself. Observers exchanged puzzled glances at Xiao Fan. Is this the so-called Master Xiao that you esteem? Lu. Many began to murmur. Regular patrons still held trust in Xiao Fan, but newcomers deemed him lacking in character. Feng Qingwu harbored some doubts, yet she believed Xiao Fan must have his reasons. The Zhang family had offered 100,000 taels, yet Xiao Fan had only accepted 10,000. He had also declined the house the Zhang family had gifted him. Surely he would not disdain a mere tael of silver. Others might suspect that Zhang Feng and his associates were merely putting on a show, with no substance behind it. But Feng Qingwu knew there was truth in the matter. Do not kneel. Please sit, Xiao Fan urged quickly. The man complied, sitting across from Xiao Fan. With a deep sigh, Xiao Fan addressed them. I am not disdainful of your coins, nor do I find them too fragmented. They are all state-minted currency. What difference does it make? However, you truly need not seek my fortune. You have worked hard for this money. The couple's faces turned ashen. The woman trembled. Master Xiao, You have already seen our fate. Have you not? Our child. The man clenched his fists. Master Xiao, even if our child has passed, we still wish to ensure they are laid to rest properly. We plead with you to tell us. Xiao Fan remained silent for a long while, the couple's anxious gazes fixed upon him. You believe your child was abducted, but that is not the case. Your child, named Hu Liang, whom you affectionately call Liang Liang, drowned while playing by the water's edge. Given the passage of time, there is no body remaining. The couple was struck as if by lightning. Their last flicker of hope extinguished by Xiao Fan's revelation. You need not blame yourselves. This was merely an unfortunate accident. Moreover, you still have the potential for another child. Please return and take good care of your health. If your bodies are weak, your second child may be frail and susceptible to illness. So take heed. The couple bowed silently and departed. Master Xiao, I apologize for misjudging you earlier. I am truly sorry for my earlier remarks. Many voices arose in acknowledgement, recognizing that they had wronged Xiao Fan. He waved his hand dismissively. Everyone, my humble shop is closing for the day. Please disperse. The crowd gradually dispersed, each harboring mixed feelings. Feng Qingwu approached and seated herself opposite Xiao Fan. You seem troubled, she remarked. Xiao Fan nodded gently. I find joy in helping others through fortune-telling, but circumstances like these leave me disheartened. Sharing such news only deepens their sorrow. Feng Qingwu replied, encouraging them to move on and embrace a new life is not a negative outcome. Perhaps, Xiao Fan mused. Miss Qin, that seat is occupied by my guest. Shall we change places for our conversation? I invite you to enjoy a performance as a token of gratitude for your noble assistance. Xiao Fan smiled. Winning Qin Mingyue's heart required more than mere savings for a house. He needed to deepen their bond. Feng Qingwu hesitated slightly. As a guest, it was one thing to observe the performance, but accompanying Xiao Fan would carry a different significance. Miss Qin, this is merely a reciprocal gesture among friends. If you decline, I may have to reconsider your future assistance. Xiao Fan feigned a wounded demeanor. Feng Qingwu rolled her eyes at him. Master Xiao, your fortune-telling is impressive, but your acting skills leave much to be desired. Very well, since today is relatively free, I will accompany you to enjoy the performance. The black-clad attendants beside Feng Qingwu were astounded. Would Xiao Fan eventually rise to become an emperor? They felt a chill run down their spines. It seemed prudent to be less critical of Xiao Fan in the future. One never knew when Feng Qingwu might grow displeased and take their heads. Chapter 18. Within 2 years, I shall propose. The two exited the shop. Miss Qin, there is a theater not far from here. Shall we walk there directly? Xiao Fan suggested with a smile. Feng Qingwu glanced at her carriage. She had one, while Xiao Fan did not. Although her carriage had ample space, it was improper for unmarried men and women to share it. Very well. Feng Qingwu nodded gently. Although walking together was somewhat inappropriate, it was certainly preferable to sharing a carriage. The two proceeded side by side, with several of Feng Qingwu's guards trailing behind. Naturally, there were also other skill protectors concealed in the shadows. A peculiar feeling stirred within Feng Qingwu. Asked the Empress, who would dare walk alongside her, aside from her parents, especially not a young man, strolling down the street. Miss Qin, how many people are there in your family? Xiao Fan inquired, seeking to ascertain which family Qin Mingyue belonged to. Feng Qingwu's expression shifted slightly. My parents are alive, but my elder brother has passed away. Xiao Fan was taken aback. Miss Qin, my apologies. Feng Qingwu shook her head lightly. There's no need. My brother has been gone for several years. Xiao Fan sighed inwardly. It was no wonder Feng Qingwu, a young woman, frequently ventured out. She likely needed to involve herself in the family business. Few women held official positions. It was nearly impossible for her to do so. Miss Qin, being the sole daughter of a prominent family, do you suppose your parents are seeking someone to marry into the family? Xiao Fan abruptly considered this possibility. He had no desire to become a son-in-law. With his system, he might very well become a significant figure in the future. Marrying into another family was utterly inconceivable. Master Xiao, my brother's death holds certain mysteries, and I actually wish for your assistance in divining the matter, Feng Qingwu stated. Xiao Fan expressed regret. Miss Qin, while I would like to help, I truly lack the ability at present. However, it may be possible in the future. Feng Qingwu did not appear disheartened. She had previously acknowledged that if it were a high-ranking official, his current capabilities would not suffice. Miss Qin, you must have quite a few suitors. Correct? Xiao Fan asked. Feng Qingwu turned to glance at him, a light laugh escaping her lips. Indeed, I do have many suitors. What of it, Master Xiao? Do you wish to join their ranks? My parents have high standards. Xiao Fan cleared his throat. Miss Qin, your parents wouldn't be searching for someone to marry into the family, would they? Feng Qingwu blinked her eyes. She was seeking an emperor, in truth, it was akin to marrying into the family. Whoever became the emperor would have to enter the harem, and the harem was forbidden from interfering in politics. That seems about right, Feng Qingwu remarked. Xiao Fan inwardly chuckled at the irony. How could the future wife he had in mind be the only daughter of such a powerful family? This truly posed a dilemma. Even in his past life, prominent families placed significant importance on lineage. Not to mention in this world. Marrying someone and having children would make them members of the Qin family. If Qin Mingyue were to marry outside, any children would bear the surname of another family. The implications were entirely different. A twinge of sorrow tugged at him. Convincing his future in-laws would likely be an arduous task. Acquiring a mere 3-entry courtyard and hoping to win over Qin Mingyue seemed utterly fantastical. Xiao Fan mused. Feng Qingwu, with a hint of a smile, remarked, Master Xiao, what's this? Are you having second thoughts? Haven't you considered your own romantic fate? The black-clad figures trailing behind feigned ignorance. The Empress was actually discussing matters of romance with Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan shook his head. Naturally, I have not considered it. I can read others but not myself. Retreating is not an option. Miss Qin, I will undoubtedly marry you. Several black-clad figures shuddered at his audacious declaration. Marrying the Empress? That was sheer folly. Feng Qingwu's cheeks flushed slightly, taken aback by Xiao Fan's boldness. Master Xiao, even if you intend to marry into the family, your chances are slim, Feng Qingwu said nonchalantly, a trace of melancholy in her expression. Despite being the Empress, perhaps her marriage would ultimately not be within her control. She felt a connection with Xiao Fan, yet their status differences loomed too large. Xiao Fan had no intention of marrying into the family. Miss Qin, that may not be the case, he replied with a smile. As long as he accumulated sufficient points, his abilities would continue to grow stronger, potentially allowing him to attain the level of a martial sovereign in a short time. However, acquiring points was currently rather slow. His reputation was still not high enough, and few significant figures sought his fortune-telling services. Moreover, even if some prominent individuals did come, if they had no pressing matters, the system would not select them. Miss Qin, will you be marrying within the next 2 years? Xiao Fan inquired as they entered a theater together. Feng Qingwu pondered briefly. She could at most secure 2 years for herself. An emperor without heirs was a grave concern. Tio put it plainly, if she had no children, how could certain ministers be expected to wholeheartedly support her? Even if they were supportive now, should she encounter misfortune, the throne could fall into the hands of a prince who might hold them accountable. There were many such wary ministers in the court. Although the retired emperor was still alive, his health had deteriorated due to a cultivation mishap. Feng Qingwu's brother had died unexpectedly years ago. Who could say whether she might meet a similar fate? Not within the next 2 years. However, afterward, I will certainly need to find someone to marry into the family. Feng Qingwu said with a hint of bitterness. She sighed internally. Even if she granted Xiao Fan 2 years, what could that truly accomplish? 2 years? Xiao Fan felt considerably relieved. With such a time frame, he could grow much stronger. An hour later, they finished watching the play. Xiao Fan had hardly paid attention to the performance. His focus had been entirely on Feng Qingwu. Master Xiao, I must return now. Thank you for treating me to the show. Feng Qingwu smiled, her carriage having been summoned to wait for her. Miss Qin, within 2 years, I shall undoubtedly come to propose, Xiao Fan declared earnestly. Feng Qingwu's heart trembled slightly. Farewell. Without further ado, she stepped into her carriage, which swiftly disappeared from view. Master Xiao, it seems that even you, a master, have developed mortal sentiments, a familiar voice chimed in. Xiao Fan turned to see Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng, where did you spring from? Zhang Feng grinned. Master Xiao, I was here watching the play as well, but some individuals have been so preoccupied with Miss Qin that they completely overlooked my presence. Xiao Fan smirked. Now tell me, who seems more interesting to you, me or Miss Qin? Zhang Feng fell silent, Unable to respond. Jiang Feng, how are things progressing with Lu Ying? If you like her, be bold and pursue her. After all, you are the young master of the Jiang family, so there is no need for fear. Xiao Fan hoped they would unite swiftly. Liu Ying's points had yet to be settled. He was still a bit short of the 10,000 points needed. Without the strength of a martial emperor, Xiao Fan did not feel secure. The Liu, Jiang, and Jiang families were all prominent clans. This endeavor should yield a significant number of points. Chapter 19. Speculation on Qin Mingyue's identity. Jiang Feng beamed. Master Xiao, Lu Ying and I should be getting closer soon. Thanks to your help. Xiao Fan nodded slightly. As long as they were close, his points should follow suit. There was no need for marriage. Solidifying their relationship would suffice for the points to come through. Jiang Feng, may I ask you something? Do you know of any powerful Qin families in the Tianqian dynasty? Xiao Fan probed, curious about which family Qin Mingyue hailed from. Jiang Feng considered for a moment. Master Xiao, the Qin surname is quite common, and there are many powerful families. The three strongest are the Qin Wangfu, the Qin general's residence, and the powerful family of the Qin clan in Weinan. Xiao Fan inquired, among these three, which family has fewer descendants? Without hesitation, Jiang Feng replied, that would undoubtedly be the Qin Wangfu. The Qin general has several sons, each more remarkable than the last, all possessing strong martial talents. While the Qin clan has a considerable population, likely numbering in the thousands. The Qin Wang was said to have been granted the title for his past contributions in guarding the emperor. But he was injured during that time. It is rumored that he is quite devoted, having married only one wife, resulting in a small number of children. Xiao Fan was taken aback. Could Qin Mingyue truly be the daughter of the Qin Wang? That would make her a princess. Such an identity was formidable. Let us change locations to discuss this further. I will treat you to a drink, Jiang Feng quickly offered. Master Xiao, you flatter me. I will treat you. Jiang Feng insisted that if I return home having let you pay, my grandfather will surely scold me. Soon, they arrived at a nearby tavern. After a few drinks, Xiao Fan continued his inquiry. Jiang Feng, how old is the Qin Wang? Does he have any daughters? Jiang Feng pondered briefly. The Qin Wang is likely in his 40s, in his prime. His strength was on par with the Qin general, with the potential to reach the level of a martial emperor. Unfortunately, as of now, the Qin general has become a martial emperor, so the Qin Wang's abilities may have diminished considerably. I have heard he has one son and one daughter, but I have never encountered them myself. Our Jiang family lacks the standing to engage with such prominent families. At this point, Jiang Feng lowered his voice. I have heard some rumors that the Qin Wang's son may have already passed. But that remains merely a rumor, no one dares to speak too openly about it. Xiao Fan's eyes sparkled with insight. It seemed highly likely that Qin Mingyue was indeed the Qin Wang's daughter. It was fortuitous that she bore the Qin surname and that the Qin family had few descendants. Moreover, if the Qin Wang's son had perished, Master Xiao, I had suspected that Qin Mingyue might originate from the Qin Wangfu. If that is indeed the case, I advise you to consider a different target. Jiang Feng spoke these words in a low voice. Master Xiao, consider this. How many noble lords of different surnames exist within our entire Tianqian Empire? While the status of these lords is indeed exalted, they are also conspicuously prominent. If not for this, why would the king of Qin maintain such a low profile, with the gates of the Qin residence opening only a handful of times each year? The king of Qin rarely receives guests. Moreover, should his son perish, it is likely that he would seek a suitable match. Yet with your remarkable abilities, Master Xiao, why would you need to become a son-in-law to another family? I know many wealthy young ladies, and Lu Ying knows even more. Shall we introduce a few to you? Xiao Fan shook his head. Miss Mingyue may not even hail from the king of Qin's residence. Even if she does, I find that rather agreeable. However, becoming a son-in-law is out of the question. I shall find a way to marry Miss Mingyue. Jiang Feng raised a toast to Xiao Fan. Master Xiao, I wish you success in your endeavors, and if you ever change your mind, do not hesitate to inform me. Internally, Jiang Feng doubted Xiao Fan's chances of success. Unless Xiao Fan's power and influence surpassed that of the king of Qin, it would be nearly impossible, as very few families in the Tianqian Empire could achieve such might. Moreover, if one were indeed that formidable, royal experts might even come calling for tea. To think of an alliance with the king of Qin? In the case of large families, even intermarriages among noble clans usually pose no significant issues. Such occurrences are quite common. However, When it comes to royal authority, complications abound. Despite the king of Qin's habitual seclusion, as a prince, he commands considerable territory. His fief supports 30 million subjects, and the majority of tax revenue can be retained without submission to the court. Tio maintain order within his domain. The king of Qin possesses a private army of 100,000. With land, grain, troops, and a substantial populace, it could be said that he possesses the foundational conditions for rebellion. I shall persevere in the direction I have chosen, Xiao Fan replied calmly. He had already envisioned Qin Mingyue as his future bride. Changing his affections was simply not an option. Besides, where could one find a woman more beautiful than Qin Mingyue? Having beheld her stunning visage, he found it difficult to regard any other woman with interest. After finishing their drinks, Jiang Feng returned home, where the atmosphere was grave. Upon entering the family hall, he saw his second uncle, Jiang De, kneeling there, accompanied by a familiar figure, Master Liang. Xiao Feng, please intercede on my behalf, Jiang De implored. Jiang Feng turned to the elders seated in the center, Jiang Lao. Grandfather, this is... Jiang Lao took a deep breath. Your second uncle has summoned Master Liang, seeking to subtly alter the family's feng shui for nefarious purposes. Xiao Feng, you are to handle this matter as the future head of the family. Jiang Lao's heart ached. Jiang De was indeed his son. Tio conspire with outsiders in an attempt to harm him for the sake of the family leadership was truly lamentable. Father, I merely wish to prevent the family's business from declining, Jiang De insisted. Xiao Fan is but a young novice. How could his understanding of feng shui possibly rival that of Master Liang? Father, I am wronged. Jiang Lao gazed at Jiang De. Master Xiao stated that you would take action, which is why I have had experts keep watch over you. I am fully aware of your conspiratorial discussions with Master Liang. Jiang De slumped to the ground. Jiang Feng could not help but smirk internally. His grandfather had single-handedly brought the Jiang family to its current state, and with Xiao Fan's counsel, there was no way Jiang De would succeed in his schemes a second time. Xiao Feng, you must handle this, Jiang Lao declared as he rose to leave. Jiang De hastily added, Xiao Feng, I have supported you over the years. You cannot disregard our past. Master Liang quickly chimed in. Young master, my skills in feng shui are commendable. I could be of great assistance to you. Jiang Feng regarded them coldly. After a moment of silence, he spoke in a low voice, Liang, you have harmed my grandfather for far too long. Were it not for Master Xiao, my grandfather might have met his end at your hands. You have sealed your fate. Take him away and beat him to death, in the case of a noble family like the Jiang clan. It was common practice to silence 3 to 5 people each year. As long as it did not create a severe backlash, the court typically turned a blind eye. Yes, young master. Several family experts were present in the hall. 2 of them immediately dragged Master Liang away, and not long after, his screams echoed through the air. Minutes passed, and the 2 powerful figures returned. Young master, Master Liang has been executed, one reported. Jiang De's face turned pale. Xiao Feng, I am your second uncle. You cannot treat me this way. Jiang Feng regarded Jiang De with a long silence. Strip him of his cultivation, he commanded. You shall remain confined to your courtyard for life. Should you venture beyond, do not blame me for my ruthlessness, Jiang Feng stated coldly. Chapter 20. The Hidden Guardian in the Lu residence. The steward hurried to the main courtyard. Master, news has come from the Jiang family. Jiang De has been stripped of his cultivation. The steward reported respectfully. The head of the Lu family, Lu Zhe, who was also Lu Ying's father, displayed a look of astonishment. What exactly transpired? Jiang De was discovered plotting against Jiang Lao with Liang Anping. Jiang Lao tasked Jiang Feng with handling Jiang De, who then ordered the stripping of Jiang De's cultivation and his subsequent house arrest. A gleam of intelligence flickered in Lu Zhe's eyes. If that is the case, Lu Ying and Jiang Feng's union can be arranged. Jiang Hui, having offended powerful figures, suffered a double leg fracture, and he had already cancelled his engagement. However, Lu Zhe was still contemplating the match between Jiang Feng and Lu Ying. He was well aware of the Jiang family's situation. According to his earlier assessments, Jiang De had a 60 to 70% chance of becoming the head of the family. If Jiang De were to ascend to that position, Lu Ying's marriage would be akin to jumping into a fire pit. Prepare yourselves, someone from the Jiang family will likely come to propose soon, Lu Zhe stated calmly. Understood, master. Lu Zhe's judgment proved to be remarkably accurate. By the afternoon, Zhang Lao dispatched someone to propose marriage. Zhang Feng and Lu Ying had already developed an interest in one another, and their families were well matched. When the Zhang family sent their representatives, Lu Zhe readily agreed. At that moment, Xiao Fan was fishing when he suddenly received a notification from the system. His points had increased by 700. Astonished, he thought, what a remarkable gain. With this addition, Xiao Fan's total points reached 10,400. Surpassing 10,000 allowed him to exchange for temporary martial emperor-level cultivation, significantly enhancing his sense of security. Clop, clop. The sound of hooves approached as two strong horses galloped to a halt not far from Xiao Fan. Frowning, he thought, they've scared off the fish. Are you Xiao Fan? Inquired one of the armored warriors brusquely. Gentlemen, I suggest you keep your distance. Furthermore, if you wish to inquire about someone, it would be more appropriate to dismount first. Xiao Fan replied, his displeasure evident. The two mounted warriors looked down at him with indifferent expressions, showing no intention of dismounting despite his words. Our master requests your presence. Come with us, one of them stated coldly. I fear I do not know your master and have no desire to accompany you, Xiao Fan replied. Furrowing his brow, he felt a twinge of unease. Must I resort to violence? That would cost me 1,000 points to exchange for martial emperor-level strength. And I haven't even warmed up to these 700 points yet. The other warrior sneered, Xiao Fan, you are but a mere diviner. You ought to recognize your place. Whether or not Miss Qin possesses a significant background is still under investigation by our Zhang family. Even if she does, you are merely friends at best. If our Zhang family were to eliminate you, do you think she would stand against us? Xiao Fan was not surprised. Indeed, they were from the Zhang family. Among the powerful enemies he had made, only the Wei and Zhang families posed significant threats. The Wei family was currently entangled in considerable trouble and lacked the capacity to provoke him further. I wouldn't mind going with you, but your method of inviting me displeases me. My displeasure may lead to unfortunate consequences for someone, Xiao Fan said, lifting his fishing rod with a dispassionate demeanor. If the Zhang family thought him an easy target, they were gravely mistaken. If he had to expend points to invoke martial emperor-level power, he would prefer to do so in the Zhang family's territory, where it would have a more substantial deterrent effect. Leave at once, or I will not hesitate to cripple you. Just then, a cold voice echoed in the ears of the two mounted warriors. Their expressions changed as they scanned their surroundings warily. Someone had transmitted a message to them. Such a technique was not typically employed by martial artists of lower levels. Moreover, seeing their companion's reaction, they realized that the message had been simultaneously conveyed to both of them. A feat even top-tier masters might struggle to accomplish. Was it a martial sovereign? The two inhaled sharply. The hidden protector was likely dispatched by Miss Qin. If she could assign a martial sovereign-level guardian to secretly protect Xiao Fan, it indicated her elevated status. Furthermore, it suggested that Xiao Fan held a significant place in Qin Mingyue's heart. I will grant you 3 days. You would do well to visit the Zhang residence. Otherwise, your shop is certain to be sealed. The two individuals swiftly turned their horses and departed, their demeanor suggesting a touch of fear. A look of confusion flickered in Xiao Fan's eyes. He had observed their expressions change quite clearly moments ago, and their words were inconsistent. It appeared that someone had spoken to them, frightening them away. Could it be that Miss Qin had secretly arranged for a skilled protector to watch over me? Xiao Fan mused inwardly. Such a possibility indeed existed. If Miss Qin were a princess, it would be quite simple for her to arrange for someone to safeguard me. If that were the case, did Miss Qin harbor feelings for me? As these thoughts crossed his mind, Xiao Fan felt a wave of delight. After all, he did not wish to be a mere sycophant. Mutual affection and a shared journey towards each other would be the ideal love. Miss Qin had already assisted in resolving the issues with the Wei family, and it was she who had dispatched people to deal with the disturbances caused by Jiang Hui and his companions. Now, if she had again secretly sent someone to protect me, it would mean that Miss Qin had aided me on several occasions. The debt of gratitude owed to a beauty is one that can only be repaid at a later date. Xiao Fan, carrying a bucket, staggered toward the nearby rented house. The two members of the Jiang family rode back to the Jiang residence in a hurry. Upon reporting the situation, the head of the Jiang family turned grave. The head of the Jiang family was Jiang Hui's father, Jiang Peng, a man in his 50s with the formidable prowess of a grandmaster. appearing to be in his 40s, a grandmaster-level protector. Could it be that Qin Mingyue truly hails from the Qin Wangfu? Jiang Peng thought to himself, recognizing that the Qin Wangfu was not an entity they could provoke. The Jiang family was merely a wealthy clan, a tier below the reputable families. The Qin Wangfu stood above all renowned families. No matter how grand a business a reputable family might possess, their status could not compare to that of a prince with a fief. In the palace, Feng Qingwu practiced calligraphy, her handwriting quite commendable. At a master level, yet today, she found herself somewhat distracted, often losing her focus. After ruining another sheet of paper, she set down her brush and waved her hand, prompting her maid to promptly tidy up. If I were merely an ordinary woman, I could indeed be with Xiao Fan. Even if I were a woman from a reputable family, given time, Xiao Fan could potentially rise to my level. Yet, alas, I am a sovereign ruler. Feng Qingwu sighed inwardly. When Xiao Fan mentioned proposing in 2 years, her heart truly stirred, but the threshold of her family was simply too high for him to surmount. Your Majesty. At that moment, another maid entered the room. Lan Qin, what is it? Feng Qingwu inquired. Lan Qin, her personal maid, possessed considerable talent in martial arts and was already a grandmaster. Your Majesty, Commander Yin has relayed news that young Master Xiao suspects you hail from the Qin Wangfu. Additionally, the Jiang family has dispatched 2 individuals to seek out young Master Xiao, insisting that he accompany them to the Jiang residence. Their demeanor was rather hostile, and they were driven away by the hidden protector. Before leaving, they warned young Master Xiao to visit the Jiang family within 3 days, or they would seal his shop. Chapter 21. The Qin Wangfu takes action. Feng Qingwu was taken aback. Xiao Fan suspected her of being from the Qin Wangfu. Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. Although the Qin surname is prominent, there are only a few top families bearing that name. The head of the Jiang family is Jiang Peng, who has only held the position for 2 years, and in that time, I have seen several petitions against the Jiang family. Feng Qingwu furrowed her brows. Your Majesty, the head of the Jiang family is indeed Jiang Peng. Lan Qin respectfully confirmed. She merely answered Feng Qingwu's inquiry and refrained from commenting on the Jiang family. Feng Qingwu pondered. The Jiang family was arrogant, yet they had not egregiously transgressed the law. Even if an investigation were to occur, the outcomes would be only mildly detrimental to the Jiang family. Moreover, as emperor, it would be inappropriate for her to intervene in the Jiang family's affairs without a significant reason. Lan Qin, take my secret edict to the Qin Wangfu. Instruct the Qin Wang to send someone to the Jiang family to teach Jiang Peng and his son a severe lesson. After some consideration, Feng Qingwu commanded. Lan Qin was astonished that it was rare for Feng Qingwu to engage with the Qin Wang, yet she was mobilizing the Qin Wangfu due to Xiao Fan's matter. Your Majesty, shall I inform the Qin Wang of the reason? No need. Understood, Your Majesty. Lan Qin promptly departed. Though she was a woman, she possessed grandmaster-level strength, making it easy for her to handle tasks outside the palace. This was not her first time undertaking such duties. As evening fell, Lan Qin, disguised as a handsome young man, arrived at the Qin Wangfu. Qin Wang, I bear an edict from the Emperor. In the main hall of the Qin Wangfu, she met Qin Huayan, who was momentarily taken aback and quickly ordered the maid to leave, securing the main entrance tightly. He then knelt down. Lan Qin stated, Qin Wang, the Emperor has commanded that Jiang Peng, the head of the Jiang family, and his son Jiang Hui, for their arrogance, are to be taught a lesson by the Qin Wangfu. I accept the edict. Qin Huayan was perplexed. How could the Emperor issue such a decree? While the Jiang family was a wealthy clan, they were nothing in the Emperor's eyes, and yet, the Emperor commanded the Qin Wangfu to act. Qin Wang, please rise. As for the specifics, do not inquire further. Simply act according to the Emperor's command. Lan Qin smiled. Thank you, Miss Lan Qin, for your guidance. After Lan Qin departed, Qin Huayan fell into deep contemplation. Did the Emperor wish for him to tarnish his own reputation? Yet that did not seem to be the case. The Jiang family's behavior was indeed quite audacious, and if word of their punishment spread, the common folk might even commend it. Unable to fathom the situation, he decided to set it aside and immediately issued orders. As a prince, Qin Huayan could command a private army of 10,000 within his fief. However, at the royal residence, he could bring a maximum of 300 soldiers. Yet, the Qin Wangfu had only 100 personnel. As darkness enveloped the sky, the back gate of the Qin Huangfu swung open, and 30 riders on swift steeds hastily made their way toward the Jiang family. Are those not the people of the Qin Huangfu? Why has the Qin Huangfu mobilized soldiers? What is happening? Many onlookers whispered among themselves. The Qin Huangfu was known for its discretion, and such a formidable display was unprecedented. With the Jiang family situated only 6 to 7 miles away, it did not take long for the Qin Huangfu's contingent to reach their destination. The Jiang family's gatekeepers trembled in trepidation. Bring Jiang Pong and Jiang Hui out at once. The leader, a middle-aged man clad in silver armor, announced. His name was Yuan Li, a genuine general with the prowess of a grandmaster. The remaining warriors, clad in green armor, were all grandmasters as well. Although their numbers were few, they could easily decimate 10,000 ordinary soldiers on the battlefield. General, might I inquire what this is about? A steward from the Jiang residence hastily emerged to ask. Crack! Yuan Li raised his hand and delivered a fierce lash to the steward. Tell them to come out immediately. There is no need for such idle chatter. If they do not comply, we shall raze your Jiang residence to the ground. Inside the Jiang residence, Jiang Pong and his family quickly received the news. They had merely threatened Xiao Fan, yet the Qin Huangfu had mobilized such a grand effort. Jiang Pong found it hard to believe. They hurried to the entrance of the Jiang residence. Jiang Hui was brought out on a stretcher. General Yuan, may I ask what is the reason for such an esteemed visit? Jiang Pong respectfully clasped his hands, recognizing that Yuan Li's status was on par with his own. Yuan Li was an officially recognized general. Should the nation call for action, he possessed the capability to lead troops into battle. Is there no reason for us to teach you a lesson? Yuan Li coldly issued his orders. Yes, General, the others dismounted. Wielding whips, each striking Jiang Hui and his companions mercilessly. The anguished cries of Jiang Hui and his companions echoed like the wails of slaughtered pigs. The others in the Jiang family did not dare to intervene. General, spare us, General. We were wrong. Jiang Pong and his family lamented in agony. Yuan Li and his 30 men each delivered a whip to Jiang Pong and his kin, leaving them in a state of disarray. Let this serve as a lesson to the Jiang family. Do not be so arrogant in the future. Mount up and withdraw. After delivering around 10 lashes each, Yuan Li and his men swiftly departed, leaving Jiang Pong and his son with over 100 lashes, their bodies devoid of any unblemished skin. Quickly, carry the head of the family inside. The Jiang family members hurriedly lifted Jiang Pong and his kin, further exacerbating their suffering. What transpired? The Qin Huangfu actually sent people to inflict such punishment upon the head of the Jiang family. The onlookers speculated fervently. Before long, news of this event would spread throughout Lingxiao City. Cease all actions against Xiao Fan. Jiang Pong gritted his teeth, astonished that the Qin Huangfu would take such measures for Xiao Fan. Father, even the Qin Huang cannot act in this manner. We should go to the emperor and report them. Jiang Hui grimaced, his face marred with multiple lash marks. Be silent. Do you wish to court death? Jiang Pong rebuked, his face contorting in pain as it strained against the wounds. If they dare to report, the people from the Qin Huangfu might very well eliminate them in secret. As long as there is no evidence, Your Majesty may at most deliver a tepid criticism of King Qin. Yuan Li and his companions swiftly completed their mission and returned to the Qin household. My lord, we have received some intelligence. The root of the matter may lie in Jiang Hui's trouble with a diviner named Xiao Fan, which was ordered to be dealt with by a young lady named Qin Mingyue. Subsequently, the Jiang family dispatched individuals to confront Xiao Fan again. Jiang Peng suspects that Qin Mingyue is the eldest daughter. Yuan Li respectfully reported. Qin Huayan appeared contemplative, recognizing that Qin Mingyue could not possibly be his daughter, for his daughter is named Qin Ji and has suffered from frail health since childhood. Rarely leaving the Qin Huangfu, it seems that Qin Mingyue is a guise adopted by Your Majesty, intended to shield our Qin Huangfu, while also allowing us to discreetly look after Xiao Fan. Qin Huayan mused privately. Understanding the origin of the issue, it was not difficult to analyze the secret decree from Feng Qingwu. A smile graced Qin Huayan's face. This was indeed good news for the Qin Huangfu. The fact that Your Majesty is willing to involve them signifies a continued trust in their capabilities. Chapter 22. Are you provoking me, Master Xiao? Good morning, Master Xiao. I hope you draw me today. I wish to invite you to my home to arrange the feng shui as the sun rose high. Xiao Fan arrived leisurely at the shop, which was bustling with hundreds of people, many adorned in luxurious garments. The news of Zhang Peng and Zhang Hui's severe beating the previous night had already spread like wildfire throughout Lingxiao City. While the ordinary populace remained largely unaware of the reasons, several influential families had grasped the situation. Xiao Fan's reputation had soared. Master Xiao, I have confirmed my engagement with Lu Ying, and we have come to express our gratitude to you. Zhang Feng smiled. Lu Ying stood beside him, her face radiating joy. Thank you, Master Xiao, Lu Ying echoed. The two bowed in unison, and Xiao Fan graciously accepted their gesture. He was worthy of such respect. Had it not been for his intervention, Lu Ying would likely have been wed to Zhang Hui, and even if they ended up together later, it would forever be a source of regret for them. There's no need for excessive courtesy. Have you brought many people to support my business? Xiao Fan inquired, scanning the crowd, assuming many of the elegantly dressed individuals were summoned by Zhang Feng. There's no need for such actions in the future. Let things unfold naturally. Zhang Feng quickly replied, Master Xiao, they are not from us. Something happened at the Zhang residence last night, and you may not yet be aware of it. Oh? What transpired? Xiao Fan asked. Perplexed, Zhang Feng recounted the events. Although he had not been present, he had gathered a clear understanding of the situation. Xiao Fan felt a surge of emotion. The Zhang family's troubles arose during the day, and by night, Zhang Hui and his father had been dealt with by the Qin Wangfu. An act that Xiao Fan surmised was orchestrated by Qin Mingyue. The Qin Wangfu typically maintained a low profile, and it was likely that Qin Mingyue had acted without consulting the Qin Wang, who might reprimand her sharply upon learning of her actions. Such a splendid girl must be taken home. Xiao Fan thought to himself, Ladies and gentlemen, today's lucky numbers are 19, 123, and 277. The rest should remain quiet, Xiao Fan declared as he took his seat. The three fortunate individuals displayed excitement. Winning among hundreds was no small feat. Number 19 was a striking woman who quickly took her place before Xiao Fan. Information from the system surged into Xiao Fan's mind, causing him to raise an eyebrow. What audacity! According to the data, this woman was a spy from a foreign nation, deeply concealed. She did not genuinely believe in Xiao Fan's divination prowess. Her visit today was merely to investigate the precise relationship between Xiao Fan and Qin Mingyue, using the draw as a pretext. Unexpectedly, she had drawn a winning number. Master Xiao, recently someone has been pursuing me, and I would like to know if he is my true match. The woman casually fabricated a reason. Casting a subtle flirtatious glance at Xiao Fan sipped his tea to clear his throat and replied, Indeed, there is someone pursuing you, but he is not your true match. You will never find your true match in this lifetime. Some individuals frowned discreetly. Even if there were no prospects, Xiao Fan's bluntness seemed rather inappropriate, extinguishing the hopes of others. Your name is Xia Zhu, your real name is Li Meizhu, and you are not a citizen of our Tianqian Empire. You are a spy sent by a foreign nation. I must say, your audacity is commendable, a spy daring to operate under my very nose. Are you provoking me? Xiao Fan retorted with a smirk. Xia Zhu was taken aback, her heart racing. Master Xiao, I came sincerely seeking your assistance. How could you slander me so baselessly? I am not a spy. Xiao Fan replied coolly, The authorities will soon summon you for questioning. You may explain yourself to them then. The fee for divination is 1 tael of silver. Thank you. Xia Zhu tossed a tael of silver in indignation and stormed off. What kind of master are you? It appears you are merely a name without substance. Ladies and gentlemen, he possesses no genuine ability. There is no need for you to seek his counsel. He may even wrongfully accuse you of being spies or murderers. Outside the shop, 2 constables entered. With so many people gathered, it was easy for incidents to arise, and they were there to maintain order. Miss Xia Zhu, we kindly ask you to accompany us, one constable stated. Xia Zhu retorted angrily, When did the authorities become so superstitious? If a diviner's mere words can reveal everything, what need have you for your duties? Miss Xia Zhu, please cooperate. The other constable insisted sternly. Next, Xiao Fan said nonchalantly, having already seen Xia Zhu's fate. There was no need to dwell further. Her family possessed relevant evidence, and a simple search by the authorities would confirm everything. Master Xiao, our youngest son went to sea 2 years ago and has yet to return. Previously, he would only be gone for a year and a half at most. An elderly couple with graying hair approached Xiao Fan. The elder took a seat across from Xiao Fan. They had 3 sons, but their eldest and second sons had both passed away. Their youngest son had gone to sea, leaving them in torment for 2 years, their hair turning gray from worry. Your son is named Li Changsheng, Xiao Fan stated, a hint of peculiarity crossing his face at the name, which sounded remarkably auspicious. The elderly couple, however, did not dwell on such thoughts. They merely wished for their child to live long. Their eldest son had died in his teenage years, and their second son had also passed away at the age of 7. Xiao Fan's eyes widened in surprise as he reviewed the scant information available. Much of it was unclear. Li Changsheng had apparently encountered fortuitous events at sea and had likely become a formidable master by now. Xiao Fan thought to himself, Master Xiao, regardless of whether Changsheng is alive or dead, we hope you can provide us with some insight. If he has indeed passed, we wish to offer him paper money, the elderly woman said, wiping her tears. Xiao Fan smiled gently and reassured, Dear elders, your son is alive. He will return home within 2 months, so you may prepare some clothing for him. Congratulations, you are now grandparents. Your grandchild is already over 6 months old. Upon hearing this, the spirits of the elderly couple lifted significantly, their life trajectories subtly shifting. Following their original paths, one of them would have fallen gravely ill and passed away within a fortnight, with the other following shortly after. If Li Changsheng returned, he would only find 2 new graves, causing him immeasurable sorrow. These 2 elders were ordinary people, but Li Changsheng was extraordinary. With their life trajectories altered, Xiao Fan mused that he might gain substantial points from this. He had a faint feeling that he could earn over 1,000 points this time. System, these points do not require Li Changsheng's return for settlement, do they? No need. The system replied to Xiao Fan. He felt reassured, believing that the points would be credited by the end of the day. Master Xiao, thank you, thank you. After receiving their divination fee, the elderly couple left joyously. Their son would return, and he would bring a grandchild, a monumental blessing for them. Master Xiao, are you not quite skilled in divination? Why not predict whether you will encounter calamity today? Number 277 was a middle-aged man with a face full of flesh, who plopped down directly across from Xiao Fan. Chapter 23. The Curse of Childlessness. Jiang Feng and the hundreds of others gazed at the middle-aged man in disbelief. The Jiang family had suffered losses, yet this man dared to trouble Xiao Fan. Who are you, with such audacity to disturb Master Xiao? Jiang Feng demanded sternly. The middle-aged man turned, his fierce gaze sweeping over Jiang Feng and his companions like a predator. Shut your mouth, or I shall send you to your demise, the man growled. Bang! With a swift motion, a middle-aged man forcefully slammed his palm onto the table before him. Master Xiao, come, please calculate whether today will bring you any calamity. Xiao Fan's expression remained serene as he replied coolly. Your name is Du Chunshan, you are 43 years old and currently unemployed. Your martial arts rank is at the 2nd star level, and you have gathered a group of thugs who are willing to fight and kill. Recently, you arrived in Lingxiao City and have set your sights on this street. My establishment has decent profits, making me your first target to establish your authority. Du Chunshan chuckled ominously. Master Xiao, I never expected you to possess such skills. How much do you intend to pay me monthly? My brothers are capable of anything if they go hungry. The expressions of several onlookers shifted uneasily, with some discreetly retreating. Such scoundrels could prove to be more troublesome than members of powerful families. While influential families often abide by certain rules, individuals like Du Chunshan frequently resort to unscrupulous methods. They are well versed in the laws of the court, and when the authorities confront them, they might only spend 10 or 8 days in detention. Emerging ready for revenge, Xiao Fan sipped his tea and said, Du Chunshan, I have yet to finish speaking. Please do not rush. Your top subordinate is named Guo Xiaoming, and your woman is Lu Yuha, who is over a decade younger than you. They have a child named Du Gi, who is quite adorable. Ha ha. Laughter erupted from the crowd, and Du Chunshan, momentarily taken aback, soon realized the source of their amusement. You speak nonsense, he bellowed. Xiao Fan replied coolly, if you hurry back, you might witness quite a spectacle. Enraged, Du Chunshan cursed and stormed out of the shop towards the house he had just purchased. Over the years, he had accumulated some savings. Master, he did not pay the divination fee. someone interjected. Xiao Fan remarked, I would like to remind everyone that even small evils, when accumulated, can culminate in great misfortunes. Retribution may descend upon one at any moment. He had foreseen Du Chuanshan's fate. Du Chuanshan had amassed countless minor transgressions, and refusing to pay the fee would set off those small evils, leading to a bloody disaster upon his return home. Furious, Du Chuanshan kicked open the door to his house without knocking. Guo Xiaoming stood in the bedroom, still clad in his clothes. Chuanshan, please let us explain, implored Lu Yuhe, trembling in fear. Brother, it's all my fault. Do as you wish, beat or kill me. I'll endure it, Guo Xiaoming professed, brandishing a sharp knife towards Du Chuanshan. Consumed by rage, Du Chuanshan reached for the knife's hilt when, bam! Guo Xiaoming delivered a fierce kick to his groin. Ah! Du Chuanshan cried out in agony, his body convulsing from the pain. Lu Yuhe urged, Xiaoming, kill him quickly, or he will certainly kill us, if he dies. We can flee far away. Du Chuanshan's eyes seemed to ignite with fury. The knife in Guo Xiaoming's hand plunged deeply into Du Chuanshan's chest. .680. At the moment of Du Chuanshan's demise. A notification echoed in Xiao Fan's mind. He was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a delightful surprise from Du Chuanshan. With the addition of these 680 points, his total exceeded 11,000. Given that Du Chuanshan possessed martial artist-level prowess, it was unsurprising that he garnered such points. Had he lived, his future misdeeds would have yielded even more. Xiao Fan felt a surge of satisfaction. If he could receive such substantial points from every customer, wouldn't he be on the fast track to greatness? Ladies and gentlemen, the shop will close for the day. None of today's 3 guests requested a feng shui consultation, so if anyone has such a need, please speak now, Xiao Fan announced with a smile. Liu Ying, having received a prompt from Jiang Feng, immediately interjected, Master Xiao, our Lu family wishes to invite you to adjust our feng shui. Aware that her relationship with Jiang Feng was thanks to Xiao Fan, she thought that even if his adjustments bore no fruit, compensating him would be worthwhile. Miss Lu, if your family has no urgent matters, please allow me to assist others first, Xiao Fan replied. Master Xiao, my situation is rather pressing. Please come to my house and take a look, several others chimed in. Xiao Fan turned to Lu Ying. Miss Lu, your family currently has no pressing need for feng shui adjustments. Even if you offer a substantial sum, I will not proceed. Xiao Fan understood Lu Ying's intentions clearly. While he sought profit, he was disinterested in earning money if he could not provide genuine assistance to his clients. While Lu Ying's family previously needed feng shui adjustments, the change in her engagement rendered it unnecessary for the time being. The Lu family was already doing quite well financially. Further gains might not be beneficial. You all, since you did not draw lots earlier, it is evident that there are no particularly urgent matters at home. The one who bids highest, I will visit their residence, he declared with a light chuckle. The eager contenders for Xiao Fan's services quickly began to bid, with 2 of them hailing from prestigious lineages. And the bidding swiftly escalated to 3,000 or 4,000 taels of silver. 5,000 taels. This is my final offer. If you bid higher, I will not compete today, one man exclaimed with wide eyes. The other, feeling defeated, chose to withdraw. 5,000 taels exceeded his limit, and their families were still far from the grandiose Zhang family. The surrounding crowd was left astonished. For the majority, 5,000 taels represented a substantial sum. You are the one. Prepare the carriage, Xiao Fan said with a light laugh. He would not rush to others' residences for feng shui adjustments. If the client's attitude was poor, he would forego the earnings. Understood, Master Xiao. Half an hour later, Xiao Fan arrived at the residence of the winning bidder, which paled in comparison to the Jiang family estate. However, it was still valued at several 100,000 taels of silver. In his past life, such a property would easily surpass 200 million, undoubtedly belonging to a wealthy family. Xiao Fan frowned. Zhao Kai, your Zhao family has offended a powerful individual. Earning those 5,000 taels will not be easy, he stated. Zhao Kai's expression shifted slightly. Master Xiao, did you not say there were no urgent matters at our home? Xiao Fan shook his head. Indeed, it is not an urgent matter. Childbirth can wait a while longer. Zhao Kai pressed. Master Xiao, is there truly an issue? Xiao Fan replied calmly. A formidable figure has altered your Zhao family's feng shui, creating a situation where you will be childless for a decade. Thud, Master Xiao, I implore you to assist our Zhao family. We have committed many good deeds over the years. We should not be condemned to childlessness, Zhao Kai pleaded, kneeling and bowing his head. The other Zhao family members were taken aback by this scene. Zhao Kai was their heir and a prominent figure in the area. Master, we will raise your compensation to 10,000 taels, Zhao Kai urged fervently. Xiao Fan pondered for a moment. Please rise for now. Do you know whom your Zhao family offended 10 years ago? Such a feng shui arrangement must stem from deep-seated enmity and bears negative consequences for the feng shui master as well. Chapter 24, The Tianhe Song Family. Zhao Kai was assisted to his feet by the other Zhao family members. Master Xiao, let us discuss this further inside, Zhao Kai suggested. Xiao Fan nodded slightly. Once in the main hall, Zhao Kai personally poured tea for Xiao Fan. Master Xiao, indeed something occurred 10 years ago. My father is more knowledgeable about it. Let him explain, Zhao Kai sighed. Very well. Before long, Zhao Kai's father was wheeled into the room, his legs having long been incapacitated. Master Xiao, I apologize for my physical limitations in welcoming you, Zhao Kai's father, Zhao Rendong, said with a bow. Master of the Zhao family, you are too kind, Xiao Fan replied promptly with a courteous bow. Zhao Kai added, Father, Master Xiao possesses exceptional skills in divination and feng shui. Perhaps he can help us with our family's issues. Please share the details of that incident from years ago. Zhao Rendong's eyes glazed over with reminiscence. Master Xiao, to be precise, it was 11 years ago that time. I was still an official investigating a series of murders involving young maidens, all of whom had been violated before their deaths. I spent 3 months on the case, nearly uncovering the truth when it was abruptly handed over to others, and I was wrongfully accused of corruption and dismissed from my post. Zhao Kai interjected. Master Xiao, our Zhao family's wealth was not acquired through corruption. Xiao Fan nodded slightly. Zhao Rendong sighed. I was indignant at the time and sought justice for the deceased. Despite my dismissal, I continued my investigation privately. One night, I was attacked and had my leg broken. Xiao Fan felt a surge of admiration. If what Zhao Rendong said was true, he was indeed a good official. The assailants had even threatened him, warning that if he meddled further, they would come for the Zhao family. Although the old man himself does not fear death, with so many mouths to feed at home and his legs broken, the case was left unresolved and ultimately faded away. Zhao Kai said, Master Xiao, if we are to speak of significant events from a decade ago, this is the only one. Zhao Rendong sighed deeply. Master Xiao, if this case indeed involves powerful figures, it may very well implicate you. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Fan replied, Zhao Patriarch, if it concerns influential individuals, my current abilities may not suffice to discern their identities. However, I have no objection to assisting your Zhao family in rectifying the feng shui. The existence of such matters behind the scenes had led to the system previously not selecting Zhao Kai, suggesting it may not be calculable at present. Zhao Rendong remarked, Master Xiao, I have heard that some victims of this case are still pursuing legal action. His Majesty is wise and formidable. This case will eventually reveal its truths. Zhao Patriarch, how many women perished? Xiao Fan could not help but inquire. After a prolonged silence, Zhao Rendong finally responded. In Tianhe City and its surrounding areas, 36 young women were involved in this case. Analyzing the methods employed, it is highly likely that they were all victims of the same perpetrator. Xiao Fan narrowed his eyes. Tianhe City? He had once visited that place. Located approximately 2,000 kilometers from Lingxiao City beside a great river. Tianhe City boasts a population of 10 million. The Song family of Tianhe is renowned, a prestigious lineage with a history spanning a millennium. According to the customs of the Tianqian Empire, local officials cannot serve in their own regions. And though no members of the Song family hold official positions in Tianhe City, many officials are connected to them. The current head of the Song family possesses martial prowess at the level of a martial emperor. Having lived over 80 years, yet could easily survive another 50. In the Tianqian dynasty, common folk typically live to around 100. Each advancement in cultivation can extend one's life by approximately 10 years. Without consuming rare elixirs, a martial emperor may live up to 170 years. The head of the Song family, Song Yuan, has multiple wives and over a dozen children. His eldest son, Song Yongchang, is a high-ranking official, while his second son, Song Yongji, is a martial king of the 9th star level. If the case were indeed the doing of the Song family, it is unsurprising that his system could not deduce it. Zhao Patriarch, were you an official in Tianhe City back then? Xiao Fan inquired. Zhao Rendong nodded slightly. I was the governor of Tianhe at the time. This case had a severely adverse impact, and I personally oversaw it. Yet we still failed to uncover the truth. Xiao Fan's eyes narrowed. The governor of Tianhe is ostensibly the most powerful figure there. He could command many subordinates. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible not to unravel the mystery. Moreover, for someone to dare break his legs in secret is incredibly audacious. Did the court not suspect the Song family? Xiao Fan asked directly. Zhao Rendong remained silent for a moment before bitterly laughing. There were indeed suspicions, but all evidence from that time was destroyed. How could we possibly investigate? After His Majesty ascended, he dispatched people to look into it, but the Song family claimed it was a smear campaign by rival factions. Without irrefutable evidence, even His Majesty could not take action against such a distinguished family. Cough, cough. At this point, Zhao Rendong recalled certain events from that time, leading to a fit of intense coughing. Zhao Kai said, Master Xiao, my father was only close to uncovering the truth back then, so we cannot definitively say it was the Song family. Xiao Fan smiled faintly. What, are you afraid that I might hear this and hesitate to assist your Zhao family in improving their feng shui? Zhao Kai chuckled. He was not overly concerned about whether the case could be solved. As long as the Zhao family endured, that was sufficient. Zhao Rendong sighed. Master Xiao, having heard all this, if you hesitate to adjust our feng shui, I can understand, and I have heard from Kair that you have some connections with the Qin Wang food at IT. Would be relatively easy for them to intervene and teach a lesson to the Jiang family, who are merely a wealthy clan. However, the Song family, with their centuries-old lineage, is another matter altogether. Zhao Kai cast several meaningful glances at his father. His father was being so forthright. What would happen if Xiao Fan decided to leave? While the Zhao family could easily hire a feng shui master with their wealth, finding one with genuine skill was another challenge. Many feng shui practitioners are nothing more than charlatans, Zhao Patriarch. Zhao Kai, prepare 5,000 taels of silver. I shall commence the feng shui adjustments for your Zhao family, Xiao Fan stated calmly. Though the Song family was formidable, they did not intimidate him. If he were easily frightened, he could not pursue this line of work. Moreover, the prospect of marrying Qin Mingyue would become even more remote. Furthermore, as someone with a system, he would not allow the Song family to make him lose face. Master Xiao, thank you. Here is a 10,000 tael banknote. Please accept it. Zhao Kai hastily produced the prepared banknote from his robes. Xiao Fan replied nonchalantly, 5,000 taels will suffice. I shall collect the remainder once the work is complete. Chapter 25. Should we participate in the imperial examination? In the Empress's palace, Lan Qin approached Feng Qingwu. Feng Qingwu had just concluded a long day of duties. With billions of subjects in the Tianqian Empire, as the emperor, she had numerous matters to attend to daily. Your Majesty, I have news regarding young Master Xiao, Lan Qin said respectfully. A smile graced Feng Qingwu's face. Each day, she eagerly anticipated updates about Xiao Fan. Gathering and transmitting information about him had become a significant part of Lan Qin's daily responsibilities. Your Majesty, young Master Xiao has deduced the identity of a spy within his family. The individual is named Xiazhu, with the real name Li Meizhu, and she has been confirmed as a spy for the Bailiang Kingdom. It is believed she can uncover several more spies. Feng Qingwu chuckled. A spy going to Master Zhao's place is akin to a sheep walking into a tiger's den. If only he could deduce the identities of all the suspects, that would be splendid. Unfortunately, he only sees 3 clients a day, and they must be designated by him. Your Majesty, there is nothing noteworthy about the second client, but the third client sought trouble with him and ended up dead. Feng Qingwu raised an eyebrow, intrigued that it involved a loss of life. Your Majesty, young Master Xiao did not kill the individual. The specifics are as follows. Lan Qin carefully elaborated. Feng Qingwu secretly sighed in relief. As long as Xiao Fan was not implicated in the murder, it was a relief. Your Majesty, Du Chuanshan's death may be related to his failure to pay the consultation fee. Lan Qin whispered. Feng Qingwu shot her a glance. Lan Qin, it is acceptable to speak freely in my presence, but do not utter such words outside. Investigations must be based on evidence. Lan Qin's expression changed as she quickly knelt. Your Majesty, I misspoke. Is there anything else? Thank you, Your Majesty. Lan Qin stood. Your Majesty, there is one more matter. The Zhao family has invited young Master Xiao to their residence to adjust their feng shui. He has spent 3 hours with them and should have assisted in their feng shui adjustments. Feng Qingwu narrowed her eyes. Which Zhao family are you referring to? The Zhao surname is common, with many families bearing the name in Lingxiao City. Your Majesty, it is the Zhao family headed by Zhao Rendong. Feng Qingwu furrowed her brow in thought. She was aware of this Zhao family and had reassigned officials to investigate the case in Tianhe City. After half a year, nothing had emerged. 11 years had passed since the incident, and it was exceedingly difficult to unearth any evidence now. Do you know what was discussed? No, Your Majesty. After a moment of contemplation, Feng Qingwu instructed, inform Commander Yin to ensure Master Zhao's safety and keep a close watch on the Song family's movements. Given the circumstances, the Song family was naturally the prime suspect. However, everything must be substantiated with evidence. Lan Xin withdrew. Feng Qingwu pondered. Given the Song family's situation, Xiao Fan should not be able to deduce anything at present. The Jiang family. Jiang Peng had also learned about Xiao Fan's feng shui adjustments for the Zhao family. After being brutally beaten by the Qin Wangfu's men, Jiang Peng dared not retaliate openly but harbored deep resentment. He would not dare to seek revenge against the Qin Wangfu. Instead, he decided to keep a close watch on Xiao Fan. If an opportunity arose, he intended to eliminate him. As long as there was no evidence linking him, how could the Qin Wangfu do anything to him? Assisting the Zhao family with feng shui adjustments. Xiao Fan, oh Xiao Fan, you are truly courting disaster. Jiang Peng's eyes glinted with malice. Zhao Rendong, as the governor, had his legs broken, a significant incident that Jiang Peng had investigated. The case could very well involve the Song family. Should the Song family become aware of this news, one could only wonder what actions they might take. Perhaps a dramatic scene was on the horizon. Jiang Peng summoned a trusted confidant. This confidant need not interact with the Song family directly. He merely needed to convey information about Xiao Fan in the Tianhe City area. The Song family would undoubtedly receive the news. If the events from that time were indeed orchestrated by the Song family, they would likely take action. There is an 80% chance the Song family was involved, which means there is an 80% likelihood they would secretly send someone to eliminate Xiao Fan. Jiang Peng's face broke into a smile, as he felt quite pleased with his cunning maneuver of using a knife to kill from afar. Waiter, please bring out a few signature dishes and a pot of fine Zuihuajia wine. Having not dined at the Zhao residence, Xiao Fan had the carriage take him to a nearby tavern. The culinary delights and exquisite wines of this world were commendable. After a long day's toil, having earned 5,000 taels of silver, he resolved not to neglect his palate. Very well, please wait a moment, esteemed guest. The food and drink were promptly served. As Xiao Fan sipped his wine, he found his spirits lifted. With the newly acquired 5,000 taels, his savings had astonishingly swelled to 23,000 taels. In the previous 20 years, he had managed to save merely 3,000 taels, yet recently he had amassed a staggering 20,000. At this rate, perhaps within a month he could afford a 3-courtyard residence. Should he raise his aspirations? Xiao Fan pondered. Acquiring a 3-courtyard residence and marrying the daughter of a respectable family seemed plausible. But such a modest abode would hardly suffice for the daughter of the Qin royal house. Miss Mengyue was a princess. A 3-courtyard residence was indeed far beneath her station. She had mentioned that she would not marry within 2 years, and that preparing a house within a year would suffice. A 4-courtyard residence, however, would eventually be within reach. It was settled. He would save more money and eventually secure a fine 4-courtyard residence in one fell swoop. Xiao Fan mused to himself, a 4-courtyard residence would be significantly more expensive than a 3-courtyard one. The cheaper options still required 1 to 200,000 taels, while better ones could cost upwards of 300,000 taels. Xiao Fan's current savings fell woefully short. Xiao Fan? An astonished voice broke through his thoughts as a slick-haired, effeminate young man approached. He scrutinized Xiao Fan from head to toe, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. Xiao Fan's attire was rather unremarkable. While he had a discerning taste in food, he typically donned simple, plain robes that appeared somewhat outdated. As a calculating scholar, he was too young, and he ought to dress in a more mature fashion. Why Yue? Xiao Fan exclaimed with delight, taken aback at encountering a familiar face from his hometown in Lingxiao City. Before coming to Lingxiao City, he had spent over a decade in a small town where Yue had been his neighbor. Somehow, Yue had struck it rich and moved away, severing their connection. Yue, come, let us share a drink. Xiao Fan warmly invited. In the past, their relationship had been amicable, with Yue often addressing him as Xiao Gu, Xiao Fan. Have you come to the capital to take the examination? Yue sneered, take my advice and return home. Don't waste your money. You will surely fail. He glanced at Xiao Fan with derision. Your food looks decent enough, but since you've gone to the trouble of visiting Lingxiao City, savoring some fine fare is only fitting. Xiao Fan's expression grew cold. To meet an old acquaintance in a foreign land had initially lifted his spirits, but Yue's snide remarks were unwarranted. Yue, I don't recall having offended you. Is it necessary for you to be so sarcastic? Xiao Fan retorted, unwilling to indulge Yue's arrogance. Why? Yue chuckled coldly. Xiao Fan, while you were indeed commendable in your studies back then, the educational standards in small towns cannot compare to those in Lingxiao City. I will undoubtedly succeed. While you are destined to fail, he added, Shun, you will be mine. A nostalgic glimmer appeared in Xiao Fan's eyes. 7 or 8 years prior, he had studied alongside Yue and Shin Yu under the same tutor. Both he and Shun Yu had passed the scholar's examination, while Yue had flunked. Subsequently, both the Yu and Shun families had relocated, and their paths diverged. He remembered Shin Yu as a graceful beauty, scoring an impressive 80 out of 100. Could it be that she too had come to the capital? Was she aspiring to take the imperial examination? Xiao Fan mused. Passing the examination would elevate one's social standing considerably. In truth, Xiao Fan had once contemplated taking the examination himself. However, 2 years ago, upon the awakening of his system, he had abandoned that notion. Should he consider participating in the examination? Xiao Fan reflected, as achieving the title of Jinshi would significantly enhance his societal standing, possibly easing his pursuit of marrying Qin Mengyue. Yue, sensing Xiao Fan's silence, felt an even greater sense of triumph. Xiao Fan, one must learn to accept one's fate in life. It makes for a much easier existence. For someone like you, it would be best to remain content in a small place for the rest of your days. Yue derided. Once a friend who called him Xiao Gu, Yue now regarded him with disdain, relishing the feeling of superiority over his old acquaintance. If Xiao Fan still harbored feelings for Shun Yu, Yue was determined to strike him down further. Xiao Fan, with a sardonic smile, replied, Yue, seeking superiority by belittling me suggests that life in Lingxiao City is treating you as well as you'd like. Have you realized that the little wealth your family possesses pales in comparison here? Have you managed to buy a house? If you marry, can your family even afford to provide you with a new home? Yue's expression darkened. Xiao Fan's words cut deeply. The Yu family had made some money through dubious means, yet they had only managed to purchase a modest home on the outskirts of Lingxiao City. Countless residences within the city far surpassed theirs. Given their current circumstances, acquiring another house was utterly impossible. Why, Yue, it would be wise for you to focus on living your own life. Stepping on others will not improve your own situation. Xiao Fan said coolly, You may leave now. Don't disrupt my meal. Why, Yue retorted with a sneer, Xiao Fan, you're merely bitter that you cannot reach the grapes you desire. With your ineptitude, you will forever remain in the small places, trapped at the bottom of society. Don't think that merely dining at this somewhat respectable tavern elevates you above others. At that moment, Yue's eyes lit up as he spotted a wealthy young master approaching. He had once had the fortune of dining with him and sharing a few words. Xiao Fan, do you comprehend the difference between Lingxiao City and small towns? Here, the sky is vast, and one can encounter many prominent figures, something you could never do in a small town. Just then, the wealthy young master glanced over, his face breaking into a smile as he made his way toward them. Why, Yue's heart raced with excitement. Xiao Fan, do you see? Approaching us is the third young master of the Zhang family. I have dined with him before. What connections do you possess to rival this? Yue lowered his voice, dripping with disdain. With that, he quickly plastered a smile on his face and greeted the approaching young man dressed in luxurious robes. Young Master Zhe, Yue said respectfully. The young man, Zhang Zhe, hailed from a family of considerable wealth. Though they were far from noble status, he was regarded as a prominent figure among commoners like Yue. Who are you? Zhang Zhe inquired, puzzled, as he did not recognize Yue. Young Master Zhe, I am Yue. We dined together last month. Why? Yue's face flushed with embarrassment. Zhang Zhe shook his head dismissively. I don't recall. please step aside. Without further ado, he approached Xiao Fan with a humble demeanor. Master Xiao, greetings. I am honored to have you dine at my humble establishment. It truly elevates our humble tavern. Master Xiao, allow me to prepare the finest private room for you, Zhang Zhe said with utmost deference. He had visited Xiao Fan's establishment several times and had witnessed how Jiang Feng and others treated him. The Jiang and Lu families were both of noble lineage. Moreover, Zhang Zhe was aware of Xiao Fan's potential ties to the Qin royal house. Who knew, Xiao Fan might one day become a royal consort. Yue Wei watched in disbelief as the scene unfolded before him. To him, the Zhang family was already impressive, boasting assets of at least 100,000 or 200,000 taels. Dining with Zhang Zhe was something he could boast about for years. Yet here stood Xiao Fan, seemingly insignificant, while Zhang Zhe was now bowing before him with such flattery. Who are you? Xiao Fan asked, puzzled. He had a faint recollection of Zhang Zhe but did not know his name. Zhang Zhe quickly replied, Master Xiao, my surname is Zhang Zhe. You may call me Xiao Zhang. Master Xiao, your talents are extraordinary. I wonder when I might have the honor of learning from you. Xiao Fan smiled lightly. Zhang Zhe, if I have not yet had the chance to learn from you, it may not necessarily be a bad thing. There is no need for a private room. However, please see to it that he is removed. He is disrupting my meal. He gestured toward Yue Wei. Zhang Zhe's gaze immediately shifted to Yue Wei. With his discerning eye, he could tell at a glance that Yue Wei was certainly no one of significance. Whoever you are, leave immediately, Zhang Zhe commanded coldly. Why Yue Wei had somehow displeased Xiao Fan, and given that Yue Wei had previously greeted him as if they were acquainted, Zhang Zhe was anxious that Xiao Fan might blame him for Yue Wei's presence. Young master, he is no master at all. He is merely a country bumpkin, Yue Wei exclaimed hastily, sensing this might be an opportunity. Xiao Fan is just an orphan, an ordinary person. How could he be considered a master? Slap. Zhang Zhe delivered a forceful slap across Yue Wei's face. I told you to leave immediately. Do you wish to court death with your incessant prattle? Yue Wei covered his face, unwilling to accept. Young master, he truly is no master. We grew up together in our childhood. Although we haven't seen each other in recent years, it is absolutely impossible for him to become a master in such a short time. Zhang Zhe immediately understood what had transpired. It must be Yue Wei showing off in front of Xiao Fan. Looking down on Xiao Fan, is Master Xiao truly a master? I want you to say it. If you don't leave now, do not blame me for being impolite, Zhang Zhe said sternly. He was well aware of Xiao Fan's abilities, having witnessed him read fortunes firsthand. Xiao Fan, your true colors will eventually be revealed. Zhe Xiao, when that time comes, you will understand that I did not speak falsely today. After Yue Wei finished speaking, he hurriedly left, fearing he might receive a beating if he lingered. Zhang Zhe returned to Xiao Fan, filled with profound apologies. Master Xiao, I am terribly sorry. It is our shop service that has fallen short, allowing that fellow to disturb your meal. Xiao Fan let out a slight side eye in the past. He had been on good terms with a few, including Yue Wei and Xin Yu, but he never anticipated Yue Wei would change so drastically to its nothing. You may attend to your matters. He waved his hand dismissively. Master Xiao, I shall waive your bill, and from now on, whenever you dine here, all meals will be complimentary. Zhang Zhe said, eager to please. Xiao Fan replied coolly, there is no need. I do not lack such trifles. Zhang Zhe inwardly sighed. It seemed that attempting to draw closer to Xiao Fan through such means was futile. Master Xiao, please enjoy your meal. Zhang Zhe quickly departed, considering it a small victory to have made a familiar impression on Xiao Fan today. Fango, is that really you? A melodious voice rang out as a young woman, appearing to be around 21 or 22, approached Xiao Fan. She had been dining on the second floor. Having heard some commotion from downstairs, she came out and saw Xiao Fan. Shen Yu, Xiao Fan exclaimed in surprise. This young woman was indeed Shen Yu. 7 or 8 years ago, Shen Yu was merely 14. Her appearance could only be described as delicate, with a beauty score of 80. Now, according to Xiao Fan's standards, her beauty had risen to around 90. To an ordinary person, she was undoubtedly a stunning beauty. However, compared to a goddess like Feng Qinggu, the disparity was still starkly evident, and no wonder Yue Wei had appeared here. He must have come to seek out Shen Yu. Xiao Fan surmised. Chapter 27. Shen Yu's thoughts. Fangu, I never expected to see you here. You're here to participate in the imperial examination, aren't you? It seems I have encountered a formidable rival. Shin Yu smiled at Xiao Fan. Xiao Yu, are you jesting with me? I am merely an ordinary person, while you are a true genius, Xiao Fan replied as he stood up, pulling out a chair for Shin Yu to sit. He held a great deal of admiration for her. This girl was genuinely impressive. The Tianqian Empire, with its population in the hundreds of millions, made it quite challenging to pass the examination, yet Shin Yu had achieved this feat at the tender age of 14. Xiao Fan had also passed the examination alongside her, but he was already 17 at that time. As a transmigrator, Xiao Fan had been learning since childhood. To his knowledge, Shin Yu had not attended school until after she turned 8, and within just a few short years, she had succeeded. Fango, how can you call yourself ordinary? Back then, you were so young yet managed to support yourself and even had money to buy us treats. Given such circumstances, you still managed to pass the examination, Shin Yu said with admiration, seeing Xiao Fan as quite remarkable in her eyes. Xiao Fan sighed inwardly, I am a transmigrator. After all, with the soul of an adult and memories from a past life. If I cannot even support myself, then what am I? Xiao Yu, I will not be participating in the examination. I arrived in Lingxiao City long ago and have opened a small shop here. Engaging in a modest business, Xiao Fan replied with a smile. Upon seeing Shin Yu, he dismissed the idea of participating in the examination. With so many people in the Tianqian Empire and talents like Shin Yu, even if he were to succeed, his ranking would surely be at the bottom. It would be of no use. Moreover, Xiao Fan felt quite content with his current life. Becoming a scholar and an official held no allure for him. As someone with a system, why would he aspire to be a minor official and then toil for decades to rise through the ranks? Fango, even if you do not participate in the examination, I believe you can excel in other endeavors, Shin Yu insisted earnestly, her gaze fixed intently on Xiao Fan. After 7 or 8 years apart, Xiao Fan seemed even more handsome and composed than before. Exuding greater confidence, Fango, I actually returned 2 years ago, but I couldn't find you, Shin Yu murmured softly. Xiao Fan was taken aback. Could it be that Shin Yu had developed feelings for him? Yet, he had always regarded her as a younger sister. Shin Yu had been so young back then, merely 14 when she participated in the examination. Tio Xiao Fan, at his 2 lifetimes of experience, 14 was just a little girl, Xiao Fan remarked. At that time, I had already left. Xiao Yu, you did not participate in the examination 4 years ago, did you? Otherwise, you would have already succeeded. Yes, Shin Yu nodded slightly. Our family encountered some issues a few years back, and I was not in the right frame of mind to participate in the examination. This time, I am confident that I can perform admirably. Xiao Fan regarded Shin Yu, and given his understanding of her abilities, he believed she would at least place in the top 10. If not higher at that point, she would soar to great heights. For Yue to pursue her was nothing but a fool's errand. Fango, where do you reside? If I succeed, you will be the first I come to with the good news. Shin Yu said, her eyes sparkling. Xiao Fan sighed inwardly. How could she promise to seek him out without even asking for his address? How could he provide her with a sister-in-law when he had not even begun courting Feng Qingwu? In the palace of the Empress, Lan Qin approached Feng Qingwu once more. Your Majesty, I have received news regarding young Master Xiao. Young Master Xiao has encountered 2 childhood friends, one of whom is a young woman of remarkable beauty. Lan Qin began. Feng Qingwu felt a slight tightening in her heart. She glanced at Lan Qin. Lan Qin, are you deliberately teasing me? Lan Qin hurriedly replied. Your Majesty, I would never. That young woman is named Shin Yu, and she harbors feelings for young Master Xiao, though he has politely declined her advances. Upon hearing this, Feng Qingwu's lips curved into a slight smile. She had discovered yet another admirable quality in Xiao Fan. He was not fickle-hearted. Her affection for him deepened further. Yet, given her status, the possibility of being with Xiao Fan was nearly non-existent. I must return to my practice. You may leave. Feng Qingwu waved her hand. Each day, she devoted herself to state affairs during the day and, at most, got only an hour of sleep at night, often sacrificing sleep to focus on her training. Otherwise, no matter how talented she was, how could she possibly attain the rank of high-level martial king at her age? The night passed in Tianhe City. Many citizens hurried to the morning market. The streets bustled with activity, alive with the sounds of conversation. Lu Laodi, It has already been 2 years since your child was abducted. Searching in this manner may yield no results. You might as well visit Lingxiao City. There is a formidable diviner there. Consulting him may provide some answers, someone said to a man carrying a picture of his child. Asking passers-by for help, I cannot afford such a formidable diviner. Moreover, it is unlikely he would be able to help, the man replied with a bitter smile. His family had once been well off, but after his child was abducted, he had spent 2 long years searching, exhausting his family's fortune. Lu Laudi, that diviner is truly exceptional. Furthermore, it only costs a mere 1 or 2 silver coins to consult him. Let me tell you. Not long ago, someone else had their child abducted, and Master Xiao was able to divine their whereabouts, successfully rescuing the child. The man's interest was piqued. Another person nearby remarked, if he is truly that skilled, perhaps he could help solve the Tianhe mystery. We might finally uncover the identity of the culprit. Instantly, the crowd erupted in discussion. The Tianhe mystery had caused quite a stir back in the day, and even now, it had not settled. Dozens of young girls had perished, and many of their families were still searching for the truth. I must express that Master Xiao is indeed quite remarkable. He has even visited the Zhao family. It is highly likely that Lord Zhao will seek his assistance. Among the crowd, someone remarked, the envoy from the Jiang family has already arrived here, discreetly disseminating information. Master, there is a situation you need to be aware of. The chief steward of the Song family, Zhang Fuguwei, approached the head of the Song family, Song Yuan, with utmost respect. Chapter 28. Provocation among peers upon hearing Zhang Fuguwei's words. A look of disdain flickered in Song Yuan's eyes. A mere fortune-teller, akin to an ant, dares to trouble our Song family? Zhang Fuguwei stood respectfully at the side. Song Yuan toyed with 2 jade orbs, contemplating for a moment before stating, though Xiao Fan is just a trivial fortune-teller, the Qin Wangfu poses a genuine threat. The Song family is indeed prestigious, yet we cannot truly compare to the Qin Wangfu. The head of the Jiang family has already been dealt with. Could it be that the Qin princess has genuinely taken a liking to Xiao Fan? Immediately arrange for someone to head to Lingxiao City. I demand all information regarding Xiao Fan. Where does he reside? Who else is in his family? I must know everything, understood, master. Zhang Fuguwei promptly took his leave to make the necessary arrangements in Lingxiao City. As the sun ascended, Xiao Fan leisurely made his way to the shop after finishing breakfast. The establishment was bustling with patrons. Although an adjacent shop had also been rented, it could not withstand the influx of several hundred visitors daily. Those who arrived early could find a seat, while the latecomers had no choice but to stand. And they shouldn't complain. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before there would be no room left in the shop. Master Xiao, here is 100 taels. Could you prioritize my fortune-telling? Upon seeing Xiao Fan's arrival, many eagerly called out. Not far away, an elderly gentleman with a goatee watched with immense jealousy. He too was a fortune-teller. Named Lu He. Lu He possessed an impressive appearance, exuding an air of ethereal elegance. In the past, his business had been rather decent, bringing in 5 or 6 taels daily, but recently it had dwindled significantly, rarely exceeding 3 taels. At times, he wouldn't even make a sale all day. Initially, Lu He thought it was merely a string of bad luck, but after hearing about Xiao Fan yesterday, he realized that his business had been overshadowed by Xiao Fan. Is this the so-called Master Xiao? So young, what skills could he possibly possess in fortune-telling? Lu He scoffed. A young man beside him quickly chimed in. Master, you are absolutely correct. He must be employing some sort of trickery. Perhaps using stooges. In terms of genuine skill, he cannot possibly compare to you, master. Lu He's eyes glinted with cunning. The fact that he can attract so many ignorant patrons suggests he possesses some measure of skill. However, that slight ability is sufficient only to deceive a few laymen. With that, Lu He adjusted his fortune-teller's robe and marched towards Xiao Fan's shop, with his apprentice following closely behind. Number 33, number 205, number 379. Xiao Fan announced today's 3 numbers. The 3 individuals who were drawn felt a mixture of joy and anxiety. The joy stemmed from the rarity of being selected among hundreds, while the concern arose from the fact that being chosen by Xiao Fan might not bode well. Du Chunshan, who was drawn yesterday, had already met his demise. Wait, Lu He entered Xiao Fan's shop. exuding an air of superiority. Is that not Lu Lao from the Jitian Pavilion? Lu Lao indeed possesses some skill, but compared to Master Xiao, he likely pales in comparison. Indeed, Master Xiao has never made a mistake. Many whispered among themselves. Xiao Fan turned his gaze towards Lu Ha and immediately recognized him by his fortune teller's robe. He was a peer. Peers are often rivals. Lu Ha must be here to stir trouble. What wisdom do you offer, sir? Xiao Fan replied nonchalantly, unperturbed even in the presence of a seasoned fortune teller. With the system backing him, he felt confident. Furthermore, those who sought him out were unlikely to be particularly formidable fortune tellers. How could a top fortune teller fear losing business? They would be too busy to even consider such matters. So you are the so-called Master Xiao. You dare to call yourself a master at such a tender age? Unafraid of being ridiculed? Lu Ha asserted, adopting an air of arrogance, his demeanor quite imposing. Xiao Fan shook his head. You seem to have misunderstood. I have never claimed to be a master. It is merely the patrons who call me that. I am but a humble apprentice in the art of fortune-telling. Despite Lu Ha's age, Xiao Fan still exhibited a degree of respect for the elder. A few courteous words could potentially lead to Lu Ha departing peacefully. In business, maintaining a cordial atmosphere fosters prosperity. Upon hearing Xiao Fan's words, Lu Ha's demeanor became even more haughty. At least you possess some self-awareness in acknowledging you are merely an apprentice. The art of fortune-telling is profound and vast. I have dedicated decades to mastering it, barely reaching the level of a master. Youngsters ought to study diligently rather than resort to underhanded tactics. Many of Xiao Fan's patrons grew discontented. Lu Ha was clearly attempting to undermine Xiao Fan to elevate himself. They knew full well that Xiao Fan could not possibly be deceiving them with stooges. Individuals like Zhang Feng could hardly be actors. The fact that Zhang Hui was beaten was real, and as for Du Chunshan's demise yesterday, it was improbable that he had willingly sought his own death. Lu Lao, Master Xiao possesses genuine skill. Indeed, Lu Lao, while you may excel in certain areas, Master Xiao is likely even more accomplished. Who do you think you are, Lu Lao, to belittle Master Xiao at will? Many voices rose in protest. Xiao Fan raised his hand, and silence enveloped the crowd. He turned his attention to Lu Ha and said, Lu Lao, I only read 3 fortunes a day. I doubt I have taken too much of your business. There is no need for you to create trouble. Lu Ha's expression darkened considerably. Although Xiao Fan only read 3 fortunes, the sheer number of patrons drawn to him meant that many would not return to Lu Ha for their business. Young man, is this merely a matter of business? This is a matter of ethics. When you entered this profession, did your master not teach you to prioritize integrity? Lu Ha retorted sharply. Everyone, do not be deceived by him. He is young. How much skill could he possibly possess? Turning towards the patrons, Lu Ha suddenly adopted a tone of heartfelt advice. Youngsters often harbor ulterior motives. By selecting individuals in this manner, he is merely staging a performance for you. If you truly believe him, while the fortune-telling itself may not be expensive, I charge a bit more, yet he will surely swindle you out of far more. Lu Ha's appearance was respectable, and his acting was commendable. Doubt flickered in the eyes of many. Among the hundreds, a third were first-time visitors, primarily drawn by recommendations from family and friends. Xiao Fan furrowed his brow in silence. His irritation gradually rising, he had shown considerable restraint, yet Lu Ha continued to push the envelope. Lu Lao, though I am merely an apprentice, I would never stoop to deceiving others with stooges. I advise you to choose your words wisely. Xiao Fan stated, somewhat discontented. Lu Ha's apprentice laughed. Everyone, see how agitated he is. I am 30 this year, having started learning at 10. I am merely a novice. How old could he be? If he had begun learning from the womb. His skills could not be very high. If any of you wish to seek fortune-telling or feng shui advice, it is better to visit my master at Jitian Pavilion. Lu Ha stroked his beard. Adopting an air of profound wisdom, pleased with his apprentice's support, Xiao Fan, with a calm demeanor, addressed the crowd. If anyone wishes to consult with Lu Lao, feel free to do so. Lu Lao, today you have indeed overstepped. Given your status as a senior, if you offer an apology, I shall pretend today did not occur. Though seething with anger, Xiao Fan chose to exercise restraint. However, to Lu Ha and his companions, Xiao Fan's concession appeared as a sign of weakness. Young man, do you truly believe I would apologize? I assure you, there is no chance of that. Today, I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of your master, Lu Ha declared, brimming with arrogance. Let us select a few individuals and see who can predict accurately. Lu Ha's apprentice added, Xiao Fan, if you lose, do not blame my master for bullying you. You still have time to concede and admit defeat. Chapter 29. This young lady is not to be married, Xiao Fan. Maintaining his indifferent demeanor, replied, Lu Lao, I only read 3 fortunes a day. It is my principle. The 3 today are my clients. If you are interested, you may attempt to read their fortunes first. If you succeed with so many patrons here, many will surely choose to consult you afterwards. Lu Ha laughed heartily. Youngster, you are afraid to compete with me? Very well, I shall first read the fortunes of your so-called stooges. Xiao Fan turned to Chen Ping'an, who promptly brought Lu Ha a chair. The first client was number 33. This client was a young man in his 20s, appearing quite pale. Greetings to both esteemed masters. I am Wang Hao. Recently, I have felt exceedingly weak. My legs lack strength, despite eating well and sleeping soundly. I have consulted several doctors, yet none have identified any issues, and it has persisted for 2 to 3 months. The young man wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. The information provided by the system surged into Xiao Fan's mind, leaving him momentarily stunned. Lu Lao, please proceed. Xiao Fan gazed at Lu Ha, who remained unyielding, aware that being the first to speak afforded him an advantage. He articulated his calculations, and if Xiao Fan were to echo his words, it would merely be the act of parroting another's insights. Young man, please share your birth date, Lu Ha inquired. Wang Hao had spoken, and Lu Ha continued to question him while retrieving some specialized tools. Xiao Fan leisurely sipped his tea. Lu Ha possessed a modicum of skill. Yet to claim mastery would be an embellishment of his own stature. His abilities were merely at an entry level in fortune-telling, bolstered by an array of persuasive rhetoric to bewilder his clientele. Lao Lu, what exactly is my situation? After some time of questioning, Wang Hao asked, visibly anxious. The root of your troubles lies in that one time you ventured into the mountains and consumed something you ought not to have. There is no significant harm. You are still young. Maintain a positive mindset, and you shall endure, Lu Ha replied with a smile, stroking his beard. Based on his experience, he believed that as long as one survived 2 or 3 months, the odds of demise were slim. Young people often muddled through such challenges. Wang Hao turned to Xiao Fan. Master Xiao, what is your perspective on my predicament? Xiao Fan smiled gently. Dear guest, as you are a newcomer, I shall adhere to my old custom and first reflect upon your past. This will help us establish trust. Once trust is built, you will be more inclined to follow my guidance. Wang Hao nodded vigorously. Xiao Fan continued, your family does not hail from Lingxiao City. There are 5 members in your household. Your parents are alive, and you have 2 older sisters, both of whom are married. When you were 7, a great flood nearly swept you away, leaving you with a lingering fear of water. Wang Hao stared at Xiao Fan in astonishment. He had only just arrived in Lingxiao City the previous day, making it impossible for Xiao Fan to have prior knowledge of his family's circumstances. Moreover, he had moved houses after turning 10, and even his current neighbors were unaware of the events from his 7th year. The fear of water was something even his family did not know. Master Xiao, you truly possess a remarkable gift. Everything you say is accurate, Wang Hao exclaimed in admiration. Lu He's apprentice chuckled, brother, your acting is quite impressive. Though it leans slightly towards the dramatic. Do take heed of that in the future. Wang Hao felt a surge of anger but refrained from offending Lu Ha's apprentice, a practitioner of fortune-telling. Master Xiao, I believe you now. Please, continue. Xiao Fan nodded slightly. Your issue is indeed related to that incident in the mountains, but it is not poisoning. Recall, did you not relieve yourself beside a small mound? It was nighttime. Wang Hao thought back carefully. Master Xiao, I did indeed urinate at night. However, I did not have a lantern. I was unaware of the presence of a small mound. Xiao Fan stated, that mound is a grave. Wang Hao's scalp tingled. Master Xiao, you cannot be suggesting that I encountered a ghost. Xiao Fan replied nonchalantly, top-tier practitioners can traverse the heavens and the earth. Is it so strange to encounter spirits? You urinated on their resting place, and they merely gave you a warning. You are not ill. Rather, it is malevolent energy that has entered your body. Lu Ha sneered. Xiao Fan, Is it entertaining to fabricate such ghost stories to deceive others? Are you implying that one can seek your aid to dispel this evil, but it will cost several hundred taels of silver? Xiao Fan turned to Chun Ping'an, please procure some glutinous rice. Understood, boss. Nearby, there was a rice shop, and Chun Ping'an quickly returned with the glutinous rice. Wang Hao, roll up your left pant leg. Then, take a handful of glutinous rice and sprinkle it on your ankle. It may hurt a bit, but bear with it, Xiao Fan instructed calmly. Wang Hao, puzzled as to how a handful of rice could cause pain, sprinkled it onto his ankle without hesitation. The next moment, he screamed, feeling as though his ankle had been scalded by boiling water. How could this be? Why is there a scratch? Many gasped in disbelief as a purplish-blue scratch appeared on Wang Hao's ankle. Looking quite alarming, Master Xiao, this? Wang Hao bent down to see, his face paling further. Xiao Fan calmly said, you urinated on someone's grave. They merely gave you a gentle reminder. When you return, prepare paper and candles. Apologize at the grave and light some incense. You will soon recover. In the future, be more cautious when relieving yourself in the wilderness. Wang Hao, thoroughly frightened, hurriedly asked, Master Xiao, is it really that simple? Shouldn't you perform some sort of ritual? I have prepared several tins of taels of silver. Xiao Fan chuckled softly. It is indeed a simple matter. After paying the fee for your reading, you may leave. Next, Wang Hao gratefully handed over one tael of silver and departed. Lu Ha scoffed, Xiao Fan, you are quite the trickster. You must have applied transparent paint to his leg to create that scratch. The glutinous rice must have been mixed with something to cause the paint to change color. The onlookers displayed skepticism. While this world harbored formidable practitioners, many remained doubtful of ghostly tales. Master Xiao, it is now my turn. A guest, numbered 205, soon settled into the chair opposite Xiao Fan. Lao Lu, please go ahead, Xiao Fan said calmly. Lu Ha proceeded with another round of inquiries and actions. Master Lu, does this mean I have encountered my true romantic interest? The guest, Sun Fei, exclaimed joyfully. Lu Ha stroked his beard. Indeed, dear guest, it is your true romantic interest, but you must also exert effort to achieve a favorable outcome. Xiao Fan chuckled inwardly. Lu He's rhetoric was quite adept. Should Sun Fei fail to make a sincere effort, it would be deemed his own shortcoming. Sun Fei, you have visited before, haven't you? You seem familiar. I won't recount your past readings, Xiao Fan remarked. Sun Fei nodded vigorously. Master Xiao, I came several times last month. I only missed this month due to a business trip. I have great faith in your abilities. Xiao Fan, with a hint of amusement, said, Sun Fei, that young lady is not suitable for marriage. She is not your true romantic interest. She does not even qualify as a mere infatuation. She only appears at night and never during the day. One must exercise caution in such encounters. Chapter 30. You are about to die. Sun Fei gulped. His heart racing. Master Xiao, are you implying that this young lady is a ghost? Xiao Fan smiled. Arrange to meet her during the day and see if she agrees. That will reveal the truth. Do not be overly fearful. She does not intend to harm you. Sun Fei's eyes lit up. Master Xiao, so there is no danger? That young lady is quite beautiful, Xiao Fan replied. I mean to say that she does not intend to take your life. But the realms of the living and the dead are distinct. Contact with her will allow malevolent energy to seep into your body. If it reaches a certain threshold, you will meet your demise. Have you not noticed that you feel colder than usual? The weather is not particularly frigid, yet you have already donned your winter coat. Sun Fei's expression shifted. Ever since I started interacting with her, I have felt increasingly cold. Only in the sunlight does it feel slightly better. Master Xiao, what should I do about the malevolent energy within me? Bask in the sun. A stretch of 10 days or so under the sun should suffice. Next, Xiao Fan concluded, taking a sip from his teacup. Master Xiao, thank you so much. Here, I offer you 10 taels of silver as a token of appreciation. Sun Fei presented 10 taels of silver. Xiao Fan frowned. 1 tael is sufficient for the reading. Take the excess back and do not disrupt my rules. Sun Fei complied, taking back the extra silver. Lu Ha felt like he might vomit blood. Why was it so difficult for him to earn money? While Xiao Fan's clients willingly offered more, Sun Fei, do you genuinely believe Xiao Fan's nonsense? There are no such things as ghosts. If you cease your interactions with her, you might just miss out on a wonderful romantic opportunity. Lu He stated sternly. He had just claimed that Sun Fei needed to make an effort, which implied that the woman was indeed his true romantic interest. Xiao Fan, however, declared that she was a ghost, which was a direct affront to him. I still believe Master Xiao. He is a true master. While you may be older, I suspect you are merely a false master. Sun Fei hastily departed, eager to find a sunny spot to bask in the sunlight. Lu He wore a dark expression. Master, do not be upset. If he fails to believe you and misses his fortune, that is his loss. Ladies and gentlemen, let us not heed Xiao Fan's absurdities. Wang Hao and Sun Fei are merely plants he has hired to deceive you with his tricks and ghostly tales. Lu He's apprentice stepped forward. His words improved Lu He's mood significantly. Masters, it is now my turn. Recently, I have been experiencing persistent headaches. I have consulted numerous doctors, yet none have identified any issues. I kindly request both masters to help me discern the problem. The 379th guest took a seat on the stool opposite Xiao Fei and, as he spoke, he pressed his fingers firmly against his temples. A look of anguish etched upon his face. The system's data was being processed, and Xiao Fan let out a silent sigh. What is your name, and what are the details of your birth? Lu He inquired after some deliberation. Ultimately, with a stroke of his beard, Lu He chuckled, Dong Zhihai, you are a good man, a responsible husband, who has sacrificed much for the well-being of your family. Your daughter's illness has undoubtedly increased your burdens. You are suffering from worry-induced ailments, a manifestation of your inner turmoil. Rest assured, if you can ease your mind, all shall be well. Lu He had encountered numerous cases of headaches like this, most of which dissipated naturally after some time. Master Xiao, what do you think? Dong Zhihai turned to Xiao Fan and said, a friend of mine spoke highly of your divination skills. At this juncture, Dong Zhihai glanced back at his wife, their love for each other apparent. Xiao Fan remained silent, uncertain whether to speak. Lu He sneered, what is the matter, Xiao Fan? Aren't you supposed to be quite capable? Now that I have laid bare the problem, do you find yourself at a loss for words? Master Xiao, what exactly is the issue? Dong Zhihai asked anxiously, sensing something was amiss with Xiao Fan's silence. Xiao Fan sighed softly, Dong Zhihai, are you certain you wish to hear it? If not, you need not pay the divination fee. And you may leave, if I do not speak, there is no obligation to pay. Dong Zhihai took a deep breath and said, Master Xiao, I wish to know. Please, enlighten me. Xiao Fan nodded gently. Dong Zhihai, you should collect your child from school and bring your parents over as well. You must hurry. You only have 3 hours left to see them one last time. Dong Zhihai and his wife were left dumbfounded. The onlookers gasped in shock. Master Xiao, do you mean to say that I have only 3 hours left to live? Dong Zhihai trembled as he spoke. Is there truly no other way? My daughter is still ill, and my son is so young. They still need me. Dong Zhihai's wife fell to her knees, repeatedly bowing her head. Master Xiao, you are a person of divine stature. You must be able to save Zhihai, mustn't you? I implore you, we have some money at home. We will give it all to you, if it's not enough. We will sell our house. Lu He interjected sharply. Xiao Fan, are you resorting to such tactics to frighten people into giving you money? Take their money and then perform your tricks, only for them to end up with nothing. Do not be deceived by Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan addressed Dong Zhihai, quickly assist your wife to her feet. I apologize. I am not skilled enough. While I can predict your fate, I cannot extend your life. You must make haste. Dong Zhihai stood up and bowed deeply, saying, Thank you, Master Xiao. Though the news is grim, at least I can see my family one last time and arrange matters before I depart. Many of the onlookers nodded slightly. If death were indeed imminent, having the chance to see loved ones and settle affairs was a blessing. Master Xiao, I have one last question, Dong Zhihai said. Ask away. Xiao Fan replied, My daughter is ill. Will she be all right? Xiao Fan shook his head. You need not worry. She will be fine. Even without medication, she will recover within 10 days. Dong Zhihai exhaled in relief. Supporting his wife, Dear, do not trouble Master Xiao any further. Let us go home. His wife looked at Xiao Fan with pleading eyes. Master Xiao, do you not have the ability to adjust the feng shui? If we were to invite you to our home to rectify the feng shui, could that possibly save Zhihai? Xiao Fan shook his head gently. Death was already at the doorstep. Altering the feng shui would not yield significant results. Of course, it was also possible that his current skills were insufficient. My dear, let us return home and spend our remaining time together as a family. Dong Zhihai said. The couple clasped hands tightly as they exited Xiao Fan's shop. Lu Ha sneered, Xiao Fan, how impressive it is to predict a person's lifespan. Why do I find it so hard to believe? Ladies and gentlemen, did Xiao Fan not claim that Dong Zhihai would die in 3 hours? Is there anyone who will accompany me to witness this, so we can expose Xiao Fan as the fraud he is? No one spoke, yet many followed Lu Ha as he left the shop. Chapter 31. The Ironclad Fate. Esteemed guests, the shop is closing for the day and I am not in the mood to adjust any feng shui today, so please feel free to leave. Xiao Fan rose to his feet. His displeasure was not due to Lu Ha's disruption. Such antics were merely trifling. Rather, it stemmed from his concern for Dong Zhihai. According to the data provided by the system, Dong Zhihai was undoubtedly a devoted husband, a caring father, and a good son. Yet, fate had not been kind to him. Unable to offer any assistance, Xiao Fan could only watch helplessly as a good man faced his demise. The experience was far from pleasant. Master Xiao, you must come to my home tomorrow to help adjust the feng shui, many patrons exclaimed. Master Xiao, the payment has long been prepared, they added in chorus. They were all familiar with Xiao Fan's capabilities. It was well understood that hiring him for feng shui adjustments would cost no less than 100 taels of silver. Did they truly think him a fool? Each patron had conducted thorough research before seeking Xiao Fan's services, firmly believing him to be a true master. Chen Ping'an, I leave the shop in your capable hands. You shall receive a bonus at the end of the month, Xiao Fan instructed Chen Ping'an. With Chen Ping'an's assistance, his burdens were lightened considerably. Otherwise, with so many guests arriving, he would have to spend a great deal of time on cleaning alone. Master, you have entrusted me with these tasks. They are my responsibilities, Chen Ping'an replied respectfully. He felt immense gratitude towards Xiao Fan. Were it not for him, he might never have avenged his family's grievances. Chen Ping'an would gladly serve as a subordinate. After leaving the shop, Xiao Fan made his way to a tea house. He had been quite busy lately and had not visited the tea house to listen to stories in some time. As Xiao Fan enjoyed the tales, Lu Ha and others had arrived near Dong Zhihai's home. Dong Zhihai's parents did not reside in Lingxiao City but in a nearby small town. Dong Zhihai had sent someone to summon his parents. His wife hurriedly requested leave from school to bring their son home. 2 hours later, Dong Zhihai's parents arrived. His wife had thoughtfully prepared a grand feast. However, as they dined, Dong Zhihai's wife's eyes grew red, tears shimmering in her gaze. Zhihai, have you been bullying Xiaomei? I warn you, if you have mistreated her, I will not spare you. Dong Zhihai's mother exclaimed sternly. The elderly couple was somewhat flustered. Were Dong Zhihai and his wife separating? Surely, this was not a farewell dinner. Mother, Zhihai has not wronged me, Dong Zhihai's wife quickly reassured. Dong Zhihai poured a cup of wine for his father. Father, I raise a toast to you. Thank you for your nurturing and support. His parents were immediately more anxious. What was happening? Dong Zhihai had never been one to drink. Father, Dong Zhihai's children were also beginning to sense the tension. Zhihai, what is going on? Dong Zhihai's father asked in a grave tone. After a moment of silence, Dong Zhihai replied, Father, I believe I have only an hour left to live. Nonsense. Dong Zhihai's mother exclaimed. You are speaking nonsense. Dong Zhihai then recounted the situation. Zhihai, those are just the ramblings of a charlatan. You cannot take them seriously. I shall smash that Xiao Fan's shop for this. Dong Zhihai's parents were furious. Father, mother, Master Xiao is truly remarkable. There is still a little time left, and I wish to convey some matters. Please, hear me out, Dong Zhihai insisted earnestly. Time slipped away, each second drawing them closer to the 3 hours Xiao Fan had mentioned. Lu Ha and many others lingered near the Dong residence, ready to react at the first sign of trouble. Everyone, only half a stick of incense remains before the 3 hours are up. Dong Zhihai's family is still conversing. Xiao Fan must be spouting nonsense. Lu He's disciple proclaimed loudly. Others joined in the chatter. Among them were martial artists, and 2 were even masters. They could clearly hear the conversations within the room. Dong Zhihai spoke with vigor, showing no signs of imminent death. Creak. Moments later, the door to Dong Zhihai's home swung open. The family emerged, and Dong Zhihai appeared to be in good health, his complexion rosy, and his gait strong. Where was the slightest indication of impending death? Was this what Master Xiao had predicted, that Dong Zhihai could only live for 3 hours? Lu Ha scoffed. Lu He's disciple shouted, Everyone, Open your eyes and see. The 3 hours are nearly up, and Dong Zhihai seems to be thriving. This clearly demonstrates that Xiao Fan is nothing but a fraud. In the future, when seeking divination, remember to turn to my esteemed master, who is revered and accomplished. What can a young man like Xiao Fan possibly know? Dong Zhihai spoke up, everyone. I believe Master Xiao is indeed a true master. Fortune-telling is not something that can be perfectly accurate. It is only natural for Master Xiao to occasionally make mistakes. And no sooner had he uttered these words than Dong Zhihai clutched his head in immense pain, his entire form collapsing rigidly to the ground. Zhihai, Dong Zhihai's father, who was nearby, rushed to embrace him. Zhihai, Dong Zhihai's mother and wife frantically assisted. Dong Zhihai's eyes rapidly became vacant, and his heart soon ceased to beat. A crowd of over 100 onlookers gazed in disbelief at this scene. Dong Zhihai had truly perished. The time was precisely 3 hours. Lu He was in shock. The previous 2 instances involving Xiao Fan could have been orchestrated. But how could one arrange for Dong Zhihai? Could it be that Xiao Fan had poisoned him? Lu He's disciple spoke up. Do you not speak recklessly? Lu He glared, poisoning someone to death. Do you think the authorities are blind? Lingxiao City is under the Emperor's feet. The government has considerable power. Even if a martial king or martial emperor intended to harm someone, they would likely be discovered. How could Xiao Fan possibly kill someone just to earn a bit of money? If we dismiss that possibility, then Xiao Fan is indeed a true master, and we have offended a powerful figure. At this moment, acknowledging our mistakes would be the wisest course of action. Otherwise, if Xiao Fan does not deal with us, there are certainly others willing to assist him in doing so. Make way, please make way. Several officials swiftly arrived at the scene, along with the coroner, who had been prepared for this situation. The coroner was of a masterful caliber. Death by intracranial hemorrhage. No external forces involved. It is a natural death caused by a brain ailment. The coroner, with vast experience, quickly determined the cause of Dong Zhihai's death. Upon hearing the coroner's words, the surrounding crowd no longer harbored any doubts. Master Xiao is truly formidable. He could even ascertain a person's lifespan. It appears that Master Xiao is indeed a true master, yet some still dare to challenge him. Master Xiao has decisively spoken on matters of life and death. The crowd buzzed with discussions, while Lu He and his disciples wished they could find a hole to hide in. Among the crowd, 2 seemingly ordinary men exchanged glances and silently retreated. Shortly thereafter, one of them mounted a horse and swiftly departed the city, heading towards Tianhe City and the Song family. They were spies sent by the Song family. Chapter 32. Rowing on the lake with Feng Qingwu in the afternoon, at the Empress's palace, Lan Xin approached Feng Qingwu. Your Majesty, today some other fortune-tellers caused a disturbance at Master Xiao's place, bringing great disgrace. Lan Xin bowed respectfully. Feng Qingwu remained unperturbed. Isn't this to be expected? Those who can trouble Xiao Fan should not be top-tier fortune-tellers. Xiao Fan possesses true skill. Ordinary fortune-tellers would only suffer defeat. Your Majesty, the first 2 incidents today were related to ghosts. The first guest was seized by a ghost, and the second encountered a female ghost that drained young energy, Lan Xin explained. Feng Qingwu did not find this particularly surprising. As an empress, she was privy to much more than an ordinary person. She acknowledged the existence of ghosts. Your Majesty, the third guest, Master Xiao calculated that he had only 3 hours left to live. And indeed, he died 3 hours later. Feng Qingwu was taken aback. To calculate a person's lifespan was far more challenging. Your Majesty, Master Xiao determined that the individual was quite a good person but could not save his life. He was rather downcast and did not even adjust the feng shui for others today. Feng Qingwu gazed out the window, contemplating a visit outside the palace, yet there were still numerous matters to attend to. She resolved to handle the affairs promptly and venture out tomorrow. The following day, after a swift morning court session, Feng Qingwu discreetly left the palace. Upon her arrival at Xiao Fan's shop, she saw him ambling over. Miss Qin's carriage. Xiao Fan's eyes sparkled. The previous day's displeasures vanished at once. Dong Zhihai was a good person, and Xiao Fan felt uneasy about being unable to save him. Yet he was ultimately just a stranger. With Qin Mingyue's arrival, Xiao Fan cast aside thoughts of Dong Zhihai. Master Xiao, you seem to be in good spirits, Feng Qingwu smiled. Unfortunately, she was veiled, preventing Xiao Fan from seeing her smile. Seeing Miss Qin naturally brings me joy. Xiao Fan responded cheerfully. A flicker of melancholy crossed Feng Qingwu's eyes. She felt at ease and comfortable in Xiao Fan's presence, yet the disparity in their social standings was too great. It was nearly impossible for Xiao Fan to ascend to the position of emperor. Master Xiao, please attend to your business. Last time you invited me to watch a performance, today at noon, I shall treat you to a meal, Feng Qingwu said with a smile. With fewer matters to handle today, she could afford to indulge a little longer. Typically, she would be busy until noon, and during busier times, she would be preoccupied all day. It was no easy feat to be a good emperor. Good. Xiao Fan's eyes lit up. Being invited to lunch by Feng Qingwu meant he could spend more time with her. Master Xiao, I was blind to your talents and acted thoughtlessly yesterday. I hope you will forgive my indiscretion. Lu He and his disciple approached, both with bruised faces. Upon seeing Xiao Fan, Lu He's disciple fell to his knees, and Lu He bowed in greeting. Lu, what happened to you? Xiao Fan asked urgently. Lu He sighed inwardly. He knew Xiao Fan had not ordered anyone to beat them, but others had taken action. Jiang Feng and some of Xiao Fan's clients had vandalized Lu He's shop early that morning and beaten them up in the process. Master Xiao, we know you are not responsible for the beating. What happened yesterday was our fault. We beg you to spare us and let others cease their targeting of us, Lu He's disciple pleaded. Bowing his head, Humph, were you not quite arrogant when you came to provoke Master Xiao yesterday? Others chimed in. Yes, show us the bravado you displayed yesterday. Many patrons present recalled how Lu He and his disciple had been exceedingly arrogant the day before. Master Xiao, we beseech you, Lu He said, feeling humiliated. They had been beaten for provoking Xiao Fan, yet they were here seeking mercy. It was indeed a bitter pill to swallow. However, Jiang Feng had made it clear that if they did not gain Xiao Fan's forgiveness, they would find it impossible to remain in Lingxiao City. Lu, consider this a financial loss to avert disaster. If you each contribute 1,000 taels, I believe no one will bother you again. Xiao Fan stated calmly that 1,000 taels of silver was not a trivial sum for Lu He and his disciple, but they could manage it. Such punishment seemed reasonable. Thank you for your guidance. Master Xiao, Lu He gritted his teeth and replied. The two men hurriedly departed. Xiao Fan settled into his shop, number 63, 270, 622. The aftermath of Dong Zhihai's incident had led to an even greater influx of customers today. Naturally, Feng Qingwu was assured a good seat. She occupied a position not far from Xiao Fan, and none of the patrons objected. Even if Feng Qingwu did not possess significant connections, she might one day become the proprietress. Offending the proprietress here could be more serious than offending Xiao Fan himself. Master Xiao, we traveled all the way from Tianhe City, taking 2 full days to reach here. We heard that you could locate missing children. Our son has been missing for half a year, and we have been unable to find him for 3 to 4 months. A man sitting opposite Xiao Fan, number 63, said. His wife sat beside him. Wiping her tears, Feng Qingwu was astonished. The news had even reached Tianhe City. Xiao Fan was only somewhat well known in Lingxiao City. If the news had spread normally, no one would have traveled such a great distance deliberately. Tianhe City was 2,000 kilometers away. While horses in this world traveled faster than in Xiao Fan's previous life, even a moderately fast horse would take a full 2 days to cover that distance. This couple, martial disciples, had pushed themselves to the limit, looking extremely fatigued. Your son's name is Qi Lei, and he is 8 years old, Xiao Fan said, furrowing his brow. Yes, Master Xiao, you are truly remarkable, the man exclaimed with joy. For he had not disclosed that information. No one in Lingxiao City knew them. After a moment of silence, Xiao Fan said, Guests, your son Qi Lei drowned. There is no body. If you trust me, you need not search any further. Upon hearing this, the couple broke down in tears. Feng Qingwu felt a twinge of doubt. She suspected that Xiao Fan may have lied. After a brief interval, the second and third guests were attended to, and the patrons gradually dispersed. No one dared to request Xiao Fan to adjust their feng shui in Feng Qingwu's presence. That would be utterly foolish, Miss Qin, with some time remaining before noon. Shall we go out for a boat ride? Xiao Fan extended the invitation. Feng Qingwu hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. A few kilometers away lay a sizable lake, its waters crystal clear, dotted with numerous boats. Xiao Fan and Feng Qingwu rented a two-person boat, while her guards took position along the shore, ready to respond swiftly to any anomalies. Master Xiao, it seems you were not entirely truthful earlier. Feng Qingwu remarked softly as the boat drifted a couple of 100 meters from the shore. Xiao Fan sighed slightly. The child was murdered, dismembered posthumously, and fed to dogs. If I were to reveal this, the couple would surely go mad. The mastermind behind this would not spare them either. Feng Qingwu was taken aback. The thought of a child, merely 8 years old, being killed and mutilated in such a brutal manner was horrifying. Master Xiao, who is the perpetrator? I shall seek out someone to deal with him, she declared coldly. Xiao Fan shook his head. I do not know. The individual may possess a high status or formidable cultivation level, making it beyond my current capabilities to ascertain. Immediately, Feng Qingwu suspected the Song family of Tianhe. They were, after all, the local rulers of Tianhe City. Master Xiao, if the perpetrator holds significant influence, without concrete evidence, even His Majesty cannot act lightly. The empire has its laws, Feng Qingwu said with a hint of resignation. The Song family had been established for centuries, with extensive connections. They had intermarried with numerous factions, their business interests sprawling across the Tianqian Empire and even extending to other nations. There were members of the Song family in the court, in the military, and they had powerful practitioners among them. Many who had thrived under the Song family's patronage were not a few. If the court possessed irrefutable evidence against the Song family, action could be taken, forcing them to bow in acknowledgement of their punishment, and other factions would subsequently distance themselves. However, without evidence, any move would undoubtedly provoke a hornet's nest. The netherworld is empty, and demons walk the earth. One day, they shall face retribution. Miss Mingyue, let us refrain from discussing such morbid topics on this fine day, Xiao Fan suggested with a furrowed brow. Feng Qingwu's eyes glinted coldly. Some individuals were indeed demons masquerading in human skin. If heaven did not claim them, she would ensure their annihilation. The netherworld is empty, and demons walk the earth. Well said. At that moment, a voice from another boat nearby caught their attention. They turned to look. Fango. It was Xinyu, who had not initially recognized Xiao Fan. Upon turning to face her, Xinyu finally saw him. Xiao Yu, it's a surprise to see you again, Xiao Fan replied with a smile. Xinyu's gaze fell upon Feng Qingwu, who, at that moment, was not wearing a veil, causing Xinyu to exhibit a hint of unease. Fangu, is this young lady your sister-in-law? Xinyu inquired. Xiao Fan felt a bit awkward. Earlier, he had mentioned to Xinyu that he had a sister-in-law to avoid any jealousy, never expecting to run into her again. Feng Qingwu stood beside him, casting a glance at Xiao Fan. She had heard from Lan Qin about Shan Yu's situation, and upon seeing her for the first time, she found her quite beautiful. Shan Yu's past connection with Xiao Fan was evident. Hello, Xiao Yu. I've heard Xiao Fan speak of you. Feng Qingwu greeted with a smile. Sister-in-law, you are truly beautiful, Shan Yu exclaimed sincerely. Fango, I shall not interrupt your romantic time with sister-in-law any longer. Goodbye, sister-in-law, goodbye. Fango. With that, Shan Yu and her companions, who had remained silent in the presence of Feng Qingwu's beauty, soon drifted away. Xiao Fan let out a sigh of relief. Feng Qingwu, with a teasing smile, remarked, Master Xiao, you seem a bit flustered. I find this young lady quite admirable as well. Xiao Fan gazed at Feng Qingwu and directly stated, I previously told her I already had a sister-in-law. Miss Mingyue, what you just said, does it imply you are willing to become her sister-in-law? Dream on. I have not given my consent, Feng Qingwu retorted. Rolling her eyes at Xiao Fan, her heart filled with a bittersweet smile. Even if she entertained such thoughts, the reality of their differing statuses made it impossible. Miss Mingyue, I shall undoubtedly marry you, Xiao Fan declared earnestly. Feng Qingwu's heart fluttered. Was this not a confession in its purest form? After a prolonged silence, she spoke, Master Xiao, given our current circumstances, I fear it is improbable, even if you were to marry into my family. And what of you? Xiao Fan asked. Miss Mingyue, what are your feelings? If you merely nod, I shall overcome any obstacles to claim you as my bride. Feng Qingwu's cheeks flushed slightly. After a while, she imperceptibly nodded. At that moment, she wished to cast aside her identity as an empress and simply be an ordinary woman. Even knowing the odds of success were slim, She yearned to indulge in this fleeting fantasy. "Miss Mingyue, I will surely marry you," Xiao Fan proclaimed with uncontainable excitement. Though Feng Qingwu's nod was subtle, he caught it nonetheless. "Master Xiao, let us return. We can dine another day," Feng Qingwu suggested, her heart tumultuous, wishing to retreat and collect her thoughts. "Certainly," Xiao Fan replied, feeling that he had gained immense insight today. Although Feng Qingwu had visited several times and continuously assisted him, Xiao Fan had suspected she held feelings for him. Yet they had never addressed it openly. Now, however, he had unmistakably understood Feng Qingwu's intentions. As their boat approached the shore, Feng Qingwu's guards promptly appeared, their gazes towards Xiao Fan somewhat peculiar. From their perspective, they could not see Feng Qingwu's nod, yet they speculated she must have given her approval, for Xiao Fan would not have spoken thus otherwise. They overheard every word exchanged between Xiao Fan and Feng Qingwu clearly. Clop, clop. Feng Qingwu boarded her carriage, which soon departed. Once a distance away, her indifferent voice echoed from within. "What I have heard today shall remain in my heart. Whoever dares to gossip shall not blame me for my ruthlessness." Those nearby felt a shiver run down their spines. "Yes, Your Majesty." Xiao Fan paid the boat rental and made his way to the inn, feeling quite pleased. It was still early, and although the divinations for the day had concluded, he still had time to assist a client with feng shui adjustments. With his understanding of Feng Qingwu's feelings, the pressing matter now was to elevate his own abilities. Accruing points could not be rushed. He could only take it slow, performing 3 divinations daily. Once his reputation grew, he expected to earn more points. As his points increased, so too would his strength and social standing. At present, acquiring a decent residence was paramount. A good courtyard would cost around 20 to 30,000 taels, and he was still far from that goal. "Master Xiao. Master Xiao, you have returned. Will you be performing divinations again today?" As Xiao Fan approached the inn, many people gathered around him. Even though the shop was closed, there were always onlookers near the establishment. Many newcomers, having heard of him, came to scout the area, hoping to arrive promptly the next morning. "Greetings, everyone. I shall not be divining today, but I still have time to assist one guest with feng shui," Xiao Fan announced with a smile. Upon hearing this, a gray-cloaked elder's eyes brightened. He stepped forward eagerly. "Master Xiao, my lord wishes to invite you to help with feng shui adjustments." Xiao Fan assessed the elder, saying, "Starting fee is 100 taels, with a detailed quote after evaluation. Additionally, I do not assist families with ill intentions." Major factions invariably possess a hint of darkness, which Xiao Fan could tolerate. However, if they were excessively malevolent, he would refuse to assist. "That is acceptable, Master Xiao. We did not prepare transportation ahead of time, as we were uncertain of your availability today. You may have to endure traveling in a common carriage," the gray-cloaked elder said apologetically. Xiao Fan replied with a light smile, "That is no trouble at all. I am but a simple man." Half an hour later, Xiao Fan and the gray-cloaked elder arrived at their destination. "The malevolent energy here is so dense," Xiao Fan exclaimed, momentarily taken aback by the oppressive aura surrounding the residence. Even in the bright daylight, he could feel the heavy presence of dark energy. What would it be like at night? "This level of malevolence exceeds my feng shui adjustment capabilities," Xiao Fan mused internally. There must be something sinister within this estate. Even at noon, under the strongest sunlight, the entire property was still shrouded in a pall of darkness, and approaching it sent a chill through his body. "System, exchange for master-level ghost catching technique," Xiao Fan commanded in his mind. With approximately 11,500 points, the master-level ghost catching technique required 1,000 points for the transaction. Xiao Fan felt a pang of regret. But now was not the time for hesitation. With such dense malevolence, he feared he might falter without adequate means. As the points were deducted, a flood of information surged into Xiao Fan's mind. His ghost-catching abilities were now elevated to a master level. As long as he did not encounter extremely malevolent spirits, he could handle them with ease. System, exchange for master-level physiognomy as well. Xiao Fan deliberated before making the request in his mind. The air was thick with ghostly energy. Who knew what issues this family might harbor? He certainly did not wish to become an accomplice to their malevolence. Master-level physiognomy allows one to attain a profound expertise in this art. Although it may not rival the systematic precision of divination, it is certainly adequate for discerning the moral character of an individual. A commendable host indeed. Alas, another 1,000 points have vanished, reducing Xiao Fan's total to a mere 9,500. However, given the current rate of point acquisition, several hundred points can be earned within a span of 3 to 5 days. Master Xiao, we are grateful to finally have you here, an elderly man. Lu Jingxin emerged briskly from the estate as Xiao Fan observed. Behind the elder trailed a group of 20 to 30 individuals, most of whom bore pale visages. Greetings, Elder Lu, Xiao Fan replied with a slight bow, his gaze sharpening as he instinctively activated his physiognomic abilities. The elder radiated a strong sense of righteousness, and the others did not appear to be malevolent individuals in Xiao Fan's eyes. Master Xiao, I apologize for not being able to extend a proper welcome, Lu Jingxin said courteously. Xiao Fan shook his head. Elder Lu, there is no need for concern. I am not here merely to offer assistance out of charity. At this, Xiao Fan's attention shifted to an elegant middle-aged man. He had visited the establishment several times, but had refrained from drawing lots. Master Xiao, this is my son, Lu Jianglu. He is quite skeptical about the supernatural and has visited your shop several times without success in summoning you. Lu Jingxin lamented. Lu Jianglu offered a wry smile. Father, many claim to have seen ghosts, yet I have not encountered any. Did you not also fail to see them? Lu Jingxin shot him a disapproving glance. Master Xiao, please disregard his remarks. While one or two may speak falsely, when a dozen or more do, there must be an underlying issue. Indeed, there is a problem. Xiao Fan nodded slightly. Please, continue. The group proceeded into the Lu estate. Despite the temperature being relatively warm at around 26 or 27 degrees Celsius, Xiao Fan felt an unsettling chill envelop him as he entered. Jianglu, please inform Master Xiao the situation, Lu Jingxin instructed as they settled in the main hall. Yes, father, Lu Jianglu nodded. He gathered his thoughts and addressed Xiao Fan. Master Xiao, a fortnight ago, a servant screamed in the night, claiming to have encountered something malevolent. First, we dismissed it, but for the past 2 weeks, multiple servants have reported similar encounters, with several experiencing it together just last night. The descriptions vary. Some speak of a child, others of a woman in white, and some of a headless man. They seem quite convinced. Though neither my father nor I have witnessed anything unusual, even during my late-night rounds. Lu Jiangliu's skepticism was evident. Xiao Fan replied, Elder Lu, Jianglu, the reason you have not seen anything is due to your abundant righteousness. Typically, malevolent spirits do not dare approach you. The entire Lu estate is currently shrouded in a miasma of negativity, which indicates a significant issue. However, based on what you have shared, it seems that this situation has persisted for half a month without any fatalities, suggesting that these entities are not particularly vicious spirits. Nevertheless, he continued, if left unaddressed, prolonged exposure to such an environment could lead to illness or even shorten one's lifespan. Elder Lu, we implore you to assist us. Financial matters are not a concern, Lu Jingxin urged. Lu Jianglu frowned inwardly. With his father's insistence, Xiao Fan would likely seize the opportunity to demand a hefty sum. Although the Lu family possessed some wealth, they were not extravagantly affluent. This estate had been passed down through generations. Elder Lu, for the necessary adjustments to your feng shui and the exorcism, I shall require 200 taels of silver. Xiao Fan stated after a moment's contemplation, smiling gently. Given the righteousness radiating from Lu Jingxin and Lu Jianglu, he had no intention of overcharging them. A modest fee sufficed. 200 taels? Lu Jianglu was taken aback. He had heard others mention that Xiao Fan charged affluent families a much higher rate, often starting at 1,000 taels, especially if there were no peculiar issues. Given their circumstances, if Xiao Fan quoted 10,000 taels, they would have no choice but to comply. Very well, Xiao Fan nodded slightly. Elder Lu, I must first inspect the premises. Jianglu, please show Master Xiao around, Lu Jingxin instructed. Master Xiao, this way please, Lu Jianglu said, his demeanor now imbued with greater respect. After a brief tour, they arrived at the rear courtyard, where Xiao Fan's gaze fell upon a well. In his perception, the well emanated the densest negative energy. Jianglu, has this well been disturbed recently? Xiao Fan inquired. Lu Jianglu nodded. Indeed, Master Xiao. The water level has decreased, and we recently had someone excavate several meters at the top. What is amiss? It is likely that your digging has disturbed the spirits residing at the bottom of the well. This is an ancient well, and such wells should not be disturbed lightly. If this estate has belonged to your family for generations, it is plausible that your ancestors encountered a dark period. Some may have been murdered, while others may have taken their own lives in the well. Lu Jingxin's expression shifted, for he was aware of such events in their history. Xiao Fan sighed. The bottom of the well is a realm of shadows, making it an ideal hiding place for spirits. Ancient wells nurture these souls, and over time, they can gain considerable power. Fortunately, it seems they're your ancestors and have not posed any harm to you. Prepare incense, candles, and offerings. I shall assist in guiding them to the afterlife tonight. With his master-level skills in yin-yang arts, he could communicate with the spirit realm and facilitate their departure without issue. Should they resist, his acquired exorcism techniques were not merely for show. As night fell, the negative energy within the Lu estate intensified, and eerie sounds began emanating from the well. Lu Jingxin, Lu Jianglu, and many other Lu family members gathered near the ancient well. Various offerings were laid out, with a large fire pit burning paper money. Come forth. You do not wish to harm the innocent, do you? The Lu family has no intention of causing you distress. And you are their ancestors, Xiao Fan spoke, his voice resonating with a unique cadence. Chapter 35. Opening the Yin Gate to send the spirits away, many members of the Lu family watched the well with palpable tension. Among them were formidable martial artists, yet the presence of spirits instilled fear within them. Gurgle, gurgle. Sounds emerged from the well, and more negative energy billowed forth, causing Lu Jianglu and the others to feel an icy chill. Woof, woof. A large yellow dog, being held by someone, began barking fiercely at the well. First, a woman in white emerged, her hair disheveled, and her long nails visible. Although her face remained obscured, several onlookers turned pale with fright. Next, a small ghost, no more than 4 or 5 years old, crawled out. Its grayish-white eyes scanned the surroundings, prompting many to instinctively retreat several steps. Though Xiao Fan had previously harbored a fear of spirits, he had since acquired master-level exorcism techniques, rendering him fearless in their presence. Lu Jingxin and Lu Jianglu, despite their righteousness, felt a chill of trepidation at the sight of the spirits. Kill, kill. A low voice erupted from the well as a headless corpse surged forth, radiating malevolence. Ah! A member of the Lu family screamed in terror. The woman in white and the child ghost approached the headless figure, each grasping one of its hands, causing the once violent spirit to calm momentarily. Xiao Fan sighed. They were a family bound by love. The man was murdered, and it is likely the woman had no means of survival, leading her to take her child and choose to drown themselves in the well. Instead of reincarnating, they have remained hidden at the bottom. Stepping forward, Xiao Fan addressed them. If you do not depart now, you may harm one another. These are your descendants, and they may fall victim to your wrath. Your ties to this world have ended. It is time to move on to the afterlife and be reborn. With that, he extended his hand, summoning the smoke from the burning paper money to coalesce into a towering gate. Having lingered too long, you have lost your way to the underworld. I shall open the Yin Gate for you. Depart swiftly, Xiao Fan commanded. The 3 spirits bowed to him and hastily entered the gate, vanishing from sight. The smoke-formed gate dissipated as well. With a collective sigh of relief, many members of the Lu family relaxed, their backs drenched in sweat. They had not anticipated the existence of spirits in this world. Lu Jianglu marveled, feeling his worldview significantly challenged. Elder Lu, Lu Jingxin inquired, will they face punishment for lingering in the mortal realm for so long? Xiao Fan smiled reassuringly, fear not, Elder Lu. Although they lingered, they meant no harm. Any punishment they may face will likely be minimal. One member of the Lu family questioned, Master Xiao, as they are our ancestors and possess some awareness, why did they not leave despite knowing the negative impact on us? They are unable to leave, Xiao Fan replied, shaking his head. Ordinary spirits have limited mobility. The fact that they could roam the entirety of the Lu estate is already quite remarkable. Should they transform into malevolent spirits, their reach would expand, and the entire Lu family would suffer. Well, with that settled, I must take my leave. Upon concluding his remarks, Xiao Fan was immediately urged by the members of the Lu family to stay for the night. Initially, some of them had doubted Xiao Fan's abilities due to his youth, but their perceptions had shifted dramatically. His presence reassured them that they could sleep soundly that night. Master Xiao, it is quite late, and the carriage driver may be apprehensive about returning alone. Would it not be better for you to graciously accept our hospitality for the night? Lu Jianglu suggested with utmost courtesy. After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Fan nodded slightly. Given Lu Jianglu's insistence, refusing would have seemed rather ungracious. Indeed, the return of the carriage driver could pose a risk. Master Xiao, we have prepared a banquet. Let us proceed and share a few drinks. Lu Jingxin exclaimed joyfully. With the family's issues resolved, a weight had been lifted from his heart. Very well, Xiao Fan acquiesced. The Lu family, being of scholarly lineage, exuded integrity, and Xiao Fan found their wine particularly intriguing. As the evening wore on, and after several rounds of drinks, Xiao Fan finally discerned Lu Jingxin's true identity. Lu Jingxin was a contemporary sage, having once instructed the Empress Feng Qingwu, and now held the title of Grand Tutor. Though the Grand Tutor wielded no real power, the status of an imperial educator commanded considerable respect. Lu Jianglu, too, was no ordinary individual. He served as the Assistant Minister of Justice, a position akin to that of a Vice President of the Supreme Court in Xiao Fan's previous life. Understanding their true identities left Xiao Fan astounded. Despite the Lu family's financial standing being inferior to that of the Jiang or Lu families, in terms of social status, they stood in a league of their own. The Jiang family could not compare. Although the Grand Tutor Lu Jingxin lacked actual authority, during festivals, the palace would often bestow gifts upon him. Master Xiao, I raise my glass to you, I shall drink, and you may do as you wish. The remaining members of the Lu family toasted to Xiao Fan. Having witnessed his prowess firsthand, they recognized that he was indeed a true master. Even though the Lu family held a high social standing, it was conceivable that they might seek Xiao Fan's counsel in the future. After 2 or 3 hours, the banquet concluded with great merriment amongst hosts and guests alike. Xiao Fan took residence at the Lu household, and that night, the family slept with a profound sense of security. The following day, the Lu family's carriage delivered Xiao Fan directly to Tianyuan, where hundreds of guests awaited his arrival. Recently, Xiao Fan's reputation had spread rapidly, and an increasing number of individuals sought his divination services. Among the crowd, many donned exquisite garments, and some exhibited an extraordinary demeanor. Is that not the Lu family's carriage? Indeed, it was, and it was the carriage belonging to the elder Lu. Amidst the crowd, 2 middle-aged men exchanged astonished glances. Although Lu Jingxin's carriage appeared unassuming, it had once been bestowed by the former emperor. It was permitted to enter the imperial palace directly, without special permission. Civil officials were required to dismount, and military officers had to dismount their horses before the palace gates. Lu Lao seldom allowed anyone to ride in this carriage, yet it was granted to Master Xiao. Master Xiao is truly remarkable, the 2 middle-aged men whispered. Unaware of the significance surrounding him, Xiao Fan alighted from the carriage and entered the establishment, where many patrons greeted him with respectful gestures. Xiao Fan clasped his hands together and smiled, saying, "Thank you all for your support, but the space in my humble establishment is limited. If there is nothing pressing, I kindly ask that you refrain from gathering unnecessarily. Today, I shall attend to numbers 85, 430, and 762. After concluding his announcement, he settled into his designated chair. On the wooden table, Chun Pingon had already prepared the ink and brewed hot tea for Xiao Fan. "Excuse me, everyone, number 85 is me." A middle-aged man with graying hair emerged from the crowd. Although he appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, he bore the visage of a man in his 60s. With a thud, the middle-aged man knelt before Xiao Fan. "Master Xiao, my daughter was murdered 11 years ago, and before her death, she suffered greatly. The true culprit remains at large. I beseech you to reveal the identity of her killer." Several faces in the crowd shifted uneasily. Was this man from Tianhe City, the site of a notorious unsolved case? "Master Xiao, if this pertains to the Tianhe mystery, please tread carefully," someone cautioned kindly. The Tianhe mystery was a treacherous pit. Many who had attempted to investigate it had met with misfortune. "Please rise, esteemed guest. Since your number has been drawn, you may pay the divination fee without kneeling." Xiao Fan gently assisted the middle-aged man to his feet. The man, Feng Chao, wept as he pleaded, "Master Xiao, my daughter was indeed a victim of the Tianhe mystery. Consulting you may endanger your safety. but I have exhausted all options. Xiao Fan gestured for him to sit. And he too took his seat in the crowd. Someone's eyes gleamed with malice. He was an assassin dispatched by the Song family of Tianhe. Your name is Feng Chao. You are 48 this year. Married at 20, and you had a daughter named Feng Xiaoxiao at 21. Your wife's surname is Tian, and over the years, your family has prospered. Xiao Fan spoke slowly. The middle-aged man nodded vigorously. Master Xiao, you truly possess extraordinary insight. Among the crowd, the assassin gripped a long needle, skilled in the art of concealed weaponry, capable of piercing a skull from 100 paces away. Esteemed guest, your daughter Feng Xiaoxiao was not a victim of the Tianhe mystery. Xiao Fan mused. Feng Chao's eyes widened. Master Xiao, how can that be? Xiaoxiao was clearly involved. The assassin, poised to strike, hesitated at Xiao Fan's words. Please, do not be alarmed. This is fortunate news for you, Xiao Fan continued. Your daughter was indeed caught up in the Tianhe mystery, but she was a victim of imitation. The Tianhe mystery garnered widespread attention, and amidst the chaos, someone with ill intentions exploited the situation, taking advantage of your daughter's beauty to mask their own crimes. Given the complexity of the Tianhe mystery, I would not be able to discern it with my current abilities, but your daughter's case is different. Feng Chao, filled with anticipation, implored, Master Xiao, I beg you to reveal the identity of the true killer. I will offer you all my wealth. Xiao Fan reassured him. Do not be agitated. I will certainly disclose the identity of the culprit. His name is Zhang Biao, a butcher from your locality. Feng Chao was momentarily taken aback, realization dawning upon him. He often purchased meat from Zhang Biao, who, despite his fearsome name, greeted customers with a smile. Master Xiao, given the passage of time, can the authorities still uncover this? Feng Chao's voice trembled. The thought of remaining powerless while the culprit roamed free was more painful than death. Xiao Fan replied calmly. Evil begets evil, rest assured. Based on information I obtained from the system, Zhang Biao has already met his demise at the hands of a mysterious force. Thank you, Master Xiao. Feng Chao placed a silver tael upon the table, tears streaming down his face as he departed. He finally saw hope for avenging his daughter. Xiao Fan sighed softly. The hearts of parents are indeed heavy. For 11 years, Feng Chao had endured great suffering in his quest for justice. Master Xiao, it is now my turn, announced number 430 as he approached. This individual was portly, clad in expensive attire, exuding an image of sudden wealth. Information from the system flooded Xiao Fan's mind. His expression shifted slightly as he declared, Your name is Guotian. You own a coal mine that generates substantial income. Guotian grinned. A small fortune, nothing to speak of. However, Master Xiao, I have recently set my sights on a young lady and wish to inquire about our compatibility. Xiao Fan replied coolly, Mr. Guo, I suggest you redirect your focus elsewhere. Your coal mine is on the verge of collapse. If matters do not change, there will be 7 fatalities and 9 injuries. You must immediately cease coal extraction, or you may find yourself facing several years in prison. Guotian's countenance paled. That cannot be. How could my mind possibly collapse? Master Xiao, you cannot be deceiving me. Xiao Fan frowned. Mr. Guo, it would be wise to heed my warning. You still have a chance. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire, and you shall bear the weight of many lives lost. Beads of sweat formed on Guotian's forehead. Master Xiao, here is the divination fee. He hastily placed a silver tael on the table before rushing away. Xiao Fan observed through the system that Guotian's fate had shifted, and he exhaled a sigh of relief. 7 deaths and 9 injuries would affect numerous families. Master Xiao, the death of Dong Zhihai is unavoidable, but what of the 7 coal miners? Can they escape this calamity? Someone inquired, perplexed. Hundreds turned their gaze to Xiao Fan. Taking a sip of tea, he responded, Ladies and gentlemen, destiny, luck, and feng shui are intertwined. Destiny is the most challenging to alter, while feng shui is the easiest. These 3 elements are interconnected. Dong Zhihai suffered from illness. Did he have a favorable fate initially? No. It began merely as a feng shui issue that could have been remedied by adjusting the household's feng shui. However, as circumstances escalated beyond a certain point, mere adjustments would no longer suffice, and he required extraordinary luck to resolve his issues. Ultimately, he was left with a mere 3 hours of lifespan, rendering even the finest physicians impotent. At that point, it was simply his fate. The crowd was enlightened. Xiao Fan continued, in the case of Guotian, the miners' deaths are not their predetermined fates. They have every opportunity to survive. With a sudden uproar, some led the applause, and soon, a multitude joined in. Master Xiao, you are truly a master. The remaining diviners spoke in riddles that left us utterly bewildered. It is far preferable to consult Master Xiao. Many praised him effusively. Before long, the last matter was resolved. Xiao Fan was in high spirits, as the points he accrued today should be substantial. The first case involved a murder investigation that had occupied Feng Chao for 11 years. The second case entailed the tragic loss of 7 lives. He had now discerned a pattern. The greater the incident, the more unique the identities of those involved, the more points he would earn. It was quite possible that today's points could exceed 1,000. Perhaps even 2,000. If he could solve the Tianhe mystery, Xiao Fan estimated he might gain tens of thousands of points. Ladies and gentlemen, 3 consultations are complete. Our establishment shall close for the day. Xiao Fan announced, rising and bowing with a smile. Master Xiao, please come to my home to adjust the feng shui. Master Xiao, come to my residence. The guests immediately began to dispute among themselves. Days flew by, and Xiao Fan's gains were impressive. He had accumulated a total of 3,000 points in just a few days. His total had now surpassed 12,000. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, Xiao Fan intended to save diligently until his points exceeded 20,000. At that point, he could spend 10,000 points to exchange for a Grandmaster level ability. Miss Mengyue hasn't visited in several days. Could she have been frightened off by the last encounter? Or perhaps she is grounded at home? Xiao Fan mused, feeling a deep longing for Feng Qingwu after several days of absence. Should I pay a visit to the Qinhuangfu? A few hundred kilometers away, Guotian gazed at the distant mining area. Sir, it has been several days. Halting operations daily is untenable, as we incur considerable losses, said the steward beside Guotian. Let us wait a few more days, Guotian replied with a somber tone. As he held a degree of faith in Xiao Fan's abilities, sir, the weather is fine and there has been no rain. There should be no issues, the steward suggested. Just then, the ground trembled. Dust rose from the distance as a mine collapsed. Guotian's eyes widened in horror. Had he not sought out Xiao Fan, he would likely be facing years in prison. Chapter 37. Drinking with the Qin Wang Clop, riding in a horse-drawn carriage. Xiao Fan made his way toward the Qin Wangfu. He knew the chances of encountering Qin Mengyue were slim, but having not seen her for several days, he felt a strong yearning. Is he heading toward the Qin Wangfu? Perhaps he has uncovered something? Silent assassins dispatched by the Song family stealthily followed Xiao Fan. Days prior, when Xiao Fan had claimed he could not unravel the Tianhe mystery, the assassins had bided their time, relaying the news back to the Song family, who had since issued new orders. Should Xiao Fan exhibit any unusual behavior, they were to take the opportunity to eliminate him, thereby preventing future troubles. To the assassins sent by the Song family, Xiao Fan's journey to the Qin Wangfu was a perilous move. A quarter of an hour passed, and the carriage drew nearer to the Qin Wangfu. Xiao Fan seldom visited this area, increasing the likelihood of his presence at the Qin Wangfu. The hidden assassins prepared to act. One assassin was exceptionally skilled, having reached the martial sovereign level, and was adept at concealment. The powerful individuals assigned by Feng Qingwu to protect Xiao Fan had yet to detect him. There were 3 of them in total, 1 martial sovereign and 2 martial masters, who took turns. Currently, only 1 martial master was on duty, which was typically sufficient. The Genie Wei's elite resources were limited. The relationship between Feng Qingwu and Xiao Fan was still in its infancy. It was implausible for her to allocate a Grandmaster or several Grandmaster-level protectors. Suddenly, as Xiao Fan's carriage passed a tavern, a middle-aged man dressed in ordinary attire, who was drinking heartily, narrowed his eyes. He had spotted the assassin trailing Xiao Fan's carriage. Utilizing the shadows, the assassin stealthily pursued without being detected. Now was the moment. The assassin's eyes glinted with malice as he saw Xiao Fan lift the curtain of the carriage. The martial master tasked with protecting Xiao Fan was momentarily distracted. Whoosh! The assassin flicked his wrist, and a 2-inch black needle shot toward Xiao Fan like a bullet. From a distance of less than 20 paces, the assassin was confident of delivering a fatal blow. Xiao Fan's heart raced as he met the assassin's gaze, which regarded him as if he were already a corpse. Just then, a middle-aged man appeared before him, his back turned. The black needle aimed at Xiao Fan was effortlessly caught by the man, who held a wine cup in his left hand without spilling a single drop. This is bad. The assassin sensed the impending doom. Instead of fleeing, he immediately bit down on a concealed poison capsule. "Stop the carriage!" Xiao Fan shouted, his heart pounding. Although he was aware that his points could be used to counter attacks through the system, facing an assassination attempt for the first time filled him with trepidation. "Thank you, sir." Xiao Fan quickly disembarked. Had he not possessed the system, the middle-aged man's intervention would have been a lifesaver. "A murder has occurred," a voice screamed. The martial master watching over Xiao Fan had sensed the anomaly and his expression darkened. Had it not been for the timely intervention of another, Xiao Fan might have perished. If Xiao Fan died, he would surely face dire consequences for his failure to protect him. The Genie Wei is investigating. "There is no need for panic," the martial master declared, producing his insignia and swiftly examining the fallen assassin. The man was already dead. "No one is to disturb the scene. Master Xiao, please step aside to the tavern." "My friend, thank you for your assistance. Please wait in the tavern," the martial master urged. Xiao Fan nodded, turning to the middle-aged man. "Sir, allow me to treat you to a drink." The man slightly inclined his head. They entered the tavern, and the martial master guarding Xiao Fan exhaled in relief. The middle-aged man was unlikely to be there to assassinate Xiao Fan. If he were, he would not have been able to counter the assassin's attack. The assailant was a martial sovereign, and to easily intercept an attack from someone at that level, the martial master deduced that the middle-aged man must be a martial king. Even the most formidable martial sovereigns would lack such prowess. "Waiter, the finest wine and some of the best dishes," Xiao Fan called out. The middle-aged man was actually Qin Huayan. He had frequented this tavern with his wife before her passing, returning every 10 days or so. Due to his low profile, no one in the vicinity recognized his identity. Qin Huayan observed Xiao Fan with keen interest. He had seen Xiao Fan's portrait and recognized him. "Young man, at your age, others call you Master Xiao. Moreover, a formidable assassin sought to take your life. You are no ordinary individual," Qin Huayan remarked with a smile. He found it particularly intriguing that Xiao Fan had managed to regain his composure so quickly after such a harrowing experience. Xiao Fan bowed deeply. "Sir, I owe you a debt of gratitude. I am immensely thankful. The title of master is merely a misnomer. You, sir, are the true hidden talent among the populace." Initially, Xiao Fan had harbored some suspicion that Qin Mingyue might have arranged for his protection. However, he no longer entertained such thoughts. Even if he were to marry Qin Mingyue in the future, it was improbable that the Qin Wangfu would assign such a formidable protector to him. Just moments ago, Qin Huayan had seemingly appeared out of thin air to shield him. "Sir, my name is Xiao Fan. You may call me Xiao Fan," Xiao Fan respectfully stated, discreetly inquiring through the system, confirming that the man was indeed a martial king. For ordinary individuals, martial masters were already considered skilled. Martial sovereigns were formidable experts, and those of the great martial sovereign level were renowned super experts. Martial kings were figures that ordinary people might never encounter in their lifetime. In the entire Tianqian Empire, the number of martial kings likely did not exceed 1,000, considering the empire's population of several billion. It required millions of people to produce a single martial king, and many of them served in the military, the court, or were sequestered in seclusion, making the actual number of martial kings who frequently appeared likely fewer than 100. "Xiao Fan, what is your profession, and why were you targeted for assassination?" Qin Huayan inquired casually. Xiao Fan cleared his throat. "Sir, I am but a humble diviner." Qin Huayan expressed genuine interest. "A diviner? Might I request a glimpse of your abilities?" Xiao Fan hesitated. "Sir, I only cast 3 divinations each day, and I have completed today's 3. However, I can offer you a reading of your physiognomy." Given Qin Huayan's prowess, the system was unable to provide an accurate reading. But having exchanged for master-level physiognomy, Xiao Fan could discern some insights. This did not imply that master-level physiognomy was superior. The system's divinations yielded precise results, while master-level physiognomy only provided a general overview. Qin Huayan chuckled. "Very well, then please examine my physiognomy." Xiao Fan scrutinized Qin Huayan intently, and after a considerable pause, he remarked, "Sir, you possess a fate of wealth and nobility, yet your romantic prospects are fleeting. A significant calamity awaits you in middle age. At this point, Xiao Fan hesitated. Qin Huayan felt a jolt of surprise. Xiao Fan's reading was remarkably accurate. He indeed had a fate of wealth, having attained the status of a Qin Wang. Could he not be wealthy? With the early demise of his wife, it was only natural that his romantic prospects would be scant. The midlife calamity is not without merit, at the age of 32. He sustained injuries while escorting the emperor, causing his cultivation to plummet from the martial emperor level to his current martial king status. And what else? Please, do continue, Qin Huayan urged. Xiao Fan took a deep breath and said, Uncle, you are destined to have 2 children, yet you face a lonely old age. Qin Huayan's expression shifted dramatically. Chapter 38. One day, I will marry your young lady. Crack. The wine cup in Qin Huayan's hand shattered under his grip. His heart tumultuous. His son had perished. Must his daughter also meet the same fate? His daughter, Qin Ji, had been bestowed the title of Princess Zhiyong and was now 19 years old in the Tianxian dynasty. Most girls of her age had already been betrothed, many even married. Qin Ji was frail and sickly. For the time being, Qin Huayan had not given much thought to this aspect. Given Qin Ji's condition, he feared that should she marry and become pregnant, it might lead to a tragic outcome of both mother and child perishing during childbirth. Xiao Fan, am I truly destined for such a lonely old age? Qin Huayan asked anxiously. Xiao Fan nodded gently. Uncle, do not fret excessively. With your formidable strength, you ought to enjoy a long life. Perhaps by the time you reach old age, your children will have reached their centenary. Qin Huayan fell silent. He was acutely aware of his own circumstances. Were it not for his formidable cultivation, he might have already succumbed to death. Yet, with old injuries unhealed, his cultivation continued to decline at an accelerated pace. Living to 70 would be a fortunate outcome. He was already 46 this year. 60 would mark the onset of his old age, suggesting that within a decade or so, Qin Ji might perish. Or even within the next 10 years. Xiao Fan, is there any way to alter this fate? Qin Huayan exhaled deeply. Xiao Fan smiled. Uncle, as long as no immediate danger looms, there should certainly be a way. However, at present, I may not be of much assistance to you. With your strength, you can undoubtedly seek out formidable allies. Though I consider my abilities adequate, they are still insufficient. Qin Huayan gazed deeply at Xiao Fan, pondering that he might indeed require Xiao Fan's assistance in the future. However, he certainly could not invite Xiao Fan to the Qin Wang mansion to arrange feng shui matters. The emperor had requested his help for cover. Inviting Xiao Fan there would complicate matters. Xiao Fan, you are quite astute. My son has died, yet my daughter, who is now nearing 19, should be safe for the time being, correct? Xiao Fan replied. Uncle, your strength is too formidable. I cannot predict with absolute certainty. Based on your features, it seems there should be no immediate concerns. If you remain uneasy, I could examine your daughter directly. Though I cannot guarantee complete accuracy, the results would likely be somewhat more reliable. Qin Huayan responded. My daughter is not currently in Lingxiao City. I will seek you out later. Very well, uncle, I have a shop in the West City Market called Tian Yuan Pavilion. You may send someone to find me, and I will make a visit, Xiao Fan said with a smile. Qin Huayan nodded slightly. An official visit would be inappropriate. However, it would be acceptable for Qin Ji to seek out Xiao Fan directly for a consultation. In the Empress's palace, Feng Qingwu was diligently attending to official documents when Lan Qin hurriedly approached her side. Your Majesty, the Genie Wei has sent an urgent report, a quarter of an hour ago. Young Master Xiao was ambushed by a master-level assassin, Lan Qin whispered. Feng Qingwu's hand trembled, causing the characters on the document to become jumbled. Your Majesty, young Master Xiao is unharmed. The Qin Wang happened to be nearby enjoying a drink and intervened to rescue him. The master assassin committed suicide by poison, Lan Qin reported. Feng Qingwu cast a sidelong glance at Lan Qin, who felt a chill run down her spine and hurriedly knelt. Your Majesty, I was in error. Lan Qin stammered, her heart racing. Enough, rise, Feng Qingwu said calmly, setting down her pen, unable to concentrate on the remaining documents. Did young Master Xiao suffer any shock? Why did the Qin Wang happen to be there? Was it mere coincidence or premeditated? Feng Qingwu scrutinized Lan Qin. Lan Qin replied, Your Majesty, the assassin fired a hidden dart, and Master Xiao likely experienced some fright. The Qin Wang's timely rescue was probably just coincidence. He frequents that tavern twice a month, a routine he maintained even before the passing of the Qin Wang Fei. Feng Qingwu nodded slightly, glancing at the remaining documents, which did not seem particularly pressing, allowing her to delay their review. Prepare to leave the palace, Feng Qingwu inhaled deeply. Although Xiao Fan had not been injured, encountering an assassin would undoubtedly leave him unsettled. She felt compelled to check on him. Xiao Fan had previously expressed his desire to marry her and inquired about her feelings, to which she had nodded. Though her recent days had been busy, Xiao Fan's image frequently occupied her thoughts. She realized she had genuinely developed feelings for him. Yes, Your Majesty, Lan Qin affirmed, nodding. Soon after, Feng Qingwu discreetly left the palace. With her advanced martial king prowess, she knew that as long as she remained within Ling Xiao City, her safety was relatively assured. A martial emperor would find it challenging to take her life. Should a martial emperor-level figure attempt to assassinate her within Ling Xiao City, not only would they likely fail, but such an act would also invite retaliation from the Tianxian dynasty. The loss of a martial emperor to kill Feng Qingwu would lead to the dynasty's furious retribution, a price not worth paying. Meanwhile, Yin Quan swiftly arrived on their side. He was visibly shaken. Feng Qingwu had revealed her feelings for Xiao Fan, and Yin Quan was acutely aware of the implications. Should Xiao Fan be successfully assassinated, Yin Quan knew he would face dire consequences. At best, he would lose his position, and at worst, his life, if Feng Qingwu chose to eliminate him. Even with his 9-star martial emperor cultivation, he would have no choice but to accept his fate. Defying the emperor's orders would put his entire family at risk. Young Master Xiao, you must have been frightened. Yin Quan entered the room where Xiao Fan was situated, clasping his hands in greeting. He certainly recognized Qin Huayan, yet this was not the appropriate moment for formalities. Xiao Fan quickly rose. I am fine. Nothing is amiss, thanks to this uncle. Yin Quan bowed respectfully to Qin Huayan. Thank you for your heroic deed. Qin Huayan nodded slightly. It was but a small effort. Xiao Fan, I prefer not to engage with officials, so let us conclude our conversation here for today. We can discuss further on another occasion. Soon, Qin Huayan took his leave. Xiao Fan turned to Yin Quan. The person who displayed the Genie Wei token was arranged by Qin Gongzi. Correct. She had them covertly protect me, so there should be no issues. I hope. The Genie Wei represented official power. If Qin Mengyue had taken such an action, it could be seen as a misuse of public authority. Young master, he is indeed one of the Genie Wei. Given your connection to the Tianhe mystery case, it is entirely normal for the Genie Wei to send someone to protect you. The young lady merely had a brief conversation with those in the upper echelons of the Genie Wei, which is not against regulations, Yin Quan explained. Xiao Fan nodded slightly. That is reassuring. Your young lady's status is unique, so it is wise to proceed with caution. Yin Quan internally mused. After all, Feng Qingwu was the reigning monarch. She had no such need. Nevertheless, Xiao Fan remained unaware of this fact, and his concerns were entirely reasonable. Young master, we have relayed the information back. The young lady may come to visit, Yin Quan informed. Xiao Fan's eyes brightened. It is not easy to meet your young lady. However, I will undoubtedly marry her one day. Yin Quan's lips twitched. Marrying Feng Qingwu would indeed be a formidable challenge. Chapter 39. Feng Qingwu's proposal. Before long, Feng Qingwu arrived at the tavern where Xiao Fan was located. Miss, Yin Quan greeted respectfully. Feng Qingwu fixed her gaze upon Yin Quan, and several seconds passed without her speaking. Miss, I failed to make the proper arrangements, Yin Quan stammered. Xiao Fan thought to himself, indeed, the daughters of wealthy families are truly different. This young lady, Feng Qingwu, exuded such formidable authority at her tender age. Miss Mengyue, do not blame him. The strong protector who safeguarded me was already quite impressive. Besides, I am perfectly fine. As you can see, I am full of life. Xiao Fan smiled. Feng Qingwu's expression softened somewhat. Master Xiao has interceded on your behalf. I shall overlook this incident this time, but in the future, ensure that matters are handled with greater prudence. Yes, miss, thank you, Master Xiao, Yin Quan replied respectfully, casting a grateful glance at Xiao Fan. Were it not for Xiao Fan's intercession, he would have likely faced some punishment. Feng Qingwu waved her hand, and Yin Quan promptly exited. Xiao Fan smiled. Miss Mengyue, please, take a seat. All these dishes are freshly ordered. Feng Qingwu sat down, removing her veil to reveal her beautiful eyes as she gazed at Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan? Regarding this incident, our family will certainly take some action. Thank you. Xiao Fan nodded slightly. This incident indeed bore some peculiarities. Feng Qingwu looked at him with curiosity. Xiao Fan frowned. While my fortune-telling may have offended some individuals, there are not many forces capable of dispatching a master-level assassin. Feng Qingwu nodded. Xiao Fan continued. Although there is currently no evidence, it is highly probable that the Song family of Tianhe is behind this. Miss Mingyue, you have dispatched a formidable protector to watch over me. That assassin must have been aware of this. In such a scenario, why would they still take action? Are they not concerned about offending you? Given the Song family's standing, even if the case is revealed, could the Tianhe mystery truly undermine their foundation? Feng Qingwu pondered thoughtfully. Master Xiao, are you suggesting that there may be deeper implications behind this case? Or that the matter itself is much larger? Indeed, it is a possibility. Xiao Fan inquired. Miss Mingyue, the power behind you must rival that of the Song family. Am I correct? Indeed, Feng Qingwu replied with a slight nod. In the entire Tianxian dynasty, she holds the highest authority. Xiao Fan was resolute in his belief that Feng Qingwu was undoubtedly the daughter of the Qin Wangfu. The thought of her being the empress was something he could hardly fathom. How could that even be possible? Master Xiao, perhaps you should consider temporarily closing your establishment. The Song family's influence is formidable, and continuing operations might expose you to considerable risk, Feng Qingwu suggested, not wishing for Xiao Fan to take such a perilous gamble. However, for Xiao Fan, opening a shop was essential. It was the means through which he could amass an endless stream of points and enhance his capabilities. That won't do. Xiao Fan shook his head. Miss Mingyue, while your family is wealthy and powerful, I have no intention of living off your generosity. I aspire to marry you. Feng Qingwu frowned subtly. Master Xiao, why not relocate your shop to the East City Market? The security there is significantly better than in the West City Market. Moreover, your income could potentially be higher. Those who genuinely seek your fortune-telling services will come, even from afar. Xiao Fan pondered this. Feng Qingwu's suggestion had merit. In Lingxiao City, there was a saying, the East is affluent, while the West is impoverished, the South is rich, and the North is destitute. The imperial palace was situated more towards the east, where many official residences were located. It was only natural that the southern region, populated by wealthy individuals, would prefer residing in the southern part of Lingxiao City. The western area was home to more common folk, while the northern region faced threats from nomadic tribes, with previous instances of northern adversaries breaching the area. As an ordinary person, Xiao Fan had naturally prioritized the West City Market. Master Xiao, your talents are indeed remarkable. It is a disservice to confine yourself to a corner of the West City Market. You should acquire a shop in the East City Market, Feng Qingwu asserted. Xiao Fan replied, I possess merely 35,000 taels of silver. A shop in the East City Market would hardly suffice. Feng Qingwu smiled. While a shop on the main street in the East City Market may be beyond your means, you need not settle for the finest. The next tier down is considerably more affordable. I could lend you several tens of thousands of taels, enabling you to acquire a decent shop. Xiao Fan hesitated. Miss Feng, with your skills, earning several tens of thousands of taels should be effortless for you. Owning a shop would truly establish your roots in Lingxiao City. Very well. Xiao Fan nodded in agreement. The amount of profit was secondary. He primarily considered two factors. First, the proximity to the Qin Wangfu. Second, the presence of powerful and influential individuals in the East City Market. Wealthy clients were the primary source of income for geomancers, and those with power placed great importance on feng shui. Then I shall assist you in finding a suitable shop. You need not worry about being taken advantage of. We will ensure the terms are fair, Feng Qingwu replied with a smile, pleased that Xiao Fan agreed. The East City Market would be much closer for her. Xiao Fan grinned at Feng Qingwu. Miss Mingyue, we must avoid being duped. After all, it is our family's money at stake. Feng Qingwu cast Xiao Fan a playful glare. Xiao Fan, I initially thought you were distressed and needed my company for a while longer, but seeing you now, I believe it unnecessary. I shall take my leave to find you a shop. This should be resolved within a couple of days. Inform your clients tomorrow. With that, Feng Qingwu stood to depart. Xiao Fan was momentarily stunned, regretting his earlier jest, as Qin Mingyue exited so abruptly. Clop, clop, Feng Qingwu's carriage faded into the distance. Yin Quan, How do you intend to handle matters concerning Master Xiao? Upon returning to the imperial palace, Feng Qingwu spoke softly. Yin Quan knelt and replied, Your Majesty, I was remiss regarding Master Xiao and I plan to arrange for 3 martial sect-level experts to provide rotating protection and assign a grand martial sect-level expert to check in periodically. Feng Qingwu contemplated for a moment before responding, It is inappropriate for the Jinui to assign such high-level protection. You should visit the Qin Wangfu and request assistance from them. Additionally, inform the Qin Wang that, as a prince, he may act with a bit more boldness. Thank him on my behalf for saving Xiao Fan. Furthermore, have him arrange for someone to find a shop for Xiao Fan in the East City, with a slightly larger area, not on the main street, and keep the price around 100,000 taels. Yin Quan was astonished. Had the Qin Wang gained royal favor? It was not necessary to perform grand deeds for the emperor. What mattered most was to be in the emperor's good graces. Yes, Your Majesty, Yin Quan replied respectfully. He resolved to cultivate a better relationship with Xiao Fan in the future. Soon, Yin Quan arrived at the Qin Wangfu. Commander Yin, we have awaited your arrival, Qin Huayan said with a smile as he clasped his hands. Yin Quan, the commander of the Jinui and a formidable martial sovereign of the 9th star level, held a high status. The Qin Wang responded courteously, I am not here to investigate you, Yin Quan reassured. The emperor has a request for you. Qin Huayan immediately prepared to kneel. There is no need for you to kneel. Prince, the emperor has not issued a formal decree. This is merely a casual request, Yin Quan interjected swiftly. Before long, Yin Quan conveyed Feng Qingwu's wishes, and a look of delight appeared in Qin Huayan's eyes. Congratulations, Qin Wang, Yin Quan exclaimed. Qin Huayan composed himself, saying, Commander Yin, we are all merely subjects, striving to alleviate the emperor's burdens. Commander Yin, regarding the protection of Master Xiao, your Jinui must lend your support as well. Yin Quan nodded in agreement. After all, Xiao Fan had defended him today. Moreover, even if the Qin Wangfu provided protection, should any incident arise, responsibility would still fall on him. Chapter 40. The price of the new Shop-A command was issued by Qin Huayan, and shortly thereafter, the chief steward of the Qin Wangfu, Yang Dong, set out to find a shop that caught his eye. The shop was not located on the main street and boasted an antique and elegant decor. Its area was quite substantial. Previously, it had operated as a tea house with thriving business. The landlord, envious of its success, sought to run it himself, drastically increasing the rent and driving out the original owner. Recently, the landlord had renovated the entire tea house, enhancing its ambience. What do you want? Speak. The landlord, Feng Dajiang, grumbled upon seeing Yang Dong, his tone unfriendly. He suspected Yang Dong might be sent by the former owner. Yang Dong replied calmly, Feng Dajiang, is this shop for sale? Name your price. Feng Dajiang narrowed his eyes, boldly demanding, You want to buy? This shop is in a prime location, and I have invested heavily in its renovation. 40,000 taels, and it's yours. Yang Dong scoffed. The shop, while decent, was not in the best location, and its true value was likely only around 20,000 taels. Feng Dajiang had doubled the price point 10,000 taels. Yang Dong stated flatly, Bah, Feng Dajiang's demeanor shifted instantly. Are you mocking me? Do you think you can buy my excellent shop for a mere 10,000 taels? Have you lost your mind? He glared fiercely. Feng Dajiang, you have exploited your connections to gain considerable advantages, Yang Dong replied coolly. Feng Dajiang sneered, What, old man? Are you trying to threaten me? I am not easily intimidated. Know this. I have connections in official circles and on the streets. Yang Dong sipped his tea leisurely. I am Yang Dong, the chief steward of the Qin Wangfu. With that, he tossed a token onto the table. Feng Dajiang was taken aback, panic flooding his senses as cold sweat broke out on his forehead. While he had some connections, they paled in comparison to those of the Qin Wangfu. Lord Yang, please show mercy. I will sell you the shop at your price of 10,000 taels. Feng Dajiang knelt on the ground, not daring to question Yang Dong's authority. Though impersonate the chief steward of the Qin Wangfu for deceit would be a death sentence. 10,000 taels is your price before you threatened me. Yang Dong replied indifferently. Feng Dajiang internally lamented. Selling at 10,000 taels was already a significant loss, and now he couldn't even achieve that. Lord Yang, how about 90,000 taels? Feng Dajiang ventured tentatively. Yang Dong shot him an icy glance. 7,000 taels? No, 6,000 taels, and I will sell. Feng Dajiang's heart ached at the thought of the losses he was incurring. Very well, that price seems reasonable. We shall settle on it, Yang Dong replied coolly. Before long, Feng Dajiang, filled with frustration, signed the sale contract. The deed was handed over to Yang Dong. Damn, who was Xiao Fan? Feng Dajiang cursed inwardly as he saw the buyer's name on the sale contract. The following day, Yang Dong visited Tianyuan. Upon his arrival, Xiao Fan had just finished attending to his third client and was preparing to close for the day. Ladies and gentlemen, I will not be conducting any feng shui adjustments today. Furthermore, I have an announcement. Starting tomorrow, my shop will be relocating to the East City Market area, and it will still be called Tianyuan. Until we meet again, Xiao Fan smiled as he scanned the hundreds of customers crammed inside the shop. Ah, Master Xiao, you are moving. It will be much more challenging for us to visit you in the East City Market. Master Xiao, congratulations. With your remarkable talents, it is indeed a bit of a waste to remain in this corner. The crowd began to voice their sentiments. Xiao Fan cupped his hands in greeting. Esteemed guests, I have been here for over half a year, and I sincerely thank you all for your support. The fortune-telling at my new establishment is still just 1 or 2 silver taels. Feel free to visit if you have any needs. All right, Master Xiao, we shall certainly come to support you. The crowd soon dispersed. And Yang Dong approached Xiao Fan, performing a respectful bow. Master Xiao, my young lady has instructed me to purchase this shop. Here is the deed. The total price is 60,000 taels of silver. Yang Dong stated. 3 hours later, Xiao Fan and Chen Ping arrived at the new shop in Yang Dong's carriage. Manager Yang, this shop is 60,000 taels. Xiao Fan remarked with a peculiar expression. The entire establishment consists of 3 floors, each with an area of 300 to 400 square meters. The third floor is for living, while the first and second floors can accommodate guests. And the decor is quite splendid. For such a location and size, I estimate the price should not be less than 200,000 taels. Normally, the owner wouldn't even consider selling for less than 30 or 50,000 taels above market value. Indeed, Master Xiao, it is 60,000 taels. The owner is not a good person. He only lowered the price to 60,000, which is already quite a bargain, Yang Dong replied with a smile. Xiao Fan nodded. If the owner were a decent person, he would find it inappropriate for the Qin Wang Fu to take advantage like this. However, since the owner is not a good individual, there is no need for courtesy. Manager Yang, this shop is quite good. I am very fond of it. Please convey my thanks to your young lady. Xiao Fan smiled, adding, in a little while, I will gather the 60,000 taels and give it to her. Understood, Master Xiao. Master Xiao, please attend to your matters. I shall return to report, Yang Dong said, departing swiftly. Xiao Fan meticulously inspected the shop inside and out once more, feeling increasingly satisfied. The only concern was that the space was a bit too large. Chen Ping'an alone might find it challenging to manage, especially with daily cleaning. Boss, shall I hang up the shop sign? Chen Ping'an inquired. It turned out they had brought the shop sign with them. Yes, Xiao Fan nodded. Soon, the sign for Tianyuan Pavilion was hung up, and shortly after, customers began to enter. Boss, has your tea house reopened? I would like a good pot of tea, a new customer called out loudly. Xiao Fan approached with a smile, saying, Dear guest, we are no longer a tea house. I am a fortune teller, specializing in divination and feng shui adjustments. The customer looked at Xiao Fan skeptically. A young lad like you does this? Very well, I suppose I shall be the first customer in your shop. Let me support your business. DOA reading for me. Xiao Fan shook his head. Dear guest, I only conduct 3 readings a day, and today's 3 have already been completed. Nonsense. The first customer frowned and left. Soon, the second and third customers arrived. After dealing with 3 individuals, Xiao Fan grew weary and directly posted a notice on the front door. He also firmly shut the shop door. Now, Xiao Fan enjoyed some peace, though many curious onlookers gathered outside. With such a large shop, only doing 3 readings a day, how much could he possibly charge? I have heard of Tianyuan Pavilion. Master Xiao is indeed an expert. Many of the onlookers doubted Xiao Fan's abilities, but he paid them no mind. Look, one can even see the heavenly Xian Imperial Palace from here. The Empress Feng Qingwu, so young, governs a vast empire. Impressive indeed. However, in terms of beauty, my future wife is undoubtedly superior. Xiao Fan stood on the 3rd floor viewing balcony, gazing into the distance. The heavenly Xian Imperial Palace was merely a few kilometers away. However, the palace walls rose to 9 zhang, obstructing the view of most of the palaces. From the third floor, Xiao Fan could only catch a glimpse of the upper portions of a few palaces. The Qin Wang made an excellent choice with this shop. The Empress's palace. Feng Qingwu's expression brightened. She currently resided in the high-elevated palace of the star-picking tower, allowing her to see Xiao Fan directly. With her high-ranking martial king prowess, she could see him quite clearly. Chapter 41. The grand opening of the new shop. Congratulations from all sides with the new shop opening. Perhaps Miss Mengyue will come by tomorrow. 60,000 taels of silver for such an excellent establishment. What gift should I present her in return? Xiao Fan murmured to himself. Feng Qingwu could read lips, although Xiao Fan's voice was low. She understood what he said. Xiao Fan was unaware of the kind of gift he might offer. Feng Qingwu thought to herself, eagerly anticipating his choice. Not lingering in the star-picking tower for long. She soon returned to reviewing court documents. If she wished to leave the palace tomorrow, she needed to work extra hours today. Time swiftly passed, and morning arrived the next day. Such a prime location. Such a grand shop. Opening a fortune-telling establishment is a pity. A shop owner nearby remarked, the proprietor is merely in his 20s. How many customers could he possibly attract? Today's opening will surely be lackluster. Several shop owners gathered nearby, discussing Xiao Fan with skepticism. They admired his ability to acquire the shop from Feng Dajiang, yet questioned the wisdom of a youth opening a fortune-telling shop. Other fortune-tellers were all at least over 40. Around 8 o'clock, Xiao Fan rose from his slumber. Today should be quite leisurely, he thought, not anticipating a profitable day ahead. Regular customers were unaware of the new shop's specific location. After completing his morning routine, Xiao Fan leisurely enjoyed breakfast nearby, returning to the shop around 9 o'clock. Master Xiao, congratulations. Congratulations on your new shop. Master Xiao, this establishment is more fitting for your stature. By the entrance, a crowd of 200 to 300 people had gathered. Many bowing and greeting. Dozens of flower baskets celebrating the new opening adorned the entrance. Old Master Jiang, how did you arrive so swiftly? Xiao Fan inquired, puzzled. The venerable old Master Jiang from the Jiang family, Jiang Feng, Lu Ying, the head of the Lu family, Zhang Zhe and his son, Guocheng from the Guo family, and many old customers had indeed come, bringing several friends along. Before arriving, some of the newcomers had been indifferent, thinking, a fortune teller's opening doesn't warrant such personal attendance for gifts. However, upon arrival, many were utterly astonished. The Jiang and Lu families were both prestigious, and seeing old Master Jiang and the head of the Lu family in person was a spectacle. Old Master Jiang stroked his beard and chuckled. Master Xiao, how could you be so inconsiderate? Changing shops without even mentioning the new address. Thankfully, young Chun spoke up. Xiao Fan turned to Qin Pingan, who bowed his head. Boss, I visited the old shop yesterday afternoon. Your new opening should not be so desolate. Xiao Fan sighed softly. I had intended to take it easy today, but it seems that will not be possible. Just then, another carriage approached. Zhao Kai from the Zhao family and his father Zhao Rendong quickly dismounted. Zhao Rendong, supported by 2 family members due to his disability, held a large flower basket in hand. Isn't that the head of the Zhao family? Indeed, he was once a governor. Although he has long since retired, the Zhao family still wields considerable influence. Many murmured in awe. Most present were ordinary businessmen. Unable to reach the Zhao family's level. Master Xiao, congratulations. We hope we are not late, Zhao Rendong said with a hearty laugh. The gratitude Zhao Rendong and Zhao Kai felt towards Xiao Fan was genuine. The Zhao family had been plagued by a curse preventing any male descendants from being born for 10 years. After Xiao Fan adjusted their feng shui, several women had recently become pregnant. Zhao Rendong's previously disabled legs had shown slight improvement. Not at all. Thank you for coming, head Zhao. Xiao Fan replied with a cupped fist and a smile. Just as he exchanged pleasantries with Zhao Rendong, another carriage approached. Some in the crowd recognized this carriage, their expressions shifting to astonishment. The carriage halted, and soon, someone stepped out, none other than Lu Jingxin. Gasps echoed among those who recognized Lu Jingxin. He was the current Grand Tutor, the Emperor's mentor, for individuals like Old Master Jiang and Headsong from the Song family. Standing before Lu Jingxin made them feel insignificant. Master Xiao, congratulations, Lu Jingxin greeted with a smile, expressing his deep gratitude towards Xiao Fan. After Xiao Fan helped dispel the spirits and adjusted the feng shui, the Lu family had regained tranquility. You are too kind, Elder Lu. Xiao Fan quickly returned the gesture. Lu Jingxin's visit was unexpected. His status was extraordinarily special, and his presence could certainly stir considerable waves among scholars. Master Xiao, your assistance to our Lu family has been immense. I felt it necessary to come and congratulate you. Lu Jingxin smiled. Thank you, Elder Lu. Xiao Fan had just finished speaking when the sound of synchronized hoofbeats filled the air as dozens of elite horsemen arrived swiftly. At the forefront was the silver-armored middle-aged man. None other than Yuan Li from the Qin Wangfu, so many cavalrymen. They are the iron cavalry of the Qin Wangfu. Isn't that General Yuan Li at the forefront? Many of the guests who arrived were utterly astonished, as were the shop owners in the vicinity and the numerous townsfolk who had gathered. It was merely the opening of a shop, yet even the Qin Wangfu had been stirred. Master Xiao, congratulations! Yuan Li dismounted his horse and expressed his courtesy with utmost respect. He was aware of the truth. Qin Mengyue was not the daughter of the Qin Wangfu, but rather the current empress, Feng Qingwu. Even if Xiao Fan could not ascend to the throne in the future, he still had the potential to become Feng Qingwu's consort. Not only him, but even the Qin Wang himself would have to treat Xiao Fan with deference. This general you are. Xiao Fan clasped his fists in greeting. Yuan Li smiled and replied, Master Xiao, I am Yuan Li from the Qin Wangfu, merely the captain of the guard. You may call me Captain Yuan. Master Xiao, should anyone cause trouble at your establishment, our guards from the Qin Wangfu will arrive promptly to quell it. Upon hearing this, many in the crowd were left in shock. What kind of background did Xiao Fan possess for the Qin Wangfu to make such a promise? Historically, the Qin Wangfu had been quite low profile, only recently becoming prominent in dealings with the Zhang family. Thank you, Xiao Fan responded politely. Captain Yuan, would you care to come inside? Yuan Li chuckled. Master Xiao, it's only fitting to sit and celebrate your new opening. However, I am but a rough man. Please do not frighten your guests. Not at all, many of the guests chimed in. Everyone, please enter the shop. Xiao Fan smiled. Soon, those who had yet to enter flocked inside. Lu Lao, Yuan Li, Zhang Lao, and a few others ascended to the second floor. From the corridor on the second floor, they could see the first floor, allowing the guests above to observe Xiao Fan as he read fortunes without any issue. Entering the second floor did not require payment, but it necessitated Xiao Fan's approval. Ladies and gentlemen, today's numbers are 26, 87, and 160. In the main hall on the first floor stood a 2-meter-high circular platform. On it was a table and 2 chairs, with Xiao Fan seated behind the table. This platform was originally intended for storytellers in the tea house, and it suited Xiao Fan perfectly. Master Xiao, this new shop is splendid. Even from the back, one can see you clearly. This was indeed a benefit. Previously, they could only hear the voice. It is good, but I wasn't selected. Many guests murmured. The guest with number 26 quickly took his seat before Xiao Fan. He remained skeptical about Xiao Fan's abilities. As a fortune teller, Xiao Fan was indeed rather young. Master Xiao, I have heard that you can read fortunes without the need for the guest to speak. Could you please give me a reading? The man in front of Xiao Fan smiled. The shop was now filled with hundreds of people, all fixated on Xiao Fan. Chapter 42. The catastrophe. After half a day, the middle-aged man before Xiao Fan gazed at him with polite words. Yet Xiao Fan could discern disbelief in his eyes. The newcomers present were largely in agreement with him. Xiao Fan replied with a gentle smile, Very well, I shall read for you, but my readings sometimes touch upon private matters. Would that be acceptable? The middle-aged man nodded. Master Xiao, please feel free. Since it was a matter of privacy, even close acquaintances might not be privy to it. He held no faith that Xiao Fan could uncover it. At that moment, the system's data had already flooded into Xiao Fan's mind. Your name is Kai Bin, your family engages in the aquatic product business, and you have 2 sons and 1 daughter. Your daughter nearly perished from a severe illness when she was 3. Kai Bin's expression remained unchanged, but a tempest roiled within him. Xiao Fan might know him, know his name, know he had 2 sons and a daughter. Such things were not particularly remarkable. However, the fact that his daughter had almost died at the age of 3 was a secret no one among his friends was aware of. At that time, he had not even arrived in Lingxiao City. Your wife's family is well off, and you built your fortune relying on her family, but now your business has surpassed that of your father-in-law. Kai Bin chuckled. Master Xiao, That does not seem to adequately reflect your abilities. Many in the audience echoed similar sentiments. Xiao Fan sipped his tea and remarked, "Usually, your wife is quite strict with you, and you have not taken a concubine, but you do have 3 close female friends outside." Kai Bin's complexion changed dramatically. This was information he believed he had concealed well, and none of his friends were aware of it. "Master Xiao, you cannot speak such things recklessly." I have not," Kai Bin hastily protested. The audience erupted in laughter. Kai Bin's demeanor hardly suggested innocence. "Master Xiao, since you have selected me, there must be a reason, right?" Kai Bin quickly shifted the topic. Xiao Fan nodded slightly. "The new female friend you have is unwell, and if you engage with her, you might contract her illness and then pass it on to your wife. Fortunately, you have not yet reached that point. Best to reconsider. Your wife is blameless." Kai Bin's face turned pale, as this new acquaintance was quite beautiful, and he had intended to pursue her fully this week. "Master Xiao, here is the fee for the reading." Kai Bin hurriedly descended from the platform, thoroughly shaken, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. "Master Xiao, it's my turn now." The guest with number 87 quickly ascended and took a seat before Xiao Fan. He was in his 40s, exuding an extraordinary demeanor. Today, he had been brought by Guocheng, and his family was in quite favorable circumstances. Initially, he had come merely to do Guocheng a favor. To his surprise, he encountered prominent figures like Lu Zhengxin here. Moreover, after witnessing the reading, he discerned, with his discerning eye, that Kai Bin was not an actor. Furthermore, he himself had been chosen. "Please take a seat," Xiao Fan smiled. "Your name is Chen Guotao. You grew up in poverty, but at the age of 27, you experienced a fortuitous turn, and your family situation gradually improved. Your wife stood by you through your hardships, and you treated her very well. She agreed to let you take a concubine. Yet you have never done so." Chen Guotao nodded slightly. "I cannot let her down." Xiao Fan continued, "You have 1 daughter and no sons, and your daughter is only 11 years old. That is correct?" Chen Guotao replied, somewhat surprised. He had only decided to visit Guocheng last night on a whim, and Xiao Fan could not possibly have known such details about him in advance. Xiao Fan sighed softly. "Dear guest, do you know what it means to eat the family heirloom?" Chen Guotao's expression shifted. He certainly knew what it entailed. If the male family member dies without a son, the family estate would be seized by others within the clan. "Master Xiao, are you suggesting I have little time left?" Chen Guotao asked, his voice trembling. Xiao Fan nodded. "You have 3 years left. Your heart is problematic, and this is difficult to change." Chen Guotao's fingers trembled. "Master Xiao, are you joking?" Xiao Fan shook his head. "Dear guest, such matters are no jest. According to your original fate, if you do not take a concubine, you shall pass away in 3 years. Within a year, your estate will be seized by some of your clan members, your wife will be falsely accused of immorality, and your daughter will face doubts regarding her parentage. Their fates will not be favorable." Chen Guotao was filled with terror. Should such a scenario arise, he would not die in peace. "Dear guest, you should consider taking a concubine or even adopting a son." Xiao Fan sighed gently. Although the Tianxian dynasty is currently ruled by a female emperor, it remains a patriarchal society. Many men without sons face rather tragic endings. "Thank you, Master Xiao. Is there truly no way to remedy my heart condition?" Chen Guotao inquired, having already sensed some irregularities in his heart. At times, he experienced angina. However, he had consulted numerous renowned physicians, and they could not even detect any illness. Xiao Fan shook his head slightly. "For now, I have no solution. In your case, even adjusting the feng shui at home can only provide slight alleviation." Chen Guotao's eyes brightened. "Master Xiao, how much relief might that provide?" After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Fan responded, "It may extend your life by half a year." Chen Guotao promptly replied, "Master Xiao, I would like to request your assistance in adjusting the feng shui at my home. For someone who was told he had only 3 years to live, an additional 6 months would be a significant reprieve." Xiao Fan nodded slightly. Chen Guotao handed over the fee and descended the platform, while Guocheng patted Chen Guotao's shoulder and sighed deeply. Guocheng was aware of Xiao Fan's abilities. If he said this, it had to be true. "Brother Guo, let us speak outside," Chen Guotao murmured as he and Guocheng moved to the exterior of Tianyuan Pavilion. "Brother Guo, you did not disclose my situation to Master Xiao, did you?" Chen Guotao inquired. Guocheng quickly shook his head. "Brother Cheng, absolutely not. I came here with you. I had no time to discuss anything with Master Xiao. Brother Gua, do you believe Master Xiao's readings are genuine? Cheng Guotao asked, his expression complex. Guocheng chuckled bitterly. Brother Cheng, I too wish Master Xiao were a charlatan, that his readings were flawed, but he is the most formidable fortune-teller I have ever encountered. He predicted that a person would die within 3 hours, and indeed, that person perished within that time frame from a sudden cerebral hemorrhage. He can even ascertain the whereabouts of children abducted by human traffickers. If it were not for Master Zhao's remarkable skills, do you think someone of Lu Lao's stature would come here? What status Lu Lao possessed? Cheng Guotao nodded gently, acknowledging the stature of the esteemed figures present, including Lu Lao, Zhang Lao, and Zhao Lao. Moreover, the Qin Wangfu had dispatched warriors to assist. Brother Cheng, do not overthink it. Just because Master Xiao cannot resolve the situation now does not imply that he will not be able to in the future. He is still quite young. Guocheng consoled. Cheng Guotao's eyes brightened at this notion. Indeed, he still had 3.5 years to live, and perhaps a turning point lay ahead. Within the Tianyuan pavilion, Xiao Fan regarded his third guest, his expression darkening. The young man seated before him, number 160, seemed to have a heart that might leap from his throat upon seeing Xiao Fan's countenance. Previously, when Xiao Fan had read the fortunes of the first 2 guests, he appeared calm and untroubled. Now, however, he bore a grave expression. Master Xiao, what is happening? Please do not frighten me. The young man trembled, his voice quaking. Xiao Fan inhaled deeply. Dear guest, take heart. The young man's complexion shifted. Master Xiao, what do you mean by that? Xiao Fan, his expression complex, replied, Your name is Li Ji, and you have come to Lingxiao City to take an exam. There is a large reservoir upstream from your home, and due to the continuous heavy rains, it will breach within half a day, resulting in the loss of all your family members. 68 people will perish in your village, and downriver, 272 lives will be lost. From the second floor, Feng Qingwu suddenly rose, alarmed. Over 300 dead from the reservoir's breach. This is grave news, Master Xiao. From where does he hail? Which reservoir? There may still be time to act. Her voice echoed down from above. Xiao Fan looked up at the second floor. Miss Mingyue, his home is quite distant. Even a figure of martial emperor caliber may not reach it in half a day. One must act when possible. Feng Qingwu replied earnestly. Chapter 43. An abundance of points. Xiao Fan hastily relayed the addresses of Li Ji's hometown and the troubled reservoir. Old Yun, I implore you to depart immediately. I await your good news. Feng Qingwu communicated urgently. She was contacting a martial emperor-level protector who was covertly guarding her, though it would be challenging to persuade a martial emperor to act on such short notice. Feng Qingwu could command him directly to intervene. This particular martial emperor possessed the strength of 5 stars, Your Majesty, but there is— Old Yun hesitated. Rest assured, I have many skilled individuals at my side. Go swiftly. Yes, Your Majesty. Old Yun departed quietly. As a 5-star martial emperor, his flight speed rivaled that of a supersonic aircraft, though the average speed over long distances might be slightly slower. Reaching the reservoir within half a day posed no issue. Ah, Li Ji, your fate has shifted. The future has become momentarily obscured, Xiao Fan exclaimed, surprised. He glanced toward the second floor. Master Xiao, I have already sent word for my father's assistance. There remains a chance to avert this crisis. Feng Qingwu called out. Xiao Fan's heart raced. If this crisis could be averted, it would be splendid. Over 300 lives could be saved. For Xiao Fan personally, he would surely accrue a wealth of points. 30 points per life saved would easily amount to over 10,000 points. His anticipation was boundless. Even if he did not attain 10,000 points, 5,000 points would be immensely gratifying. Thank you, Master Xiao, I am deeply grateful, Mississippi Li Ji expressed, his heart heavy with anxiety as he stumbled away after leaving a token of appreciation. The thought of losing his family if the reservoir breached weighed heavily upon him. Master Xiao, I must take my leave. I shall return with news by tomorrow. Feng Qingwu descended the stairs. Miss Mingyue? Wait, I have prepared a gift for you. Xiao Fan rushed to the third floor, retrieving a decorative box and presenting it to Feng Qingwu. Master Xiao, I am not in the mood for leisure today. I will assess the situation tomorrow. Farewell. She quickly departed in a carriage. With the martial emperor protector having left, she felt safer returning to the Tianqian imperial palace. Given the circumstances, her spirit was understandably troubled. May all be well, Xiao Fan sighed inwardly. Over 300 lives were at stake, impacting many families. Master Xiao, I beseech you to adjust the feng shui for my family. I would be eternally grateful. Cheng Guotao approached Xiao Fan, bowing deeply. Very well, Xiao Fan nodded. Had Feng Qingwu still been present, he would have hesitated to attend to Cheng Guotao's request immediately. Now that she had departed, he was free to attend to his own matters. Upon arriving at the Cheng residence, the feng shui adjustments were completed by dusk. The fee was 1,500 taels, a price Cheng Guotao could easily afford. Xiao Fan felt no guilt in collecting this sum. Cheng Guotao should gain an additional 6 months of life, and the family's fortune would improve significantly. In the southern region of the Tianqian Empire, at Li Village, Old Yun had flown tirelessly for 8 hours before arriving. Boom, boom, thunder roared, and torrential rain poured down. Old Yun quickly assessed the state of the reservoir. The risk of breach at the reservoir upstream of Li Village was indeed imminent. All villagers of Li Village, evacuate to higher ground immediately. The Tianlu reservoir is at risk of breaching. The village chief promptly organized the evacuation, warning that any casualties would be met with severe consequences from the court. Old Yun's commanding voice resonated throughout Li Village. Subsequently, he traveled downstream to alert the residents to evacuate. Concerned that some villagers might be stubborn, he even visited the county office, bringing the county magistrate directly to Li Village. Many villagers remained skeptical, particularly the elderly. You must evacuate to higher ground at once. If there are any casualties, do not blame the county for being unkind, Old Yun warned. When the magistrate stepped forward, the villagers complied without hesitation. As night fell, around 9 o'clock, the villagers of Li Village would typically be fast asleep. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted as the massive Tianlu reservoir could no longer hold. The flood surged forth like a ravenous beast, fiercely crashing into the nearest Li Village. Many homes were swiftly swept away, and the flood raced downstream, inundating numerous areas. The dam had indeed breached, without prior warning. They would have surely faced disaster. The villagers of Li Village were utterly horrified. The county magistrate, brought to the scene, turned pale. Had it not been for the timely warning from the court, the breach of the Tianlu reservoir would have resulted in significant casualties. His official hat would be unlikely to remain intact. Points 12,150 within the Tianyuan pavilion. Xiao Fan suddenly heard the system prompt echoing in his mind. Gasp! Xiao Fan's eyes widened in disbelief. He had received over 12,000 points. System, did saving over 300 lives truly yield such points? He inquired, astonished. The system responded calmly. Originally, over 300 lives were to be lost, with many more injured and substantial property damage incurred. I see, Xiao Fan nodded slightly. If he had merely altered the fates of those lives, he might have earned only 6,000 or 7,000 points. This is indeed a windfall, he rejoiced. His previous total of over 28,000 points, combined with the additional 12,150 points, now placed Xiao Fan at an unprecedented wealth of 25,000 points. What a promising start! A broad smile adorned his face. System, exchange for Master Feng Shui. Xiao Fan commanded in his mind. Having amassed 20,000 points, he had long decided what to prioritize. As 1,000 points were deducted, a torrent of information flooded into Xiao Fan's mind. His proficiency in feng shui surged to the master level in no time. Indeed, the abilities at the master level far surpassed those at the grandmaster level. Xiao Fan mused inwardly. Previously, he could transform a highly inauspicious residence into merely auspicious. Achieving great auspiciousness was beyond reach. Now, at the master level, he could accomplish that. My Tianyuan pavilion was merely auspicious. Transforming it into great auspicious would be a simple task. Not yet ready for sleep, Xiao Fan immediately set to work. After 2 hours of effort, the feng shui of Tianyuan pavilion was elevated to great auspicious. While achieving super great auspicious was not entirely out of reach with his current capabilities, it would require considerable time and many resources. A residence of great auspiciousness indeed felt much more comfortable. Satisfaction gleamed on Xiao Fan's face. Chapter 44. I shall call you Mingyue within the Tianqian Imperial Palace. Feng Qingwu gazed at the gift box Xiao Fan had presented her, yet she hesitated to open it. The news from Li village had yet to arrive, leaving her in a state of unease. She did not wish to examine Xiao Fan's gift while burdened by such thoughts. May all be well. No, it surely will be well. With old Yun's speed, he can reach there in time to address the peril. Feng Qingwu silently reflected within her heart. As night passed, just in time for the morning court, Elder Yun returned to the Tianqian Imperial Palace. Your Majesty, as Master Xiao has indicated, the Julu Reservoir has breached due to the torrential rains. The timing aligns perfectly with what Master Xiao mentioned, and the populace has been safely relocated without any casualties. Elder Yun reported the news to Feng Qingwu. A long breath of relief escaped her lips. Elder Yun, you have worked hard. Please take some time to rest. After the morning court, it is very likely that I shall leave the palace to express my gratitude to Master Xiao. Elder Yun cast a glance at Feng Qingwu. Her gratitude towards Xiao Fan was genuine, yet her desire to see him was even more profound. Yes, Your Majesty. Elder Yun bowed and took his leave. Feng Qingwu retrieved the gift box presented by Xiao Fan and, already aware of the situation in Lijia village, felt her worries dissipate. Now, she could hardly contain her eagerness to discover what Xiao Fan had gifted her. Upon opening the box, she found a scroll of poetry. With utmost care, she unfurled the scroll. On the banks of the river, the ospreys call, a graceful maiden. The gentleman seeks her thrall, with tangled water plants, flowing left and right. The graceful maiden, sought both day and night. Desires unfulfilled, thoughts linger in sleep. In tranquil restlessness, the heart takes a leap. Feng Qingwu softly recited, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. The boldness of the poem was unmistakable, revealing a man's pursuit of a woman without reservation. Master Zhao's literary talent is unexpectedly commendable. His calligraphy is indeed of masterful quality. She murmured to herself, Why, lady, it is time. You must attend the morning court, the maid Xilan reminded her. Indeed, Feng Qingwu hurriedly rolled up the scroll Xiao Fan had gifted her. After the morning court concluded, she felt a twinge of conflict. The poem gifted by Xiao Fan made her somewhat shy to meet him, yet her heart longed for his presence. Master Zhao's divination saved over 300 lives. As the sovereign, those people are my subjects. It is only right for me to express my gratitude to Master Xiao. With this reasoning, she steeled herself. Before Xiao Fan commenced his day's work, Feng Qingwu's carriage arrived at Tianyuan Pavilion. Miss Qin has arrived. Perhaps Miss Qin already had news. Many gazes were fixed upon Feng Qingwu's carriage, including that of Li Ji. His spirit was markedly diminished compared to the previous day. He had barely slept the night before. Miss Qin, do you have any news from Lijia village? Li Ji bowed deeply. Just then, Xiao Fan, aware of Feng Qingwu's arrival, stepped out from Tianyuan Pavilion. Feng Qingwu cast a glance at him before addressing Li Ji. Li Ji, I have received news from Lijia village. Your family is unharmed. That is wonderful news, Li Ji exclaimed with unrestrained joy. Someone inquired, Miss Qin, did the reservoir in Lijia village truly breach? Feng Qingwu nodded slightly. Yes, it has breached, and the timing aligns closely with what Master Xiao said. Master Xiao, you have saved hundreds of lives. As she spoke, her gaze naturally turned to Xiao Fan. He smiled at her, and she felt grateful towards him, while he too felt a sense of gratitude towards her. Had she not sought help, how could he have foreseen the calamity? Hundreds would have perished, and he would have missed out on accumulating such valuable points. Miss Mengyue, I merely spoke the truth. It was you who found help to save them, Xiao Fan replied with a smile, feeling increasingly satisfied with his future bride. Feng Qingwu understood that to save lives, one needed individuals of martial emperor caliber. Even the Qin Wangfu would have to pay a considerable price. Master Xiao, had you not spoken out, they would have surely perished. The credit belongs to you. I will ensure my father reports this to the emperor. You shall certainly receive rewards. Feng Qingwu smiled. Xiao Fan chuckled. Miss Mengyue, let us speak privately. To all guests, please take your numbers quickly. Today's 3 divinations are about to begin. Instantly, many patrons rushed into Tianyuan Pavilion. Feng Qingwu and Xiao Fan naturally followed, accompanying her to the 2nd floor. There, she had her own exclusive chamber, which remained closed to the public unless she was present. Miss Mengyue, how did you find the gift I sent you? Compared to you, I am but a poor man, with little else to offer. Xiao Fan gazed at Feng Qingwu. Her cheeks turned slightly pink as she replied, Master Xiao, the gift was quite delightful. There are many waiting below. You should attend to the divinations. Xiao Fan's gaze was intense as he looked at Feng Qingwu. Miss Mengyue, may I call you by that name in private? Continuing to address you as Miss Mengyue or Miss Qin feels somewhat distant. Feng Qingwu hesitated for a moment, but then nodded slightly. It did not seem inappropriate for Xiao Fan to address her in such a manner privately. Mengyue, Xiao Fan called her name with delight, and Feng Qingwu responded softly, her face flushed. Such a form of address felt intimate. The suitors her mother had arranged for her would have their legs broken for daring to speak so boldly. Mengyue, I shall take my leave now to attend to my duties. I must earn a fortune to marry you, Xiao Fan said with a grin. Having earned over 10,000 points the previous night, his confidence had significantly surged. The events of yesterday had enlightened him to the possibility of rapidly accumulating points. As long as he had enough, it mattered not that Qin Mengyue was a noble of the Qin Wangfu. He believed he would one day possess the means to marry her. Do not speak so recklessly. Hurry along now, Feng Qingwu chided, feeling a touch shy. Xiao Fan laughed heartily as he descended the stairs, where hundreds of guests had already drawn their lots. Ladies and gentlemen, today's draw numbers are 66, 305, and 523. Among the drawn, some rejoiced while others were dismayed. Those with pressing matters sought Xiao Fan's help rejoiced, while those who merely sought reassurance felt despondent upon being selected. Many patrons quickly realized that if they had not encountered any significant difficulties, obtaining an unselected lot often signified they would face no issues. Conversely, being selected could be disheartening. Like Cheng Guitao, who had only drawn for amusement under Gua Cheng's persuasion, only to learn from Xiao Fan that he had but 3 years left to live. Master Xiao, I wish to ask if I will succeed in the imperial examinations. The patron with number 66, a scholarly man, promptly seated himself opposite Xiao Fan. The system swiftly transmitted his information to Xiao Fan's mind, revealing a look of astonishment in his eyes. Under normal circumstances, this scholar would be likely to succeed, but due to examination malpractices, his paper had been swapped, resulting in another taking his place as a successful candidate. He had been left with nothing after 10 years of arduous study. Unable to face his family, he succumbed to guilt and ended his life. The issue of examination fraud surely implicated more than just him. At a smaller scale, it affected many candidates' results, while on a larger scale, it threatened the future of the Tianqian Empire. If resolved, it could yield considerable points. Xiao Fan mused. Was it possible that such patrons sought him out due to the recent fortune bestowed upon Tianyuan Pavilion? Chapter 45. Mengyue, may I have a hug? The anxious scholar before Xiao Fan gazed at him with unease. Master, what is the outcome? My wife has fully supported me in pursuing the examinations. If I fail? The scholar clutched his head, overwhelmed with anxiety. Xiao Fan smiled gently. Your name is Lu Bin, 29 years old, born in May. You have participated in the imperial examinations twice before, both unsuccessful. You have 1 son and 1 daughter. Your family is impoverished, and the funds you used to attend the examinations were borrowed. Lu Bin forced a bitter smile and nodded. Master, you are remarkable. Everything you say is true. I have burdened my family. Xiao Fan shook his head. You have done your utmost. You have not wronged your family. Given your current abilities, you can indeed succeed. However, Lu Bin's heart raced, his anxiety palpable as he gazed at Xiao Fan. Master, will I fail again? Xiao Fan's tone turned grave. In truth, for years ago, you possessed the capability to succeed. But you had no connections, and your paper was swapped then as well. This time, your paper has been swapped again. Gasps of astonishment swept through the hundreds in the hall. Examination fraud was a grave matter, with far-reaching implications. On the second floor, Feng Qingwu's expression turned grave. Asked the emperor, examination malpractices posed a fundamental threat to the empire. Lu Bin's face paled. Master, will I fail again? You should not have spoken of this. It may implicate you. Xiao Fan spoke firmly. Lu Bin, do not entertain thoughts of despair. If you perish, your wife and children will suffer greatly. Since I have exposed this, there may yet be a chance for resolution. As for myself, you need not worry. Lu Bin rose, deeply bowing in gratitude. Master, thank you. Many patrons in the hall regarded him with profound respect. Examination fraud was not something that could be easily orchestrated. Xiao Fan's audacity to expose it directly was commendable. Even with the backing of the Qin Wangfu, he could still encounter significant trouble. You need not thank me. Ensure the divination fee of 1 or 2 silver coins is not overlooked. Xiao Fan chuckled lightly. Lu Bin promptly offered his divination fee, although the money for the examination journey was borrowed. A mere 1 or 2 taels of silver for divination could still be afforded. After a few minutes, the second and third guests also concluded their consultations. Their circumstances were considerably simpler. Xiao Fan ascended to the second floor, entering the chamber where Feng Qingwu resided. Master Xiao, your revelation of the examination fraud is likely to antagonize many, Feng Qingwu began. This inevitably involves some of the chief examiners, who are all figures of considerable stature, with numerous disciples under them. Those who bribe the examiners are no simple folk either. Xiao Fan spoke solemnly. If I remain silent, Lu Bin will perish, and his family will face dire consequences as well. How many more Lu Bins lie behind the facade of examination fraud? Feng Qingwu regarded Xiao Fan with admiration for his courage to speak out. Master Xiao, which of the 3 chief examiners is it? She inquired. Xiao Fan shook his head. With my current abilities, I cannot pinpoint which one it is. However, I can ascertain who submitted Lu Bin's examination paper. A glimmer of intensity sparked in Feng Qingwu's eyes. Who? If I know who it is, I can trace back to find the mastermind. Xiao Fan hesitated. Mingyue, if your family becomes implicated, it might not bode well. The Qin Wangfu could find itself the target of many detractors. Even if the emperor knows these individuals are slandering, he might seize the opportunity to diminish the Qin Wangfu's power. Master Xiao, please tell me, at the very least, I can alert my father, if you don't speak. Others will suspect I am aware, Feng Qingwu insisted. Xiao Fan nodded slightly. Mingyue, you must inform your father to refrain from involvement. That person is Zhang Xiliang. Feng Qingwu nodded slightly. The name was not particularly common and could certainly be traced. Mingyue, let's have lunch here at noon. I shall prepare the meal myself. Feng Qingwu gazed at Xiao Fan in astonishment. Master Xiao, you can cook? Xiao Fan smiled. As an orphan, I have naturally learned a bit. I was proficient in my previous life, and my current skills are quite commendable. However, for the sake of cooking for Feng Qingwu, I intend to exchange for master-level culinary skills. Master Xiao, I fear I shall not be able to savor your culinary talents today. There are matters I must attend to, and I need to discuss the examination fraud with my father swiftly, Feng Qingwu expressed with a hint of regret. Rising, she added, Master Xiao, I must take my leave now. I may be quite busy in the coming days. The ramifications of the examination fraud are vast, and I will surely be occupied. Mingyue, we won't be able to meet for several days? Xiao Fan said, somewhat disheartened. His fondness for Feng Qingwu had grown, and a day apart felt like an eternity. Master Xiao, a few days will pass swiftly, Feng Qingwu replied with a smile. Very well, if love endures. What does it matter if we meet daily? Mingyue, may I have a hug? Xiao Fan said, extending his arms. Feng Qingwu shot him a glance. Master Xiao, don't get ahead of yourself. I must leave now. Xiao Fan escorted Feng Qingwu downstairs, and her carriage soon departed. As she recited Xiao Fan's earlier words, if love endures, what does it matter if we meet daily? She marveled in her heart. Such lines could be deemed timeless poetry. Xiao Fan had spoken them so casually. With such talent to compose such verses, if he were to take the examination, success would surely be within his grasp, Feng Qingwu mused. Yet, given Xiao Fan's current situation, there was no necessity for him to participate in the examination. With just a month remaining until the imperial examination, the revelation of fraud would have significant repercussions. The news spread rapidly throughout Lingxiao City. Can we trust the words of a fortune teller? Someone queried. Let me assure you, Master Xiao is no ordinary fortune teller. His skills in this realm are exceptional. It was said that Master Zhao's new shop had opened, and even old Lu had gone to support it. The Qin Wangfu had sent dozens of horsemen as well. With tens of thousands of candidates in Lingxiao City, many were discussing the implications for their own interests. The opening of a new shop and the visit from Lu Jingxin and others was merely gossip, a topic for casual conversation. But the issue of examination fraud was different. Lu Bin's fate was such. Who could guarantee they would not share the same fate? After 10 years of hard study, to have one's examination paper swapped so easily, who could endure such a fate? How dare this impudent fellow? A mere fortune-teller dares to sully the reputation of court officials. Xie Zhongyuan, the Minister of Rights, received the news with a darkened expression. He was the mastermind behind the examination fraud, and such actions could yield considerable wealth and familial support. Father, should we find someone to shut down Xiao Fan's shop and imprison him? Xie Zhongyuan's son asked coldly. Do not act rashly. Let us observe the situation first, Xie Zhongyuan replied, taking a deep breath. Examination fraud is always investigated. As long as we remain uninvolved, nothing will happen to us. We can deal with him later. Chapter 46. The Empress's edict arrives. Xie Zhongyuan's son spoke fiercely. After the storm subsides, I will personally see to his end. His words are deceptive. There will be countless ways to render him powerless, Xie Zhongyuan said coldly. He was the Minister of Rights, a position of power, and he regarded a mere fortune-teller as insignificant. Father, what of the Qin Wangfu? What of the Qin Wangfu? Do not forget, he is not yet a county lord. Even if he were, to slander a court official, the Qin Wang would not have the power to protect him. Xie Zhongyuan declared with authority. If the Qin Wang did not provoke him, Xie Zhongyuan would not proactively seek conflict with the Qin Wang. However, if the Qin Wang brought trouble upon himself, Xie Zhongyuan would not fear him due to his status. In the Empress's palace, Feng Qingwu instructed Captain Yin, investigate which family Jing Shiliang belongs to. Follow the leads to uncover the mastermind behind this scheme. With only a month until the examination, those who are to be bribed should have already done so. Do not alert the snakes. Captain Yin stood respectfully before her. Yes, Your Majesty. Feng Qingwu fixed her gaze on Yin Quan. Captain Yin, I give you 5 days to provide me with results. I have already given you clear leads. Do not let me down. Yin Quan felt a shiver run down his spine. Your Majesty, I shall ensure it is done. He swiftly commenced a covert investigation. With thousands of candidates, only one named Zheng Shiliang was easy for Yin Quan to trace back to the Zheng family in Lingnan. The Zheng family was not weak. Zheng Shiliang was heading to the examination, and his father, Zheng Renchong, had arrived in Lingxiao City to send him off, having come 3 months prior. Yin Quan held absolute trust in Xiao Fan's words and discreetly approached Zheng Renchong. Zheng Renchong, do you know who I am? Yin Quan said in a low voice. Zheng Renchong felt a surge of fear. He was well aware of Yin Quan's reputation as the living Yin Wang in the officialdom. Few officials who fell under his scrutiny had good outcomes. Lord Yin, we are certainly acquainted, Zheng Renchong replied, his demeanor exceedingly respectful. While the Zheng family held significant power locally, they were nothing in the presence of Yin Quan. As the leader of the Jinui and a supreme expert of the 9th star level, he was a force to be reckoned with. That is good. Since I have found you so swiftly, do not harbor any delusions, Yin Quan continued. Your family's issues are not too severe, but if you shield others and obstruct the investigation, the Emperor will be furious, and your entire family will face dire consequences. I must make it clear. The Emperor has given me only a few days to act. If you cause me to lose my position, I swear I will ensure you and your son face a grim fate. Sweat beaded on Zheng Renchong's forehead as he felt the immense pressure from Yin Quan. Why, Lord? I do not know what this is about, Zheng Renchong stammered. Yin Quan's eyes glinted coldly. Let me remind you. Examination fraud is no trivial matter. If you are not forthcoming, the Emperor will surely have your heads, my lord. It is merely the ramblings of a fortune-teller. Why take it seriously? Zheng Renchong argued. Yin Quan replied coolly, Master Xiao predicted a dam breach, saving hundreds. The Emperor's commendation will soon reach Master Xiao. Zheng Renchong, I give you one last chance. If you are not honest, it will be a dead end for you. Zheng Renchong's face turned pale. He fell to his knees. My lord, spare me. I was merely confused. Yin Quan silently sighed in relief. Whom did you involve? Do not speak carelessly, or I will ensure your punishment is even greater. I would not dare. How could I wrongfully accuse Lord Xie? Zheng Renchong said with a bitter smile. Yin Quan narrowed his eyes. Lord Xie, Lord Yin, I did not deal with Lord Xie. It was his son. Xie Ling Quan. Zheng Renchong bowed his head. Yin Quan spoke solemnly. Do you have any evidence of your dealings? Lord Yin, such evidence is impossible. Lord Xie would never leave such a handle in my hands. Zheng Renchong replied. Yin Quan locked eyes with Zheng Renchong. Zheng Renchong, if you lie, it will be viewed as treason, a crime punishable by extermination of your clan. Think carefully. I am aware that I humbly request that you speak a few kind words in my favor before His Majesty." Zhang Renchang implored. Yin Quan nodded slightly, saying, "You are quite cooperative. I shall convey this to His Majesty." He instructed that Zhang Renchang's son accompany him. Soon, the father and son were taken away by the officers of the Jinyui and brought to the Jinyui prison. When the news reached the Xie family, Xie Zhongyuan's expression darkened considerably. The Jinyui acted with such swiftness. "Father, since Zhang Renchang and his son have already been captured, they are likely to have exposed us. What shall we do now?" Xie Lingquan trembled as he spoke. A bitter taste filled Xie Zhongyuan's heart. He understood the capabilities of the Jinyui. Once a breach had been made, the Jinyui would undoubtedly uncover the truth. Moreover, it was certain that skilled agents of the Jinyui were already watching the Xie family in secret, making any escape impossible. Time ticked away, and Yin Quan continued his investigation. 4 years ago, Xie Zhongyuan was also one of the examiners. The new connections that had developed between individuals and the Xie family over the years were no secret to the Jinyui. Past examination papers were archived as well, by presenting the examination papers to those who had achieved success. And having them transcribe them, discrepancies could be easily identified. Before long, dawn arrived, and Xiao Fan was awakened by the commotion of the crowd below. At the entrance of Tianyuan Pavilion, 2,000 or 3,000 people had gathered. Normally, there would only be a few hundred guests. However, news of the examination fraud had spread, and hundreds of thousands were now aware of Xiao Fan. Many rushed to Tianyuan Pavilion early that morning. So many people! Xiao Fan opened the window and glanced down, seeing a throng of people crowding below, the street completely occupied. Among the 2,000 or 3,000, many were scholars. Chun Ping'an asked the people outside to disperse. "We shall not open until the SI hour," Xiao Fan instructed as he left his room. He had no intention of opening early. Qin Mengyue always arrived at the SI hour, and many guests would not come that early. Moreover, there was a more important reason. He simply did not wish to rise early. After marrying Qin Mengyue, wouldn't it be delightful to sleep in with such a beautiful wife? "Yes, boss," Chen Ping'an called out as he stepped outside. Some left, but even more arrived. As the crowd around Tianyuan Pavilion grew, by the time they were ready to open, there were already 7,000 or 8,000 people outside. "The imperial decree has arrived. Make way!" A sharp voice rang out as a eunuch from the palace approached, accompanied by an old eunuch and a young one. The old eunuch possessed martial prowess, while the young eunuch was also a fighter. The three moved swiftly. The crowd parted as they made their way through. Upon reaching the entrance of Tianyuan Pavilion, the doors swung open immediately. Xiao Fan furrowed his brow. Typically, an imperial decree signified a reward, a great honor for an ordinary person. However, Xiao Fan felt somewhat helpless. He did not wish to kneel. "Master Xiao, His Majesty has specifically instructed that you have rendered great service to the nation and may receive the decree while standing." The old eunuch said with a smile. He marveled inwardly. The privilege of receiving a decree while standing was often reserved for the elderly. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Xiao Fan exhaled a sigh of relief. Chen Ping'an knelt, and the remaining 7,000 or 8,000 people around them likewise knelt. They did not have the audacity to stand and listen to the decree. The old eunuch unfurled the decree. Today, the diviner Xiao Fan, having glimpsed the heavens and saved lives, predicted the breach of a reservoir, thereby sparing hundreds from drowning. He is hereby granted the title Celestial Master, exempted from kneeling before officials and decrees. Thus decreed. Upon finishing the proclamation, the old eunuch was even more astonished. The title of Celestial Master was not something that could be casually bestowed. Furthermore, the exemptions from kneeling were truly extraordinary. "Thank you, Your Majesty," Xiao Fan rejoiced inwardly. Empress Feng Qingwu was indeed a benevolent ruler, and this reward was splendid. If only he could receive an imperial decree for marriage, bestowing Qin Mengyue upon him. That would be most ideal. "Celestial Master Xiao, please accept the decree," the old eunuch exclaimed. "To achieve such a title at such a young age, your future is boundless." The old eunuch expressed with admiration. It was rare for someone so young to receive an imperial decree, much less such a prestigious reward. "Thank you for your kind words, Your Excellency," Xiao Fan replied with a smile as he accepted the decree. The old eunuch continued, "Celestial Master Xiao, my surname is He. When I was young, I had a younger brother who became separated from me during a famine. If you have the time in the future, might you be able to divine his whereabouts? Xiao Fan smiled and replied, since you are here, there is no need to wait for the future. Today's divinations have not yet begun. Allow me to divine for you, Your Excellency, with thousands of eyes upon him. It was more fitting to offer a divination than to slip the old eunuch some silver. The old eunuch gazed at Xiao Fan with interest. He wished for Xiao Fan to perform the divination immediately. However, he hesitated, fearing that if Xiao Fan failed, it would be a blow to his reputation right after receiving the title of Celestial Master. Celestial Master Xiao, is it not your practice to draw lots? The old eunuch said hesitantly, Your Excellency, the rules are set by me. On occasion, if I am in a good mood, I can certainly amend them a little today. I shall perform the first divination for you. Xiao Fan said with a smile. It was permissible for him to decide one of the 3 slots occasionally. Thank you, Celestial Master Xiao. The old eunuch clasped his hands in gratitude. Xiao Fan stepped onto the circular platform on the first floor of Tanyuan Pavilion, and the old eunuch took a seat opposite him. The shop was filled with over 1,000 people, while several thousand more were left outside, unable to see or hear Xiao Fan. Fortunately, order was maintained. With the imperial decree's arrival, those with ill intentions quickly understood that Xiao Fan was not to be trifled with in the past 10 to 15 days. The Song family from Tianhe and the Minister of Rights, Xie Zhongyuan, would surely not dare to provoke Xiao Fan. Having just received the imperial decree, any overt aggression or assassination attempt against Xiao Fan would invoke the emperor's wrath. Celestial Master Xiao, do we need to say anything else? The old eunuch inquired. Xiao Fan shook his head, as the system had already transmitted the old eunuch's information into his mind. Your Excellency, your name is He Yanzheng. You lived in Shanghe village during your childhood. You had a younger brother, 2 years your junior, and your parents passed away in an accident when you were 7. The old eunuch nodded repeatedly, his heart filled with astonishment at Xiao Fan's accuracy. Your brother's name was He Yoxin. He passed away 2 years ago. However, he has a son, 35 years old this year, who is married with 2 children. Though not wealthy, his life is manageable. A look of sorrow crossed the old eunuch's face upon learning of his brother's demise. Yet he found solace in having a nephew. Celestial Master, could you provide me with their address? In the future, when I return to my hometown, it would be nice to have family. The old eunuch requested. Of course, Xiao Fan wrote down the address and handed the paper to the old eunuch. Thank you. Thank you. This is the fee for the divination, the old eunuch said, offering silver with delight as he departed. With the address clearly written, the old eunuch was confident he could find his family. Given that Xiao Fan dared to write it down, the old eunuch believed it would not be a deception. The next 2 guests are number 175 and 873, Xiao Fan announced, scanning the densely packed hall. I am number 175, someone in the crowd exclaimed with excitement. However, with so many people, it was difficult for anyone to push through to the circular platform. Xiao Fan furrowed his brow and addressed the crowd, ladies and gentlemen, due to the overwhelming number of onlookers. Those with genuine matters may find it difficult to enter. Starting tomorrow, a fee of 100 copper coins will be required for entry. 1 tael of silver is equivalent to 1,000 copper coins. 100 copper coins would be approximately $50 in the modern world, which would deter the majority of mere spectators. Celestial Master, this is not appropriate, is it? Indeed, Celestial Master, you are charging an entry fee just to take a look. I believe this is quite reasonable. The crowd is indeed too large, making it hard for those with genuine matters to enter. Many voices echoed in agreement and dissent. Xiao Fan raised his hand for silence. Ladies and gentlemen, please be quiet. I shall not take a single coin from this fee. It will all be donated as a collective virtue. Many nodded in agreement, finding this arrangement acceptable. Finally, I have managed to squeeze through. A second guest exclaimed, gasping for breath as he reached the circular platform. Please take a seat, Xiao Fan said calmly. Celestial Master, I need to travel abroad for business. Could you tell me if this journey will go smoothly? The second guest inquired. Among the crowd were several old patrons, their expressions slightly peculiar. This person is bound to encounter trouble, one whispered. Indeed, if he is chosen without any issues, something must certainly arise, another murmured. Xiao Fan fixed his gaze on the guest before him, his heart racing. This journey would prove fatal. There was unrest at the border. Seizing the opportunity while the Tianqian Empire's focus lay on the examination scandal, the AOC Empire to the north had suddenly launched an offensive, inflicting significant casualties on the Tianqian Empire. With more guests arriving, the likelihood of calamity increased considerably. If managed well, this could yield a substantial amount of points for Xiao Fan. He mused that the Tianqian Empire was indeed stronger than the AOC Empire. With adequate preparation, the AOC Empire would struggle to gain the upper hand. Perhaps they could save 3,000 to 5,000 lives in the process. To speak of merely acquiring a score of 100,000 points is one thing. However, obtaining 30,000 to 50,000 points is entirely feasible. Master Xiao, is it possible that my journey this time is fraught with misfortune? After a considerable pause without a word from Xiao Fan, the man before him spoke nervously. Xiao Fan nodded slightly. Dear guest, this journey may indeed pose a threat to your life. The reason eludes my limited abilities, and I am unable to ascertain it. The man took a deep breath. Master Xiao, thank you. Given this, I shall forego this business venture. After all, life holds greater value than wealth. After offering a fee for the divination, the man departed, satisfied. A mere 1 or 2 taels of silver for such invaluable counsel. What a bargain! The third visitor was an ordinary elderly man, whose countenance reflected uncertainty amidst the crowd. Please, have a seat. Elder, Xiao Fan smiled warmly. The old man trembled as he replied, Master Xiao, I shall refrain from sitting. I am rather unclean, and I would not want to soil your chair. Xiao Fan rose to assist the elder into a seat. Dear elder, your cleanliness matters not. What is important is the purity of your heart. Besides, I find you quite tidy. Thank you, Master Xiao, the old man said, his back hunched, appearing to be in his 80s, with hair completely white. Master Xiao, might I trouble you to divine how much longer I have to live? He asked, anxiety evident in his voice. Xiao Fan's expression turned pensive. The system's data revealed that the old man had killed his spouse. The couple had no children, and he had cared for his ailing partner for 2 decades. Ending her life was merely a means to allow her to depart first, thus enabling him to assist in her passing. The old man was seeking to know when it would be best for him to act. The nature of the inquiry left Xiao Fan momentarily perplexed. Master Xiao, is it true that my time is limited? The old man asked, trembling as he stood. From Xiao Fan's reaction, he sensed his days were numbered. Wait, Xiao Fan called out. If the elder returned home in this state, he would likely hasten his spouse's demise. And his own would follow suit. System, exchange for master-level medical skills, Xiao Fan commanded in his mind. The master-level medical skill required 10,000 points, and he currently possessed over 15,000. The exchange was feasible, albeit it would leave him with fewer than 10,000 points for a while. For ordinary patrons in need, Xiao Fan would resolutely refuse such an action. Without over 10,000 points, he would be unable to exchange for the strength of a martial emperor in times of peril. Yet this elder had breached his defenses. Having devoted 20 years to caring for his ailing spouse, the thought of ending her life was unbearably cruel. Master Xiao, is there anything else? The old man inquired. Puzzled at that moment, the system confirmed the exchange of master-level medical skills for Xiao Fan. He felt an extraordinary proficiency in this domain. In the martial hierarchy, there were levels such as Martial Master, Martial Grandmaster, Martial King, Martial Emperor, and Martial Venerable, among others. However, in disciplines like feng shui, arts, and medicine, the hierarchy was far simpler, consisting only of Master, Grandmaster, and Saint Master levels. Achieving Master level was an extraordinary feat, capable of establishing a sect. In the Tianqian dynasty, with a population in the billions, there were rarely more than 10 individuals of Grandmaster caliber in any given field. While Xiao Fan had not yet reached Grandmaster status, he was already among the pinnacle of masters, possessing a well-rounded expertise. Grandmasters often specialized in one area, achieving Grandmaster standards in that field while perhaps lacking in others. Xiao Fan, however, was not confined to such limitations. Coupled with the insights gleaned from the system's divinations, his diagnostic skills had reached remarkable heights. Dear elder, I shall accompany you to your home shortly. Perhaps we can help your wife rise to her feet and extend your own years by a year or 2. Xiao Fan beamed. The elder stared at him in astonishment. Master Xiao, do you truly mean it? he stammered. The hope is not insignificant, Xiao Fan replied with a smile. Master Xiao, I am kneeling before you, the elder exclaimed. Attempting to bow, but Xiao Fan quickly assisted him. There is no need for such gestures, the elder, still anxious, said. Master Xiao, I possess little wealth. Fear not, dear elder. My assistance is freely given, Xiao Fan reassured him. An hour later, Xiao Fan and the elder departed from Lingxiao City in a horse-drawn carriage. It was only by evening that Xiao Fan returned, visibly fatigued. Upon his return to the shop, darkness had already descended. Boss, Miss Qin awaits you upstairs, Chen Pingon informed him eagerly. Xiao Fan nodded slightly. He had asked Chen Pingon to visit the Qin residence once his tasks were complete, as he had urgent matters to discuss with Qin Mingyue. He had just spotted her carriage parked nearby. Soon, he ascended to the third floor, where Feng Qingwu had utilized the kitchen to prepare a meal. Master, my culinary skills are quite ordinary. I hope you don't mind. Feng Qingwu said bashfully. She had only prepared meals a handful of times, primarily for her parents, as a gesture of filial piety. Miss Mingyue, your skills are quite commendable, Xiao Fan remarked, surprised by the quality of the food. Feng Qingwu smiled, for although she had little experience, she had been guided by a royal chef. Master, please indulge in the meal, she encouraged. By candlelight. Xiao Fan found Feng Qingwu to be exceptionally beautiful. The meal was enjoyed in a warm atmosphere. Master, did you ask Qin Pingon to invite me to assist in finding a skilled physician to treat the third guest you attended to today? She inquired. Xiao Fan shook his head. No. I have resolved that matter. What I wish to discuss pertains to the second guest. Feng Qingwu looked puzzled. Isn't the situation of the second guest rather ordinary? Mingyue, the Asin Empire will launch an attack in a month's time, resulting in casualties exceeding 10,000 in our Tianqian dynasty. Countless civilians will perish, Xiao Fan stated gravely. Feng Qingwu's expression shifted dramatically. Despite annual border skirmishes, there had been no fatalities in excess of 10,000 for the past decade. This was no mere conflict, it was war, Master. Is this information confirmed? Feng Qingwu asked, her demeanor serious. Xiao Fan nodded. The second guest was heading to the Asin Empire for business, and I have divined that he will fall victim to the unexpected assault of the Asin military in a month's time. Feng Qingwu was filled with righteous indignation. It was a sudden and unprovoked attack. Although the Tianqian dynasty held greater strength, it would inevitably suffer considerable losses against such an ambush. Master, do you have any more detailed information? Indeed. Xiao Fan relayed the additional details he had gathered. Feng Qingwu stood abruptly. Master, I must immediately inform my father so he can relay the information. However, the emperor may not openly reward him, fearing retribution from the Asin Empire. With that, she departed swiftly. Xiao Fan felt a sense of loss as darkness enveloped the surroundings. How wonderful it would have been if Feng Qingwu could have stayed. The crisis at the reservoir had already prompted the emperor to issue rewards. The corruption in the imperial examination would surely be taken seriously. It shouldn't take long to uncover the truth, and he would be rewarded with ample points. Should the Asin Empire's invasion result in fewer casualties, he would also gain significant points. Xiao Fan mused. At the current pace of accumulating points, the system might soon upgrade. Once upgraded, his abilities would strengthen, providing him with a solid foundation when facing the Qin royal household. 3 days swiftly passed. Yin Quan stood before Feng Qingwu, presenting a plethora of evidence. What a fine minister of rights. Feng Qingwu's eyes sparkled with cold intensity. Minister Xie Zhongyuan, she stated, suppressing her anger. Half an hour later, Xie Zhongyuan arrived at the imperial study, and upon seeing Yin Quan present, he felt a pang of dread. I pay my respects to your majesty, he proclaimed, kneeling. Feng Qingwu feigned ignorance, continuing to review the documents. After half an hour, she finally turned her gaze towards Xie Zhongyuan. Commander Yin, please share the information you have gathered with Minister Xie. She said coldly. Xie Zhongyuan's heart raced. Feng Qingwu had addressed him by name. This was bad, very bad. Yin Quan spoke in a hushed tone. Minister Xie, regarding the corruption in the imperial examination, the evidence is irrefutable. Do you wish to confront me? Your Majesty, spare me, Xie Zhongyuan exclaimed, bowing deeply. Feng Qingwu's demeanor indicated the gravity of the situation. If there were no solid evidence, she would not treat a high-ranking official with such indifference. Speak the truth, Feng Qingwu commanded coldly. Trembling, Xie Zhongyuan confessed to his misdeeds, implicating numerous officials. Several ministers were entangled in the scandal. Points 32, 586. The system's notification echoed in Xiao Fan's mind. Chapter 49. The Empress Dowager plans to visit Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan was momentarily stunned, unable to believe the points had indeed exceeded 32,000. System, did you just say 32,586 points? He questioned. Host, the total is 32,586 points. The system confirmed. Xiao Fan took a deep breath. Indeed, fortune favors the bold. The examination fraud case, once tainted, could lead to a dire fate. However, the rewards are undeniably substantial. A mere day of fortune-telling yields only 40 to 50 points, which, accumulated over 2 years, would hardly amount to such a fortune. The mastery of the highest level requires 10,000 points, and with over 30,000 points, one could exchange for 3 such masterful abilities. Host, you have been far too complacent. Otherwise, you would have amassed a great many points by now, the system lamented to Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan inwardly rolled his eyes. In the past, I could feed my entire family with my own efforts. Why should I draw attention to myself? Gradually, I have been quietly developing, and my life has been rather pleasant. Being too ostentatious often leads to a swift demise. Were it not for my desire to marry Qin Mingyue, I would still be pursuing a slow and steady growth. System, should I exchange for something else, or focus on accumulating 100,000 points to upgrade the system? Xiao Fan inquired. Currently, he possessed a remarkable 38,000 points. Unprecedented wealth. Even if he were to exchange for 2 master-level skills, he would still have 18,000 points remaining. Host, please consider wisely. After careful contemplation, Xiao Fan concluded that having a master-level feng shui ability sufficed for making money. It would be best to keep his medical skills under wraps. Even if he were to acquire additional master-level abilities, he would certainly refrain from using them unless absolutely necessary. Saving money brings me joy. Xiao Fan mused. Qin Mingyue had mentioned wanting him to check on her parents, and there might be something suspicious regarding her brother's death. The system lacks such capabilities before its upgrade. Perhaps reaching level 2 would allow for it. At the very least, Xiao Fan felt confident he could uncover the truth about Qin Mingyue's brother. Qin Mingyue's father is the king of Qin, a figure of great power and status. Even a level 2 system might struggle to handle that. Master Xiao, a few days ago, that elderly gentleman arrived. He wishes to meet you. Chun Pingon reported from the 3rd floor of Tianyuan Pavilion. Xiao Fan hastily descended the stairs and, at the entrance, saw the elderly man carefully assisting an elderly woman inside. Master Xiao, my wife can walk a bit today. Thank you. The old man expressed his profound gratitude. The elderly woman was even more emotional. For ordinary people, walking may be trivial, but for her, it was an immense luxury. Master Xiao, thank you, thank you. The elderly woman repeated, tears streaming down her cheeks. There is no need for such formality. Please, have a seat upstairs, and allow me to take another look, Xiao Fan said with a smile. Half an hour later, the 2 elderly individuals left, showering him with thanks. In the evening, Lan Qin approached Feng Qingwu. Your Majesty, there is important news from Master Xiao. Feng Qingwu paused her calligraphy practice and turned to Lan Qin. What is the matter? Lan Qin replied. Your Majesty, 3 days ago, Master Xiao treated an elderly man who had been paralyzed for 20 years. Today, they came to Tianyuan Pavilion to express their gratitude to Master Xiao. Feng Qingwu remained silent. Lan Qin continued. Your Majesty, the Jinyui secretly protecting Master Xiao reported immediately. Captain Yin sought a master-level physician to examine the elderly man. That master-level physician stated that Master Xiao must possess master-level medical skills. Feng Qingwu's heart jolted. Could it be true? She mused. How old is Xiao Fan? Merely in his 20s. If he possesses master-level medical skills at such a young age, he is destined to become a grand master in the future. In terms of social standing, a master in medicine holds far greater esteem than one in feng shui. Feng shui is intangible and often met with skepticism, unlike the field of medicine. Your Majesty, to avoid any mistakes, Captain Yin suggested finding another master-level physician for verification. We should have results by tomorrow morning. Feng Qingwu nodded slightly. Inform me of the results as soon as they arrive. Yes, Your Majesty. The next morning, before dawn, Feng Qingwu rose, prepared for the morning court session. Your Majesty, the results are in. Captain Yin consulted Master Dai Ruinzhong, who confirmed that Master Zhao's medical skills have indeed reached the master level. His abilities surpass those of Master Xiao, Lan Qin reported respectfully. Feng Qingwu was once again taken aback. She was aware of Master Dai Ruinzhong, a prominent figure among medical masters, who had previously entered the palace to attend to the late emperor. He is a person with great potential to become a grand master. Thus, it appears Master Zhao's medical prowess is of the highest caliber. Feng Qingwu whispered. Lan Qin nodded. Feng Qingwu waved her hand, signaling Lan Qin to withdraw. Her heart was in turmoil that a master in his 20s could potentially become a grand master by 30. The prospect of a future sage loomed large. Why am I the emperor? Feng Qingwu thought bitterly. If she were merely a princess of the king of Qin's household, with Xiao Fan's displayed strength and potential, marrying her would not be out of the question. As for her father's condition, Xiao Fan may or may not have a solution. Feng Qingwu mused inwardly. The late emperor had been ill for quite some time, and the palace physicians had been unable to identify the root cause. Even renowned figures like Master Dai Ruinzhong from the common folk had failed to uncover it. After the morning court session concluded, the Empress Dowager summoned Feng Qingwu to the Yan Palace. I pay my respects to Mother. Feng Qingwu bowed. The Empress Dowager nodded. Qingwu, I have heard that you have conferred the title of Tian Master upon that young fortune-teller. Feng Qingwu frowned inwardly. She had deliberately ordered that such news not reach the Empress Dowager's ears, yet it seemed she had learned of it regardless. Mother, yes, Master Xiao possesses such abilities. He predicted that the reservoir would breach, and I dispatched a martial emperor-level expert to investigate. Indeed, the reservoir breached at the time he specified. Many lives were saved, and the financial losses were greatly minimized, Feng Qingwu explained. The Empress Dowager furrowed her brow. Qingwu? Is it truly possible for someone so young to possess such abilities? I have heard he also exposed the examination fraud. Could there be formidable forces backing him? Feng Qingwu replied. Mother, if you doubt him, you may send someone to test his abilities. Mother, I have just received news that Master Xiao likely possesses master-level medical skills. The Empress Dowager was momentarily taken aback. While she held little belief in feng shui practitioners, she held great respect for capable physicians. Mother, Yin Quan and the others would not dare deceive me, Feng Qingwu asserted. The Empress Dowager felt a flicker of intrigue. If Xiao Fan were merely a feng shui practitioner, she would certainly not consider visiting him. However, as a master physician, such youth suggests the presence of a grand master behind him. The Empress Dowager contemplated. Qingwu, tomorrow I shall leave the palace to pay him a visit. Though I will not accompany you, the Empress Dowager declared. Accompanying Feng Qingwu, she felt she would not be able to discern Xiao Fan's true nature. Feng Qingwu felt a twinge of anxiety. Would her mother be able to interact harmoniously with Xiao Fan? Chapter 50. The Empress Dowager arrives early the next morning. Under the protection of several elite guards, the Empress Dowager quietly exited the palace. Not long after, her carriage arrived near Tianyuan Pavilion. Madam, there are too many people ahead. The carriage cannot advance. The driver halted the carriage. The Empress Dowager lifted the curtain and saw a dense crowd ahead. Madam, shall we turn back? A nearby mounted guard expressed concern. With so many people, if anything were to happen to the Empress Dowager, his head would not suffice. Having come this far, turning back is not an option. The Empress Dowager disembarked from the carriage. Before her lay a vast sea of people. There must be at least 10,000, the Empress Dowager murmured. A nearby guard quickly estimated. Madam, around 15,000 people, and many more are still arriving. When Tianyuan Pavilion opens, it may exceed 20,000. Madam, we shall clear the way for you. Two guards moved ahead to forge a path, while two handmaidens flanked her side. Several elite guards followed closely behind. The Empress Dowager was escorted forward. Thank goodness for Master Xiao. Indeed, without him, we poor scholars would have suffered greatly due to the examination fraud, which would have been detrimental to the nation. Initially, I thought Master Xiao was speaking nonsense, but it turns out he was telling the truth. I intended to come today to express my gratitude to Master Xiao, yet I did not anticipate such a large gathering. Many murmured among themselves. The Xie family, including Xie Zhongyuan and his son, had already been apprehended, and others involved from the Xie family had also been captured. Although the official announcement had yet to be made, the news had spread. So that's how it is? The Empress Dowager mused. She knew that ordinarily, there wouldn't be such a crowd here. Normally, around 2,000 people would gather, with only 400 to 500 paying customers. Old man, there are too many people. We may not be able to enter Master Zhao's establishment, an elderly voice echoed. The Empress Dowager looked over and saw a pair of very elderly individuals. Then let us return. We can express our gratitude to Master Zhao another day. The two elders prepared to leave. The woman beside the Empress Dowager whispered, Madam, they are the elderly couple whom Master Zhao assisted. Their identities are beyond reproach. As the Empress Dowager prepared to leave the palace, the guards had conducted a thorough investigation of related individuals overnight. Proceed. The Empress Dowager commanded softly. The guards immediately adjusted their course slightly. Soon, they reached the two elderly individuals. Elderly ones, at your age, why come here to join the crowd? The Empress Dowager inquired. The two elderly individuals gazed at her, their eyes reflecting a sense of reverence. Although the Empress Dowager was adorned, it was evident that she hailed from a family of considerable wealth and influence. Madam, we did not come merely to partake in the festivities. Master Zhao has cured my ailment, and we intend to publicly express our gratitude to him. We arrived late yesterday and deliberately stayed in the city overnight. The elderly woman lamented, her eyes filled with regret. I did not anticipate such a large crowd today. It seems we shall not meet Master Zhao and must wait for another occasion to thank him publicly. The Empress Dowager smiled and said, I see. You may accompany us. Is that appropriate? The two elders hesitated. The Empress Dowager nodded. I wish to hear how Master Zhao assisted you. Shall we converse as we walk? Very well, they replied. Following the Empress Dowager's entourage, it took them about 10 minutes to reach the entrance of the establishment. Along the way, the Empress Dowager gathered the details of the situation. If not for the machinations of a scheming individual, Xiao Fan indeed appeared to be a commendable person. However, his aspirations to become an emperor were unlikely to materialize, she mused. Historically, the heavenly Xian dynasty had never seen a female emperor. Thus, there had been no precedent for how to address the husband of such an emperor. Recently, the royal family had settled this matter. The husband of the female emperor would be conferred the title of prince and addressed as emperor consort. With this title established, various factions would hasten to place their candidates within the palace. Any family with a member who became the emperor consort would see a significant enhancement in their power. Another quarter of an hour passed, and the gathering at Tianyuan Pavilion had swelled to nearly 20,000. Creak! The tightly locked doors of Tianyuan Pavilion finally swung open. Officials were present to maintain order, ensuring the crowd did not surge wildly into the establishment. We are a small group, along with these two elderly patrons. A maid beside the Empress Dowager produced 2 taels of silver and deposited them into the donation box nearby. Instead of ascending to the second floor, the Empress Dowager chose a seat against the wall, with 2 maids and several elite guards standing vigilantly beside her. Let us each draw a lot, the Empress Dowager instructed. It would be best if we selected their number. The moment arrived when business commenced for the day, and Xiao Fan descended from the upper floor. Although he wore a plain robe, it could not disguise his distinguished aura, the demeanor of a master. The Empress Dowager's eyes widened in astonishment. She had encountered many masters and grandmasters, each leaving a unique impression. Xiao Fan evoked the same sensation in her. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. I sincerely appreciate your support. However, given the large crowd, the outside traffic has become congested. Friends who have not entered should disperse for now. I am still young and have much time ahead of me, Xiao Fan called out, his voice resonating beyond the doors. Yet, the nearly 20,000 gathered did not intend to leave immediately. Thank you, Master Zhao, for exposing the malpractices in the imperial examination. Someone shouted from the crowd. Thank you, Master Zhao. Thank you, Master Zhao, echoed the voices of the multitude, creating a thunderous uproar. After years of arduous study, they could not bear the thought of being unjustly eliminated due to corruption. Xiao Fan's revelation of the examination fraud was a tremendous boon for them. Xiao Fan stepped outside and positioned himself on a slightly elevated platform, clasping his hands together and saying, Esteemed guests, I am merely a diviner. All who come are welcome. I have simply assisted my clients in reading their fortunes. There is no need to place too much significance on it. I kindly ask everyone to disperse, lest the authorities seek me out for trouble. Gradually, the throngs began to disperse. Xiao Fan let out a quiet sigh of relief. With such a large gathering, any incident could lead to considerable complications. Upon returning inside, Xiao Fan cheerfully announced, "Thank you for your patience, everyone. Today's three numbers are 16, 299, and 460. I am number 16. Someone exclaimed excitedly. Many turned to look, and the Empress Dowager did likewise, her eyes sparkling with interest. The boisterous youth was none other than Qin Tian, the youngest son of General Qin. With remarkable martial prowess, he had already attained the level of martial master by the age of 18. Yet he favored the literary arts, dedicating most of his time to literature, where his talent was rather ordinary. He qualified for the imperial examination, but his chances of success were virtually non-existent. The first guest? Please come to the stage. Xiao Fan smiled as he made his way to the circular platform. Qin Tian joyfully ascended the stage, saying, Master Xiao, thank you for your contributions to us scholars. I would like to inquire when I might succeed in the examination. A few familiar patrons exchanged glances, their expressions slightly peculiar. Qin Tian's question suggested he was devoid of pressing matters. Such idleness often led to unforeseen troubles. It would be interesting to hear what he had to say. The Empress Dowager regarded Xiao Fan thoughtfully. She was certain Qin Tian could not possibly be a plant of Xiao Fan's design. Chapter 51. Foretelling one's lifespan. Xiao Fan furrowed his brow. The system provided him with scant information. Surname Qin, 18 years old, death predicted within 3 days. That was all. System, is that it? Indeed. Xiao Fan inwardly rolled his eyes. Such limited information was challenging to work with. Utilizing his master-level divination skills, he discerned that Qin Tian bore the signs of an early demise. However, the details were not entirely clear to him. System, exchange for master-level divination, Xiao Fan commanded within his mind. After all, it concerned a life. Moreover, since Qin Tian had expressed gratitude upon taking the stage, his features suggested he was not a malevolent individual. Understood. Host. In an instant, Xiao Fan's 38,000 points were reduced by 10,000. A torrent of information surged into his mind, and under the system's protection, this vast influx did not overwhelm him. His divination skills escalated to a master level, indeed, a top-tier master. The system was rather generous in this regard, providing abilities at the pinnacle of their class. Master Xiao, when might I succeed in the examination? Qin Tian inquired, a hint of confusion in his tone. After querying the system, it took Xiao Fan about 7 to 8 seconds to process the ability. Patron, do not rush, he replied solemnly, employing his master-level divination skills to scrutinize Qin Tian. The master-level skills were far more potent, revealing further insights. Not only did Qin Tian possess the signs of an early death, but he also bore the markers of fraternal loss. At least one elder brother would likely perish around the same time as Qin Tian. However, such untimely deaths could potentially be averted with prior knowledge. As the minutes ticked by, it became evident that this young man was in serious trouble. Indeed, it appears he faces considerable peril, some of the seasoned patrons whispered. Typically, Xiao Fan would directly announce the results of his divination. Yet this situation was decidedly unusual. Master Xiao, please speak candidly. Even if I were to fail the examination, I would persist. You need not concern yourself with my feelings, Qin Tian declared. Unfamiliar with Xiao Fan, he assumed the latter was merely deliberating on how to convey the outcome delicately. Xiao Fan nodded slightly. Patron, I shall speak plainly. Your background is exceptional, and the results I have discerned are quite straightforward. I hope you may bear it. Qin Tian appeared taken aback. He was dressed in ordinary scholar's attire today, devoid of any valuable adornments. For Xiao Fan to assert he had an extraordinary background was quite surprising. Speak, Master Xiao, Qin Tian urged. Xiao Fan's expression turned grave. Patron, you face a grave calamity in 3 days, an imminent death. Qin Tian's complexion drastically shifted. Master Xiao, what do you mean? Xiao Fan raised a hand to signal Qin Tian to remain calm. Patron, you also bear the signs of fraternal loss. Not just one brother, but several, likely meeting their end around the same time as your own calamity. Qin Tian's face turned ashen. Had he not already developed some understanding of Xiao Fan and the emperor's decree conferring the title of Heavenly Master upon him? He might have resorted to destroying Xiao Fan's establishment. Master Xiao, do you truly comprehend the ramifications of your words? Qin Tian gritted his teeth. As the youngest son of General Qin, he had an elder brother and another brother. If Xiao Fan spoke of more than one brother facing peril, could it not mean all three were at risk? Given the strength of the Qin general's household, could they truly face extermination? Naturally, Xiao Fan nodded. Qin Tian inhaled deeply. Master Xiao, what about my parents? Xiao Fan replied directly. I cannot ascertain your father's fate, but you do not bear the signs of maternal loss. Qin Tian felt a measure of relief. This suggested it was not a total extermination. Patron, do not overly worry. After I have spoken this to you, the information regarding this matter has already become obscured. With your vigilance, you may well avert this calamity. Xiao Fan reassured. The system's information had transformed into a series of question marks. From his observations, a veil of ambiguity now shrouded Qin Tian's fate. Master Xiao, I would like to invite you to my home to help adjust our family's feng shui. Qin Tian said, a hint of unease in his voice. Xiao Fan shook his head. There is no need. Your situation is likely unrelated to your home's feng shui. Moreover, should I visit your residence? Any unforeseen circumstances could lead to complications. Qin Tian rose. Master Xiao, I appreciate your warning. I hope your divination is mistaken. He hurriedly offered compensation and departed. The Empress Dowager felt a surge of uncertainty. Could it be that the Qin general's household truly faced a grave calamity? If anything were to happen to the three brothers, it would undoubtedly be an immense blow to General Qin. The entire Tianqian Empire would be significantly affected. Master Xiao, I am number 299. The second guest nervously approached the round table, revealing herself to be merely a child of 12 or 13 years. Master Xiao, here is my divination fee. The child trembled as she extracted a handful of small silver coins and some copper coins from her pocket. Master Xiao, this should be sufficient. If it's not enough, I will think of another way. Xiao Fan smiled gently and said, Dear guest, since you have been chosen, your divination fee must be adequate. There is no need for you to worry or be anxious. Please, have a seat. The system transmitted the child's information into Xiao Fan's mind, prompting him to sigh inwardly. Thank you, Master Xiao. I wish to know where my parents are and why they abandoned me. I have been very obedient and I can earn money now. Tears sparkled in the child's eyes, causing many in attendance to feel a pang of sorrow. Observing the child's attire, it was evident that her divination fee was likely acquired through begging. Xiao Fan handed the child a piece of paper, saying, Dear guest, your name is Yang Lan. Your parents left you when you were 6 years old, and you have been fending for yourself ever since. Yang Lan nodded repeatedly. With immense sorrow, she asked, Master Xiao, why did my parents leave me? I remember they loved me dearly. The Empress Dowager gazed at the scene before her. With her keen perception, she could discern that the little girl was expressing genuine emotion. Xiao Fan replied softly, Little Lan, your parents did this for your own good. They are martial artists with enemies. They had to part from you to protect you. But why don't they come to find me? Yang Lan questioned, bewildered. Many in the audience sighed quietly. Xiao Fan remained silent. Yang Lan's voice trembled as she asked, Master Xiao, my parents are already dead, aren't they? Yes. Xiao Fan nodded gently, and tears streamed down Yang Lan's face like a string of broken pearls. Little Lan, Chun Pingyan is quite busy alone. Would you be willing to stay at Tianyuan Pavilion and help with some tasks? Xiao Fan inquired. Yang Lan stared at Xiao Fan in astonishment. Tianyuan Pavilion was quite prestigious. She had mustered the courage to enter. Could she truly stay and work there? Little Lan, shouldn't you thank the boss? Chun Pingyan interjected. He felt a bittersweet pang, reminded of his own deceased child upon seeing Yang Lan. Thank you, Master Xiao. No, thank you, boss. Yang Lan exclaimed joyfully. Xiao Fan smiled and said, Little Lan, please step down. The third guest may come up. Soon, the 460th guest arrived at the round table. Many began to murmur. This guest was clad in garments of a foreign ethnicity, clearly not a citizen of the Tianqian Empire. Upon reaching Xiao Fan, the individual boldly sat down. Master Xiao, you people of the Tianqian Empire love to play tricks. Since you are so capable, why don't you predict how much longer you have to live? The foreigner declared. drawing a golden dagger from his waist and placing it on the table before him. Chapter 52. The Empress Dowager asks Xiao Fan to read fortunes. Currently, 3 martial sovereigns and 1 great martial sovereign were covertly protecting Xiao Fan. Upon hearing the foreigner speak, their expressions shifted. However, they did not take action, as they could discern that the foreigner was of average strength. Even though he was close to Xiao Fan, he certainly lacked the ability to attack him. How dare you? What do you intend to do? Barbarian? Several patrons rebuked sternly. The powerful figures beside the Empress Dowager heightened their vigilance. The foreigner grinned widely. Everyone, don't be so agitated. I merely wish to see how adept your southern folks are at playing tricks. The foreigners in the north referred to the people of the Tianqian Empire as southern folk. Xiao Fan remained unperturbed, lifting his teacup to take a sip before calmly stating, "Dear guest, we do not predict the fates of ourselves. That is our profession's rule. Since you have been selected, I may offer you a few insights." The foreigner laughed heartily. "All right, Master Xiao, speak freely. Do not hesitate." Xiao Fan replied coolly, "Your name is Wu Kelu, and you hail from a notorious assassin organization known as Blood Crow. You are merely an outer member of this organization, a pitiful pawn." The expressions of the 4 protectors shifted slightly, for they were aware that Blood Crow was a renowned assassin organization from the Northern Ost Empire. Infamous for their treacherous and ruthless methods, the foreigner's countenance darkened. Xiao Fan had indeed discerned his identity. Xiao Fan possessed genuine skills. "Wu Kelu, I do not know when I will die, but I already know when you will perish, 3 days from now. You shall die in the hands of the Jinuri in their prison." Wu Kelu's face paled. "I have done nothing wrong. I merely drew my knife. What do you southern folks intend to do? Are you trying to provoke a war with our Ost Empire?" Wu Kelu retorted sharply. Xiao Fan's voice turned icy. 7 years ago, you joined Blood Crow and executed a low-level task, murdering 2 ordinary elders in our Tianqian Empire. They had not offended your Blood Crow, nor was there a bounty placed on them. This was merely an initiation task for your organization. Wu Kelu's expression shifted dramatically. Assassins typically acted with caution, and he believed he had left no traces. In the past 7 years, you have accepted a total of 13 tasks, killing 19 individuals from our Tianqian Empire, including an infant who had not yet completed a month. As Xiao Fan spoke, the crowd within Tianyuan Pavilion erupted in anger. Wu Kelu's face turned ashen, realizing he was possibly facing certain death. "You madman named Xiao, how dare you expose this? You have severely offended our Blood Crow. There is no way for you to survive." Wu Kelu shouted fiercely as he spoke. He raised his knife to his throat, intending to end his life swiftly. Clang! An unknown concealed weapon suddenly knocked the knife from his hand. "Wu Kelu, come with us." 2 Jinui masters rushed onto the stage, both possessing the cultivation of martial masters. Wu Kelu was swiftly subdued by them. "Gentlemen, is there anything else to discuss?" Xiao Fan inquired. "Master Xiao, there is no need. We have plenty of enticing things to make him talk in our Jinui prison." The 2 Jinui masters replied as they rapidly escorted Wu Kelu away from Tianyuan Pavilion. The Empress Dowager turned to an elder protecting her, who possessed the cultivation of a martial emperor. "Your Majesty, Master Xiao shows no signs of abnormality, and Wu Kelu's demeanor, breath, and heartbeat are also entirely normal." "Master Xiao indeed possesses true skills," the elder communicated discreetly. The Empress Dowager imperceptibly nodded, mirroring his assessment. It appeared that the possibility of other factions intentionally setting a trap had been ruled out. Xiao Fan's character was commendable. However, she mused, becoming an emperor was still beyond reach. As the Empress Dowager contemplated, Xiao Fan stood up at the round table, clasping his hands together. "Ladies and gentlemen, we have concluded with the 3 guests. Today, our establishment will close for business. Thank you all for your support." The elderly couple whom Xiao Fan had assisted approached the front, supporting each other. "Master Xiao, after your treatment yesterday, my old partner has improved significantly once more." "Thank you, Master Xiao." The 2 elders bowed deeply, and Xiao Fan quickly turned away, not accepting their gratitude. Once they straightened up, Xiao Fan faced them, saying, "Dear elders, your enduring affection is truly enviable, which is why I chose to assist you. There is no need to dwell on it." The elderly man expressed his gratitude. "Master Xiao, my partner has been paralyzed for 20 years, bedridden for 20 years. now that she can stand and walk? We owe you an immense debt of gratitude. Many other patrons' eyes lit up. Master Xiao, it turns out you are also highly skilled in medicine. Master Xiao, why didn't you mention your medical expertise before? Master Xiao, could you please examine my father? Money is certainly not an issue. Numerous patrons clamored. Xiao Fan clasped his fists and replied, Everyone, each field has its experts. My primary specialty is fortune-telling, so please do not confuse the two. My medical skills are rather average. Xiao Fan had no intention of expanding his medical practice. If he only treated the wealthy and neglected the poor, he would bear a significant amount of scorn. If he treated everyone, he would have no time for anything else. The field of geomancy differed. Ordinary people rarely sought geomantic adjustments, while earning more from wealthy clients posed no issue. Additionally, his system operated on a fortune-telling mechanism, allowing him to accumulate points through divination. His primary profession must not be neglected. Master Xiao, have we caused you any trouble? The elderly man asked, momentarily taken aback. They had intended to publicly thank Xiao Fan, allowing more people to recognize him as a good person and trust in his medical skills. Xiao Fan smiled and replied, Elder, fear not. Who could force me to practice medicine? Everyone, geomancy is somewhat esoteric, and not many comprehend it. However, in the field of medicine, our Tianxian Empire has many experts, so you can rest assured to seek them out. The Empress Dowager rose, saying, Master Xiao, you only perform 3 divinations daily. Aside from that, can you also read fortunes? Divination and fortune reading have their distinctions. Xiao Fan looked at the Empress Dowager and smiled. This guest, I could indeed accommodate. However, for readings beyond the 3 divinations, my fee is rather steep, starting at 100 taels. The art of divination can only reveal a general outlook. If there are indeed matters at hand, one might as well await the lots drawing for guidance. The Empress Dowager spoke calmly. Master Xiao, money is not an issue. I implore you to take a look for me. Is it permissible to conduct a private reading? Master Xiao nodded slightly. Of course, esteemed guest. Please, follow me upstairs. Soon, the Empress Dowager ascended with her 2 handmaidens, while the remaining guards stayed behind. Both handmaidens possessed martial prowess at the level of a martial king. Master Xiao, let us converse in that room. It is more brightly lit. The Empress Dowager indicated towards the exclusive chamber Xiao Fan had reserved for Qin Mengyue. Xiao Fan shook his head. I regret to inform you, esteemed guest, that room is not open to the public. Chapter 53. The Empress Dowager stunned 10,000 taels. The Empress Dowager remarked in a calm tone. She was aware that the room was specifically set aside by Xiao Fan for Feng Qingwu. If Xiao Fan were to allow her entry for the sake of money, he could later discuss it with Feng Qingwu. Xiao Fan furrowed his brow slightly. Esteemed guest, it is not merely 10,000 taels. Even 100,000 would not suffice. This way, please. The Empress Dowager nodded slightly and followed Xiao Fan into another room. Once seated, Xiao Fan gazed at the Empress Dowager, astonishment flickering in his eyes. Esteemed guest, a reading begins at 100 taels. You are required to provide 1,000 taels in silver, Xiao Fan stated after a considerable pause. The Empress Dowager furrowed her brow. Why is there such a vast disparity in the readings? Xiao Fan replied nonchalantly, Esteemed guest, the difficulty of divination varies, and consequently, the benefits one derives from the results differ, leading to price discrepancies. The Empress Dowager nodded slightly, and one of her handmaidens promptly produced a banknote of 1,000 taels. Xiao Fan smiled and said, Esteemed guest, your destiny is one of immense wealth and nobility. Yet, there are tribulations woven into your fate. You faced a peril in your youth, nearly drowning due to an incident related to water. Xiao Fan continued, and the Empress Dowager's eyes widened in surprise. Indeed, this incident had occurred when she was merely 5 years old. This matter was known only to the Grand Emperor and Feng Qingwu. No one else was privy to it. The second tribulation pertains to your spouse. You narrowly escaped the loss of your husband. The third tribulation concerns your offspring. This trial is yet to pass, for you have already lost one child. The Empress Dowager's heart trembled. The Grand Emperor had survived an assassination attempt, thanks to Qin Huayan's timely intervention. However, Feng Qingwu's brother had not been so fortunate. He had perished. Could it be that Xiao Fan was aware of her identity? This thought surged through the Empress Dowager's mind, but upon observing Xiao Fan's demeanor, she dismissed it. if he knew she was the Empress Dowager? How could he remain so composed? Master Xiao, your insights are indeed impressive. Yet if this is all there is, it hardly justifies the fee of 1,000 taels. The Empress Dowager spoke softly. Xiao Fan chuckled lightly. I recounted the past solely to earn your trust, esteemed guest. Your life still holds tribulations, one concerning your offspring and another regarding your family's fate. The Empress Dowager's expression shifted. The two handmaidens beside her widened their eyes in astonishment. The Empress Dowager had but one child, the reigning Empress. A tribulation concerning her offspring. Would it not inevitably befall the Empress herself? Even more alarming was the familial tribulation. If the royal family were to face such a calamity, it would be utterly terrifying. Perhaps it could manifest as an invasion from foreign enemies, threatening the capital, Lingxiao City, or an internal rebellion leading to a change in dynasty. Whichever scenario unfolded would be exceedingly dreadful. Master Xiao, please continue, the Empress Dowager urged in a solemn tone. Noting the Empress Dowager's grave demeanor, Xiao Fan remained unfazed. It was only natural for her expression to darken upon receiving such news. The tribulation concerning your offspring is imminent, likely within the next 6 months to a year. It is a calamity of violence. During this time, it would be prudent to enhance the protection of your child. You may bring her to me for a reading then. The likelihood of obtaining favorable results is high, which will provide you with more detailed insights. The familial tribulation will occur in a longer time frame. Approximately 2 to 3 years from now, if you navigate through it successfully, the future will be smooth sailing. However, should you fail, it may result in bloodshed. A tumultuous wave surged within the Empress Dowager's heart. Master Xiao, are you certain your words reflect the truth and are not mere fabrications to deceive me? She inhaled deeply. Xiao Fan frowned. If you doubt my sincerity, take your banknote and leave. I have no need to deceive you for a mere 1,000 taels. There are many outside eager to pay. The Empress Dowager hastily replied. Master Xiao, please do not take offense, I beseech you. Is there any way to mitigate the familial tribulation? Please elaborate further. Xiao Fan shook his head. Your family is robust. I can only discern these matters in another year or so. You may return, and by then, my abilities may have improved. The Empress Dowager nodded slightly. Master Xiao, I have a daughter. Could you assist me in discerning her marital prospects? Xiao Fan furrowed his brow. I must confess, I have not been able to perceive her marital fate. Perhaps you should allow her to come in person. The Empress Dowager rose. Very well, when the opportunity arises. I shall bring my daughter to you. You mentioned she has a tribulation. It would be fitting to assess her then. Indeed. Xiao Fan escorted the Empress Dowager and her handmaidens to the door. The sound of hooves echoed as the Empress Dowager's carriage awaited her arrival. Shortly thereafter, she departed for the palace, calling for Feng Qingwu upon her return. Mother, what did you discuss with Master Xiao? Feng Qingwu inquired. Having learned of the 3 divinations Xiao Fan performed publicly, she had already discreetly sent formidable individuals to the residence of General Qin prior to the Empress Dowager's arrival at the palace. However, she was unaware of the specifics of the conversation on the 2nd floor. The Empress Dowager furrowed her brow. Qingwu, how do you perceive Master Zhao's abilities in the art of divination? Feng Qingwu pondered before responding. Mother, his proficiency in divination is undoubtedly exceptional. However, my understanding of the art is limited. Is there anything amiss? The Empress Dowager nodded slightly. He accurately calculated 3 tribulations in my life. Concerning your father, your brother, and one from my own childhood. All were remarkably precise. He then foretold 2 future tribulations. The Empress Dowager recounted the details to Feng Qingwu in meticulous detail. Feng Qingwu inhaled deeply, her expression grave. Mother, you must not disclose this to anyone. It is a secret of the utmost importance. If word were to spread, it could destabilize the court. The Empress Dowager nodded. Should others learn of this and believe that calamity awaited the royal family within 2 to 3 years, it could incite treachery among certain officials even before the time arrived, leading them to take sides. Qingwu, do you think Master Xiao is merely being alarmist? Feng Qingwu remained silent for a while before responding. Mother, based on my understanding of him, I fear not. However, fate may still hold unexpected turns. Please do not worry excessively. Mother, I shall step out of the palace for a moment to meet with Master Xiao. The Empress Dowager frowned at Feng Qingwu. Qingwu, even if Master Xiao excels in divination, he is but a humble diviner, lacking the status and position necessary. Do not entangle yourself too deeply, even if you desire for him to enter the palace. It is unlikely he could ever ascend to the throne. Feng Qingwu quickly exited the palace, and in less than half an hour, she arrived at Tianyuan Pavilion. Master Xiao, you have once again attracted the attention of the assassin organization. Bloodcrow, how should I commend you? Upon seeing Xiao Fan, Feng Qingwu cast him a disapproving glance. Xiao Fan sighed helplessly. Mengyue, I did not provoke Bloodcrow. They have sent someone to test the waters. Clearly having received an assassination order against me. Feng Qingwu's brow knitted with concern. Have you discerned which faction is behind this? Xiao Fan shook his head. He is merely a small pawn, limited in knowledge. It is highly likely that this incident is orchestrated by the Song family of Tianhe, as the examination fraud case has affected many interests, and now it has become convoluted. Feng Qingwu sighed. I will ask my father to help find someone to caution Bloodcrow, though it may not yield effective results against such a formidable assassin organization. Xiao Fan smiled. Mengyue, do not worry too much for me. Despite the uncertainties, I sense that I am not destined for a short life. Mengyue, it is nearly noon. You prepared a meal for me last time, so today I shall cook for you. Feng Qingwu nodded slightly. During their meal, she planned to inquire about the Empress Dowager's divination experience. Xiao Fan felt elated at the prospect of sharing meals regularly. Surely, this future wife would not run away. Chapter 54. A Royal Marriage Proposal? System. Exchange for master-level culinary skills, Xiao Fan commanded in his mind as he entered the kitchen. The exchange required 1,000 points, and with a total of 28,000 points, it was a trivial matter. There was no need to spend 10,000 points on Grandmaster-level skills, which would be a painful expenditure. Capturing the heart of his future wife through her palate while simultaneously enhancing his own abilities was essential. Otherwise, marrying a princess would remain a distant dream. A surge of information flooded into Xiao Fan's mind, and his culinary skills rapidly ascended to the master level. With master-level culinary skills, I can scarcely bear to reflect on my previous capabilities. Xiao Fan mused internally. Mastery in feng shui, calligraphy, and culinary arts represented an exceptionally high caliber. Among 1,000,000 individuals, there might be but one. Any establishment boasting a master-level chef would undoubtedly flourish. Master chefs of the Grandmaster level often occupied a more advisory role, teaching their apprentices rather than working in the trenches. Master Xiao, do you require assistance with the vegetables? Feng Qingwu inquired from the kitchen doorway. Not at all. Please take a moment to rest. It won't take long. Xiao Fan replied. Xiao Fan turned around with a smile and said, then I shall indulge in the ready-made meal. Feng Qingwu replied with a smile, did I not also enjoy a ready-made meal last time? As Xiao Fan spoke, he deftly prepared the ingredients. Feng Qingwu gazed at Xiao Fan in astonishment. His movements were so familiar. In just half an hour, Xiao Fan presented the dishes, 4 dishes and a soup. Mengyue, I only prepared these few dishes. With just the two of us, there would be excess, and we cannot waste food. If you wish for something else, I can't prepare it for you next time. Xiao Fan smiled. Feng Qingwu nodded, quickly sampling the food with her chopsticks. Master Xiao, this is delicious. Your culinary skills must rival those of most imperial chefs. Xiao Fan beamed at Feng Qingwu, as the princess of the Qin kingdom. She had undoubtedly tasted dishes prepared by royal chefs. Mengyue, as long as you enjoy it, he replied. Feng Qingwu rolled her beautiful eyes at Xiao Fan. I do enjoy it immensely, but you previously claimed that my cooking was better. Mine pales in comparison to yours. You have prepared less, but your skill is commendable. Here, try this, Xiao Fan said, offering her some food. Feng Qingwu's cheeks flushed. Sharing food between a man and a woman was an intimate act. In the Tianxian Empire, such behavior typically occurred only after a relationship had been established. Thank you, she whispered. Xiao Fan gazed at Feng Qingwu, marveling at her beauty. She was indeed a feast for the eyes. He pondered when he would be able to marry and cherish Feng Qingwu. Mengyue, I have conceived a plan for how I might win your hand in marriage in the future, Xiao Fan declared. Feng Qingwu looked at him with curiosity. There will surely be disasters like reservoir breaches again, and I can earn significant merit at that time. I shall request the emperor to grant me marriage instead of seeking other rewards. Xiao Fan explained. Feng Qingwu stared at him in disbelief. You would issue an edict to marry yourself? Mengyue, you mentioned your father wishes to marry into our family. He would likely oppose us, if it is the emperor who grants the marriage. Your father would have no grounds to object, Xiao Fan replied with a smile, secretly commending his own cleverness. Feng Qingwu found his reasoning somewhat peculiar, yet she nodded in agreement. Master Xiao, I believe your idea is indeed quite clever. However, it is not so simple to receive the emperor's consent for marriage. Xiao Fan, brimming with confidence, responded, as long as I accumulate enough merit, I am certain the emperor will grant me the marriage. I will strive to bring you home within a year. Very well, I shall await that day, Feng Qingwu replied, though a hint of bitterness lingered in her heart. The emperor had already confirmed the title of Emperor Lord, and both the Empress Dowager and the ministers would undoubtedly urge her to marry soon. Master Xiao, how much did you earn from the fortune-telling today? Feng Qingwu skillfully shifted the topic. Discussing a self-granted marriage felt rather awkward. 1,000 taels, that should be sufficient to purchase a decent residence. Xiao Fan smiled. 1,000 taels? Is the situation of the other party quite dire? Feng Qingwu feigned surprise. Xiao Fan nodded. The other party possesses a fate of great wealth and nobility. One child has already perished, and the other faces calamity, with the family also in peril. Foreknowledge of destiny can lead to change. Even if I were to charge 10,000 taels, it would be worth it for her. Feng Qingwu was taken aback. She could see that Xiao Fan was serious and not merely trying to deceive. Master Xiao, is the other party truly suffering so greatly? What if your fortune-telling is inaccurate? We must not invite trouble upon ourselves, she warned. Xiao Fan shook his head. My skills in fortune-telling are of a master level. I am confident I do not err. Feng Qingwu's expression shifted slightly. Master Xiao, why did you not read my fortune? I did not, Xiao Fan replied, shaking his head. Though I am a fortune-teller, I believe that human determination can triumph over fate. I will undoubtedly marry you. Feng Qingwu silently echoed his words, human determination can triumph over fate. Her mindset became more serene. Having received advance notice, if she could not reverse her fate, it would be better to relinquish the imperial throne sooner. The lunch concluded in a warm atmosphere, and Feng Qingwu took her leave, as she had many edicts to address. The scandal surrounding the imperial examinations had far-reaching implications, and she would be quite busy in the days to come. 2 days passed swiftly. The Qin general's residence dispatched several fine steeds and a few carriages. After offering their respects, they were set to venture into the mountains. Father, please keep in mind what I mentioned earlier. Qin Tian said softly, feeling somewhat anxious. The words of fortune-tellers are mere nonsense. Qin Zhenyue, the Qin general, replied coldly. He had no belief in fortune-telling or feng shui, relying solely on his own strength as a martial emperor. Father, but Master Xiao truly possesses exceptional abilities. Otherwise, he would not have been bestowed the title of master. Qin Zhenyue frowned. What do you know? Regardless of the methods Xiao Fan employed, if the court has not uncovered anything, it must be true. He saved the lives of hundreds. The emperor will certainly take notice. But that does not signify he possesses such capability. A mere youth in his 20s predicting a reservoir breach thousands of kilometers away is pure nonsense. Qin Tian felt helpless. If he continued to argue, he feared he might incur a reprimand. Third brother, with our father's strength and our own, there should be no issues. Do not worry, indeed. Qin Tian's elder brothers replied confidently. Although their martial talent was not as great as Qin Tian's, they were older and had trained much harder. Qin Tian's eldest brother had already achieved the martial king level, while his second brother had reached the great martial master level. They were top-tier talents throughout the Tianqian Empire. However, their martial prowess paled in comparison to Feng Qingwu's. Despite being younger, she had already attained the rank of martial king with 8 stars. Qin Tian's eldest brother might be a martial king, but he was only at the 2nd star of that rank. Chapter 55. The Qin family under attack. The Qin family left Lingxiao City and successfully completed their ancestral rites in the mountains. Qin Tian breathed a quiet sigh of relief. The mountains were the most likely place for problems to arise. Since no issues had occurred there, it was unlikely any would arise. Just then, Qin Jinyue's expression changed. He sensed something amiss. His strength was inexplicably waning. In the span of half a breath, it plummeted from martial emperor 6 stars to merely 5 stars, and it continued to decline. the situation for Qin Tian and his brothers was even worse. In half a breath, they fell by an entire tier. Be wary of enemies. Qin Zhenyue bellowed in that brief moment of speech. His strength dropped to merely 3 stars of the Martial Emperor level. It was plummeting rapidly, Martial Emperor 1 star, Martial King level. In less than half a minute, Qin Zhenyue's 5-star Martial Emperor strength had diminished to below that of a Martial King. Qin Tian and his brothers had temporarily lost all their strength. The remaining strong members of Qin Zhenyue's entourage grasped their weapons, vigilantly surveying their surroundings. They were sheltered within the protective circle of Qin Zhenyue. Now is the time to strike, kill. One of the personal guards beside Qin Zhenyue turned, fiercely swinging his sword towards Qin Tian. This guard was a trusted confidant of Qin Zhenyue, with a cultivation level of Martial King. He had pretended to suffer a decline in strength, just like the other formidable guards. Yet, his power remained entirely intact. The other guards had fallen to below the Martial King level. Only he retained his Martial King prowess. Qin Zhenyue glared furiously, exerting himself to retaliate. However, he found himself reduced to merely the great Martial Master level. Far inferior to a Martial King, this is the end. I am still a virgin. Qin Tian's mind flashed with this thought. The guard who struck first targeted him. Had he not gone to Xiao Fan for fortune-telling, he would have been much safer. Now, the risk of action was considerable. Yet, he had no choice. Such an opportunity was rare and must be seized. The efforts to diminish Qin Zhenyue's strength had consumed much time and resources. The cost of the rare herbs capable of fooling a Martial Emperor and greatly reducing their power was exorbitant. Qin Zhenyue possessed formidable defensive treasures, and there was little confidence in killing him. However, eliminating Qin Tian and his brothers should pose no significant challenge. The plan had initially seemed foolproof. Suddenly, a golden arrow shot down from the sky with terrifying speed. The arrow pierced the hand of the attacking guard, causing his sword to clatter to the ground. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In less than half a second, 3 more arrows fell. One pierced the guard's other hand, while the remaining 2 shot through his feet, pinning him to the ground. General Qin, the Emperor has ordered me to keep a watchful eye, and it seems trouble has truly arisen. An elder in a blue robe descended from the sky. Li Gongfeng. Qin Zhenyue exhaled in relief. Bowing respectfully, the elder in blue was a palace attendant, able to be summoned only by the Emperor. General Qin, I shall assist you in dispelling the effects of the herbs within you, the elder declared, channeling powerful energy into Qin Zhenyue. With the elder's aid, Qin Zhenyue's strength quickly began to recover. 5 minutes passed, and Qin Zhenyue's power was fully restored. Subsequently, the two of them joined forces, swiftly eliminating the residual effects of the herbs within the others. Li Gongfeng, our Qin family can never express our gratitude sufficiently. Qin Zhenyue deeply bowed to Qin Tian and the others. Li Gongfeng smiled lightly and said, General Qin, it is His Majesty who commanded my presence here. If you wish to express your gratitude, direct it towards His Majesty. Perhaps you should also extend your thanks to Master Xiao. Qin Zhenyue nodded slightly. Nevertheless, he felt it necessary to express his gratitude to Li Gongfeng for his assistance. General Qin, take care. Li Gongfeng refrained from saying much more to Qin Zhenyue. As a minister, he had to maintain a certain distance from martial generals like Qin Zhenyue. Qin Zhenyue turned his gaze towards Qin Tian, his expression somewhat complex. Xiao Fan had indeed foreseen this. Had Xiao Fan not revealed it, had His Majesty not dispatched someone, he might have escaped unscathed. However, Qin Tian and the other 2 would surely face calamity today. With 3 sons, each as formidable as dragons, their demise would deal an unfathomable blow to Qin Zhenyue. Affected by his turbulent emotions, he might very well stagnate at the 6th star of the Martial Emperor realm for the rest of his life. Why? Qin Zhenyue glared darkly at the personal guards who had acted. The others also cast him fierce looks. I do not know. The guard who had acted replied with a blank expression. He had been prepared to take his own life. But Li Gongfeng's intervention had been too swift for him to react. Take him away. Qin Zhenyue commanded coldly. It took the Qin family half an hour to enter the city, during which Li Gongfeng had already arrived at the palace. Your Majesty, just now General Qin and his men encountered an incident. They seem to have been afflicted by a peculiar composite poison, causing a sharp decline in their capabilities for a short time. One of the personal guards has rebelled and has been apprehended. General Qin and his men are unharmed, Li Gongfeng reported respectfully before Feng Qingwu. Even as a martial emperor-level powerhouse, he had to show utmost respect in front of Feng Qingwu. The Empress. Feng Qingwu nodded slightly, not particularly surprised. Her trust in Xiao Fan was profound, since he had predicted that Qin Tian and his companions would face such a calamity within 3 days. It was assuredly true, Li Gongfeng. You have worked hard. You may leave for now, Feng Qingwu instructed. Yes, Your Majesty. Li Gongfeng nodded and withdrew. Feng Qingwu then proceeded to the Yin Yin Palace. Mother, I have just received news that General Qin and his men have been attacked. The Empress's expression shifted slightly. This revelation confirmed the credibility of what Xiao Fan had told her. Mother, Master Zhao's divination has provided our Tian Xin dynasty with immense assistance. If all 3 of General Qin's sons were to perish, it would have a significant impact on him. General Qin is a figure with the potential to reach the 9th star of the martial emperor realm, and he even harbors a slight chance of achieving martial sovereign. Feng Qingwu stated that a figure like Qin Jinyue could be deemed the stabilizing force of the Tian Xin dynasty. He possessed formidable strength and exceptional military acumen. Should Qin Jinyue attain the 9th star of the martial emperor realm, the national strength of the Tian Xin dynasty would undoubtedly see considerable enhancement. Xiao Fan has rendered great service, but the emperor cannot emerge from the major families. Otherwise, Xiao Fan would undoubtedly face the united opposition of many clans. Do you wish for his demise? The Empress shook her head. Feng Qingwu's expression changed. If the major families united to eliminate Xiao Fan, even she, as the Empress, might not be able to protect him. The stability of the throne relied heavily on the support of the prominent families. Mother, I have official matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Feng Qingwu hastily excused herself. Half an hour later, Qin Jinyue and his companions returned to the general's residence. Suddenly, a voice resonated in Xiao Fan's mind. Points 46895. Xiao Fan stood in astonishment. What is happening, system? Why has there been such a sudden increase in points? Xiao Fan inquired. Just as he posed the question, he swiftly realized it must be related to Qin Tian. He was unaware of Qin Tian's exact identity, but it was certainly significant. The 3 brothers should have survived. Chapter 56. Qin Jinyue visits to express gratitude, originally possessing over 28,000 points. With this recent addition of nearly 46,000 points, Xiao Fan's total had now surpassed 75,000. The feeling of sudden wealth left Xiao Fan somewhat incredulous. Previously, he earned merely dozens of points daily, yet now he had gained tens of thousands in an instant. The 100,000 points required for system upgrades had once felt unattainable, but now it seemed within reach. In just over 20 days, the war at the border should yield at least 2,000 points. 3,000 points were not out of the question. At that time, surpassing 100,000 was entirely feasible. Xiao Fan's heart raced with excitement. With such a considerable number of points required for an upgrade, the benefits must be substantial. Previously feeling rich in money but poor in points, he now found his points substantially increased. It was time to focus on amassing wealth. Xiao Fan mused to himself. He currently possessed 5,000 taels of silver, which was no small sum, but the shop had cost 60,000 taels, still leaving him indebted to Qin Mingyue. To purchase a courtyard with 4 entrances would require at least 200,000 to 300,000 taels. Master Xiao, please take a look at my son. What has happened to him? A group hurriedly entered Tianyuan Pavilion, 2 individuals carrying a stretcher on which lay a young man with a purplish hue to his complexion. Esteemed guest, this is not a medical clinic. For medical treatment, please seek a doctor, Xiao Fan stated, intending to visit Cheng Guetao. Cheng Guetao was a friend of Guocheng, and after adjusting the feng shui, he had only 3.5 years left to live. Now that he had reached the master level in feng shui, Xiao Fan estimated he could extend his lifespan by 5 years without much trouble. Master Xiao, my son is not ill. He has likely come into contact with something unclean. Please, Master Xiao, save my son. Money is no object. The speaker was a plump middle-aged man, dressed in silk and adorned with gold and silver. Xiao Fan approached. He would not intervene in the cases of ordinary patients, as it was unnecessary to encroach upon the doctor's business. However, if the young man had indeed encountered something unclean, he could step in him. Upon nearing, Xiao Fan sensed a strong aura of Yin. There was something within the young man's body. located at the spleen. The 5 internal organs are inherently yin, and the spleen belongs to the earth element, situated at the center, representing the utmost yin within yin. It was broad daylight, with the sun shining bright. Yet the young man's affliction was hidden within his spleen. Although his complexion was purplish, there were no other apparent symptoms. By nightfall, whatever was within him would become active, causing him unbearable pain. Master Shao, if you can save my son, I will give you 5,000 taels, not 100,000. The plump middle-aged man urged anxiously. He cherished this only son dearly. Shao Fan's gaze hardened as he employed master-level physiognomy to observe the young man on the stretcher. He then turned his attention to the plump middle-aged man. Take him away, I will not accept your filthy money. Shao Fan's expression turned cold. Through physiognomy, he discerned that the middle-aged man was unprincipled in his wealth. And the young man was no saint either. The onlookers around them displayed astonishment. 100,000 taels, and Master Shao outright rejected the offer. Master Shao, please, I implore you to save my son. I will give you 20,000 taels. The plump middle-aged man pleaded. He had already sought out 2 other feng shui masters, but they had been unable to resolve his son's predicament. Shao Fan sneered, your son has committed numerous wrongdoings and is now being pursued by vengeful spirits. He deserves it. Prepare for a coffin. The plump middle-aged man took a deep breath. Master Shao, 50,000 taels. If you can cure my son, I will gladly offer you 50,000 taels. Shao Fan waved his hand dismissively, akin to swatting a fly. Master Shao, 100,000 taels. This is my final offer. If you refuse again, you will lose this opportunity. The plump middle-aged man spoke in a grave tone. With such a substantial sum, he believed Master Shao would surely be tempted. Many bystanders gazed on with eager eyes. 100,000 taels was indeed a considerable amount. A gentleman values wealth and acquires it justly. Oh, not think that I would accept your filthy money. Even if it were 1,000,000 taels, Shao Fan replied coldly. 100,000 taels was indeed a fortune, but with effort, he could earn it honestly. There was no need to sully his conscience for such wealth. You! The plump middle-aged man's face darkened significantly. The surrounding crowd was astonished. Shao Fan had still refused to intervene. The young man on the stretcher was not unconscious. He glared viciously. Shao, if you do not treat me, I will haunt you as a ghost if I die. Shao Fan chuckled. Young man, do you really think you can threaten me as a vengeful spirit? The young man replied, but Shao Fan scoffed. You too should not think that wealth can resolve everything. Evil deeds will ultimately bring retribution. Get lost. The plump middle-aged man realized that no matter how much he increased his offer, Shao Fan would undoubtedly refuse to treat his son. With a sullen face, he departed, his subordinates hurriedly carrying the young man away in defeat. Shao Fan soon exited as well. He called for a carriage and made his way to Cheng Guotao's residence. After a busy afternoon, Shao Fan earned 4,000 taels from Cheng Guotao. The previous fee for extending life by 6 months was 1,500 taels, and this time, for extending it by another year and a half. The fee was merely 4,000 taels. A fair price. Compared to 100,000 taels, this was significantly less, yet it would require more time and effort. However, this was money Shao Fan could accept with a clear conscience. As night descended, seated in the carriage of the Cheng residence, Shao Fan made his way back to Tianyuan Pavilion. Boss, we have guests, announced Uncle Chun, who had arranged for them to be accommodated on the 2nd floor. Upon seeing Shao Fan, Yang Lan promptly bowed in greeting. Although she was merely 12 or 13 years old, she had been self-sufficient since the age of 6 and handled tasks with remarkable efficiency. Her presence significantly alleviated the pressure on Chan Ping'an. Indeed, Shao Fan nodded, preparing to ascend the stairs. At that moment, the portly middle-aged man he had encountered earlier reappeared, accompanied by his son, who was being carried on a stretcher. Ah! The young man on the stretcher cried out in agony, struggling violently, yet his bindings rendered him immobile. Shao Tianshi, you must heal my son. Otherwise, I will have them smash your establishment, the rotund man said menacingly. If they destroy your shop, I can simply compensate you. Money is no object. Shao Fan cast a glance at the youth on the stretcher, whose malevolent aura intensified under the night sky. The vengeful spirit within him gnawed at his internal organs, inflicting immense suffering. If you do not seek treatment for him, You intend to bring people to vandalize my shop? Xiao Fan retorted coldly. The fat man, with a grave tone, replied, Shout Tianshi, if my son dies, who knows what consequences may follow for you. Though you might refuse payment, 10,000 taels for a life is a price that might entice someone to AT that moment. A figure descended from the second floor of Tianyuan Pavilion. Qin Jinyue, dressed in casual attire, he bore no affection for fortune-tellers, yet he felt indebted to Xiao Fan for saving the lives of his 3 sons. With fewer patrons around at night, he had come quietly to express his gratitude. To hire someone to vandalize a shop and threaten murder, you possess quite the audacity, Qin Jinyue said solemnly. The portly man shot a fierce glare at Qin Jinyue. What business is it of yours? Be gone at once. Xiao Fan turned his gaze towards Qin Jinyue as well. Guest, this truly does not concern you. You may leave and return tomorrow if needed, he stated. Dressed plainly, Xiao Fan appeared unassuming, while the rotund man exuded wealth, making him a formidable adversary for most. Yet, Qin Jinyue shook his head. Since I have encountered this situation today, I must intervene. Xiao Tianshi, what exactly is happening here? Qin Jinyue inquired. Unaware of the preceding events, Xiao Fan furrowed his brow. His son has committed wrongdoing and is now being claimed by a vengeful spirit. He offers 10,000 taels for me to save him, a sum I have no desire to accept. The rotund man threatened, Xiao Tianshi, you would do well to accept that money. If you accept payment and provide assistance, it benefits us all. If my son dies, I cannot predict my actions. Qin Jinyue looked at the youth on the stretcher, observing his peculiar complexion, which had now returned to normal. Xiao Tianshi, does he truly harbor a vengeful spirit within? Skeptical, Qin Jinyue had never witnessed such apparitions before. Xiao Fan regarded Qin Jinyue with surprise. As he approached, the vengeful spirit within the youth seemed to calm. Xiao Fan sensed the spirit's fear, realizing this individual possessed unfathomable strength. Guest, he indeed harbors a vengeful spirit. Xiao Fan confirmed. Qin Jinyue pondered, Xiao Tianshi, could you extract the spirit so I may witness it? You may accept the 10,000 taels. They would handle the father and son, ensuring everything was dealt with transparently. Xiao Fan employed divination to scrutinize Qin Jinyue, and soon astonishment flickered in his eyes. Qin Jinyue's fortune and martial prowess were exceptionally prosperous. Could he be that individual? Xiao Fan speculated, recognizing that few in Lingxiao City possessed such fortune. Very well, Xiao Fan agreed. Since this father and son were destined for misfortune, why not accept the 10,000 taels? Where is the money? He inquired, directing his gaze towards the rotund man. Here, here. The man had brought the banknotes with him and promptly handed them to Xiao Fan. As long as Xiao Fan healed his son, Qin Jinyue felt no fear. After counting the banknotes, Xiao Fan stored them away. Come forth, Xiao Fan invoked his ghost-catching technique. With a swift motion, the vengeful spirit within the youth was drawn out by an invisible force. Possessing the cultivation of a martial emperor, Qin Jinyue was keenly aware. Though he could not see the spirit, he sensed its presence. Xiao Fan retrieved a talisman from his pocket, igniting it without fire. Wisps of smoke wafted towards Qin Jinyue's eyes, allowing him to see the red-dressed vengeful spirit standing on tiptoe beside him. Xiao Fan produced another talisman, which ignited similarly, and the emitted smoke was entirely absorbed by the red-dressed spirit, who regained a modicum of consciousness. Young lady, I accept your matter. Once you transform completely into a vengeful spirit, you can no longer be reincarnated. Go now. They will meet a dire fate, Xiao Fan instructed. Xiao Tianshi, I know you. Thank you, Xiao Tianshi, the red-dressed girl bowed. Having died less than 7 days prior, feeling the pull from the underworld, her form vanished without a trace. Qin Jinyue sensed the temperature around him rise noticeably. Xiao Tianshi, why have I not encountered spirits in decades? He asked, his worldview shaken. Xiao Fan chuckled softly. There are few spirits lingering in the human realm, and practitioners of martial arts possess strong young energy, making it even less likely for spirits to appear. Qin Jinyue nodded slightly. Father, I feel better. I'm fine now. Release me. The youth on the stretcher exclaimed with joy. Previously, even without the spirit's movement, he had felt as if trapped in an ice chamber. Freezing to the core, now, he felt restored. Unbind me, quickly. The rotund man was equally elated. The youth soon stood, casting a cold glare at Xiao Fan. Xiao, with such a hefty sum of 10,000 taels, do you not find it too hot to handle? Refund 9,000 taels, and we shall leave at once. Otherwise, we will ensure everyone knows how unscrupulous you are, charging 30,000 taels for a simple exorcism. Qin Jinyue retorted coldly. Xiao Tianshi only accepted 10,000 taels. How does it become 30,000 in your mouth? You were saved, and yet you attempt to slander him. Have you enjoyed the show long enough? Step forward, he commanded. Among those secretly protecting Xiao Fan were not only masters from the Qin royal mansion, but also several members of the Jin Yiwei. These Jin Yiwei warriors promptly emerged. General Qin, they saluted respectfully. The rotund man and his son stood dumbfounded as the newcomers, dressed in the attire of the Jin Yiwei, were even more intimidating due to their titles. There was only one General Qin in all of Lingxiao City. General Qin, we did not know it was you. Please spare us. The rotund man fell to his knees, his son following suit, while the other thugs turned pale. Qin Jinyue scanned the Jin Yiwei officers. Take them all to your jail. I suspect them of treason. Conduct a thorough investigation. The rotund man felt a warmth spreading in his trousers, having been scared to the point of wetting himself. To enter the Jin Yiwei's jail meant a severe beating, especially under the direct supervision of General Qin. Treason was a grave matter, and torture would be expected. Yes, General Qin. The Jin Yiwei officers replied in unison. These ruffians dared to cause trouble for Xiao Fan. Even without General Qin's intervention, they would not escape unscathed. Yin Quan would have them flayed alive. Take them away, Qin Jinyue commanded. You will come with us immediately. Dare to flee, and you will be executed on the spot. A Jin Yiwei officer barked. Wait, Xiao Fan interjected, pointing to the puddle on the ground. Please have them lick it clean. Certainly, the Jin Yiwei officers replied in unison. To them, Xiao Fan's command held more weight than even General Qin's, for he had the favor of the current emperor. Xiao Fan had previously spoken on Yin Quan's behalf, and the officers owed him a debt of gratitude. General Qin, let us speak upstairs, please. Xiao Fan smiled at Qin Jinyue. As they ascended, Qin Ping served them 2 cups of tea before retreating. Qin Jinyue marveled, I never expected spirits to truly exist in this world. Today has indeed opened my eyes. Xiao Tianshi, I appreciate your granting me this favor. Xiao Fan chuckled, General Qin, you flatter me. It is I who should thank you. In my previous 20+ years, I have not earned 10,000 taels. With this 10,000, my savings have soared to a delightful 15,000 taels. Qin Jinyue smiled lightly. Xiao Tianshi, soon you may earn another 10,000 taels. As he spoke, Qin Jinyue produced a bundle of silver notes from his bosom, all of which were high-denomination notes worth 10,000 taels each. 10 in total. Master Xiao, it is thanks to you that my 3 sons have survived. Please accept this humble token of gratitude. He placed the notes before Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan shook his head repeatedly. General Qin, it is only natural that I provide divination services for your son who has paid the divination fee. I do not accept additional payments. Although the fee is merely 1 tael, the value he has gained is far more significant. Over 40,000 points. This is worth much more than 100,000 taels of silver. 1,000 points can be exchanged for a sec-level skill, or even 10 minutes of power at the pinnacle of a martial emperor's level. Its utility is immense. Qin Jinyue insisted, Master Xiao, please accept it. There is no issue with this money. Our Qin family still has profitable ventures. Xiao Fan maintained his refusal. General Qin, I have received gifts such as houses, silver, and other treasures from others before you. Yet, I only accept a divination fee of 1 tael. This is the rule. Qin Jinyue gazed at Xiao Fan in astonishment. Some of those houses were likely worth more than 100,000 taels. And Xiao Fan was rejecting it. Master Xiao, your assistance to our Qin family far exceeds this mere sum of 10,000 taels, he said earnestly. Had all 3 of his sons perished, the Qin family could very well face extinction. The higher one's cultivation, the more challenging it became to bear children, and as he approached 50, with his wife aging as well, the chances of having more children were exceedingly slim. Xiao Fan smiled gently. General Qin, my principles outweigh even this sum of silver. Qin Jinyue nodded slightly, refraining from further insistence. Master Xiao, you are nearly the same age as my 3 sons. May I address you as Little Xiao? he inquired, sipping his tea. Given his status, this gesture was a sign of goodwill towards Xiao Fan. Accepting the money would establish a monetary relationship, while declining it would leave him feeling indebted, of course. Xiao Fan replied with a smile that it was only right to accept General Qin's goodwill. After all, if he wished to pursue Qin Mingyue in the future, he would likely need Qin Jinyue's assistance. Then, please refrain from calling me General Qin. Simply call me Uncle Qin, Qin Jinyue said with a hearty laugh. Xiao Fan's benefaction warranted such familiarity. Uncle Qin, Xiao Fan promptly addressed him. Haha, splendid. Qin Jinyue laughed heartily. Little Xiao, your physique seems rather frail. Would you be interested in becoming a martial artist? I can prepare a marrow-cleansing elixir for you, which should enable you to attain martial prowess. Xiao Fan felt a flicker of interest. He quickly inquired in his mind, System, is it possible for me to become a martial artist? The system responded, Host, if you practice, your limit would only reach the level of a martial artist. There are 9 levels of martial practitioners: martial disciple, martial artist, martial master, martial sovereign, great martial sovereign, martial king, martial emperor, and martial venerable. You would barely be at the threshold. Ordinary marrow-cleansing elixirs cannot elevate you to the martial artist level. Those capable of doing so are valued at no less than 1,000,000 taels of silver. Xiao Fan thought, if it only cost around 10 to 80,000 taels, he would accept it, but to spend 1,000,000 taels to reach the martial artist level seemed unnecessary. He preferred to find ways to acquire more points instead. After all, he could directly exchange them for the capabilities of a martial king or martial emperor. Uncle Qin, I appreciate your kind offer, but it is unnecessary. I lack the talent for martial cultivation. Xiao Fan declined. Qin Jinyue was taken aback. He had not expected Xiao Fan to refuse. Had Xiao Fan agreed, he intended to provide him with a highly valuable elixir worth no less than 100,000 taels. Little Xiao, after cleansing your marrow, you would instantly possess the strength of a martial artist. Who knows how much stronger you could become in the future? Qin Jinyue urged. Xiao Fan remained firm in his refusal. Very well, little Xiao. Should you change your mind in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out, Qin Jinyue replied. With that, he rose to his feet. Little Xiao, I have many matters to attend to. I must take my leave, Uncle Qin. Take care, Xiao Fan responded, and immediately after, Qin Jinyue vanished from sight. As a general, he was undoubtedly busy and could not afford to linger. Think that he had just acquired 100,000 taels of silver. His savings were soaring. With his recent surge in points and wealth, it seemed he was on the path to a pinnacle life, poised to marry a wealthy and beautiful lady. Xiao Fan was filled with joy. His life was indeed becoming increasingly promising. Upon returning to the general's residence, Qin Jinyue summoned his youngest son, Qin Tian, to his side. Third son, little Xiao is a fine individual. You should spend more time getting to know him. Qin Jinyue advised. Surprised, Qin Tian asked, Father, are you referring to Master Xiao? Indeed. Qin Jinyue nodded slightly. I gifted him 100,000 taels as a token of gratitude, and he declined it. Moreover, he showed no fear before me. Remarkable, Qin Tian remarked. Father, Master Xiao will certainly not accept such gifts. He has his own rules in this regard. However, he could be consulted for divination or feng shui adjustments. Many seek his additional services, and they are undoubtedly worth the price. Qin Jinyue nodded thoughtfully, furrowing his brow. I wanted to provide him with a marrow-cleansing elixir, but he refused. Is there any way we can assist him? Qin Tian sighed. Father, I have heard that divination comes at a price. Master Zhao's inability to cultivate may very well be the cost he bears. However, we may have a means to help him. Qin Jinyue's eyes brightened. As a general, he felt uneasy about owing a favor to another. Qin Tian smiled. Father, I have heard that the Princess of Qin has grown close to Master Xiao. It seems he wishes to court her. To marry Princess Qinji? Qin Jinyue mused. He had met Qinji, but that was 7 or 8 years ago, when she was still a child. In his memory, she was a delicate and sickly young girl. Though undeniably beautiful, after all, the Qin king was not particularly handsome, and the Qin queen had once been a stunning beauty. It was said her name was Qin Mingyue. It was likely Qinji was using an alias. Qin Tian nodded. Father, we may find it difficult to assist in this matter. Qin Jinyue pondered, frowning. In terms of status, he, as a general, was somewhat inferior to the Qin king. Father, not at this moment. The timing is not yet favorable. Qin Tian chuckled. Once Master Xiao has made greater contributions to the nation, you can approach the emperor on his behalf. With Master Xiao's abilities, it is only a matter of time before he accomplishes great feats for the country. Qin Jinyue nodded slightly. Given his standing, he could indeed petition the emperor to grant a marriage to Master Xiao in due course. Chapter 59. Martial King level escort. Time flew by, and over 10 days had passed. The fervor surrounding the examination fraud scandal had subsided. After all, Lingxiao City was the capital of the Tianqian dynasty, home to 30 million people, and countless events occurred daily to divert public attention. Xiao Fan found this quite agreeable. The large crowds near him were rather troublesome, making it difficult even to enjoy a peaceful morning's sleep. Boss, someone requests an audience. Chun Pingon arrived on the 3rd floor. Bowing respectfully. What is the name of the visitor, boss? He claims his name is Li Changsheng. Xiao Fan rose, a faint smile gracing his lips. Li Changsheng had finally returned. His parents had come to him for divination, and Xiao Fan had foretold their despair. Their eldest son had perished, their second son had died, and this third son had been missing at sea for over 2 years. His parents could hardly bear the burden. With Xiao Fan's divination, they had surely managed to endure. Xiao Fan descended the stairs. Thud. Li Changsheng, in his 30s, knelt before Xiao Fan as soon as he saw him. Master Xiao, I thank you for saving my parents, he exclaimed, bowing deeply. After gaining a miraculous encounter at sea and obtaining an unparalleled inheritance, he had now achieved the level of Martial King, with his talents significantly enhanced from before. Upon reuniting with his parents and checking their health, Li Changsheng realized that had it not been for Xiao Fan, he might never have returned to see them again. Your parents paid for the divination, and I merely shared some insights. You need not bow so deeply. Xiao Fan hastily replied. He wished to help Li Changsheng up, but unless he exchanged for power, how could he possibly lift a Martial King level expert like Li Changsheng? Li Changsheng respectfully completed his 3 bows. Master Xiao, I currently have no job and wish to seek employment with you. I believe I could handle some troublesome individuals. He rose and continued. I already know that you would refuse any payment, but your assistance to my parents is a monumental favor. With your strength, you wish to come here for a position as an escort? Xiao Fan asked, taken aback. He was uncertain of Li Changsheng's specific abilities, as the system had not previously assessed them, but he was aware that Li Changsheng's prowess was certainly formidable. Seeking an escort position here would be a waste of talent. Indeed, Master Xiao, a monthly salary of 20 to 30 taels would suffice. Li Changsheng respectfully spoke. 2 or 3 dozen taels of silver can easily be earned by diligent common folk around Lingxiao City in a month. Chen Pingyan and Yang Lan certainly possess more than that now. Are you certain? I indeed require a bodyguard. Xiao Fan pondered, fully aware of the formidable presence of the Qin Wangfu's experts lurking in the shadows, not to mention the members of the Jinyue. However, those forces did not belong to him. He needed his own subordinates. Li Changsheng was exceptionally strong, gifted, and his loyalty was beyond question. An ideal candidate. Master Xiao, I am certain, Li Changsheng asserted earnestly. He had returned home last night and found the coffin his parents had prepared for him. Had it not been for Xiao Fan, he knew he would have regretted it for a lifetime. Very well, then you shall stay. I will provide you with 200 taels of silver each month. Xiao Fan contemplated before speaking. This sum was significantly more than what Chen Pingyan and Yang Lan received. However, in light of Li Changsheng's capabilities, 200 taels was still rather meager. Thank you, boss, Li Changsheng replied with reverence. The amount of money mattered little to him. He was wealthier than Xiao Fan at present. Li Changsheng, what is your current realm? Xiao Fan inquired. Boss, I am at the 5 stars of the Martial King. Li Changsheng responded. Are there any powerful individuals lurking nearby that need to be driven away? The expressions of those guarding Xiao Fan in the shadows shifted subtly. Li Changsheng possessed the strength of a 5-star Martial King. In the entire Tianqian dynasty, he was already a formidable expert. Qin Tian's elder brother, Qin Zhong, though gifted and receiving full support from his family, had only attained the 2 stars of the Martial King, rendering him significantly weaker than Li Changsheng. Immediately report the news. One of the Jinyue experts communicated through thought. If Li Changsheng intended to harm Xiao Fan, they would be unable to guarantee his safety. Li Changsheng, they are here to protect me, Xiao Fan interjected. At this juncture, Xiao Fan declared, everyone, with Li Changsheng here to protect me, There is no need for you to remain any longer. You may return and report back. Do not worry about Li Changxing harming me. He would not do such a thing. The experts from the Qin Wangfu silently withdrew. Although there was a great martial sect and 3 martial lords in their ranks, their strength paled in comparison to Li Changxing's. A 5-star martial king was sufficient to contend with 10 individuals of the great martial lord level. Several powerful Jinhui members, not having received orders, did not leave immediately die in the Empress's palace. Feng Qingwu soon received the news, and Li Changxing's profile landed in her hands. Tio think he was merely an ordinary martial artist who, after 2 years at sea, returned as a martial king. Li Changxing must have encountered a great fortuity. Feng Qingwu murmured to herself. With the upcoming imperial examinations, she had been quite busy and had not visited Tianyuan in recent days. Now that she was aware of Li Changxing's news, she felt compelled to pay him a visit. Stolan, make a trip to the Yin Palace and inform the Empress Dowager that I shall not be visiting her this afternoon. I have more pressing matters to attend to, Feng Qingwu commanded. Under the Empress Dowager's arrangement, she had met several talented young men over the past 10 days. Most of them were decent, both in appearance and talent. However, Feng Qingwu held no interest in them whatsoever. Yes, Your Majesty. Shou Lan nodded, feeling a twinge of sadness in her heart, knowing the Empress Dowager might be displeased. Feng Qingwu swiftly left the palace, reaching Tianyuan in less than half an hour. Li Changxing's countenance changed abruptly. He instantly rose, his entire being transforming into a sword sheathed in its scabbard. Inside the carriage, Feng Qingwu raised an eyebrow. A commendable sense of perception, she thought to herself. She had merely released a hint of her aura, yet it was detected by Li Changxing. Now at the 9 stars of the Martial King, it would be challenging for anyone at the 5 or 6 stars level to approach without being noticed. Li Changxing, do not reveal my identity. Furthermore, should you dare to harm Master Shao, I will annihilate your entire clan. Feng Qingwu's commanding voice resonated within Li Changxing's mind. Li Changxing was greatly shaken. Your Majesty? Miss Qin, you have arrived. The boss is upstairs. I shall inform him at once, Qin Pingan respectfully stated. Feng Qingwu entered Tianyuan, accompanied by several elite guards. Xiao Fan soon descended the stairs alongside Li Changxing. Upon seeing Feng Qingwu and her entourage, Li Changxing felt a surge of trepidation. The elite guards subtly exerted their pressure upon him, making it immediately clear that each of them possessed the cultivation of a martial emperor. Miss Qin, have you been busy lately? It's been so long since your last visit. I've missed you dearly, Xiao Fan greeted her with a cheerful smile. Feng Qingwu shot a glance at Xiao Fan, reminding him that there were others present. Master Xiao, I have indeed been quite busy lately, Feng Qingwu replied, her voice as melodious as ever. Xiao Fan nodded in understanding. Miss Mengyue, let us proceed upstairs. Once they reached the upper floor, Xiao Fan produced 600 taels in silver notes. Mengyue, this is the money you helped front. Are you certain it was only 600 taels? If it was more, you must not deceive me. It would tarnish your father's impression of me. Feng Qingwu smiled. It is indeed 600 taels. I would not lie to you, she said as she accepted the notes. If she did not take them, she feared that Xiao Fan might forfeit the establishment. Master Xiao, congratulations. This establishment now officially belongs to you. You have truly established your roots in Lingxiao City, Feng Qingwu remarked with a hint of admiration. Xiao Fan nodded appreciatively. In truth, it was more than that. As a time traveler, having grown up as an orphan, he had always lacked a sense of belonging in this world, often feeling like an outsider. Now, with someone he cherished and a home of his own, the world felt significantly more tangible. Mengyue, thank you, Xiao Fan expressed, acknowledging all the assistance Feng Qingwu had provided since their acquaintance. Feng Qingwu chuckled softly. Master Xiao, I heard you sent away those who were protecting you. Indeed, Li Changxing suffices, Xiao Fan replied with a smile. Very well, Feng Qingwu nodded slightly. Since Xiao Fan was certain, she naturally trusted his judgment. Li Changxing's strength was indeed commendable. Even if a martial king-level expert could kill Xiao Fan, it was highly likely that Li Changxing would detect it. Thus, it would be exceedingly difficult for anyone to escape from Lingxiao City. Within the Yin Palace, Xiu Lan arrived to report the news, causing the Empress Dowager's brow to furrow tightly. The fact that Feng Qingwu had gone to see Xiao Fan again did not sit well with her. While she acknowledged Xiao Fan's merits, she firmly believed he was unsuitable to become the emperor. Your Majesty, young Master Ellen has arrived, a servant in the Empress Dowager's palace reported respectfully. Summon him. The Empress Dowager inhaled deeply to Ellen, the son of the Duke of L, had been born to the Duke in his 60s. He was quite learned and possessed commendable martial skills. However, the Empress Dowager had heard he could be somewhat arrogant. Though he would never dare display such arrogance in front of Feng Qingwu. Greetings, Your Majesty, Ellen said with utmost respect. The Empress Dowager scrutinized Ellen, who appeared to be around 25 or 26. Handsome and refined Ellen, I have heard that you are quite adept in poetry and song. The Empress Dowager inquired, contemplating a plan. Reporting to Your Majesty, I have dabbled in those subjects, Ellen replied humbly. Though confidence radiated from him. Very well. You shall accompany me disguised out of the palace. You will engage in discussions with another regarding these matters, but do not reveal your identity, the Empress Dowager commanded. She intended to demonstrate to Feng Qingwu the disparity between Xiao Fan and the prodigies cultivated by prominent families. While Xiao Fan was adept at fortune-telling, as an emperor, scholarly talent was paramount. The future emperor would undoubtedly accompany Feng Qingwu to various important occasions. While others recited poetry with grace and elegance, would Xiao Fan merely be expected to predict fortunes? Yes, Your Majesty, Ellen nodded respectfully. In less than half an hour, the Empress Dowager and Ellen arrived at Tianyuanj. Feng Qingwu planned to have dinner with Xiao Fan, and the two began wrapping dumplings together. Having never wrapped dumplings before, Feng Qingwu produced an array of oddly shaped dumplings. Xiao Fan offered occasional critiques, and the room was often filled with Feng Qingwu's melodious laughter. During her time at Xiao Fan's, she felt utterly relaxed. Here, she could momentarily shed the burdens of being a sovereign and relish in the simple joys of an ordinary girl. Boss, the lady who once had her fortune read by you has arrived. Accompanied by a young man. She wishes to see you, Chun Ping'an reported upon reaching the upper floor. Downstairs, Li Chongqing cast a curious glance at the Empress Dowager's aides. He sensed that they were not ordinary. Though upon closer inspection, he realized they possessed only master-level cultivation, lesser than the young man accompanying the Empress Dowager. And had impressive martial talent, having reached the martial lord level at such a young age. With continued effort, he could hope to become a great martial lord before turning 30. Madam, please proceed upstairs. The boss is expecting you. Chun Ping'an swiftly ascended the staircase. Feng Qingwu donned her veil, furrowing her brow in secret. Pondering what the Empress Dowager's visit could signify, upon her arrival, the Dowager promptly received a report from her subordinates. Master Xiao, may I observe? Feng Qingwu inquired of Xiao Fan, sensing that the Dowager's intentions were likely to challenge him. She believed her presence might temper the Dowager's approach. Xiao Fan smiled and replied, Mengyue, that depends on the circumstances. If the guest has no objections, there is no harm in you watching. Although Qin Mengyue held a special place in his heart, certain principles must be upheld. The art of fortune-telling is public, yet clients paying exorbitant fees for private readings is not. The Dowager and her entourage soon arrived upstairs. Luan's eyes brightened. Though Feng Qingwu was veiled, her poise and grace were nothing short of exquisite. Master Xiao, as my junior is about to marry, I seek your assistance in reading his fortune. Money is no object, the Dowager stated, deliberately ignoring Feng Qingwu as if they were strangers. Xiao Fan chuckled, Madam, that is certainly feasible. However, a friend of mine is quite interested in fortune-telling and wishes to observe. I would offer her a complimentary reading. At this moment, Luan's gaze finally shifted from Feng Qingwu to Xiao Fan. He had discerned that the Dowager intended to suppress Xiao Fan. Initially believing his rival to be a scion from a prestigious family, he was taken aback to discover it was merely a humble fortune-teller. It seemed the Dowager's aim was not to subdue him due to Xiao Fan's prowess. Luan mused silently, completely unaware that the veiled Feng Qingwu was, in fact, the reigning empress. How could the empress possibly leave the palace to associate with a mere fortune-teller? You are Xiao Fan, I presume? I've heard of you. A mere fortune-teller, lacking in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Can you truly determine my marital fate with just a few words? Absurd. Luan retorted boldly. The Dowager, displeased, interjected, Xiaoan, how dare you speak so? Master Xiao is a man of great skill. Do not be so presumptuous. Feng Qingwu frowned inwardly, quickly grasping the dowager's strategy. The dowager aimed to use Luan to undermine Xiao Fan, instilling disappointment in him. Xiao Fan raised an eyebrow. Had Feng Qingwu not been present, he might have dismissed the matter altogether. With the lady he cherished beside him, could he afford to back down? Master Xiao, there is no need to engage with him. You are already formidable. Feng Qingwu smiled at Xiao Fan, knowing his calligraphy was commendable and of masterful quality, certainly surpassing Luan in that domain. Nonetheless, she suspected Xiao Fan might fall short in other areas. Even though he had penned a heartfelt poem for her, showcasing considerable talent that might have taken him a significant amount of time to compose, and he could very well struggle in a poetic duel. As for music, chess, and painting, Feng Qingwu had yet to witness Xiao Fan display any skill. Why, dear lady, do not be deceived by him. He is but a fortune-teller, hardly worthy of high regard. Luan declared arrogantly. Xiao Fan felt a surge of anger. He prided himself on utilizing his abilities to assist many. If you wish to engage in a friendly debate, I welcome it, but do not belittle me without cause. Xiao Fan replied sternly to Luan, sensing an opportunity, smiled. A debate? In music, chess, calligraphy, or painting, if you can best me in any one of those, I shall concede. Luan brimmed with confidence. Chapter 61. Xiao Fan confronted the dowager. Feng Qingwu frowned again, considering that music, chess, calligraphy, and poetry are all interwoven. Even if the calligraphy is exquisite, if the poetry is mediocre, he would likely lose. Xiao Fan, let us compete in poetry, with a single incense stick as the time limit. Let us see whose poem is superior in both quality and penmanship, Luan proclaimed with pride. Xiao Fan nodded slightly. Luan turned to Feng Qingwu. Lady, to prevent us from using previously composed poems to our advantage, I propose you create a prompt for us. I trust you will provide a fair challenge. Feng Qingwu felt anxious. She did not wish for Xiao Fan to perform poorly in front of the dowager. As for herself, she could accept if Xiao Fan faltered. Mengyue, please provide the prompt. Xiao Fan smiled. He remained entirely unperturbed. In his previous life, he found poetry to be beautiful and had read extensively on the subject. System. Exchange for the ability of photographic memory. Xiao Fan contemplated in his mind. This was a master-level ability requiring a cost of 10,000 points. Previously, Xiao Fan would have been reluctant to spend such a sum. Now, with 77,000 points at his disposal, parting with 10,000 posed no significant issue. In an instant, Xiao Fan acquired the ability of photographic memory. In this life and the last, he could vividly recall every scene, every poem he had ever encountered. Although he would not flaunt this ability for profit, should others provoke him, he would not hesitate to respond. Wait, prepare the ink and brush, the dowager instructed. With a snap of her fingers, servants promptly brought forth the necessary materials: ink, brushes, paper, and inkstones, as well as chessboards, gyukins, and painting brushes. Xiao Fan's eyes narrowed. Madam, you seem well prepared. The last time I read your fortune, the outcome was not favorable. There was no need for such extravagance, was there? The dowager replied placidly. Master Xiao, if you are unwilling to compete, you may concede, madam. Conceding is out of the question. Before we begin, I shall return the fee you provided last time. In the future, should you wish for a reading, you need not come to my humble establishment. Xiao Fan's indignation simmered within him. He felt the dowager had taken offense at his previous assessment and had come to confront him today. Feng Qingwu inwardly laughed bitterly, astonished that Xiao Fan had dared to challenge her mother. Mengyue, please provide the prompt, Xiao Fan insisted. Feng Qingwu pondered briefly before suggesting, with the examinations approaching, let us compose a poem on the theme of encouragement to study. Xiao Fan had previously written her a love poem, but with Luan present, she could not request a romantic piece. Luan was momentarily taken aback. The theme of studying was rather niche, one he had never attempted, yet he believed his scholarly prowess would see him through. Xiao Fan contemplated briefly and then lifted his brush. In the stillness of the night, with the lanterns burning bright, the rooster heralds the dawn. This is the time for a young man to study. With dark hair, unaware of the need for diligence, only in old age does he regret his tardiness in learning. The powerful strokes fell upon slightly yellowed Xian paper. Feng Qingwu silently recited the lines, her eyes sparkling. The poem was exceptionally good. Excellent poem, excellent calligraphy. However, did you not compose this beforehand, Master Xiao? Your speed seems rather swift. The dowager remarked and stepped closer to examine the poem, sneering, Xiao Fan, this is undoubtedly pre-written, perhaps even not your own. Xiao Fan calmly responded, if you believe so, then why not provide a prompt yourself? Luan scoffed out a prompt from him. He would not hold back. As it is autumn, let us compose a poem on the theme of autumn, Luan declared, confident in his previous compositions that had not been made public. Xiao Fan nodded slightly, considering the theme. There were countless poems about autumn, and he found himself momentarily afflicted with indecision. Since time immemorial, autumn has brought melancholy. I declare the autumn day surpasses the spring morning. A solitary crane ascends into the clear sky, invoking poetic sentiments to the azure heights. Xiao Fan set down his brush, and Luan too was satisfied with his own work in terms of calligraphy. Luan knew he could not match Xiao Fan, recognizing that Xiao Fan's skills had reached a masterful level. Yet, he was certain his poem would triumph. He had meticulously refined this piece for half a month, intending it to be a stunning revelation at the poetry gathering. Luan wrote first, and Feng Qingwu approached to examine his poem, feeling a twinge of concern. Luan's caliber was commendable. If Xiao Fan's poem fell short, even with superior calligraphy, the round would likely end in a draw. Since time immemorial, autumn has brought melancholy, Luan began, standing beside Xiao Fan as he recited the lines. Before Luan could finish, his expression darkened. His poem happened to convey sorrow for autumn, directly clashing with Xiao Fan's verses. Had his poem been of a higher quality, it might not have mattered, but it was glaringly inferior to Xiao Fan's. Feng Qingwu stepped closer to observe Xiao Fan's poem. Her eyes sparkled with admiration. In such a short time, Xiao Fan had penned such exquisite lines. What remarkable talent! Who has emerged victorious this round? Xiao Fan inquired nonchalantly. Luan's countenance grew increasingly grim. Even with his thick skin, he could not declare himself the victor. A draw was out of the question. Should he assert it was a tie? And Xiao Fan revealed both poems. He would be drowned in the scorn of scholars everywhere. The dowager's lips twitched. She had summoned Luan to suppress Xiao Fan's confidence, yet to her surprise, Luan had been thoroughly outmatched in the first round. In both calligraphy and poetry, Luan had fallen far behind Xiao Fan. Master Xiao excels in this domain. I wonder how he fares in music, chess, and painting. The dowager remarked, if Luan could best Xiao Fan in those areas, it might still prove advantageous. Feng Qingwu quietly observed, earlier, someone mentioned that if Master Xiao wins a single round, he shall be deemed the victor. Was that you, young master? She estimated that in music, chess, and painting, Xiao Fan would likely be at a disadvantage. Luan's face flushed with embarrassment. He possesses an unwavering confidence in his abilities, which emboldened him to boast so audaciously. Little did he anticipate that Xiao Fan, a mere diviner, could compose poetry with such remarkable prowess. Master Xiao, are you perhaps hesitant to compete in the other three categories? Ellen gritted his teeth, asserting that if you dare not engage in the remaining contests, you should concede defeat in those areas, as previously stated. Should you win even one round, the overall victory would be deemed yours. Xiao Fan extracted a banknote from his pocket, placing 1,000 taels upon the table before him. Madam, this is the banknote you received during your last fortune-telling session. From now on, you are unwelcome here. With that, he seated himself at the already prepared guqin. Mengyue, allow me to dedicate the piece Phoenix Seeks the Phoenix to you. He directed a smile towards Feng Qingwu, his gaze fixated solely upon her. Feng Qingwu's cheeks flushed slightly. The title of the piece was indeed quite direct. The Empress Dowager furrowed her brow in silent disapproval. Ellen smirked inwardly, wondering if this was an original composition by Xiao Fan. Such audacity was bordering on self-sabotage. Chapter 62. Mengyue, are you the princess of the Qinhuang? The exquisite melody swiftly enveloped Feng Qingwu, captivating her completely. While the Empress Dowager listened intently, Lan's expression soured as he realized the caliber of Xiao Fan's performance. His musical knowledge was commendable, and he aspired to reach the level of a master. Yet, the piece Xiao Fan performed was destined to become a classic. Furthermore, Xiao Fan's mastery of the Guqin had already reached a level of excellence. Ellen had heard several performances by renowned masters, but none seemed to rival Xiao Fan's artistry. As the final notes lingered in the air, Feng Qinggu and the others regained their composure. The Empress Dowager sighed softly. Master Xiao, at such a young age, has composed such a divine piece, undoubtedly demonstrating the skills of a top-tier master. Truly remarkable. Feng Qingwu gazed at Xiao Fan in astonishment, unaware of his extraordinary talent on the Guqin. Rising, Xiao Fan addressed the Empress Dowager and her companion with a nonchalant demeanor. Ladies, there is no need to continue the competition in the other two categories. Tianyuan Pavilion does not welcome you. Please take your leave. The Empress Dowager felt a pang of humiliation at being dismissed in such a manner. However, revealing her identity would only exacerbate her embarrassment. Master Xiao, perhaps our paths shall cross again in the future, she said softly. Given the vastness of Lingxiao City, it seems unlikely. Xiao Fan replied bluntly. He believed that if guests arrived with decorum, he would reciprocate. Yet, he found their provocations quite excessive. Ellen was indeed of considerable skill. Without the system, he might have been thoroughly outclassed today. What would Feng Qingwu think of him then? Even if she were indifferent, Xiao Fan would still feel a sense of humiliation as a man. Alas, sighed Feng Qingwu, torn between her mother and her beloved. Master Xiao, we shall undoubtedly meet again. Let us depart. The Empress Dowager descended the stairs. Closely followed by Ellen, take your belongings with you, Xiao Fan instructed. The Empress Dowager, without turning back, declared, we acknowledge our missteps today. These items are quite satisfactory and shall be a gift to you. Xiao Fan's expression softened slightly, his impression of the woman improving a bit, though he had no interest in her offerings. I do not require these items. Please take them with you and do not return. He replied coldly. The Empress Dowager frowned. Since you do not desire these, then take them away, Ellen. Return home and focus on your studies. Do not dwell on other matters, she commanded as she entered the carriage. Her voice somewhat frigid, Ellen felt a bitter pang in his heart, realizing his poor performance had embarrassed the Empress Dowager and cost him the chance at becoming an emperor. Yes, he replied. Lowering his head, the Empress Dowager's carriage soon departed. Within Tianyuan Pavilion, Feng Qingwu gazed intently at Xiao Fan. Master Xiao, I had no idea your Guqin skills were of such a masterful level. What else is there that I do not know about you? Xiao Fan smiled warmly. Mingyue, why rush? You have a lifetime to learn at your leisure. Feng Qingwu's beautiful eyes were fixed on Xiao Fan. She resolved never to seek another as her emperor. But would Xiao Fan agree to become her emperor? Previously, she had tested his stance on marrying into her family. Xiao Fan had shown resistance to such an arrangement, favoring the notion of marrying her instead. The prospect of becoming an emperor could also be seen as marrying into her family, which Xiao Fan might not accept. Master Xiao, the dumplings are not yet prepared. Shall we continue? Feng Qingwu suggested. Very well. Xiao Fan nodded cheerfully, and they chatted and laughed as they completed the remaining dumplings, which Chun Pingon and the others would soon enjoy. After savoring the steaming dumplings, the sky had darkened somewhat. Master Xiao, I likely won't have time to visit for the next month. Please take care of yourself. If you encounter any insurmountable issues, send someone to the Qin Wang Fu for assistance, Feng Qingwu advised. Xiao Fan took a deep breath and inquired, Mingyue, are you the princess of the Qin Wang? Feng Qingwu hesitated briefly before nodding slightly. She felt her identity was still not something Xiao Fan should know. If he discovered she was the empress, how could he continue to face her? Furthermore, if he learned of her true status, the chance of marrying her would vanish entirely. Would Xiao Fan relinquish his feelings if he cared for her only a little? Feng Qingwu was deeply concerned. Each visit to Xiao Fan was a moment of immense anticipation for her. Mingyue, I am determined to marry you, Xiao Fan declared confidently. Previously, his confidence had been somewhat shaky due to limited gains, but now his rate of acquiring points had significantly increased. After spending 12,000 points today, he still had 66,000 remaining. Master Xiao, I must take my leave, Feng Qingwu said as she stood. Xiao Fan escorted her downstairs. Watching her depart, Li Chongqing, you seem a bit off today, Xiao Fan remarked. Turning to his companion, Li Chongqing sighed inwardly. He did not wish to lie to Xiao Fan or conceal anything from him. but the decree to impose restrictions had come from none other than the current emperor. Boss, not at all, Li Chongqing replied, shaking his head. Xiao Fan did not dwell on it. Since Feng Qingwu had acknowledged her identity as the princess, he could hardly suspect her of being the emperor. The following day arrived. After Feng Qingwu's visit the previous day, Xiao Fan had experienced a night of pleasant dreams. However, he found himself in a somewhat awkward situation early in the morning, needing to wash his undergarments. Greetings, Master Xiao. Might you visit my home today to assist with some feng shui adjustments? After freshening up and enjoying breakfast brought back by Yang Lan, Xiao Fan leisurely made his way downstairs. The hall on the first floor was already crowded with 500 or 600 people. Many familiar patrons greeted him warmly. Among the crowd, Xiao Fan spotted familiar faces, including Jiang Feng and Guocheng, who frequented the pavilion. Ladies and gentlemen, as per our usual custom, those who draw the lucky numbers and do not require feng shui adjustments will allow others the opportunity. Today's lucky numbers are 72, 299, and 400. Xiao Fan smiled as he stepped onto the platform. Li Chongqing followed closely behind him. Previously, it had been Chun Pingon by Xiao Fan's side, but now it was Li Chongqing. Master Xiao, I am number 72. I am about to get engaged and wish to inquire about my fate in love. Number 72 was a beautiful young woman who nervously took her seat before Xiao Fan. Based on her understanding, those who sought love readings from Xiao Fan often left disappointed. Xiao Fan smiled and asked, "My dear guest, would you like me to delve into your past?" The girl shook her head vigorously. Master Xiao. No need. I have faith in you. Xiao Fan nodded slightly. My lady, the person in question is your true love, but they are destined to face a calamity. Shortly after your marriage, they may suffer a leg injury, resulting in a lifelong disability. Please ensure that they do not travel far within the first month of your marriage. The girl gasped in surprise and delight. Master Xiao, is there any way to avoid this calamity? Xiao Fan replied, this calamity is not one that is certain to be avoided. Yet whether you can overcome it will depend on your mutual fortune. Just then, a mocking voice from the back of the crowd pierced through the air. What a clever tactic to frighten others into submission, only to profit from their fear. A masterful scheme. Ellen pushed his way to the front of the crowd. Many patrons shot him furious glares. Xiao Fan, I am number 299. Today, I shall expose you. Ellen brandished his number sign triumphantly. Excitement flickered in the eyes of the longtime patrons. It seemed they were in for an entertaining spectacle. Chapter 63. Ellen's divination strikes deep. Xiao Fan regarded Ellen with a mixture of surprise and disdain. Yesterday, he had declared that Tianyuan Pavilion would no longer welcome Ellen and his ilk. Yet here he was, having drawn a lucky number. System, provide me with Ellen's profile. Xiao Fan commanded in his mind. In the next moment, the system presented Ellen's information within Xiao Fan's consciousness. A smirk played at the corners of Xiao Fan's mouth. This was intriguing. Ellen stepped onto the platform, sneering, you thought I wouldn't return, did you? And here I am, number drawn, ready to unveil your true nature. Yesterday, upon returning home, Ellen felt increasingly agitated. He had been reprimanded by his father, which displeased the Empress Dowager. It seemed that Ellen would find it difficult to inherit his title of Duke in the future, and whether he could even be granted a marquisate remained a significant concern. Having failed in 2 of the 4 arts, music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, he realized that even if he excelled in the other 2, it would not suffice to overshadow Xiao Fan. Consequently, Ellen turned his attention to Xiao Fan's main pursuits. Xiao Fan was highly skilled in calligraphy and music, and he wrote poetry with great prowess. It was evident that he dedicated considerable time to these endeavors. Given his youth, how capable could he be at divination? Even if Xiao Fan were to be conferred the title of Celestial Master. Ellen was unperturbed, as his father was a duke. He believed that if he exposed Xiao Fan, it might lead to the emperor no longer being deceived, potentially earning him and the Empress Dowager a newfound respect. Ellen, you ought not to have come here. Had you refrained, you could have continued enjoying the life of a wealthy scion, Xiao Fan remarked indifferently, not offering Ellen a seat. Ellen pulled out a chair and sat down forcefully. Xiao Fan, do you mean to suggest that my family would go bankrupt for coming here? Preposterous. Xiao Fan took a sip of tea and replied in a calm tone. Your adoptive father's status is likely quite high. I could not discern his identity, only that he had a child in his later years. Yet you, as his son, are not his biological offspring. An's face flushed crimson as he rose in outrage. You speak nonsense. Do you dare to believe I would strike you down with a single sword? He thundered. Li Chongqing cast a cold glance at and although Ellen possessed the cultivation of a grand master, he was insignificant before a martial king like Li Chongqing. Xiao Fan spoke quietly. Your biological father bears the surname Gu. He is a musician in your household. Knowing the target, you should be able to ascertain the truth with your adoptive father's capabilities. An's complexion paled slightly. Indeed, there was a musician named Gu in the Duke's residence, and he had learned his craft from this individual. Occasionally, his gaze had seemed somewhat askew. If he were truly An's biological father, such a gaze would be understandable. No. You, surnamed Xiao, are surely fabricating tales. Do you know the cost of such slander? Ellen retorted sharply. Xiao Fan replied calmly. Whether I speak the truth or not, you shall soon ascertain for yourself. You may leave now. One tale for the divination? Thank you. An's face darkened considerably. He felt the eyes of the several hundred spectators upon him, some of whom might have already recognized him. I shall give you nothing. Ellen stormed off, furious, refusing to pay Xiao Fan for the divination. To do so would imply an acknowledgement of Xiao Fan's accusations, that he was a bastard. This fellow is likely to face dire consequences. Many whispered among themselves die in the crowd. A few recognized but chose to remain silent, aware of the Duke's esteemed position. The third guest, please come to the stage, Xiao Fan announced with a smile. Feeling quite pleased. Although he had not been in a good mood upon seeing Ellen, the outcome of the divination had brought him joy. Ellen was indeed the illegitimate child born of his mother's infidelity. The third guest soon ascended the stage. A mere child, no more than 6 or 7 years old. As October drew to a close and the weather turned chilly, she was dressed in scanty clothing. Master Xiao, I wish to know where my parents are, the little girl said timidly, pulling some coins from her pocket. Many of the seasoned patrons' expressions shifted slightly. While they had hoped to see Ellen falter, they did not wish ill upon such a small child. Chongqing, pour her a cup of hot tea, Xiao Fan instructed. Yes, boss, Li Chongqing responded promptly, preparing a cup of warm tea for the girl. After taking a sip, the child's demeanor softened a bit. Xiao Fan's mind flooded with information about the little girl. His expression shifted as he realized something. From the details he gleaned, he understood that the girl's hometown lay in the northeast of the Tianqian Empire, and her parents had returned there for urgent matters, leaving her in the care of a friend. However, they had been gone for a month now, far too long, and their friend had grown weary, no longer attentive to her needs. Knowing of Xiao Fan's divination skills, the little girl sold some of her toys to gather money to seek his counsel. Little sister, rest assured, your parents are well. They will return before long, Xiao Fan assured her with a smile. Doubt flickered in the eyes of many elder patrons. If all were well, based on their understanding, it should not have been possible to draw a winning lot. Master Xiao, are you merely comforting me? The little girl asked, skepticism creeping into her voice. She had overheard discussions suggesting that only dire situations would yield a favorable result. Xiao Fan smiled gently. Little sister, your parents were indeed destined for misfortune, but your arrival here has saved them. With that, Xiao Fan rose and bowed to the hundreds of guests present. Ladies and gentlemen, in the coming days, a severe blizzard will strike the area surrounding Bailiang City, with snow accumulation exceeding 3 meters, an unprecedented event. This blizzard will cause significant damage to many homes, leading to countless deaths from freezing and starvation. If anyone has connections or resources, I implore you to procure food, fuel, and warm clothing to send there. Selling these items at a reasonable price will be a tremendous act of virtue. Xiao Fan's expression turned grave. Based on the information he had just received, it was likely that the girl's parents would perish. The number of deaths from freezing, starvation, and collapsing buildings could surpass 10,000. Rest assured, Master Xiao, our Zhang family will act immediately. Master Xiao, we of the Guo family will also take swift action. Many voices chimed in unison. Xiao Fan clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you all. Please remember not to profit from this national disaster. Items must not be sold at exorbitant prices. Otherwise, not only will you forfeit your virtue, but you will also suffer a loss of your moral standing. Jiang Feng and the others nodded in agreement. Xiao Fan turned to Chen Ping'an. Chun Ping'an, go to the cabinet in my room on the third floor and retrieve 100,000 taels and silver notes. Yes, boss. Chen Ping'an hurried upstairs and soon returned with the silver notes. Jiang Feng, I trust your Jiang family. Please use this 100,000 taels to purchase rice and flour for delivery there. Set up multiple relief points and ensure the public is informed of their locations. Once this is accomplished, I will owe the Jiang family a favor. Many gazes filled with envy fell upon Jiang Feng. For Xiao Fan's favor held substantial value. Should Xiao Fan ascend to the position of county lord in the future, the worth of this favor would only increase. Master Xiao, our Jiang family will see to it. Jiang Feng vowed solemnly. Guoqing added, Master Xiao, you have earned just this much, have you not? To offer it all at once is commendable. Our Guo family will donate 50,000 taels. Others quickly voiced their pledges as well. Among the several hundred present, the total donations quickly reached 500,000 taels. If news spread, even more patrons would likely contribute. The overall donations would undoubtedly exceed 1 million taels. Thank you, everyone, Xiao Fan said. Bowing deeply, Jiang Feng, please stay. I will write down the address of the girl's parents for you. Have your people inform them to return swiftly. Chapter 64. El Guogong's Fury. The Jiang, Song, and Guo families, along with many of Xiao Fan's regular patrons, sprang into action. Xiao Fan had managed to rally support, and everyone was moved by his selflessness. Xiao Fan had earned only about 100,000 taels in total. Yet he immediately allocated 100,000 taels for disaster relief. Within the Empress's palace, Lan Qin approached Feng Qingwu, who had just concluded her morning court session. Your Majesty, there is significant news from young Master Xiao. Lan Qin reported respectfully. Feng Qingwu, enjoying her breakfast, turned her gaze to Lan Qin, who continued, Your Majesty, Ellen went to provoke young Master Xiao again. He drew a winning lot. Young Master Xiao divined that he is not the son of Duke El. His biological father is a musician in the Duke's household. Feng Qingwu first felt anger, then surprise flickered in her eyes. The revelation that Ellen was not Duke El's son was indeed intriguing. She could imagine how the Empress Dowager would feel about this. It was unlikely she would dare to introduce Ellen to her again anytime soon. Your Majesty, compared to another matter, this is trivial. Young Master Xiao foresaw that a severe blizzard would strike the area surrounding Bailiang City, with snow accumulation reaching 3 meters. Many citizens will perish from freezing, starvation, and collapsing buildings, Lan Qin stated gravely. Feng Qingwu's expression changed dramatically. Your Majesty, young Master Xiao has donated 100,000 taels for disaster relief. He also urged the Jiang family and others to contribute, and the on-site donations surpassed 500,000 taels. Upon hearing this, Feng Qingwu's demeanor relaxed somewhat. With the combined efforts of all of Xiao Fan's patrons, the total would surely exceed 1 million taels, ample to address the impending disaster. 100,000 taels likely represented all of his savings. Feng Qingwu expressed with a heavy heart. She was acutely aware of the total earnings of Xiao Fan. After receiving those 100,000 taels, Xiao Fan possessed just over 150,000 taels. Subsequently, he earned a bit more, estimating his total wealth to be around 160,000 taels of silver. After repaying her 60,000 taels, he was left with merely 100,000 taels. Lan Qin, you are to take my secret decree to Bailiang City and ensure the governor of Bailiang is adequately prepared for the impending severe snow disaster. Master Xiao has already done so much. I shall not permit a single soul to perish in this calamity, Feng Qingwu declared with utmost seriousness. Publicly, it was inappropriate for Feng Qingwu to take action. As an emperor, she could not be seen as easily swayed by the words of soothsayers. How would the court officials perceive her? However, by issuing a secret decree, the actions of the governor of Bailiang would be his own responsibility. If executed well, he would surely have opportunities for advancement in the future. If poorly executed, he would face dire consequences. Yes, Your Majesty, Lan Qin replied respectfully. Feng Qingwu swiftly pinned a secret decree for Lan Qin. With the decree in hand, Lan Qin hastened towards Bailiang City. The weather in Bailiang City was still quite pleasant, and neither the officials nor the common folk could foresee that within a few short days, the temperature would plummet by 20 degrees, accompanied by a snowstorm of 3 meters in depth. Feng Qingwu arrived at the Yin Yin Palace. Qingwu, Xiao Fan is truly formidable. He actually drove me away yesterday, the Empress Dowager huffed, still quite displeased. After all, she was the reigning Empress Dowager. She had never before been dismissed in such a manner. Feng Qingwu began to inform the Empress Dowager about the impending disaster. Mother, Master Xiao is unaware of your identity. Given the provocation from you both, it is entirely understandable that Master Xiao would be angered. Considering his compassion for the common people, I implore you not to hold a grudge against him, Feng Qingwu said, gently massaging the Empress Dowager's shoulders. If the natural disaster is indeed true, then Xiao Fan would have achieved great merit. How much silver does he possess in total? The Empress Dowager inquired, her anger dissipating. The realm belongs to the royal family. Should a calamity arise resulting in numerous fatalities, Feng Qingwu would face immense pressure. Responding after a brief pause, Feng Qingwu stated, he possesses merely 160,000 taels, having repaid me 60,000 taels, leaving him with 100,000 taels in total. The Empress Dowager was left in a state of shock. With millions, even billions of taels available, a donation of 100,000 taels would still be considerable. Yet, Xiao Fan had given away all his wealth. His virtues indeed made him suitable to become an emperor. However, lacking a powerful backing, his chances of ascension were slim. The Empress Dowager sighed lightly. Mother, there is another significant matter. Master Xiao has divined that Ellen is not the son of Duke L. The Empress Dowager was once again taken aback. Mother, do you believe that with Master Xiao's proficiency, this could be a falsehood? Feng Qingwu asked with a smile. The Empress Dowager took a deep breath. It seems it should be true. I have considerable faith in Master Xiao's divination abilities, and even if he had 100 boldnesses, he would not dare to speak such a thing carelessly. Mother, you ought to thank Master Xiao, for if Ellen were to become emperor, it would undoubtedly become a monumental joke for the royal family. The Empress Dowager fell silent. Indeed, it was so. After a lengthy pause, she spoke softly, Qingwu, let us discuss your search for an emperor next year. Are you pleased now? Feng Qingwu breathed a sigh of relief. As long as her mother did not intervene for the time being, she could manage the Empress Dowager, while dealing with ordinary ministers was still within her capabilities. At Tianyuan Pavilion, Xiao Fan opened a drawer. Upon seeing the few solitary silver notes and some loose change within, a sense of melancholy washed over him. The total amount of money in the drawer was less than 100 taels. 200,000 to 300,000 taels could purchase a grand courtyard. He had initially possessed 100,000 taels, but was left with only a fraction of that now, starting from scratch once more. Oh well, that 100,000 taels was an unexpected windfall. I shall consider it an act of charity for myself, he mused. I wonder how things are with Ellen. Xiao Fan murmured. Ellen returned to the Duke L's residence, where he was protected by his subordinates. Soon, one of them approached Duke L, 60 years old. He had only one son, Ellen, who was now over 80 yet. With his martial prowess at the level of a Grand Master, he appeared to be merely in his 50s or 60s. My lord, there is a situation I am unsure whether to disclose. The newcomer knelt before Duke L. Speak. What are you hesitating for? Duke L frowned. Why, lord, the young master has gone to see Master Xiao again. He drew a lot, and Master Xiao divined that he is not your son. Duke L's countenance changed dramatically to is there more, my lord? Master Xiao stated that the young master's biological father has the surname Gu and is a musician from our duke's residence. Duke L's hand clenched tightly, the armrest of his Zeton chair splintering beneath his grip. There was only one musician with the surname Gu in the duke's residence, a man brought back by Ellan's mother, who had originally been merely a concubine. With a son to elevate her status, she had now become the duke's wife. Summon Gu Yin to me, Duke L commanded coldly. Until now, he had felt little upon hearing this. But upon reflection, he realized that Gu Yin bore a striking resemblance to Ellen. Yes, Gu Yin was soon summoned before Duke L. Gu Yin, kneel. Duke L glared darkly, and Gu Yin, filled with trepidation, obliged. Duke L possessed the level of a Grand Master and could distinctly hear Gu Yan's heart racing. Gu Yan's eyes also betrayed a hint of panic. There is a high probability this matter is true. Gu Yin, do you have anything to say to me? Duke L demanded. Be frank, and I shall spare your life and leave your family unscathed. Duke L's voice was laced with menace. Gu Yin was terrified, desperately bowing his head. Why, lord, It was the lady who sought me out. I had no intention of it. Duke L felt a wave of darkness wash over him. His son, whom he had painstakingly nurtured, was revealed to be a bastard child born of his own wife and another man. Chapter 65. The system can finally be upgraded. Summon L.N. and his mother here. Duke L inhaled deeply, his gaze icy and resolute. The depths of his past love now mirrored the depths of his present hatred. As Duke L, to be so thoroughly deceived. Moreover, to have fathered another man's child for over 20 years. He felt an overwhelming dread at the thought of Ellen truly becoming emperor. If this were to be exposed, their family would likely face extermination, leaving not a single trace behind. Yes, my lord. Ellen and his mother soon entered the hall, laughing and chatting. Upon seeing Duke L's expression and Gu Yin kneeling, Ellen's mother felt a jolt of fear. Father, have you heard the news? That was merely the nonsensical ramblings of a minor soothsayer. Ellen argued desperately, if he were to lose his status as the Duke's heir, all he possessed would slip away from him. Duke L gazed coldly at Ellen once. Ellen had been his pride and joy. Proficient in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, he was truly accomplished in every regard. Now, as he looked upon Ellen, Duke L felt as though a multitude of sharp blades were piercing his heart. Gu Yin has already admitted it, Duke L stated coldly. My lord, I have wronged you. I truly had an affair with Gu Yin. But Ellen is your child. He must surely be your child. Look at how much he resembles you. Ellen's mother pleaded, kneeling and weeping, knowing that as long as Ellen was safe, she would undoubtedly be spared. Duke L's face darkened ominously. Jiu Yin, raise your head, Duke L commanded. Jiu Yin hastily complied. Raising his head, Duke L scrutinized him and Ellen. The more he looked, the more he felt they bore a striking resemblance to one another. Now, both were filled with terror, and their expressions were even more alike. I, as a duke, never anticipated being deceived by you for over 20 years. Fetch 3 cups of poison, Duke L ordered. He intended for Ellen and the others to drink the poison. Claiming they had taken their own lives, shielding himself from any scrutiny regarding the Duke's family affairs, Ellen gritted his teeth, coldly declaring, Duke L, since you disregard our father-son bond after so many years, do not blame me. I am aware of certain secrets of the Duke's residence. Before returning, I documented them and signed my name with a thumbprint. Should we die, that information will be exposed immediately. The Duke's residence will face considerable trouble. Duke L was infuriated to the point of laughter. The very tactics he had taught Ellen were now turned against him. Very well, it seems you have anticipated that you might not be my son. Duke L yelled. Ellen sneered. Duke L, grant us a sum of money, and we shall leave the Tianxian Empire, never to return. Otherwise, we shall all share in this misfortune. You cannot resort to torture. You cannot possibly know where that information is hidden. Ellen's mother and Gu Yin exchanged glances, secretly relieved. Their son had quite the clever strategy. Just then, a steward hurriedly entered the main hall. My lord, Lord Chao has arrived, the steward said respectfully. Lord Chao wishes to speak a few words before you and Ellen. Duke L inhaled deeply. Please invite Lord Chao in. Lord Chao soon entered the hall, not even glancing at Ellen and the others. Duke L, the Emperor has decreed that you have been deceived for many years. Regarding your family matters, you are permitted to act as you see fit, and the officials shall not intervene, Lord Chao announced in a sharp voice. Duke L's eyes brightened, and he quickly bowed in gratitude. Thank you, Your Majesty. Butler, please escort Master Chao downstairs for a cup of tea. The butler and Master Chao quickly withdrew. Ellen and his companions turned pale. With the Emperor's decree, even if Duke L were to slice them into 1,000 pieces, it would be of no consequence. Guards, take these 3 away. Prepare various instruments of torture, Duke L said coldly. Ellen and his companions were so frightened that they collapsed onto the ground. Days passed in the blink of an eye. Xiaofan's old clients collectively donated a staggering sum of 120,000 taels of silver. The Jiang family and others also dispatched numerous individuals. Before the heavy snow began to fall, various supplies had already been delivered to the vicinity of Bailiang City. Within a radius of hundreds of kilometers, many disaster relief points were established. the Bailiang prefect issued a proclamation in the name of the government, instructing all counties and villages to prepare adequately and forbidding the common folk from residing in dilapidated houses. In every county and village, any instance of death would be rigorously investigated. Will it really snow? I doubt it. We don't even need to wear cotton clothes yet. The county magistrate ordered sternly, everyone must be prepared. If any village suffers a calamity, there will be dire consequences in the coming year. Countless citizens within a radius of hundreds of kilometers around Bailiang City were discussing this matter. Many were skeptical, yet they complied with the directives and made various preparations. Even if some individuals in certain villages were indifferent, the rest would ensure that they were ready, lest it affect the others in the village. As night fell, the common folk drifted into slumber. The biting cold wind howled, heralding the arrival of the blizzard. It has arrived! The temperature dropped rapidly. What an immense snowfall! I have never witnessed such a snowfall in my life. Master Xiao is truly remarkable. Individuals sent by the Jiang family and others stood guard at each of the disaster relief points. In Bailiang City, the sounds of gongs and drums resonated through each village and township. Taking advantage of the manageable snowfall, those unable to withstand it at home hurried to the relief points. Those who could manage at home had to keep someone on watch to clear the accumulating snow from their roofs in a timely manner. The blizzard continued for 3 days. The snow depth truly reached 3 meters. When the snow ceased, the sun emerged. Thank you, Master Xiao. At numerous disaster relief points, countless citizens knelt in gratitude towards Lingxiao City. A notification sound echoed in Xiao Fan's mind. Points 73598. Xiao Fan was momentarily stunned. He had unexpectedly garnered over 70,000 points. That exceeded his expectations significantly. A simple warning should not yield such a multitude of points. 30 or 40,000 would have been reasonable. The remainder must be rewards for my donations and for encouraging many others to contribute. Xiao Fan mused inwardly. He summoned his points page. His total points astonishingly reached 140,600. Goodness. I had thought that after the border wars, it would be possible to surpass 100,000 points. I never anticipated that I would directly reach 140,000. Xiao Fan was immensely thrilled. With 100,000 points, the system could upgrade to level 2. I had thought that would be a distant prospect, but it seems I simply hadn't discovered the points password before. System, upgrade. Expedite the upgrade. Xiao Fan hurriedly commanded in his mind. He was curious what changes would accompany the system's upgrade to level 2. Host, the system upgrade requires 3 days, during which it cannot be used, the system reminded. Chapter 66. Investigating the Tianhe Mystery System. Dear System, beloved System. Xiao Fan called out several times in his mind, but received no response. The system had commenced its upgrade. The upgrade consumed 100,000 points, leaving me with 40,000 points. In a few days, as the border wars resume, defeating the armies of the Aosan Empire will certainly yield more points. By then, I will likely surpass 60,000 points. A smile adorned Xiao Fan's face as he felt an unprecedented sense of wealth in terms of points. Chen Pingon, come here, Xiao Fan called out. Chun Pingon quickly approached Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan smiled and said, Chun Pingon, please post a notice that Tianyuan Pavilion will be closed for business for 3 days. We will not be operating tomorrow. The day after, or the day after that. Understood, boss. Chen Pingon replied respectfully, preparing to post the notice. Wait, Chen Pingon, what do you think of Xiaolon? Xiao Fan inquired, gazing at Chen Pingon. Chen Pingon looked at Xiao Fan in confusion. Xiao Fan continued, Chen Pingon, I observe your countenance. Your wife and child have passed, and you have no intention of remarrying. Xiaolon is a good child. She lacks paternal love if you adopt her. She will care for you in your old age. Chen Pingon was moved. Indeed, he had no plans to remarry, and Yang Lan was a good child, very diligent and sensible. Boss, Xiaolon is a good child. But I am unsure if she is willing. Xiao Fan smiled and said, Chen Pingon, I inquired about Xiaolan's opinion beforehand. She said she would follow my arrangements. Please call Xiaolon. Soon, both Chen Pingon and Yang Lan stood before Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan smiled and said, Chen Pingon, you have treated your wife and child very well. I believe you will be a good father. Xiaolon, from today onward, Chen Pingon will be your adoptive father. He will raise you while you will care for him in his old age. Understood. Chen Pingon and Yang Lan deeply bowed. Thank you, boss, adoptive father. Yang Lan knelt and bowed 3 times to Chen Pingon. Chen Pingon hurriedly helped Yang Lan to her feet. Xiao Fan looked at them with a smile. They both performed their duties excellently, yet after completing their tasks, both an adult and a child often fell into a daze, perpetually bearing the pain of losing their loved ones. Now that Yang Lan has become Chen Pingon's adopted daughter, they would have each other to rely upon in the future. Chen Pingon, here are 100 taels of silver. Use it to buy Xiao Lan some beautiful clothes and perhaps some toys. Also, enroll her in an afternoon private school, as the shop will be quiet in the afternoon. Xiao Fan pulled out several silver notes and some loose change from his pocket. Boss, this is too much. You have only around 100 taels left, and giving 100 taels is excessive. Chen Pingon said hurriedly. 100 taels of silver is equivalent to 50,000 in the previous life. For an ordinary person, it is not a small sum. Xiao Fan glared. What, do you despise this small amount of money? You are acknowledging each other. As your boss, I ought to give you something as a gift. The private schools nearby are not cheap. It should be no less than 100 taels per year, and for half a day's attendance, 60 taels of silver would not be uncommon. The remaining money will hardly suffice for some nice clothes, books, and toys. Chen Pingon hesitated, looking at Xiao Fan. Enough, take it. I can easily earn several hundred to 1,000 taels just by casually reading feng shui for someone, Xiao Fan said impatiently. Thank you, boss. Chen Pingon expressed his immense gratitude. Thank you, boss, Yang Lan also said gratefully. Xiao Fan affectionately patted Yang Lan's head, smiling. Xiao Lan, you must study hard. Chen Pingon, once you post the notice, you may leave. You both have 3 days to arrange freely. I, along with Li Changsheng, will likely not return. Xiao Fan and Li Changsheng quickly departed to Li Changsheng. During the next 3 days, let us take a trip to Tianhe City. Are you brave enough? Xiao Fan asked with a smile. With the system upgrade, the Tianhe mystery should likely be resolved. Even if the system cannot directly deduce who the murderer is, I now possess master-level physiognomy skills, allowing me to observe the situation. I can also utilize my master-level feng shui abilities to bring misfortune upon the Song family. The Tianhe mystery involves dozens of young women. Moreover, based on the clues I previously controlled, there may be other heinous acts involved. Boss, I naturally dare, but it is too dangerous for you to go to Tianhe City. Li Changsheng's expression changed. Tianhe City is the Song family's territory. They are like local emperors there. If we go to Tianhe City, we might be discovered before we even arrive. Even with his martial king level cultivation, he may not leave Tianhe City alive. Let us disguise ourselves, Xiao Fan replied with a smile. Before the system upgrade, Xiao Fan exchanged for master-level disguise skills. Li Changsheng said, Boss, even if we disguise ourselves, you may still face danger. Why not inform Miss Qin Mingyue? Li Changsheng understood that Qin Mingyue was the current emperor. Informing her would ensure our safety while heading to Tianhe City. No, Xiao Fan shook his head. I wish to gain more merit, so I can use it to request a marriage from the emperor. What would it mean for the powerful figures of the Qin Wangfu to accompany us? We are merely going to observe, and there should be no issues. You must trust my disguise skills. Half an hour later, Li Changsheng looked at Xiao Fan in disbelief. Both he and Xiao Fan had undergone a remarkable transformation. Master-level disguise skills are truly impressive, boss, as long as we remain cautious. We should be able to make a trip to Tianhe City. The journey is long, so you will have to endure some hardships along the way, Li Changsheng said. Xiao Fan nodded slightly. Let us set off promptly. The Song family's attention should currently be on the imperial examination, making it an opportune time. Very well. Li Changsheng and Xiao Fan set off without delay. Li Changsheng took the reins, while Xiao Fan sat comfortably inside the carriage. The Tianxian dynasty boasted numerous formidable warriors, and the roads were remarkably smooth, akin to a freeway. The wind spirit horse could pull the carriage at a speed of up to 80 kilometers per hour. After a full day of travel, their carriage neared Tianhe City, a distance of nearly 2,000 kilometers. As a martial king level expert, Li Changsheng showed no signs of fatigue after a day of driving. Xiao Fan managed to catch a nap in the carriage, and his spirits remained relatively high. Young master, we are approaching Tianhe City, Li Changsheng announced in a rugged voice, effortlessly altering his tone as a martial king would find such a feat trivial. Let's find an inn to settle down for the night. A modest one will suffice, Xiao Fan replied with a slight cough. His funds were rather scant, although he could have earned a decent sum by offering his services in feng shui. He had opted to come directly. leaving him with less than 10 taels of silver in his pocket. Understood, young master, Li Chongqing acknowledged. On the journey, he had mentioned to Xiao Fan that he possessed considerable wealth and could lend him some. But Xiao Fan had declined the offer. It seemed unreasonable for a martial king-level protector to require the young master to spend his own money. The carriage swiftly entered the city. Half an hour later, they checked into a rather ordinary inn. The conditions were unremarkable, yet the inn was conveniently located not far from the Song family's residence, where its members frequently passed by. Young master, what a splendid arrangement! Upon their arrival at the inn, a young man in a brocade robe approached, flanked by several lackeys, exuding an air of arrogance. Many passers-by greeted him. Xiao Fan immediately recognized him as Song Tianbao, the fourth son of Song Yuan, the head of the Song family. As Song Tianbao drew near, Xiao Fan subtly activated his observational skills. Chapter 67. Xiao Fan enters the brothel. This man's countenance revealed a tragic tale of loss. Father, mother, brothers, and sisters all gone. A sharp intake of breath escaped Xiao Fan. Such a fate hinted at a family massacre. What grave offense had the Song family committed? The Tianhe mystery had resulted in the deaths of numerous young women. Under normal circumstances, it would be implausible for the entire Song family to be implicated in such a tragedy. The current empress was not known for her bloodlust. Even if the head of the Song family had committed murder, it was unlikely that his sons, including Song Tianbao, would have been involved in the deaths of women. It was exceedingly rare for an entire family to be wiped out. Of course, there was another possibility. They could have been exterminated by a more powerful force. This could stem from revenge or the actions of other formidable entities seeking to silence them. If it were the latter, the assailants would undoubtedly be martial emperor-level experts, for Song Yuan himself was of martial king caliber. Song Tianbao's appearance suggested that his brothers likely shared a similar fate. This situation was indeed complex. Xiao Fan furrowed his brow in contemplation. The circumstances surrounding Song Tianbao and his companions seemed to conceal a deeper truth. Originally, Xiao Fan had considered approaching one of them to discern their losses, perhaps a brother or a sister. The perpetrator was likely among the deceased. By gathering information from the others, the scope of suspects could be narrowed down. For instance, if Song Tianbao revealed that he had lost a brother, and his sixth brother confirmed the loss of a sibling, it would lead to a clearer identification of the problematic fifth brother. However, given the current situation, such a method of deducing the murderer was no longer feasible. The lackeys surrounding Song Tianbao did not exhibit signs of a tragic end. If the Song family had indeed been completely annihilated, it was unlikely that these individuals would escape unscathed unless they were targeted precisely by martial emperor-level experts. Xiao Fan silently mused. In light of this, continued observation was imperative. Come, let's take a stroll. Young master, to work off some of that meal, Xiao Fan beckoned to Li Chongqing as they exited the inn. The innkeeper cast a few curious glances their way, noting their unfamiliar faces. However, Xiao Fan's masterful disguise rendered them quite ordinary, and thus the innkeeper paid them little heed. Had they arrived in their true forms, even a simple disguise would likely have been recognized by the discerning eye of the innkeeper, who had seen countless guests pass through. After half an hour, they wandered near a brothel. Let us go inside for a look, to broaden our horizons, Xiao Fan exclaimed with a smile. His curiosity piqued about the inner workings of a brothel. Despite his newfound wealth, he had never ventured into one before. Today, however, he intended to enter, as Song Tianbao's seventh brother, Song Yunfei, resided within. Young master, is this appropriate? What if Miss Qin finds out? Li Chongqing coughed lightly, concerned that if the Empress Feng Qingwu learned of their little escapade, he might face severe consequences. Oh, let us not be silly. Even if I were married, wouldn't I be the one calling the shots in my own household? Xiao Fan shot Li Chongqing a sidelong glance. Li Chongqing chuckled inwardly. If Xiao Fan were to wed Feng Qingwu, the question of who held authority in the household would indeed be a pressing one. He had little faith in Xiao Fan's capability. Let us go, let us take a peek. It won't cost us anything to look, Xiao Fan insisted as he led the way into the brothel, with Li Chongqing reluctantly following. Their initial intention had been to wait outside, but Xiao Fan was too impatient. After all, who knew when Song Yunfei would emerge from within? Gentlemen, please come in. The madam warmly welcomed Xiao Fan and Li Chongqing inside. The sounds of music and laughter from the women filled the IT was still daytime, and Song Yunfei had not yet brought a woman to his room. He was seated in the main hall, with a lovely young woman on each arm. Xiao Fan frowned slightly, as from his position in the back, he could only see the back of Song Yunfei's head. It would be quite unusual for him to approach Song Yunfei without raising suspicion. "Gentlemen, please take a seat wherever you like. The front row is a bit pricier, while the back row is much cheaper. If you can compose a poem that pleases Miss Miaoyu, you won't need to pay and can even share a meal with her." "The madam beamed at is that the famed Miss Miaoyu?" Xiao Fan inquired, glancing at the young woman playing the qin on stage. Her skills were quite impressive, and she appeared to be no older than 20. Her artistry nearing that of a master. "Indeed, she is the one," the madam confirmed. Xiao Fan narrowed his eyes, noting two significant points. First, Miss Miaoyu was still pure. Second, her fate was precarious. The finer details eluded him from this distance. It seemed that Song Yunfei was quite smitten with Miss Miaoyu. In Tianhe City, who would dare provoke Song Yunfei by harming her? A glimmer of determination flickered in Xiao Fan's eyes. He sensed that Miss Miaoyu's demise might be intricately linked to the Song family. While it might be challenging to extract information from Song Yunfei, perhaps Miss Miaoyu could provide the breakthrough he sought. The opportunity to compose poetry for a free meal with Miss Miaoyu was too tempting to resist. "Today, I shall seize this opportunity," Xiao Fan declared with a hint of arrogance. Many patrons turned to observe him, and upon noticing his and Li Chongqing's unremarkable appearance, expressions of disdain crossed their faces. "How laughable! This country bumpkin dares to boast in Tianxiang Tower, which Miaoyu has previously deemed unworthy of her attention." Song Yunfei glared at Xiao Fan and Li Chongqing. Xiao Fan's eyes sparkled with resolve. He had discerned Song Yunfei's countenance, revealing a similar fatalistic aura to that of Song Tianbao. Death loomed over all. With the entire family bearing such a fate, it was challenging to glean any insights. Although Miss Miaoyu's life was in jeopardy, her circumstances were distinct from the Song family, as she did not share the same ominous signs. It appeared that approaching the Song brothers was futile. Perhaps Miss Miaoyu would yield some valuable discoveries. After a few minutes, the performance concluded. Miss Miaoyu stood and offered a greeting. "Esteemed gentlemen, today's challenge is a couplet. You shall have but a single teacup's worth of time," she announced with a smile, as a servant displayed half of the couplet beside her. In the front row, a few scholars began to recite aloud. "The green waters are carefree, disturbed only by the wind." The hall was filled with patrons, who began to discuss the upper line excitedly. Song Yunfei frowned deeply. Although he had read some literature, to consider himself a great talent would be an exaggeration. Crafting a matching line within the time allotted seemed an impossible task for him. He glanced at a scholar he had brought along for assistance, but upon meeting Song Yunfei's gaze, the scholar shook his head helplessly. As the time dwindled, Song Yunfei's frustration boiled over, and he turned to Xiao Fan with a mocking smile. "That country bumpkin, you were so boastful earlier. Why not share your thoughts now?" Xiao Fan sipped his tea and smiled at Miss Miaoyu. "Miss Miaoyu," I respond, "the green mountains never age, for they wear a snowy crown. What do you think of that?" Miss Miaoyu momentarily paused, her mind racing as she processed Xiao Fan's words. Undeniably, he had perfectly matched the couplet. Leaving her speechless, "Young master, Miss Miaoyu invites you to dinner tonight." Miss Miaoyu performed a graceful bow. Song Yunfei glared fiercely at Xiao Fa and I. In Chapter 68, on their return journey, they were confronted by foes. Xiao Fan jested, "Miss Miaoyu, if I were to dine with you this evening, I fear many present would wish to see me dead. Let us forego dinner. Instead, might you treat us to afternoon tea?" Miss Miaoyu exhaled in relief. The gazes of the others in attendance softened considerably as well. "You are quite perceptive," Song Yunfei remarked with a slight huff. Xiao Fan cast a sidelong glance at Song Yunfei, for his actions were not out of deference to him. To Xiao Fan, Song Yunfei was as good as a corpse. Time was of the essence. They had but 3 days of leave, 2 of which would be consumed by travel, leaving a mere day for investigation. Soon, Xiao Fan and Miss Miaoyu arrived at the second floor of the Tianxiang building. "Please, sir." Miss Miaoyu poured tea for Xiao Fa and Li Chongqing did not sit down to partake of the tea. He appeared relaxed but remained alert, standing vigilantly nearby. "Miss Miaoyu, you truly are a vision of beauty," Xiao Fan remarked with a smile. While saying this, he discreetly scrutinized Miss Miaoyu's features. The time of her demise. 1 month hence. There was no sign of financial ruin. It was not a robbery. There was, however, the ominous presence of ill-fated romantic entanglements. Could that pertain to Song Yunfei? In the span of a breath, Xiao Fan had made numerous deductions. Possessing an extraordinary memory, he distinctly committed Miss Miaoyu's visage to memory. "You flatter me, sir. I am unworthy of such praise," Miss Miaoyu replied, her cheeks tinged with crimson. "Miss Miaoyu, do you happen to have paper and ink?" Xiao Fan inquired. She promptly instructed a nearby maid to fetch them. "Miss Miaoyu, I have a splendid poem to share with you, but it must remain unseen by others," Xiao Fan said. Enthusiastic about poetry, Miss Miaoyu quickly commanded the maid to stand at a distance. As Xiao Fan dipped his brush in ink, he warned, "Miss Miaoyu, it is best that you visit the Tianyu Pavilion in Lingxiao City within half a month. Otherwise, you may find your life in peril. Remember this well." He displayed the written words for her to see. Miss Miaoyu's eyes widened in astonishment. "Sir, I wish to refine this poem further. I ask that you keep it confidential." Xiao Fan smiled and then, with a swift stroke, obscured all the characters with ink. A hint of regret flickered in Miss Miaoyu's eyes. She recognized the caliber of his calligraphy to be of masterful quality. "Sir, what exquisite poetry and fine writing!" she exclaimed. Xiao Fan drained his cup of tea and said, "Miss Miaoyu, it is my first visit to a brothel. I come to broaden my horizons. I hope you will pardon any disturbances." With a beckoning gesture towards Li Changsheng, they swiftly departed from the Tianxiang building. Miss Miaoyu furrowed her brow in contemplation. The words Xiao Fan had written were etched in her mind. Had he behaved unremarkably? Casually scrawling such phrases, she would have dismissed them. However, he had not only matched her couplets but had also showcased a master-level script. Could such a person deceive her, a courtesan, without cause? Though she was the star attraction at Tianxiang building, and many young masters, including Song Yunfei, were enamored with her, how did she measure in the eyes of the finest talents? Lingxiao City's Tianyu Pavilion. Why did that sound so familiar? Ah, it was Xiao Tianshi. Admiration sparkled in her eyes. In recent days, she had overheard discussions about Xiao Tianshi more than once. He had donated a staggering 100,000 taels, prompting patrons to contribute over 1 million taels. Even more astonishing, a heavy snowfall was predicted for Bailiang City. Many claimed that had it not been for Xiao Tianshi's early warning and substantial donations of supplies, the snowfall could have claimed thousands of lives. Since he had instructed her to seek him out, it must not be to her detriment. Could it be that she truly faced a life-threatening situation? Miss Miaoyu's wariness heightened. Time slipped away, and soon it was the following morning. Xiao Fan and his companions departed from Tianhe City. The previous day's remaining hours had been spent exploring many locales within Tianhe City, but their findings were scant. Giddy up, the official road was largely deserted at dawn, allowing their carriage to race forward at an exhilarating pace. Before long, they had traveled 20 to 30 li. In the middle of the road stood a man who did not yield as their carriage approached swiftly. Li Changsheng tugged the reins, bringing the galloping steed to an abrupt halt. "You two, having hurried from Lingxiao City, what brings you back so hastily?" The middle-aged man blocking their path questioned in a low tone. It was evident he had deliberately altered his voice. His expression was unnatural, likely obscured by a human skin mask or some similar disguise. A chill ran down Xiao Fan's spine. They had donned disguises, yet their oddity had been detected. The Song family might not be overly cautious. Even if they were behind the Tianhe mystery, there was little reason for such vigilance. "Boss, the opponent is merely of master-level cultivation. With my strength, I could easily incapacitate him," Li Changsheng's voice echoed in Xiao Fan's mind. Xiao Fan lifted the carriage curtain with a smile. "Isn't the examination approaching soon? I am merely out to relieve some tension." The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes. "You are a scholar." Xiao Fan smirked. "Your words are curious. Do I not resemble a scholar?" The man's eyes flickered. "Since you are a scholar, write a few characters for me to see." "May I borrow your dagger?" Xiao Fan dismounted the carriage, frowning. The middle-aged man unsheathed a dagger from his waist and tossed it to Xiao Fan, who quickly turned aside to evade it. His movements were stiff. Lacking any semblance of martial training enough, You need not write any longer. You may go, the man stated coldly. A trained martial artist could hardly disguise their movements in such a manner. You disgrace the scholarly profession. Should you injure me and impede my examination, I shall not let this matter rest, Xiao Fan retorted, his temper flaring. Giddy up. He mounted the carriage, and Li Changsheng urged the horses into a rapid departure. Soon, two other individuals appeared beside the middle-aged man. They seemed unproblematic. I shall return now. You two continue to keep watch here. The middle-aged man hastily made his way back to Tianhe City. Once their carriage had distanced itself, Xiao Fan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. With Li Changsheng's prowess, he could easily incapacitate or even kill the man. But they were merely 20 to 30 kilometers from Tianhe City. If powerful members of the Song family were to pursue them, Li Changsheng might not withstand their onslaught. The system was still upgrading, and he was unable to exchange for the strength of a martial emperor. Boss, something about Tianhe City feels amiss, Li Changsheng remarked. Indeed, Xiao Fan nodded slightly. The Song family seemed to be plotting something. Perhaps it was not the Song family alone orchestrating events. They might merely be participants. At that point, Xiao Fan suddenly froze, gazing into the distance. The sun was just beginning to rise in the east, and a purple aura emerged. The distant mountains appeared to him as a colossal dragon. The dragon vein. A torrent of information flooded Xiao Fan's mind. Could it be that the Song family intended to sever the dragon vein? He swiftly assessed the direction of the dragon vein, realizing it likely belonged to the reigning emperor, specifically to the Empress Feng Qingwu. To slay young maidens and utilize their unjust blood and souls to forge the dragon-slaying blood sword. Yet, incidents had already transpired over a decade ago. At that time, Empress Feng Qingwu's brother was still alive. Following that, her brother met with misfortune. A shiver ran down Xiao Fan's spine. If it were mere coincidence, it would be manageable, but if not, it indicated that someone was orchestrating a grand scheme. The Song family could not possibly be the masterminds. Even if Feng Qingwu were to abdicate, the throne could never fall into the hands of the Song family. With the world as their chessboard and individuals like Song Yuan as pieces, plotting for over a decade, it could only be for the sake of ruling, not some other scheme. Xiao Fan mused silently, feeling a headache coming on. His future bride was a princess, and with such events unfolding, the Prince of Qin could very well be implicated. I hope I am merely overthinking this, Xiao Fan murmured to himself. Chapter 69. The benefits of system upgrades. Setting out at dawn and traveling all day, Xiao Fan and his companions returned to Lingxiao City by the following morning. Li Changsheng sighed in relief. Possessing the strength of a martial king, he was not overly concerned for himself, but Xiao Fan was merely an ordinary person. Should anything happen to Xiao Fan, even if the emperor did not seek retribution, he could not escape his own guilt. His elderly parents would surely berate him mercilessly. The carriage slowed as they approached the Tianyu Pavilion. Host, the upgrade is complete. The system's voice suddenly resonated in Xiao Fan's mind. His eyes brightened. The system had finally come back online. He felt a profound sense of security. As long as he accumulated points, he could exchange for the strength of a martial sovereign or martial emperor. Even in the face of assassination, sufficient points would allow the system to absorb the attack. System, after working so hard to earn 100,000 points for an upgrade. What benefits does this entail? Xiao Fan promptly inquired in his mind. 100,000 points can be exchanged for a Grandmaster level skill. If the benefits of the upgrade are minimal, I shall have no choice but to berate the system. Host, the system upgrade primarily offers two significant advantages. Firstly, the system's divination capabilities have significantly strengthened. For ministers below the second rank in the imperial court, their fortunes can be directly discerned. For those of the first or second rank, or individuals of equivalent status, the majority of their family members can also be readily divined. Xiao Fan raised an eyebrow, finding it quite commendable. At the initial level of the system, he felt that even officials of the fifth rank could not be divined. Now, with the ability to divine even third-rank officials, it is indeed impressive. The third-rank officials hold substantial authority. In the Tianqian dynasty, the Chancellor, Grand Preceptor, and Grand Tutor are of the first rank, while the ministers of various departments are of the second rank, with the minister's assistants already relegated to the third rank. Even the prefect of Lingxiao City holds merely a third-rank position. What's the second advantage of the system? Xiao Fan inquired. The first advantage is rather good. Let us see if the second advantage is equally impressive. The system responded. Host, the second benefit is that you can exchange for the strength of a martial emperor or martial sovereign. With the duration extended to 20 minutes, the required points remain at 1,000 and 10,000. Furthermore, should you suffer an attack, the points consumed for defense will be halved. Xiao Fan quickly pondered. Great system. What about the exchange of abilities? Can the points consumed for those abilities be reduced by half? He had never exchanged for the strength of a martial emperor or martial sovereign, and unless faced with significant matters, he would not waste points on this. The system replied, Host, the point consumption for other skill exchanges remains unchanged. Xiao Fan sighed. System, are you certain there are no further benefits? Host, the advantages gained from upgrading are already considerable. With the system's upgrade, acquiring points will become easier, making the 100,000 points spent highly worthwhile. After stating this, the system fell silent, ignoring Xiao Fan. System, dear System. One last question. If you continue to upgrade, is there a possibility that I may truly possess the strength of a martial emperor or martial sovereign in the future? Xiao Fan contemplated. After a prolonged silence, the system finally spoke. Host, continuing to upgrade the system should allow for the permanent exchange of formidable strength. Xiao Fan's eyes brightened. Although he still could not cultivate, as long as he could permanently possess great strength, it mattered not whether it was acquired through exchange or cultivation. System, I shall grant you a temporary reprieve. I hope that when you reach the third level, you can surprise me in this regard. By the way, how many points are required to reach the third level? The system replied coolly. To upgrade to the third level, 30,000 points are needed. To upgrade to the fourth level, 60,000 points. And to upgrade to the fifth level, 100,000 points. Xiao Fan secretly sighed in relief. Fortunately, the increase is not exponentially high. If it were, this system would likely remain at the third level. Li Changsheng, visit your home. You must be yearning for your family after 3 days. I shall rest during the journey, and now full of energy, I will help adjust the feng shui of your home. Xiao Fan commanded. Li Changsheng felt a surge of gratitude. A boss like Xiao Fan was indeed rare. Boss, are you out of money and hoping to mooch breakfast from my family? Li Changsheng chuckled. Hey, you've seen right through me, Xiao Fan laughed. For indeed, he had very little money left. After giving Chen Ping'an and Yang Lan some, he had barely 20 taels remaining. The expenses on the road had drained him completely. Half an hour later, Xiao Fan and his companions arrived at Li Changsheng's home. Li Changsheng possessed the strength of a martial king and had earned wealth from his ventures at sea. So his family lived comfortably. They resided in a 2-courtyard house. Though Li Changsheng could easily afford a 3-courtyard residence, such a large estate would require servants, and both his parents and wife preferred the more manageable 2-courtyard home. Father, mother, my boss has arrived. Dear wife, we haven't had breakfast yet. Please prepare some for us, Li Changsheng called as they entered the front courtyard. Greetings, Master Xiao. We owe you our gratitude. Without you, we would not have endured until Changsheng returned. His wife quickly prepared breakfast. After greeting them. Li Changsheng's parents expressed their heartfelt thanks repeatedly. Xiao Fan carefully observed the condition of Li Changsheng's parents. Although Li Changsheng had helped them improve their health, many underlying ailments remained unresolved. Boss, how are my parents faring? Li Changsheng asked anxiously. Xiao Fan smiled. They could have lived for another 2 to 3 years, but now that I am here, if I cannot extend their lives by another 10 years, wouldn't that be rather disappointing? I will assist them with silver needles to treat their hidden ailments and adjust the feng shui. It's absolutely feasible for your parents to live another decade. Li Changsheng knelt before Xiao Fan, bowing respectfully to My Lord. I shall follow you for life. I will never betray you, he vowed solemnly. Xiao Fan regarded Li Changsheng with a serious expression. Li Changsheng, are you certain? While you have become my bodyguard, you are free to leave at any moment. If you choose to follow me, it cannot be a casual departure. Loyalty is a lifelong commitment, my lord, I am certain. Li Changsheng affirmed earnestly. Nearby, Li Changsheng's parents beamed with satisfaction at his decision. You may rise. There is no need to call me my lord. From now on, you may continue to address me as boss, Xiao Fan instructed. Li Changsheng stood up. His father spoke gravely. Changsheng, if you were to wrong Master Xiao, you would no longer be my son. Not return home if you do? Li Changsheng quickly assured them it would not happen. Xiao Fan chuckled. Old sir, if Li Chongqing were that sort of person, I would never have taken him in. Allow me to treat you now. 2 hours passed as Xiao Fan treated Li Chongqing's parents and adjusted the feng shui of their home. Riding in the carriage, they reached the vicinity of Tianyuan Pavilion. Boss, there's a blockade ahead, Li Chongqing reported. Typically, Tianyuan Pavilion would see only 2,000 to 3,000 visitors each morning, but now, 3,000 to 4,000 people had gathered. Xiao Fan lifted the carriage curtain and saw countless ordinary citizens. It's Master Xiao. Master Xiao has returned. Everyone make way. A voice boomed, and the crowded throng parted, clearing a path for their carriage to pass through. Yet, Xiao Fan did not remain seated within the carriage. He alighted and walked toward the front. Thank you, Master Xiao. Thank you, Master Xiao, the crowd chorused in unison. Among them were thousands who had traveled from Beiliang Prefecture, with another 20,000 to 30,000 hailing from that region. Chapter 70. The Gratitude of Thousands. Xiao Fan advanced step by step, deeply moved. After a few minutes, he finally reached the entrance of Tianyuan Pavilion, where various local specialties were piled high: eggs, smoked cured meats, dried fish, mushrooms foraged from the mountains, and wild game of all kinds. Collectively, Xiao Fan felt that the four of them could feast from these provisions from the beginning of the year to its end. Boss, there are numerous plaques inside the shop. We stored the ones that could not fit inside for you to handle upon your return, Chen Pingyan informed him. Xiao Fan turned around, his gaze sweeping over the multitude gathered at Tianyuan Pavilion. Everyone, Xiao Fan began, his voice carrying far and wide. I am grateful for everyone's generosity. I merely took the lead. The total donations amount to over 100,000 taels, and I contributed less than 1/10. With the Jiang, Liu, and Guo families providing both funds and efforts, the imperial court has also contributed significantly. Zhang Feng, present at the scene, smiled. Master Xiao, if not for your divination, others would have remained oblivious. If you had not rallied everyone, we would not have been so enthusiastic. Moreover, our Zhang family donated 100,000 taels, which is less than 1% of our assets. After your donation of 10,000 taels, how much do you have left? At that moment, Yang Lan, her eyes glimmering with tears, interjected. After the boss's donation, he has a little over 100 taels left. He also gave me and my adoptive father 100 taels. A tremor coursed through the hearts of many. With a generous donation of 100,000 taels, Xiao Fan found himself with barely over 100 taels of silver. Liu Ying crouched down and inquired. Xiao Lan, is your adoptive father? Yang Lan pointed towards Chen Pingyan. Deeply moved, Chen Pingyan replied, the boss has allowed Xiao Lan to become my adopted daughter, making us each other's sole companions. With the little money left, we received 100 taels. I managed to secure a private school for Xiao Lan and purchase some clothing and toys. Xiao Fan lightly cleared his throat, stating, Chen Pingyan, do not speak so frivolously. It sounds as if I cannot survive without that 100 taels. Earning that little amount is hardly a burden for me, is it not? At that moment, Li Chongqing remarked quietly, Boss, can you even produce a single tael of silver from your pockets now? Some individuals are still having their breakfast at my home. The common folk, who already held immense gratitude towards Xiao Fan, felt even more appreciative after hearing Chen Pingyan's words. Everyone, I graciously accept your goodwill. Thank you all, however, it is unsafe for so many of you to gather here. If you do not require divination, please disperse for now. I appreciate your cooperation. A large number of citizens gradually departed, and Xiao Fan quietly exhaled in relief. With tens of thousands present, a misstep could easily lead to a stampede. There remained about 4,000 to 5,000, a number not significantly higher than usual. The doors of Tianyuan Pavilion finally swung open, and many paid the entrance fee to enter the establishment. Chen Pingyan, reserve a small portion of these items, and arrange for a few carriages to deliver the rest to the nearest solitary garden later. Xiao Fan instructed. The solitary garden serves as a refuge for the elderly and orphan children. Understood, boss, Chen Pingyan replied. Xiao Fan stepped inside the store. Ladies and gentlemen, today's 3 winning numbers are 77, 523, and 860. As Xiao Fan spoke, he strolled towards the circular stage. Li Chongqing followed closely behind Xiao Fan. With so many people present, it was conceivable that an assassin could be lurking amongst them. He was aware that the Blood Crow, a notorious assassin organization, had accepted a contract to eliminate Xiao Fa and I. In fact, An assassin had indeed come this time. However, upon hearing the citizens' calls and realizing that Xiao Fan had donated all his money, the hidden assassin abandoned his mission. Though he was an assassin, he was not devoid of humanity. If he were to kill someone like Xiao Fan, he would feel unworthy of being human. Xiao Tianshi. I am number 77, a young man in his 20s squeezed through the crowd, panting. Inside the store, over 1,000 pairs of eyes were fixed on Xiao Fan. While there were many regular customers, today mostly featured newcomers that a crowd had gathered outside the store, unable to enter but content to observe from the periphery. Xiao Tianshi, I feel like I can hardly breathe. My shoulders ache, yet I have consulted numerous doctors who all claim my health is fine. The young man lamented. Xiao Fan regarded the youth thoughtfully. It came as no surprise that he had drawn a winning number. He was carrying an elderly person on his back. Even seated, the old man's hands rested upon his shoulders. You are the only son in your family, your father having passed away early, and your mother raised you alone a few years ago. Your mother also departed, and you married and had a child who is now 6 months old. Xiao Fan stated with a smile. The young man nodded vigorously. Xiao Tianshi, you are incredible. How did you ascertain all this so easily? Xiao Tianshi, what seems to be my issue? The youth inquired. Not long ago, your son fell ill, and in the midst of your frantic efforts, did you perhaps forget something important? Xiao Fan probed. The young man paused, soon offering a rueful smile. Indeed, I neglected to pay respects on my mother's death anniversary 10 days ago due to my child's illness. Xiao Fan sighed softly. Your mother has been concerned for you, having not yet been reincarnated. On her death anniversary, she returned. After lingering for several years in confusion, she did not receive any offerings that day and thus remained on your back all this time. Many in the crowd widened their eyes, unable to perceive anything amiss. A curious onlooker asked, Xiao Tianshi, can a ghost appear in broad daylight? Can they linger for an extended period after returning to the Yang realm? Xiao Fan explained, ordinary spirits cannot do so. To achieve this, one must be at least a virtuous person across 3 lifetimes. However, even then, prolonged presence in the mortal realm can lead to harm at this point. Xiao Fan turned his gaze towards the young man before him. Dear guest, upon your return, ensure your family properly honors your mother, and all shall be well. Seeing that you have a child, she should be at ease to reincarnate. Xiao Fan smiled warmly. Thank you, Xiao Tianshi. I have wronged my mother. The youth's eyes reddened. His mother had single-handedly raised him with great difficulty. Xiao Tianshi, here is the divination fee. He swiftly descended from the circular stage. Xiao Tianshi, might I trouble you to predict whether I will achieve the top scholar position? A familiar voice rang out. Shen Yu unexpectedly emerged from the crowd, stepping onto the circular stage. Chapter 71. Shen Yu's divination results. Xiao Fan's expression shifted slightly. Shen Yu had drawn a winning number, and the situation was less than favorable. The regular customers were already aware that a winning number usually signified trouble, and Xiao Fan was certainly more cognizant of this than anyone else. Xiao Yu, what brings you here? Xiao Fan sighed. Shen Yu blinked. Fangu, had I not come, I would never have known that the esteemed Xiao Tianshi is actually you. Among the guests, some familiar faces furrowed their brows. Xiao Yu, please take a seat, Xiao Fan said, as the system imported numerous pieces of information about Shen Yu into his mind. Some details he already knew, while others were entirely new. Shen Yu's elder sister was, in fact, a victim of the Tianhe mystery. Shen Yu achieved the top scholar position, applied for an investigation into the Tianhe mystery, and tragically passed away 3 months later. Xiao Fan's expression darkened. In truth, Shen Yu was his only true friend. Feng Qingwu was merely the object of his affections, while Zhang Feng and others were merely customers. Xiao Tianshi, will I be able to secure the top scholar position? Shen Yu inquired with a smile, a trace of sadness mingling with her expression. Even if she were to achieve the top scholar status, whether she could elucidate the Tianhe mystery remained in question. Xiao Fan meticulously examined the information provided by the system. Although there was not an abundance of useful information, he had gathered enough to ascertain that a colossal hidden force lurked behind the Song family. Xiao Yu, whether or not you achieve the top scholar position is not of paramount importance. You will die in 3 months. Xiao Fan inhaled deeply. Shen Yu was taken aback. She was exceptionally astute and immediately recognized that Xiao Fan's words suggested she might indeed secure the top scholar position. But it likely meant she would not last long in investigating the Tiana mystery. Xiao Yu, do you trust me? Xiao Fan asked earnestly. Shen Yu nodded gently. Fango, I have always believed in you since childhood. There are certain matters you should avoid touching. I will uncover the truth for you. Think of your parents. Xiao Fan's tone grew serious. The crowd below appeared somewhat bewildered, yet they grasped one undeniable truth. If nothing changed, Shen Yu would soon meet her demise. Fango, I will heed your advice, Shen Yu affirmed. Xiao Fan noted a shift in Shen Yu's fate, yet it remained obscured for the time being. Even the Xiao master could not discern it. Fango, here is the divination fee. Shen Yu descended from the circular stage, her heart heavy with thoughts. Now that I have received your warning, if I were to achieve the top scholar position, being more cautious could potentially avert death, right? If I do not investigate, Fangu will inevitably do so, and he could be in danger. Shen Yu glanced at Xiao Fan. Between the two of them, she would rather face the peril herself. Shen Yu believed that given her sister's death, her own investigation was only right. There was no need for Xiao Fan to be involved. Xiao Tianchi, I am number 860. A young man in white stepped onto the circular stage, a sword hanging at his waist. Hiss, it is Lu Yuchen. Who is Lu Yuchen? Lu Yuchen is one of the top 10 swordsmen of the younger generation in our Tianqian dynasty. I know him. He is under 30 and already a martial king. Many in the store buzzed with conversation, and several regulars displayed expressions of astonishment. The fact that a martial king-level figure could draw a winning number indicated that Xiao Fan's divination skills were sufficiently impressive to serve such esteemed individuals. Dear guest, please take a seat, Xiao Fan said with a smile while Chongqing fixed his gaze intently on Lu Yuchen. Aware that Lu Yuchen was a 2-star martial king and thus weaker than himself. However, should he let his guard down, it was entirely possible for Lu Yuchen to eliminate Xiao Fan. Thank you, Xiao Tianchi, Lu Yuchen replied, casting a glance at Li Chongqing. He sensed a powerful aura locking onto him. Any sign of unusual behavior would prompt Li Chongqing to draw his sword. Information about Lu Yuchen flooded into Xiao Fan's mind. Following the system upgrade, he could now divine the fates of martial king-level individuals. Xiao Tianchi, 20 years ago, my Lu family was annihilated overnight. I alone survived by hiding in a cellar. For the past 2 decades, I have trained relentlessly and searched for clues, yet I still do not know who the perpetrator is. Lu Yuchen lamented. A look of anguish etched itself on his face, resonating deeply with the crowd, who empathized with the pain of their family's slaughter, a wound that ran deep. Master Xiao, I merely came to try my luck, and I never expected to actually strike it. Master Xiao, if you could reveal to me the identity of our Lu family's enemies and the reasons behind our family's annihilation, I would pledge my loyalty to you after taking my revenge. Lu Yuchen spoke earnestly. Many in the room displayed expressions of astonishment. The allegiance of a martial king-level expert. What immense advantage that would be! Xiao Fan shook his head. Esteemed guest, you have provided the divination fee and drawn a favorable lot. I shall share with you what you seek without requiring any additional benefits. Neither wealth nor other advantages are necessary. He rejected them all. He accepted Li Chongqing's loyalty because he offered extra services. Yet here he was, refusing. Master Xiao, you must not decline this offer. Indeed, Master Xiao, even if you refuse the 1,000,000 taels of silver, please do not refuse this. Several patrons voiced their concerns, anxious for Xiao Fan. Lu Yuchen, a young man already at the martial king level, had a high probability of reaching the martial emperor level in the future. The loss would be monumental. Master Xiao, are you certain? Lu Yuchen inquired. His surprise evident. Xiao Fan slightly nodded, maintaining an indifferent demeanor. The loyalty of a martial king-level expert was not something he found particularly significant. With a mere 1,000 points, he could exchange for the power of a martial emperor. And not just any martial emperor, but one of the highest caliber. A mere martial king meant little when faced with the prowess of a top martial emperor. Master Xiao, your principles and integrity are truly commendable. Pray tell, who are my enemies? Lu Yuchen asked, his expression tense. Many patrons also gazed at Xiao Fan with apprehension, as revealing this information could provoke powerful foes. The ones who dared to annihilate an entire family were certainly not to be trifled with. Xiao Fan spoke in a deep voice. Lu Yuchen, your family's destruction was orchestrated by the Yin Yang twins, a.s.a. man of the martial world. You ought to know who they are. Lu Yuchen's heart quaked. He was indeed aware of the Yinyang twins. Both were Martial King-level experts, their strengths rivaling his OWNIT was them. Master Xiao might be courting trouble. Zhang Feng and others furrowed their brows. Provoking either of the Yinyang twins was a precarious affair. And by naming them, Xiao Fan had effectively enraged both. Master Xiao, I apologize. Given the formidable strength of my enemies, it was unnecessary for you to disclose this, Lu Yuchen said apologetically. You need not reveal the reason. I shall investigate it myself. With that, Lu Yuchen rose to his feet. Xiao Fan's voice was solemn. Your family was annihilated due to the curse of possessing valuable treasures. The items were seized by the Yinyang twins. Lu Yuchen's body trembled. They had been destroyed not out of enmity, but merely because they had come into possession of something valuable. How ruthless! A flicker of brilliance shone in Xiao Fan's eyes. The Lu family had once obtained a grievance dragon stone. Such stones could only form in places where over 100,000 souls were buried. They were essential for forging the dragon-slaying blood sword. Aside from that, this item seemed to hold no other purpose. The Yinyang twins might be mere pawns of the true mastermind. Xiao Fan mused. Chapter 72. The Imperial Edict arrives. Feng Shui of the Netherworld, thank you. Master Xiao, should I avenge my great enemy, regardless of whether you accept my loyalty, I shall remain by your side. Lu Yuchen stood and bowed solemnly. After speaking, he placed down the divination fee and vanished in the blink of an eye. The 3 divinations for today had concluded, and the remaining patrons likewise departed. Just as the last guests were leaving, Chief He and 2 young eunuchs arrived outside Tianyuan Pavilion. The Imperial Edict has arrived. Chief He's sharp, resonant voice echoed. Many inside and outside Tianyuan Pavilion were taken aback. Xiao Fan had previously received an edict as a sealed celestial master, and now another was arriving. Considering the events in Bailiang City, it was only natural for an edict to come. With so many commoners gathered, the emperor could not pretend to be oblivious. Common folk received the edict. Xiao Fan clasped his hands in salute. The emperor had granted him permission not to kneel, while others bowed low. Chief He unfurled the edict and read aloud. Xiao Fan, master of divination, predicted the heavy snowfall, took the lead in donations, demonstrating exceptional ability and noble character. Henceforth, he is appointed as a 3rd-rank celestial master, as decreed. Upon receiving the edict, Chief He's face was filled with joy. Master Xiao, congratulations. Master Xiao, please accept the edict. Thank you. Your Majesty, Xiao Fan accepted the edict with both hands. Its weight was not insignificant. Although he had been granted the title of Celestial Master, it was merely an honorary title with no substantial benefits. It sounded grand, but without the respect of others, it held little value. A 3rd-rank Celestial Master, however, was an entirely different matter. The first 2 characters were not mere embellishments. With this edict, Xiao Fan could stand shoulder to shoulder with 3rd-rank officials. And 4th-rank governors would have to address him as Sir. With an official rank, the court would formally register him, allowing officials to locate him, and he would receive a salary. Additionally, there were hidden advantages. Being a 3rd-rank Celestial Master would make any enemy reconsider before attempting to take his life. A 3rd-rank official was already a court minister. Killing a 9th-rank county magistrate was a significant case, but assassinating a court minister was a grave offense. Master Xiao, shall we continue to address you as such? Or shall we refer to you as Sir Xiao? Chief He inquired cheerfully. I would prefer to remain as Master Xiao. Xiao Fan responded with a smile. Chief He, I currently do not have any tea money for you. If you are not in haste, would you care for a cup of tea here? Chief He hastily replied, Master Xiao, I cannot accept your tea money. I have already contacted my brother. Your kindness? Master Xiao is greatly appreciated. We must leave shortly, as the emperor awaits my return. Chief He and his 2 companions quickly departed. The surrounding crowd promptly gathered to congratulate Xiao Fan. Zhang Feng and the others, who had been deeply concerned for his safety, felt a wave of relief upon hearing of his appointment as a 3rd-rank Celestial Master. It was indeed a commendable achievement. Xiao Fan ascended to the upper floor to secure the edict. His mood was buoyant. Although he had intended to accumulate merits to request a marriage from General Qin Zhangyue, Being elevated to third-rank Celestial Master was also quite favorable, at the very least. His status now seemed much closer to that of the Duke and Princess. Furthermore, since the Emperor had conferred upon him the title of third-rank Celestial Master, there was a possibility that, with further accomplishments, he could be promoted to second-rank or even first-rank Celestial Master. A third-rank Celestial Master marrying a princess might raise eyebrows, but a second-rank Celestial Master would not attract such scrutiny. As for a first-rank Celestial Master, one could marry a princess without question. Master Xiao, it is truly a challenge to enlist your assistance in adjusting the feng shui, they remarked. After securing the edict, Xiao Fan descended. He had already agreed to assist someone with feng shui. The individual came from a respectable family. Though the starting fee was 100 taels, earning 1,000 taels today should pose no problem. Let us proceed, Xiao Fan said with a smile, eager to earn some money. Although Tianyuan Pavilion belonged to him, he would still need his own residence when the time for marriage arrived. Currently, his pockets were empty. Riding in the carriage arranged by the host, half an hour later, Xiao Fan and Li Chongxing arrived at the host's residence. Master Xiao, please, the guest, Su Qingyang, expressed his helplessness. Lately, it seems as though everything is going awry. My business has incurred significant losses, and my family has been falling ill one after another. The Su family had a long-standing business, thriving for centuries with considerable wealth. Esteemed guest, your family seems to have no significant issues. While there is room for improvement, your home's feng shui should not adversely affect your business or health. Xiao Fan surveyed the surroundings, frowning. The Su family's feng shui was passable, warranting a good rating. While not exceptional or outstanding, a good dwelling was still quite favorable. Most households had merely neutral feng shui. Master Xiao, please examine it more thoroughly. Everything has been going wrong lately. I can offer more money, 3,000 to 5,000 taels if necessary, Su Qingyang said anxiously. If Xiao Fan could not resolve the issue, he genuinely would not know how to proceed. 3,000 to 5,000 taels was no small sum, but given the scale of the Su family's business, continuing on this path would lead to losses exceeding that amount in just a month. Has any excavation occurred in your home recently? Xiao Fan suddenly inquired. Su Qingyang pondered and replied, Master Xiao, there hasn't been any recently. However, a few months ago, my mother had someone relocate my father's grave. That shouldn't have caused any issues, right? There were no problems a few months ago. Xiao Fan contemplated for a moment. Esteemed guest, let us investigate further.